Chapter 981. The probing army, set off along the network cable. The relationship between the two sides was almost irreconcilable. In the entire vast universe, Deo-reaching cultivators who transcended the laws of the universe were divided into two camps. They would fight in the most brutal and bloody way to fight for a future, even at the cost of their lives. For those who had fallen, the future path of Deo was too important. It was even a dream that was more important than their own lives. Even if he died, what was the harm in sacrificing 100,000 years of his lonesome life? They were like moths to a flame, swarming over. Can we resist next time? That might not be the case. They've disappeared for tens of thousands of years without any disturbance. It's very likely that they're preparing for a huge impact. Even though we have a weak 10th level existence who has condensed a Deo seed, which is very powerful and heaven-defying, there are indeed too many of them. Among them, the most important one is. It's a few heaven-defying monsters that are leading the group. It is said that the mysterious Netherlord, who no one has ever seen before, single-handedly killed a weak level 10 existence who was on the path to level 10 when he was still a high level 9. He didn't know if it was true or if it was fake news that they had released. If he really did it, even the weakest 10th ranked Deist would find it extremely unbelievable. It's very likely that it's just a rumor, a smokescreen that's been spread to the outside world. The dark blue monster did not believe him, but it frowned slightly and whispered, "But it's undeniable that some of them have extremely exaggerated combat strength, and their talents are not inferior to my master. Due to all sorts of mistakes, or because I didn't obtain the inheritance, my Deo foundation was incomplete. Now, I have to plunder to make up for it. He. A fallen civilization." The light blue monster looked at the young man beside him. The reason we call it a civilization is that they have already formed a civilization on their own. Rank 9 are just ordinary residents of this civilization. At the side, the young man was shocked and couldn't help but say, "A Deist is just an ordinary resident of this civilization? Otherwise, how can you describe it as a fallen civilization of Deist technology?" This was because the average level of civilized people on the technological side was almost at the same level, and they also relied on technological weapons and external objects. Didn't they look very similar now? Isn't it very appropriate? The blue creature laughed. "It does look like it." The teenager immediately reacted, his eyes trembling. The transcendents are almost an individual life form, but as a group. You can indeed describe it that way. It was indeed an appropriate description. This civilization could be said to be a relatively scattered alliance civilization. The other party was also a nomad civilization. Their branches stretched out to countless nearby rivers and even opened up the wilderness. And NBSP, countless level 9s formed an unimaginable alliance, exchanging information and even sending out missions. They even formed teams to explore the dangerous ruins of ancient civilizations. After all, the number of ancient civilization ruins in the entire universe was very large. Even if a rank 9 cultivator could live for 100,000 years. But 100,000 years was a long time. One had to know that any random triserpent on Earth was 50 million years old. It was still too short for an individual's life. Therefore, in the history of the entire universe for more than 10 billion years, even if it was in the long unit of 100 million years, countless Deists had been born and died. It could even be described that all of their new civilizations had lived on the ruins of an ancient, decaying civilization, surrounded by broken walls. The main goal of the other party's alliance was to explore territories and draw star maps. As for the land that the other party had explored, over the past tens of thousands of years, jumping in units of hundreds of millions of light years was already the current maximum speed. However, they still continued to encounter new ancient civilization ruins and all kinds of new civilizations. The scope of their exploration was less than 1/1000th of the entire supergalaxy cluster. They were groping around in their fourth rotating arm. Even we can only explore 1/1000th of it. The teenager had a look of longing. The universe is too huge, and we are too small. We're just living in a remote corner, and the life and death battles here are just small fights. The dark blue creature laughed. Perhaps, there are at least hundreds of millions of bloody battlefields in the vast universe like what we're doing right now. The fallen civilization is chasing after the final person who will become the great Deist in the future. There are at least hundreds of millions of bloody battlefields in various river systems at all times. They are fighting each other. It's also why we call the universe a dark forest. It's all about killing, wars, and ancient relics and remains after all. When the young man heard this, his face was filled with longing. The universe was vast and beautiful, with endless possibilities. They paraded all the way, constantly running outside, nomad. Even though they had discovered that they were the strongest Dao-achieving beings they had seen so far and could resist the fallen civilization, which gave them enough confidence, who knew if there were stronger ones? They had never been proud. With a humble and respectful heart, they explored the endless universe outside. I won't say much. You've just broken through to the god level and you're 121 years old. You're considered a rare genius even in a few thousand years. That's why I'm telling you all this. Let's continue to explore this civilization and conduct an assessment of its level and danger level. The two blue creatures brought the youth to explore. After all, many new civilizations were likely to have ancient historical relics. For example, the Teal Empire that they had encountered in the past. Even if it was a ruin that hadn't fallen behind and had lost its inheritance, they had still explored the universe garden before. They had also been moved by the fact that there was such a powerful existence on this land. Be careful. The light blue creature suddenly said. Be careful? You want me to be careful of this backward civilization? Of course not. We have to be careful of the fallen civilizations that might catch up at any time. If anything happens, we have to report to the various law rulers of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory immediately. On the other side, the world of the Tall Tower was already preparing to descend on this ordinary planet. Are you ready? Done. It's all ready. The players were still very cautious. However, why didn't they let the gods of the other dimensions, the East Green Emperor, explore? These existences were clearly the strongest, but they, a group of cowardly weaklings, were the ones taking the initiative to go forward? Volunteer? This was because after a special discussion by the decision-makers, they had decided to take action personally. Those guys were strong, but they might be a little silly. It wasn't as steady as them. It would be the safest if they took action personally. At that moment, an Ultraman appeared in the void. He was carrying a white television camera tripod on his shoulder. It was hidden in the void and was filming the planet below. This was the specially appointed television reporter. As a god condensed by a huge amount of faith power, Ultraman wore a silver-white leather suit, and his two orange eyes were bright. Is there a crisis in the universe here? Ultraman Tiga took a deep breath and said, it seems that this is a very ordinary planet. However, to ensure my safety, I still have to be careful. Voila! This Ultraman, according to his plan, instantly created a quantum body through a modified camera and small TV. This quantum battle body was even wider as it slowly flew toward the planet. Just like this. Right. We're preparing to land. The players sat in the TV station's headquarters and watched their specially appointed war reporter, Ultraman, through the live broadcast screen. He had a serious expression and his eyes were fixed on the screen. He's going to start using his quantum combat body to explore this planet. We've already taken countless defensive measures because we don't know how strange the civilization on the other side is. Before Ultraman's quantum body was caught, it would be immediately controlled to commit suicide. Ultraman's main body was hidden on a nearby planet, so nothing would happen. The quantum body would be the one to die. Even if he could find Ultraman, who was hiding in the nearby stars, through a strange method. We're not afraid. Yes, because Ultraman is the god of incense. He can also commit suicide immediately and resurrect in our tower world. This was a clone that was linked by rings, so it was very secure. The incense god wasn't afraid of death, and he entangled the quantum battle body that wasn't afraid of death. This was called double suicide. In the words of computer viruses, this was called setting up two fake IP addresses and two zombie computers. The other party would not be able to find them by following the network cable. But if the other party could even trace the source of the incense and follow the network line to find them, they would be very impressed with the other party's tracking ability. But it was only admiration. They were also on guard. Their incense TV gathered the power of will of all living beings to form a shield. It was the fourth protection to prevent others from following the incense to find it. If this wasn't enough to stop them, and the other party was still able to break through their Joss Flame TV tower's shield and follow them, Carolyn would definitely prevent the other party from finding their way over. This would be the 50% protection. If Carolyn still couldn't block it, the ancient god would take action. This was the 6th layer of defense. We've created the 6-layered doll. The other party can't possibly catch us. We are very steady. Although they said that, they still looked at the TV with a serious expression. These guys are really something. Looking at the guys in the TV station, Carolyn's expression was a little strange, but she also revealed a look of understanding. This was the reason why they were asked to take action and host the event. Because they were the ones doing it, all kinds of strange strategies were closely linked to each other, and they could keep themselves from being discovered to the greatest extent. Even if they were discovered, they would still run very fast. The characteristic of this civilization was that they had more tricks than anyone else, and they were more afraid of death. It was very slippery, and all kinds of strange operations were done continuously. It would be best for them to be the first to test the waters. It's about to start. Caroline smiled. I wonder what they have prepared. I hope that they can bring out the disgusting level of using an eyeball to rob houses and fight against me, Ditchi, and the 3 pillar gods in the battle of the small universe to test this mysterious and strange powerful civilization. Chapter 982. Internet TV, Witch's Birthday. At this very moment, it was a live broadcast on TV. An Ultraman's quantum body slowly descended and wandered silently on the ground. He looked at these special living beings, who were simple carbon-based living beings. Her skin was snow white, and her ears were as sharp as a rabbit's. We can see that this planet is very ordinary. This isn't an extraordinary world. It's not even a world of technology. It's still in the budding stage of primitive development. It hasn't established its own development in that direction. It's relying on individual strength. Or should I walk the path of group strength? A host was hosting this special wartime program. It's starting. The moment that will decide our future has begun. All the great taboo existences and gods in the tower world were paying close attention to it. Because this was a war that could erupt at any time. In fact, they might even take action at any time, and no one knew what would happen. They were extremely alert and serious. In the entire East Green dynasty, green smoke rose from the purple incense burner, exuding an ancient charm. Great Emperor Dongqing stared at this scene without blinking. He was in court. Our future safety will be at stake now. Everyone, be prepared at any time. I may lead you to the battlefield. Yes. Yes. Your Majesty. All the officials had grave expressions as they looked at the battle. In a Buddhist temple, there was a resplendent golden light. Countless arhats emitting golden light sat in the same place, also staring intently. This concerns our future. The sacrificial Buddha said. This kind of situation kept happening in the 7 major domain layers, and all the powerful existences were watching. At that moment, on the television. Everyone, don't be nervous. Our station's advance party battle reporter, Ultraman, is equipped with absolute security measures. It's almost impossible to be discovered and reverse-tracked to find our existence. As for asking us Ultraman, this was something that was summoned from the cemetery at the end of time and space by using the wish power of all living beings and by watching television. Perhaps, there are still many people who can't understand. In the future, when we broadcast the Dragon Ball and Earth chapter, you'll know how powerful and terrifying the system of will is. Wish power? Everyone watching TV was shocked. Shiji was also watching intently. He exclaimed, Wish power, the ancient hero, the hero who resisted the destruction of the world, Ultraman, has actually appeared. You're still a reporter at a television station. She was very shocked and very interested in the mysterious wish power. He was even more interested in the new TV story, Dragon Ball. Suji's expression was only slightly strange. He couldn't be bothered with the matter of ruining the image of this transcendent world. Right now, he was sitting on the sofa, watching these guys on the TV. What new tricks were they up to? Carolyn's method was indeed correct. These guys were all good at planning. If you let them prepare in advance and forced them to do it, they would definitely come up with some super bold and imaginative tricks. For example, this small TV, as well as the eyeball from before, and Ultraman from Light Tunnel, were all special products that were linked to each other. Although they look like they're messing around everywhere, with small televisions and all kinds of strange shapes. However, in reality, the strategies that they've come up with are all very useful and direct, it's just that they like to put on a strange coat in front of their powerful achievements, Suji said indifferently. For example, Ultraman, the Calabash brothers, the Sima. They loved to bring out the wrong things. And he even talked about spreading Japanese culture. At this moment, the television host pointed at the planet that Deeker was broadcasting and said, "Now, we can see that this planet is very ordinary." They were in a low-dimensional space and time. They were like statues, on the streets, in the houses. We can see the structure of their civilization through the photos, and there is no difference at the moment. This wartime program was very rigorous and careful. It gave these nouveau riche powerful gods a textbook example of exploration, how to hide and come out. But soon, after a few days, they found that there was nothing worth exploring on this planet. They couldn't help but feel a little confused. What should we do in this situation? If you can't find him, it's as if he doesn't exist. Don't tell me I have to expose my position. This is too stupid. Countless gods were frowning in front of the TV. At this moment, the host of the TV station pointed to the camera behind him and said, "According to our deduction, this situation has a high probability of happening. Don't worry, everyone. This is within our expectations. And our next choice is to take the initiative to attack." Take the initiative to attack? Everyone was still confused. The television host said, "We said before that our film entertainment would become a program during the war. At that time, we will also be broadcasting a war TV series." Wartime TV series? Everyone was even more confused, not knowing what it meant. The MC said, "The so-called war TV series, in simple terms, is, when we watch TV, we can fight and win, however, our emotions and power of will affect the fate of the protagonist and affect his life choices. This is a TV series with countless variables." Magical girl Little Yuan. No one responded. Great Emperor Dongqing was speechless. They were all stunned, not knowing what was going on. No need for them to make a move. They sat in front of the TV and did nothing but watch TV, and they could go to war? Originally, they were all ready to go, but now they were told, "You don't need to fight, just watch the live broadcast on TV. You can change the situation just by watching?" Could there be anything more bizarre than this? Inside the TV station, thousands of staff members in white clothes quickly started to prepare. "Brothers, the first internet war has begun. We'll follow the network and start a war." Ha ha ha, holding a wand, the magical girl transformed from Balaraba the fairy has finally appeared. Hurry up! The battle-type TV series is starting. By the way, has the incense department collected enough negative emotions from the incense offerings? That's enough. Previously, I collected enough positive emotions to condense Ultraman, and naturally, the same amount of negative emotions were born. These dark Joss flames came from the evil darkness of human nature, enough to give birth to powerful evil gods. It's just that these evil gods are a little special, and the style is a little strange. It's like pixel art, Van Gogh's abstract and surreal style. Isn't it good? These evil gods are the enemies of the magical girl, the witches. We want the witches' night, the monsters that originate from the darkness of the human heart. So, is the magical little pet Pikhu, the magical girl to sign a contract with, ready? Get ready! A TV is also a living thing. The TV in Ultraman's hand is a small TV that has become a demon. Quantum has entangled one of his own small TV and will act as a floating camera Pikhu to follow the magical girl at any time. Drone photography? That's enough. Yes, it's enough. With the gods in the heavens watching the live broadcast on TV, the power of will formed is enough to fulfill most of the wishes of mortals. Then, let's begin. We've combined it with the super small TV of the incense civilization, and we can use this as an experiment. The world of Truman, the gods watching, has officially begun. In front of the television. Just as everyone was confused, the host said, "This TV series is called Magical Girl Xiao Yuan, Part I. There is an ancient civilization in the universe, the incubators. They have witnessed the development of human civilization from primitive society to the present. They have the technology to transform emotions into energy. Emotions, turning into energy? The emotions of incense offerings?" Everyone was startled. At this moment, as the story went on, the image on the TV gradually fell on an ordinary middle school girl. This student was chosen according to his character. He was an ordinary human on this planet. She was on her way back from school. Suddenly, a creature called Pikhu appeared in front of her, covered in wounds. The junior high school student, Viola, had saved it. The white ceramic-like strange rabbit floated in the air. "Young lady, do you want to sign a contract with me? Become a magical girl, and as long as you sign the contract, I can fulfill one of your wishes." "What's the price for fulfilling my wish?" The young girl had no idea that she was being watched by the gods of a terrifying supernatural world through the television. "The price for fulfilling your wish is that after becoming a magical girl, you have to fight with the witches," Pikhu said while floating in the air. "To become a magical girl? Fulfill a wish?" The high and mighty gods watched the development of this plot and were somewhat curious, so they were brought in. "A strange little pet has appeared. It allows you to sign a contract and become a magical girl. You can transform with a magic staff in hand and fight evil creatures." It was a very old-fashioned way, but it was very new and interesting to these gods. As for Shiji, and even the descendants of the other powerful existences, they felt a sense of familiarity when they saw this cute little girl who was of the same age as them. This magical girl was really cute. Pikhu is so cute. At the same time, on the other side, these guys are really amazing. When Carolyn saw this, she was completely stunned. She was stunned by their shamelessness, but even she had to admit that it was a good plan. How smart was she? In an instant, he thought of how terrifying this battle tactic was. It perfectly combined the two civilizations. This completely matches Zhou Meng's dream of the universe. If Zhou Meng treated the entire real universe as her own dream, in that case, this small TV would be treating the entire real universe as their TV series. And when they watch television, the incense and power of will they generate from the characters in reality will completely change the direction of the entire television series and the future of the plot. The gods who were high up in the air were watching the television. And their emotions and power of will would be superimposed on this character, and even assimilate her into the god of incense. Then, it would affect the direction of all the people in the real world. At that moment, not only was Caroline shocked, Medusa was also stunned. She said with a faint smile, "These guys are really good at playing with incense. It's extremely shameless. This wish system is very suitable for the incense system. Making a wish is a positive incense system. At the same time, the incense will also produce negative emotions and gather to form witches. After the magical girls make a wish, they will also produce witches who appear because of their wishes." Everyone was slightly surprised. Su Ji was the only one who did not say anything. He let out a breath of air and said, They've even conjured up a magical girl?" On the other side, the two dark blue creatures were still smiling. As they walked on the planet, they suddenly felt a strange aura. "What is this? What an evil aura!" Chapter 983. A dumbfounded look. "What evil aura?" the young man asked. The two of them frowned slightly as they felt the aura flash by. It was very evil, dark, and chaotic. It gave people the feeling of an evil creature with countless dark emotions mixed in. It seems that this planet is not simple. There might be a relic of the ancient civilization? Or have the fallen deist civilizations that are after us arrived? They looked at each other, planning to investigate. On the other side, Viola quickly accepted reality. In the afternoon, when he was going to school, Viola was walking on the streets in her student uniform. She was followed by a bhikkhu that was dancing in the air. She was surprised to find that no one around her could see it. The white porcelain rabbit with cat ears turned a blind eye to it. "What wish? I haven't thought of it yet." "But, you said that witches are all evil. The ancient seal has been broken, and the great magical girl with the principle of magic circle has fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, the witches' awakening would gradually bring harm to the entire world and bring about disasters. If you really need someone to stop them, I can try to help." "Yes, you can do it. You can become a great magical girl, defeat those witches, obtain the seed of lament, and purify them." Bhikkhu was floating behind him like a balloon. The power of a magical girl comes from the human heart. A just and kind person must be a magical girl. And the demoness is an evil creature, formed from the evil darkness of human nature. In fate, one was good and the other was evil. Their powers came from the human heart. They looked at each other from a distance. As long as there was a witch, there would be a magical girl. They exist in each other's hearts like cause and effect. Listening to these words, Viola felt that there was something wrong with them. "This is too mysterious," she thought. It means that only those who are kind and upright can become magical girls. Yup, the magical girl is a great hero who protects mankind, Piku replied. In fact, even if this hero wasn't kind in the beginning, with the gathering of incense and people's impression of a hero, it would also make the other party kind. His personality would gradually change, and he would become a hero in the eyes of the people. The so-called Joss flames were just so evil. By the way, why have you been floating behind me? Viola asked. I can't even see you. The magic pet floating behind him did not answer. As an unmanned camera, it naturally had to follow behind to film and conduct a live broadcast for the audience in front of the television. I can feel a wonderful change in my body. As for Viola, she could also feel a strange power circulating and moving through her body. This was the emotions and incense that the gods had gathered. The blessing of the gods. This power was rapidly making her stronger. At this moment, this surge of energy that cleansed her aptitude made her originally extremely ordinary aptitude, which even had no cultivation talent, become extremely exaggerated. This was a power that exceeded common sense. It did not even need to cultivate to become stronger. The Joss Flame God was a special energy creature, just like Ultraman. Once it was formed, it was already a god. It did not need to advance step by step like ordinary creatures. It was a creature that gathered the thoughts of all living beings. However, this also came with a huge limitation. She would follow the gods and the emotions that gathered on her body, and she would imperceptibly become a living incense creature. This was the extreme demonic nature of incense. However, if she was strong enough, she could resist the erosion of the Joss flames and become a Joss flame creature that could still maintain her sense of self. If her will was not strong enough, or if she kept dying, the Joss flames would completely erode her will. The incense was poisonous. At that time, she would become a true Joss flame creature in the eyes of the people. She would move according to the impression that the people had of her. She would be like a mechanical creature that had no sense of self and was given intelligence by the people. However, such an opportunity was extremely rare. It was hard to imagine that the gods would gather their faith and place it on a mortal. Whoosh! Just as she was walking, the entire street suddenly fell silent. The pedestrians on the street had disappeared. She gradually walked out of a colorful, brightly colored plaid hall. The evil and sorrowful song of a young girl rang out around him. Hwalala! There were many colorful balloons floating in the sky. The strange dark blue pocket watch was spinning. The gears turned into a train and passed by with a click. The collapsed world formed by the pixel grids gradually took shape. It was colorful, like a fairy tale kingdom in a comic book. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Ivila was completely stunned. Hurry up, it's the witch. Be careful. Hurry up and take out your wand. Piku shouted. Transform. Ivila was startled. She hurriedly turned around and took out a short magic wand from her bag. She slowly waved it around and began to chant a spell in a solemn and serious tone. Hwala! Endless light surrounded her body, and a holy and pure white aura spread out. The magic wand in her hand began to glow, and it quickly turned into a long and straight wand with a golden crystal gem on it. Go! Magic heavenly dance! Burn my heart, maiden of truth, the great god of justice, punish the evil person in front of you. She let out a loud shout and waved her staff. It was as if the memories from the unseen world suddenly gushed forth, and she naturally used it with great familiarity. She danced gracefully in the air and fought with the witch. The witch on the other side sneered. Foolish magical girl, you can't stop me from destroying the human race. Take this, sorrowful sigh. Boom! A colorful battle broke out. Further away, the two dark blue creatures were silent. They felt as if their worldview had been shaken. This is... what? They were all dumbfounded. Not to mention anything else, this scene alone caused them to go blank for a moment. In that case, the gaudy pixel art style and the evil and bizarre creatures. The middle school girls were dressed so provocatively, waving their wands, and the two sides were reciting embarrassing lines. They were fighting back and forth, and there were even light effects, all kinds of beautiful colorful light effects. The teenager was a little shocked when he saw this. What is this? It looks like the fight is quite good. It looked good. His vocabulary was lacking, and he did not know how to describe it. Let's not talk about anything else. This light effect, battle. It looks like too much of an exaggerated action. The dark blue creature frowned. In battle, we need to be frugal, fast, and kill with one strike. And what was the situation in front of them? The lighting effects were fully played, and there were all kinds of lighting and even some embarrassing lines. Just looking at it made him feel extremely embarrassed and awkward. Indeed, it seems to be a very backward civilization, but even so, they know how to save energy and avoid unnecessary actions. The light blue creature said, "This feeling, it's very strange, how should he describe it?" It was just like those TV series from the science and technology side, with lighting, sound effects, posture, and movement guidance. It's as if you're putting on a show for others, like you're performing a beautiful spell. He gave a very rational evaluation. Indeed, this civilization might have a fault. It's possible that they only inherited the palace's performing martial arts and beautiful magic of performance nature. That's why they're all flashy but useless. The two of them observed in the dark and made the most reasonable guess. However, something that left them dumbfounded happened. Because they quickly discovered that the more gaudy and beautiful the spell, the more beautiful the movement, the more powerful it was. On the contrary, there was a period of time when this magical girl's movements were not gaudy or beautiful enough. Her very simple movements began to lose their power rapidly. What is this thing? They watched the gaudy fight and suddenly began to doubt life. Could it be that this gaudy move is in accordance with some sort of law? It caused a resonance with some kind of law? Only then did it show its power. The dark blue creature did not react in time. "Did you hit your head?" The light blue creature replied, "That's against all common sense. It doesn't conform to any laws at all. It's too strange." The more gaudy the movement, the more powerful it was. They were a little dumbfounded. But in fact, this was the essence of the incense system, a beautiful and carefully designed action. This was because when watching television, as long as the old ladies in the audience were happy and their actions were beautiful, it would form a fan culture, and more incense and faith would surge in. His moves, battle prowess, and even his own cultivation level would also increase. After all, believers were the most important to Ja's flame creatures. However, they didn't know this at all, so they could only look dumbfounded. "It looks very strange. Let's go back in time and see what happened to this girl a few hours ago." The two dark blue creatures laughed, but what they saw next stunned them. Chapter 984. Who is the country bumpkin? An image that reversed time. In fact, this was not a secret that only they had. It was something that all deists could do. As for the fact that this was a powerful spell that involved the legendary time law, this was not a matter of time. Reverse time images were very common spells. The fundamental principle was: when we observe a distant planet countless light years away, what we see is not the current picture of the planet, but a historical picture of it countless years ago. As long as they jumped far enough, they would be able to capture the video. It wasn't a real jump. It was some kind of special spatial fixed point summoning array. Through very exquisite calculation and positioning, it transmitted a long-distance light image in reverse and summoned it. "Have you located it?" The dark blue creature laughed. "I've located it. Let's see what happened 2 hours ago. If it's 2 hours, then with the speed of light, it should be a light projection in the south near the edge of the entire solar system. Now, I'm going to start reverse opening the teleportation formation and summon that light projection over." Another creature laughed. This was a very delicate task, and it had to be accompanied by the distortion of the law of light in order to extract clear light and shadow data. "Although it's my first time participating in this planet assessment mission, I've still practiced this kind of spell before." In reality, this was a very substantial universal spell in the universe, and there were hundreds of types. The two of them could still easily walk on the grade 9 path, but the images they could capture were not long enough. They could only take 2 or 3 days because the distance they could summon was too short. However, it could only be used on most low-level cultivators. As for those who were involved in the laws, even if they were powerhouses who had stepped onto the path of the 9th step, their bodies would be surrounded by distorted laws, and they could not be detected. Whoosh! They activated the teleportation summoning array and saw a clear scene. It was an image from 2 hours ago. "I'm Pikhu. Do you want to become a young mage? Demonesses are all evil. It's the ancient seal that has been broken." They were completely dumbfounded by the scenes they saw. 2 hours ago, This young lady was still an ordinary person? Their eyes flashed with a brilliant light. This was simply inconceivable, and it was extremely fine. It looked fancy now, but in fact, she had the combat strength of a 6th-tier warrior. They had thought that this young girl was a peerless genius who had reached the 6th tier in her 20s, but who knew? 2 hours ago, she had been an ordinary person. Countless realms and systems of civilizations? There are some elemental-like life forms that don't need to follow the rules to advance in realm? They conversed excitedly. If they discovered the remains of a powerful civilization or a race with potential, the higher-ups would give them enough opportunities and gifts. There were some things on this planet that they might be commended for in this exploration mission. The two of us are gods who have stepped onto the path of grade 9, and although we have little knowledge. However, even if it's an existence above, it will still shake, right? Another mysterious civilization that is beyond common sense? The dark blue creature looked at the two sides and said, I can feel a very strange aura. The power of the two people seemed to come from the positive and the negative emotions, respectively. This is very strange. Although the movements in front of them were very gorgeous and exaggerated, and they had to recite all kinds of gorgeous spells and moves during the battle, which was very embarrassing, they were only surprised for a moment. Does this planet have the glory of the ancient civilization? The two of them had calm expressions as they conversed indifferently. That might not be the case. If there was an ancient civilization's ruin, then the planet's destruction was too thorough. The probability of a prosperous civilization existing here was very low. Perhaps, an ancient civilization of a galaxy once existed here, and this planet was one of the very remote planets at that time. That was how I was able to survive the destruction. This kind of thing was too common in the universe. In a normal war, the core planet would be destroyed along with the civilization. On the other hand, it would be the extremely remote and backward planets that had some survivors or some civilizations. Most of their relics were discovered from these remote planets. It's impossible. Is it bait from the fallen civilization? The young man asked as a matter of course. After all, he had just heard about the situation and was still very touched. The dark blue creature smiled at the young man and explained, I don't know, but there's no need to figure it out or be suspicious. This was something that couldn't be stopped. It would be extremely easy to enter the Azure Abyss divine domain. The universe is too huge. For those who have achieved Deo, all kinds of strange and unknown civilizations, and methods beyond our understanding, it's easy for them to sneak into our midst and use all kinds of methods to hide. We have thousands of civilizations and countless living beings. Are we going to pick out the three great heavenly venerates one by one? That was unrealistic. Even the two of us could be spies from the fallen deist civilization. You have to be careful. Two teachers, how could you be? The young man was surprised. Ha 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 ha, an analogy. It was just a metaphor. In short, try not to believe anyone, but at the same time, we can't be suspicious just because we see a civilization, otherwise, we would not be able to absorb such a large number of civilizations and form a huge alliance after hundreds of thousands of years of nomadic civilization. Isn't the spy very scary? I can still sneak in. The young man said. Ha 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 ha, how could it be scary? We naturally have a set of mature civilization mechanisms to deal with them. Otherwise, how could we have survived to this day? The dark blue creature laughed heartily. You should know that only the three celestial venerables whose great Deo is weaker than level 10 hold the true core decision-making power. What's the use of the other grade 9 cultivators? Come here and carry out missions for us? Traveling duty? They're just helping us to develop our civilization and serve us. The young man froze slightly. In fact, our abyssal blue divine territory is very vast and diverse. There are definitely many people who have disguised themselves and fallen into the Deo. So what if they couldn't find them? They can't divide us up or sow dissension, because our internal structure has always been loose and on guard against each other. The only people we can trust are the three supreme gods. They assign tasks for us and keep us in one piece. As for the spies, if they want to disguise themselves, they will have to carry out missions for us and contribute to the development of this god territory. We will communicate and develop together. The two of them spoke with indifferent expressions. The teenager was silent for a few seconds before he asked again, so it's still a hidden danger for spies. A small portion of the civilizations on the first and second floors were fine, but what about the spies on the 6th and 7th floors? Wouldn't it be an internal collapse? Ha ha ha, you're very smart. No wonder you're a rare genius in our civilization. The dark blue creature laughed out loud with a look of love on its face. That's right. The other weak level 10 nomadic civilizations would usually be disintegrated in this way during the process of fleeing and herding. They might die from internal disintegration and infiltration, but we are different. We are great. We are the strongest. In our Azure Abyss Divine territory, the three great heavenly venerates of the Azure Abyss Divine clan control time. These three existences can make time stop in our bodies and temporarily turn us into eternal beings. Do you know what this means? All those who join our Azure Abyss Divine territory will be granted eternal life as long as they are favored by the three great Blue Abyss heavenly venerates. With such hope, how could they turn to the fallen civilization? The teenager was suddenly enlightened. That was indeed the case. This was a matter of interest, directly tied with interest. As long as they offered greater benefits than the fallen civilization, it would be fine. If it wasn't a last resort, who would choose to fall? If the three heavenly venerates stopped their time, they would temporarily gain eternal life. They would have enough time to max out their 4 genes, walk the path of level 9, and step into level 10. As long as they had enough time, all the gods with enough talent would be level 10. Even if a spy came, he would still switch sides. This was because they did not accept those rank 9 Deo cultivators who had already maxed out on their genes. Those who no longer had a future, regardless of whether they had fallen or not, they would all be rejected. They would only accept future geniuses. They naturally knew who to follow and had a better future. They would definitely join them to resist the fallen civilization. As a result, their deep blue divine territory was growing crazily and the resistance was getting stronger and stronger. However, they were too fat a piece of meat. They would be targeted by more fallen ones, who would join forces and attack them. The universe was a dark forest, and they had already become a huge refugee camp of a civilization. They had built high walls, and countless zombie fallen civilizations outside were secretly coveting them. Do you understand? This is our strength. The dark blue creature laughed arrogantly. When the three celestial venerables take in disciples, they never care about the other party's background. As long as they have heaven-defying talent, it's enough. They knew that, so what if he was a genius sent by a fallen civilization with ulterior motives? The geniuses would definitely switch sides. There's no need to distinguish which side will have a brighter future. The young man had a look of longing. Yes, it was. Joining the Azure Abyss Divine Territory and becoming the disciple of a great existence, becoming their clansman, having a bright future, having the strongest bloodline of the Azure Abyss time, one could create their own Deo and have eternal life. How could they still plunder others? He was too strong. Our abyssal blue divine territory is too powerful. The teenager secretly waved his fist. It's no wonder that most of the ordinary cultivator civilizations would be destroyed in a cycle of 100,000 years, while we have a long and glorious history of 57 years, accommodating thousands of civilizations of various sizes and even passing on for 5 or 6 generations. We are still extremely prosperous. We're from the righteous path, we're upright and honest. The dark blue creature looked at the creature. Therefore, you are the hope of our race. I hope to pass the test and become a disciple of the celestial venerables. I will, the young man said excitedly. A look of relief flashed across the two men's faces, and they explained again, in fact, there are fewer and fewer spies, because many of those who are sent to us will change sides. They can't benefit from us and even have to carry out tasks for us. Are you coveting our common spells that can be seen everywhere? They looked at the civilization and shook their heads. The powerful civilizations that can act as spies must have a deep foundation. How could he not know the general level 9 Deo formation spell? No matter how country bumpkins or how shallow a level 9 civilization's foundation is, it's impossible that they don't know these universal level 9 Deo techniques. In their opinion, it was impossible for him to have any ill intentions. What they taught was ordinary common spells. For example, the time backtrack in front of them was very common. Unless it was a really backward civilization, why would they want common spells like theirs? However, how could a truly backward civilization be a spy and hide from them? This was self-contradictory. This system should be a native of this civilization or an ancient ruin. On the other side, in front of the TV, the players were shocked when they saw the dark blue existences that were lured out. They couldn't help but shout. Brothers, this spell is actually reversing time? Summoning a past image? That's a little powerful. Hurry up and copy. We're learning. It seems that this civilization isn't some backward country bumpkin. They actually know such a powerful and heaven-defying spell. A player said seriously, however, they are probably just some country bumpkins. I just don't know if they know about the god of creation. If he didn't know about the god of creation, he would just be a slightly more powerful country bumpkin. However, this spiritual spell is really awesome. There were spatial fluctuations. This might not be a time spell, but a space spell? I think the principle is a little clearer now. The transmission of light is to summon a distant light image that is transmitted to the outside universe. Sort out the data and information flow within. This principle is quite impressive. Let's see if they have any powerful deist spells. They watched the small TV in high spirits and displayed their traditional spirit. Chapter 985. Arrival. In front of the television. Isn't this little trick a little too detailed? That's right. There's actually such a minute use of the laws. The existences of the various planes were indeed shocked when they saw the development of this TV series. They couldn't see the development of this TV series clearly. At this moment, even Carolyn felt that this method was rather interesting. It wasn't that they couldn't figure it out. Instead, it wasn't so fine to use the distortion of laws in all aspects. For example, see the past was a very niche applied spell. It was useless to the strong of the same realm, and they could only observe the past left by the weak. However, such a small trick is still very useful for the deists of the universe to travel the universe, observe various civilizations, and explore ancient ruins. If you're stronger, you might be able to see the image of this planet from hundreds of years ago. Carolyn secretly evaluated. However, it was unrealistic to jump to light years away and observe the images of the planet from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. By then, the overall observation of the planet would be very vague, and the data information would be too diluted. Only a more powerful existence would be able to do it. Suji, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. He wasn't curious about anything else, but he was curious about that young man. A 120-year-old god? He's really not a weak genius. Suji laughed. Not to mention resources, the other party must have provided resources like the Tower World. However, even though the Tower World was a superscience, under the circumstances of the same unlimited resources, they were already gods in 40 to 50 years. They were even on the path of laws, which was countless times stronger than the other party. However, their body sizes were completely different. At the same time, the insectoid race did not have the path of a Type 8 god, so it was naturally 100% complete. For the other party to walk the path of a Type 8 god at such a young age, it was already very strong. It seems that this civilization is much more powerful than I imagined. At this very moment. O great God of principles, please listen to my prayers and burn the fire of nirvana in front of you to atone for your sins in this world. Take this. Wind of light and shadow. You're courting death. Viola hollered angrily, her staff in hand, looking extremely divine. Foolish magical girl. The witch's entire body emitted light, and the pendulum behind her was spinning. How should I put this? Cough, 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 it's really special. The two dark blue creatures were still observing the situation from the dark with the young man. However, as he looked at it, he actually felt that it was quite interesting. There was a kind of magic to it. However, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that his worldview was subverted. No matter how he studied it, he could not figure out why the more gaudy and beautiful the moves were, the more powerful it was. Even after watching the battle, the magical girl had defeated the witch, but she still had a look of disbelief and couldn't understand what was going on. Whoosh! Viola stopped in her tracks and looked at the empty space. Those strange scenes had all disappeared, and they had returned to the original street. She could not help but react and said, I won. Yes, you've won. You've defeated the witch. The little pet pig floated in the air and said, you have grown into a qualified demoness. One day, you will inherit the strongest magical girl in the history of the universe, round dear eyes. Save the entire world. The strongest in the universe, saving the world. The dark blue creature shook its head. They didn't know how to say it. These words were too exaggerated. The more powerful the existence, the more they realized how small they were, and the less they dared to say it. It seemed that it was indeed a broken civilization system that had lost its inheritance and reverence. There was a crash. They appeared completely in front of Viola. "Who are you the new witches?" Viola raised her wand high and looked at the few of them warily. "We're not witches from this planet. We're from another galaxy." They were speaking in the language of this backward planet. "Cosmic people? Alien?" Viola was still on high alert. "We're kind. We can help you and even support this planet. How about it? Do you want to come with us?" They looked at the two of them, especially the mysterious Pikhu. Viola also looked at Pikhu. She was completely dumbfounded. First, it was the magical girl, then the witch, and now there were a few cosmic people. It had only been a few hours. A few hours ago, she was still an ordinary person. If she had not personally mastered supernatural powers. Pikhu stopped in mid-air and said righteously, "We can't leave. We have to stop the witch on this planet and protect the world. Without us, this planet will be destroyed." "This planet would be destroyed?" The two dark blue creatures looked at each other. They frowned slightly. In fact, they wanted to suggest that they would help you get rid of the witch. After all, she was really not strong, only at the 6th rank. However, he couldn't do it. The witch. Indeed, this kind of creature was very strange to them. It was a creature with some kind of emotion and a dark heart. Before she appeared, they could not even sense the aura of the witch. "We can't deal with it. I'm afraid it's result of some kind of evil and dark emotions hidden in people's hearts. They are usually scattered and hidden in the hearts of the people, so we are unable to detect them at all." They looked at each other. This was the characteristic of evil. They didn't cultivate the incense system, so it was very difficult to eradicate and find them. It was just like the ancient barons back then, very difficult to deal with. As for Ultraman's opposing dark emotions, an evil god with the strength of a shaman who had stepped into the path of level 9 had long been placed in this land, scattered, and hidden in the dark. They looked at each other and secretly conversed. "In that case, we can apply to the higher dimension to bring this planet into the blue abyss divine territory." "Are you crazy? Only mid-tier extraordinary civilizations and above have the right to be dragged into the deep blue divine territory. Our subplane already has more than 3,000 planets and is close to saturation. This ordinary planet has no right to be dragged into it. However, I can't figure it out now. If this planet has that mysterious witch, it might have some value. I have to report this to the higher UPS. Bring this lady to our dimension and let the more knowledgeable inspectors observe their civilization system and see if there are any special differences." As they conversed, they sorted out their thoughts and said to Viola with a pleasant expression, "Little girl, although we can't help you, we can bring you to our world as a temporary guest. The flow of time there is different, and you can cultivate there. When you come out, it will be better for you to defeat the witch." "Is it a spiritual time house?" Pikhu said. The two of them looked at each other. As expected, there were records of this in the high-dimensional space-time. "But I still have to attend classes in the afternoon." Viola was a little hesitant. "It's fine, just take a leave of absence. Come to our God's world, you'll like it there." The two of them smiled. "It's a vast world that even we know the entire land. If you cultivate there, you'll be able to come out in the afternoon to deal with the witch." Whoosh! In front of the TV viewers, the camera turned and gradually entered a space-time tunnel. Chapter 986. Dumbfounded. Following Chubby's camera, they saw a boundless black starry sky that was vast and gorgeous. A small bright red sun that was only 1/3 the size of Earth's sun hung in the sky. Around the sun, there were many extraordinary planets floating in the air. They were beautiful and gathered into a vast galaxy. A group of people directly passed through it. "What is this?" This subspace was actually 1/3 the size of the solar system. Moreover, the density was extremely high, with more than 3,000 planets revolving around the sun. "Isn't this civilization a little too huge?" Carolyn suddenly stood up. She had previously thought that the nomad body of the nomad civilization would be extremely huge, but she had never thought that it would be this huge. "The most terrifying thing is a sun?" This extraordinary civilization actually moved a sun into their own internal space. This was too exaggerated. Perhaps, the expansion of the subspace could be done over a long period of accumulation and storage. As long as there were enough resources and time, it could continue to expand. It might be possible to do so in hundreds of thousands of years. However, a single sun was enough to show its true power. This wasn't something that could be accomplished with time. Even though it was a small sun, it was still a sun. Moving a life planet was something that a complete rank 9 immortal cultivator could do, even though it was time-consuming and laborious. If it was someone like Renemansky, who had already mastered the laws of the gravitational field and was a super life form that was half the size of a planet, it would be even easier. It would be as simple as eating and drinking. Hence, the universe garden had 50 to 60 planets, so it was very natural for them to be cast into a garden castle. As for the moving sun, they were not on the same level. The size of this small sun was more than 300,000 times the size of a normal life planet. What did 300,000 times mean? It was so big that it was hard to imagine, like a football field compared to a marble. Carolyn took a deep breath and continued to organize her thoughts. That's right. A level 10 weaker than a normal level 9 might be countless times stronger. If I move slowly and change my flying trajectory. In theory, it could be moved, but only in theory. The sun is a giant fireball of lava. A level 10 weaker might be able to move a large rock planet of the same scale, but it didn't mean that they could move a sun of the same scale. It was a huge fireball. It was extremely unstable, and tens of thousands of nuclear energy reactions were constantly erupting on its surface, forming raging flames that surged everywhere. How are you going to move? This was not on the same level of difficulty. However, they still moved over 10 levels weaker. Was this the power of being 10 levels weaker? The three great heavenly venerates of the Azure Abyss Divine Domain have indeed come into contact with the life forms of the next dimension after rank 9 deist cultivators. Caroline closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Since they can move, the ancient gods can naturally move too. It can move a small sunday. In her eyes, the ancient gods were definitely one of the most powerful weaker level 10 gods. They could naturally move, and they could move the sun and moon with their hands. For great existences at this level, they could also move the sun. As for the sun in the inner space. When Carolyn saw this scene, she suddenly had a bone-chilling thought. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. The 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. There were countless living beings living in the 9 small spaces, and the space in the center was the Danshan. And the Danshan was the power furnace. Did the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art of the ancient god stuff a similar small sun into the center of his Danshan? If that's the case, it's no wonder that our race can sweep across those of the same level and life forms tens of thousands of times larger than us despite being so tiny in size. We can even fight super large iron-based life forms that are half the size of a planet as ants without being at a disadvantage. We might even have the upper hand. Carolyn's expression turned completely solemn. At this moment, she finally realized how big the gap was between her level 9 realm and the real level 10, which was beyond the level of the ancient gods. No wonder I said that I'm a rank 9, a super ancient god. He only asked me to continue working hard. It seems that I'm still far from being a Deo protector. Caroline took a deep breath. And when I face this rank 9 monster who has stepped onto this path of a weak rank 10, even if I have cultivated my Deo foundation to perfection and have 4 very strong systems at the same time, I'm afraid that I can only immediately escape. If we don't run and stop, we might be killed instantly. She secretly evaluated. With the rise of her horizons, she finally and completely understood the details of the ancient gods and their strength. At this moment, little Shiji was stunned. Wow, this civilization is so big. Medusa looked at the vast and magnificent picture on the small TV and was completely shocked. A small sun? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? This is the true power of a level 9 powerhouse, weaker than a level 10. The lifespan of a tier 9 was too long. In addition, a small realm was the accumulation of energy, and there was no limit to the breakthrough. One only needed to wait for time to reach it. Basically, any level 9 was a high-level level 9. As such, there were only 2 types of realms within the 9 tiers. One was the high-level 9, unable to break through. One was a level 9 that had stepped onto the path of a weaker level 10. This was the true overlord among the level 9 powerhouses. This number of Overlord level 9th ranked powerhouses was a 1 in 10,000 chance of being able to continue on their future path. She looked at Renemansky, who was watching the TV, and became more alert and solemn. As expected, this kind of existence is unimaginably terrifying. In fact, Suji, who was watching the TV, was a little confused himself. Isn't this too fierce? This was even greater than the difference between a Tier 8 god and a Tier 9 god. As expected, the further one advanced in each realm, the more exaggerated and obvious the gap would be. Distorting the laws and creating one's own laws are not creatures of the same dimension. Suji shook his head and laughed. He had truly opened his eyes. I've been cultivating for 7 or 8 months, and I've finally seen such an unimaginably powerful alien civilization in the universe. Yes, it was. In the past, Suji had not taken the Teal civilization seriously at all. It was only now that he truly felt that this was the truly terrifying and powerful civilization. At this moment, many people in front of the TV were very excited. The 2 blue creatures that were leading Viola away smiled and said, "Spectacular, this is the embodiment of our Azure Abyss Divine Territory's hard power. Every civilization that enters will be instantly frightened." This was moving a small sun. In fact, this was something that most of the other existences at the same realm couldn't do. Distorting the parameters, changing the trajectory of the sun, and dropping it into the pocket of the inner space, many great beings could do it, but it was definitely not that simple. Countless powerful nuclear explosions would occur on the surface at any time, causing instability. The turbulence in movement might even lead to explosions. These factors were extremely difficult to deal with. Apart from us 3 overgods who have the power to control the laws of time and stop the sun's temperature and activity to partially cool it down, the 3 celestial venerables have worked together and spent countless years to achieve this miracle. Ivila was already scared out of her wits. As an ordinary person, she had never seen such a bizarre thing in her entire life. Chapter 987. The civilization that froze time. In fact, anyone who saw this magnificent scene would be shocked. Even the 2 weak rank 9 Deo cultivators who had lived here for a long time were like this. Every time they saw this deep blue divine territory, they would be extremely proud. This was the power of time. In fact, even for beings of this level, moving a planet, or even a sun, was an unimaginably long project. After all, the stars were too vast and nature was too magnificent. It was even more difficult than a foolish man moving a mountain. In this situation, it was as difficult as an adult moving Mount Everest with a shovel and a shovel. However, their lifespans were too long. In the tens of thousands of years, even if they moved a little every day, it was enough to create such a magnificent historical site. Furthermore, most of the time, this kind of existence would move the planet while cultivating. Multitasking was very normal in the eyes of this level of existence. Whoosh! They landed on the planet closest to them. There were all sorts of creatures in the surroundings. They were either queuing up or doing some other activities. It was bustling as they gathered on a sacred square with dark blue gemstone floors. As they stepped into the city, the dark blue creature introduced. "This is the trading place at the entrance. It's the city of Nader. Many experts gather here to accept missions, explore various historical remains, and also take the assessment for the new life planet. There are also many foreign life forms like you who live here temporarily for about 50 to 300 years. A temporary residence like mine, what?" Viola was shocked. She looked around and saw that there were indeed some very weak creatures that were running, jumping, and touching everywhere with curious expressions. Some of the more powerful gods were actually very friendly to these extremely weak living beings and were carefully teaching them. These gods took on a level 2 evaluation job commission for a planet. I'm a level 1 evaluation, exploring the planet and then picking up some creatures. They'll let the creatures on the planet live and teach them to cultivate to a certain level before they can check the bloodline potential of the race. If they pass, they can join our Azure Abyss Divine Territory. If you fail, ignore this civilization and put it back. Viola was completely dumbfounded. So I have to be like them and stay here for 50 to 60 years? I still have to go to school. You clearly told me that one afternoon would be enough. Don't worry, we have comprehensive measures against foreign civilizations. Even if it's an ordinary living being, we'll try our best not to affect their lives. In advanced civilizations, the flow of time is different. Although it doesn't cover the entire subspace, Our more than 100 rank 9 Deo cultivators have covered most of the area. The dark blue creature had a look of longing on its face. You only need one afternoon here, and decades will have passed. At night, we will send you back to sleep. The next day, you will go to school as usual. In fact, there are similar legends circulating in many civilizations. For example, when they were captured by aliens, it felt like decades had passed, but only a few hours had passed when they returned. A few hours? Viola was completely stunned again. What a magnificent and vast scene it was. He roamed the universe, roamed the planets, and explored ancient ruins. He was like a free eagle in the universe. I'll be received by them and I'll go cultivate. Viola said. No, you can have the two of us take over. Your situation is very special for these weak tier 8 gods, and you can't afford to make a mistake. The dark blue creature laughed. How could he let others have the fat meat in his hands? Every time they received and investigated a powerful transcendent race, it would mean unimaginable rewards. They could even be valued by the experts of the higher levels. You guys have over 100 complete Type 9 divine beasts. Pikhu could not help but ask. When the players heard this number, they felt that it was average. After all, it was a long alliance of 570,000 civilizations. This was not just one civilization, but thousands of civilizations gathered together. On average, only one complete rank 9 Deo achieving individual would appear in 30 to 40 civilizations. To be fair, it was just like that. After all, the vision of a keyboard saint wasn't fake. You actually know of a rank 9 Deo reaching expert? It seems that your civilization's foundation is quite strong. However, the dark blue being was pleasantly surprised. This meant that this civilization had once been powerful, and it could not help but say proudly, yes, our core committee has 107 rank 9s, known as the Time Perpetual Motioners, and one level above them are the 3 great celestial masters. The dark blue creature was quite curious about this little magic pet, so it didn't hide anything. This was public information, so it smiled and replied, we have eternal life and have never experienced the alternation of death. For 570,000 years, there has never been a Type 9 powerhouse who has fallen. It has been accumulating. It is normal to have more than 100 of them. When the players heard this, they thought, you have immortality behind you. That would be even more trashy. Who knew that the next sentence would directly make them dumbfounded? Yes, more than 100. In fact, in 570,000 years, how can there be only 100 under normal circumstances? It was possible to accumulate thousands of them. It's just that our requirements are higher. Higher. Pikhu began to feel that something was wrong. Our rank 9s all have perfect 4-gene Deo foundations. More than 100 of them have been polished to perfection before breaking through. Therefore, in 570,000 years, there were only more than 100 of them. Every one of them was a terrifying and forbidden existence in the legends. They were enough to make countless civilizations cry in fear. Even some low-leveled civilizations were spreading their terrifying legends. In fact, eternal life was also accompanied by flaws. The speed of cultivation was too slow. The average lifespan of these 100-plus demons is around 200,000 to 300,000. The players were completely dumbfounded. There were more than 100 of those with a perfect Deo foundation at the 9th rank, which meant that they were on the same level as Ditchi and Carolyn. Since everyone was cultivating all 4 bloodline systems at the same time, they would be on the same foundation. They would compete to see which of the 4 genes was stronger. Naturally, they believed that Carolyn and Ditchi's genes and bloodlines were extremely heaven-defying and had 2 or 3 ultimate systems. However, since their opponents also had 4 genes, they might be a little weaker. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, but the difference wouldn't be too great. At the very least, they should have 1 or 2 genes that could be brought out, right? All of a sudden, the players began to boil. He's a little fierce. This civilization is as hardcore as us and is determined to fight for the perfect Tao foundation? This civilization is very prosperous. Perhaps, it's almost comparable to the prosperous civilization of the ancient gods. Even if the other party is slightly weaker, it might not be by much. It's a pity that the civilization of the ancient gods has been destroyed, and it's still being rebuilt. All the players were analyzing the information they got from the small TV. It was a terrifying super civilization alliance. 200,000 to 300,000 years of life just to break through from level 8 to level 9? When Carolyn saw this, she revealed an indescribable expression. She and Ditchy had both broken through in less than 10,000 years. This was normal as a level 8 god's lifespan was 8,000 years. If they failed to break through, they would die of old age. And the other party was so long. Is it a side effect of immortality? Carolyn took a deep breath. After all, eternal life had its side effects. The eternal life of the ancient gods was to sleep for half the time, which could also be considered as having one's cultivation speed reduced by half. However, the side effect of the other party's immortality was probably cultivation speed reduction. It actually reduced the speed by an estimated 50 to 60 times. The other party's talent for immortality is much more inferior than the flaws of the ancient gods. Taking a deep breath, Carolyn said, however, from what we can see, the other party's immortality doesn't require him to be in a deep sleep. He's always in a clear state of mind. This is a powerful advantage. The danger of the ancient gods was because they had to sleep. It was useless no matter how strong he was. He would only be slaughtered if he slept. The other party, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. Because the other party had once said, these 107 rank 9 existences each covered a part of the high-dimensional space-time at all times and maintained order. This meant that they did not need to sleep at all. Carolyn's expression turned completely serious. Is it time? I seem to have some understanding of the other party's principle of immortality. Could it be that he had frozen the flow of time in his body, frozen the metabolism of his body, and so on? It was as if he had sealed himself in ice to achieve eternal life. However, such eternal life would freeze the time of the body, which also means that the speed of one's cultivation would be extremely slow. How smart was she? As a super magic core computer, he was able to see through the principles and effects of the other party's core bloodline from the traces of the other party in an instant. Chapter 988. She's too much of a wimp, I can't help it. At this time, in front of the TV, the dark blue creature laughed, as if it was speaking its heart to him. I'm still polishing myself on the path of a weak 9th tier, and I'm already more than 100,000 years old. I'm still polishing my perfect Deo foundation, and I hope that one day, I can also break through. I hope I don't die of old age. Aren't you guys immortal? Piku asked again. He felt that the other party was very good at dealing with people. He talked about private matters with you, got closer to you, and also gained sympathy. Sigh, only the 3 great heavenly venerates and few of their direct disciples possess the legendary time talent. They can stop the time in our bodies, and the place where time stops is the deep blue. We have to stay there so that our lives won't age. However, how could they stay there forever and help us stop time for free? The dark blue creature shook its head and laughed bitterly. We need to go out to accept missions and explore the ruins. We need to exchange enough treasures for enough time. He's been staying inside. If they didn't have enough points, they wouldn't be able to enter the deep blue and they would die of old age outside. At this time, they were doing missions outside, exploring ruins, and evaluating the planet. They were constantly aging. Only the 107 true cultivators were the permanent members of the committee. They were high and mighty, mysterious and unpredictable, and could stay in deep blue all the time, enjoying the still time. And they didn't get it for nothing. The mission they received did not require them to go out. They only had one mission, which was to cover the entire subspace, the deep blue divine territory, and the high-dimensional space-time at all times. Both the strong and the weak, including the 3 celestial venerables Blue Abyss, were the gears of the entire civilization. Only by operating precisely in them could the entire civilization survive for more than 500,000 years in an extremely reasonable and effective way. In fact, if the 2 of them had taken a step further, they would have completely escaped death and become members of the committee, walking towards a truly boundless future. In theory, to be able to become one of the 107 perpetual motioners, one could break through level 10 steadily. However, that was only in theory. Even if one didn't have to consider longevity while staying in deep blue, the cultivation speed was only 2%, which meant that no matter how talented a rank 9 immortal cultivator was, he could break through to rank 10 in 100,000 years. They would have to multiply it by 50 times, which meant that in theory, they would only be able to break through to rank 10 in 5 million years. However, this was only the time for the most talented to break through in theory. They would definitely take much longer. If it wasn't for their lack of talent, who would have chosen this path? It was naturally better to take the normal path. Around 8,000 years, he would maxed out on his 4th gene and break through to rank 9. Rank 9 would take 100,000 years to break through to rank 10. It was precisely because he was not confident that he had chosen to do so. He was using time to break through to the next realm. That was why they valued Viola so much. The points that could be exchanged were enough for them to stay in Deep Blue for a long time without going out to do missions. When Su Ji saw this, his expression became strange. Perpetual motion Earths? I think it's the eternal freezer. It was frozen in time. No wonder this civilization could survive until now. Even the 3 great heavenly venerates thought that they could transcend and become the ultimate existences of the universe because they had mastered core technology. This bloodline is too interesting. It can actually grant other living beings eternal life temporarily. So, I'm not afraid of spies at all. Even if you're a spy, you'll be driven by benefits and have to work for me. It is one of the super gears that will develop the entire alliance and form a huge world. Even Su Ji felt that this bloodline was extremely shameless. If you were to stay in that state of eternal life and stop your aging, your cultivation speed would only be 1/50th of your normal speed. This meant that you would have to endure an unimaginably long period of time. For example, more than 100 complete Type 9 powerhouses took 200,000 to 300,000 years to break through. Were they happy? Have you made it? He had to work at least 5 million years before he had the chance to break through to level 10. 5 million years. This civilization was only 570,000 years old. This big picture was too round. Having a good aptitude is not as good as having a good birth. The bloodline of the race that is born with a good aptitude has led to a huge gap. This Blue Abyss clan has mastered time stop and can stand at the top. With this bloodline, they can form a link between civilizations and form a super alliance. This was also the reason why all the players wanted to reincarnate well. This was too important. They were born at the top of the world, so in their previous lives, they had crazy liver cirrhosis and evolved into more powerful species with greater potential. But this civilization is too shameless, too pitiful. Even Su Ji could not help but shake his head and sigh. He had never seen such a shameless civilization before. I really want to save them from their misery and come into my arms. But Su Ji was just saying it. The other party had a civilization of more than 500,000 years, and just the 107 resident committees were enough to make people's scalps numb. From a fair point of view, this civilization indeed had the possibility of breaking through to level 10. Perhaps they could be the next ancestor of the iron-based life form. All civilizations that have a chance of reaching level 10 are extremely exaggerated and heaven-defying. Su Ji was thoroughly aware of this. At this moment, walking on the street, Lan Ermin was still smiling as she explained. You have to know that not every species from a life planet can join us. Only species with special potential can join us. However, how rare are the species with powerful life bloodlines that are naturally produced? It's already a miracle that a planet with life is born in the universe, and it's even more of a miracle that a powerful bloodline is born from life. Viola listened to the introduction and felt very shocked. These people from the universe were too terrifying. She was chosen because she was an extremely smart person. She couldn't help but say in her heart. Fortunately, she was a talented magical girl. Otherwise, she would not have any special treatment. At this moment, a black sludge-like creature slowly walked over from the distance. It had an extremely cold aura and said, Lan Ermin, you're bringing a newcomer again. Get lost. This female creature is not someone you can touch. She has a mysterious power. The leading dark blue creature looked disgusted. That's pity. The black sludge creature looked at Viola with a regretful expression, as if it wanted to see through her. Its gaze was burning. A mysterious power? Looks like you're in luck to have picked up a powerful race, why didn't I pick it up? Little girl, if you want to obtain power, you can choose to come and find me. The sludge creature turned around and left, bringing with it some other strange-looking acolytes. The Bhikha flew in the sky and the camera took a close-up of the sludge creature. He was speechless. Who's that? Why does he look like a supervillain? That fellow is someone who specializes in dealing with races that do not have much potential, Lan Ermin smiled. After all, many lives do not have strong bloodlines after the assessment. This dark magus would find them and bewitch them to undergo genetic modification and bloodline modification. Perhaps some kind of miracle would appear in the future and they would become a strong fighting force. Their race specialized in this. However, life is the most mysterious. Apart from natural evolution, any modification or fusion of bloodlines will result in genetic instability and various defects. Then is there any way to naturally develop the bloodline? The young man said. How is that possible? Lan Man shook her head. Do you know how long it takes for a living being to evolve? It would take at least tens of millions of years for a species to evolve and mature. Our civilization is only 500,000 years old. The evolution of life was the most beautiful and irreplaceable miracle in the universe. The history of biological evolution was the source of life in the universe. The source of all miracles and hope. If there really is such an existence that can create the source of the universe, then it must be at an unimaginably great height. According to my current level of knowledge, if there really is such an existence, it must be an unbelievable level 10, or even far beyond level 10, and has created some kind of gene that is comparable to the unknown trembling of the entire universe. At this moment, a voice came from the side. That's not a gene, nor is it some kind of creature, much less a race. It's some sort of vague concept, a god of creation. Their hearts trembled. They turned around and realized that it was Pikhu, the little pet, who had spoken. The god of creation. Lan Man was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded, and then he shook his head again, not saying anything. Cough, cough, cough. Let's go back to the villain, Sludge. Isn't it very evil for him to conduct evil biological experiments? Aren't you going to stop them? Pikhu asked. Lan Man shook her head. How vast is the azure abyss divine domain? There were all kinds of races, and the three great heavenly venerates were very tolerant. They were extremely tolerant toward any extraordinary system. As long as it doesn't cross the bottom line. What's the bottom line? Forcing and secretly killing the other civilizations on this land, as well as resisting the cultivation of technology. We're a pure divine plane with extraordinary powers. Pikhu was broadcasting the scene. The players were deep in thought when they saw this. He seemed to be more tolerant than he had imagined. However, it was only natural. How could such an existence care about such a trivial matter? Moreover, the best choice was for civilization to develop freely to the maximum. Then our magical girl civilization can also survive here without interference? Pikhu suddenly winked and said. Yes, you're free to play. Lainerman laughed and said, the tolerance of civilization is indeed very high. If they can even tolerate that kind of dark sorcerer, then the so-called magical girls who represent justice like you will naturally have no problem. In their eyes, this magical girl was still very upright. Pikhu was excited. This meant. At this moment, the black sludge monster returned with a strange, weak creature behind it. It laughed and said, the life form you brought back is probably around the 5th step, right? It's hard to imagine that a rank 5 genius would appear on a backward planet. He's only a teenager and has a strange unknown bloodline. I'm in charge of this test battle and found a rank 5 apprentice that I just modified. Is that okay? The black sludge wizard was still very interested in Viola. Naturally. Lan Man didn't refuse. Testing, this was normal. Please advise me. A strange humanoid creature with red blood vessels squirming on its shoulders slowly walked out. I come from a planet that has just developed low-level technology. Please advise me. I'm from a low-class planet. I'm a middle school student, Viola answered quickly. The two of them bowed and began to fight. Gradually, powerful existences appeared around the square, watching the scene with interest. After all, Lan Ermin and her partner were very strong weak rank 9s. They had already completed 100% of the path of law and were polishing their 4 genes. They were one of the people who were close to entering the Supreme Perpetual Motioner Committee. Boom! In an instant, a bright light enveloped them. The great god of circular theory, please bestow me with divine power. This was the second time that Viola had gotten used to this. She took out her walking stick and slowly floated into the air. Her entire body was flowing with a colorful radiance. The spotlight shone on the top of her head, and pieces of beautiful silk-like clothes covered her. Magical girl, transform! The young man with blood vessels was stunned. Such gaudy movements, such stupid moves, slogans, and not simple starting moves. Are you trying to humiliate me? You're looking for death. He was instantly enraged and flew over. He was already a little envious of the other party. His bloodline talent was not strong, otherwise, he would not have chosen to accept the transformation. He clearly knew that it would be very miserable, but he still had no other path to choose. If you give hope, you are destined to pay the same amount of despair. This is the structure of us magical girls. Let's bloom. Flame flower. Go! Viola shouted softly. Her elegant movements were like the most beautiful music notes, giving people a sense of enjoyment. What kind of system was this? Was the inheritance broken? How could this be? Good looking? All the powerful existences around them were stunned. They could only describe it as good. This was too cumbersome. The only advantage was that it looked good, but the battle would definitely be the fastest to die. If you only live for yourself, then you should bear everything yourself. Ovala's voice was touching, and his face was gentle. I bet my courage, integrity, and life on this. Evil witch, get out of this world. Wind, flower, snow, moon change. Not only did he read out the moves with a serious face, but he also had a change. The young man with blood vessels was completely furious. This person was clearly toying with him. Such a ridiculous move, as cumbersome as a dance, and accompanied by an embarrassing slogan, was this an insult to him? Go to hell! He had brought out his true combat strength. It was because he felt his scalp go numb when they collided. It was obviously so ridiculous and didn't conform to battle logic, but the power was unexpectedly strong. It was like a stormy sea, its power ferocious. Viola's expression was gentle and sorrowful as she softly floated in the air. If the magical girl was born from hope, then the witch was born from a curse. The magical girl spread hope, while the witch spread despair. This is the condensation of all my hope. Take this! The teenager with the blood vessels roared in anger. He was being beaten until he was forced to retreat. He roared hysterically, I admit defeat. Who's the next one to evaluate? Hurry up and do it! Under the bombardment of all kinds of magic, the young man with blood vessels turned around and ran away. He covered his head and dodged all kinds of attacks. She's too cowardly. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 989. Save this rotten world. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. He screamed loudly. Watching the contestant scurrying away while covering his head and being beaten up by the magical girl. The people around them were also dumbfounded. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Indeed, this young man's decision to give up was the wisest choice. This was because he had already used all his strength, but he was still very aggrieved. Who could resist being madly baptized by such good-looking moves and those embarrassing lines? No one's self-esteem could withstand it. Humph, you cowards! You can be defeated, but you can't admit defeat. Defeat is an instant matter, but defeat is an entire lifetime. Viola put away her staff and looked at the young man with veins who had admitted defeat. With a serious expression, she said, I feel like a witch is being born in your heart. My heart is giving birth to a witch? The teenager with blood vessels was completely dumbfounded. He had a blank look on his face and felt that his mind was completely blank. He looked at how serious the other party was and even wondered if a demoness was really born in his heart. At the side, the crowd was also whispering. How can this move be so powerful? It doesn't conform to the logic of the movements and moves at all. It's too cumbersome and redundant to cast a normal spiritual spell like this, but... What's the witch she's talking about? I don't know. A demoness born from the heart? The difficulty is some kind of special creature with evil emotions. This civilization cultivates the emotions of the human heart? That's right, I feel that her power is somewhat similar to the power of human emotions. The surrounding people were whispering and analyzing in silence. After all, a battle was meant to test one's potential. Can I ask, the lines you said? The black sludge wizard could not help but say. This is the incantation for magic. With a matter-of-fact expression, Viola said in a deep voice, how can I cast magic without chanting the incantation? Defeating the witch and practicing the incantation was the only way to save the world. To be honest, a new witch's night is about to arrive, and countless witches are about to appear. The gods? They were even more confused. If they were in a lower realm, they might have believed it. However, in their eyes, this was the most ridiculous thing. He could cast a spell by just chanting an incantation with his mouth and moving his mouth? The use of spiritual power and bloodline power was the foundation of powerful combat power. They had never heard of any extraordinary system that relied on the use of one's mouth to say some lines that could secretly conform to the laws of the universe and obtain powerful combat power. Cough, cough, cough. Next, who's up? Lan Ermin had seen it once before, so she was naturally not surprised. She looked around, and as expected, the other powerful existences also showed a strange expression like she did. However, when they turned their heads and looked at him, they gradually revealed a strange look. It was as if he was looking at a pervert. After all, there was no one to mislead him. How could this teenager be so confident in saying these awkward lines in battle? What kind of strange incantation was he chanting? Why are you all looking at me? They should be looking at the main character, Viola. Such a bright and beautiful victory was extraordinary. By the way, who's next? Lan Man looked around and snorted coldly. In fact, he was also a little embarrassed and speechless. I really didn't teach you this. This is a dance move that this civilization has come with. But Viola felt that this was very normal. It was because he had received the inheritance of the magical girl and all kinds of magic spells. The Nouveau Riche's golden magic staff, which was embedded with a magic core, had passed on all kinds of lines and actions to her, allowing her to learn so many powerful moves. However, the more powerful the move, the longer the incantation. In the player's words, this was the script and the director. Without a script, without a director to know the actions and lines, how could one be a competent actor? If he didn't fit the image of the masses, how could he be a god of incense and display his power? It was like a Buddha statue in a temple. You had to accept the worship and incense of all living beings, and you had to conform to the impression that the living beings had of you, as well as the corresponding actions. Who wants to go? The sludge wizard looked around. Everyone was silent as they looked at the magical girl holding a magic staff. They felt a little overwhelmed. Since it's so powerful, then there's no need to follow the normal procedure and step by step. How about we directly send a rank 6? At this time, the black sludge wizard laughed sinisterly. The modification apprentice he had sent out was already a very powerful one among the 5th step. Since he had fallen, it proved that the little girl's strength was indeed very mysterious. Although it looked awkward and didn't conform to battle logic, it was indeed powerful. And from the level 7 Heavenly Emperor onwards, one would not be able to fight above one's level. This was because each realm would start to increase in dimension, and the gap would become larger as one advanced. However, it was still possible to fight above one's level when one was below the 6th rank. Directly to the 6th step? I can. Lan Man said. Who's up? The Dark Magus laughed. This time, after exchanging a glance, someone chose to step forward. It was a red-skinned lizardman. He bit the bullet and said, "Please give me your guidance. Please give me your guidance." With a solemn expression, Viola raised her staff high and took the lead to attack. She slowly floated up into the air. The key that hides the power of hope in your heart. Show me your true power. Viola, the one who made a promise with you, commands you. The power that is sleeping in your left hand. The seal has been lifted. The lizardman warrior fell silent. There's a seal, it wasn't lifted. However, his gaze turned completely serious and incomparably solemn. This female creature's combat power was clearly stronger than before. He had even changed his clothes, so it was obvious that he was in a new battle form. However, what did it mean that the stronger the form, the less clothes he had to wear? However, he didn't care about these problems. The fact that he was able to fight showed that he didn't care about the interference of these strange combat modes. As a serious and hard-working warrior, he only cared about fighting. Boom! Opposite him, Viola had completely transformed. She waved the staff in her hand wildly, and countless light bullets bombarded over. She muttered in a low voice. The long night is coming. From now on, I will watch and fight the demoness until I die. I won't marry, I won't become a god. I won't wear a crown, I won't fight for glory. I will be loyal to my duty, and I will live and die here. I am the sharp sword that cuts through the dawn, the guardian of the supreme general of the night, the flame that fended off evil, the curse of the witch of daybreak, the horn that awakens the slum bears, the strong shield that protects the world. I offer my life and glory to the magical girl. Tonight will be like this, and every night will be like this. She raised her staff high, an endless light shone down. Magical girl, transform! Boom! A holy golden radiance circulated. The lizardman on the other side became completely serious and respectful. It seems that you are worthy of my serious treatment. This magical girl. It seemed like their civilization had encountered an unimaginable disaster, and such a petite girl had to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. On the side, the great existences who were watching and peeking in secret were slightly stunned. They looked at each other and their expressions became more serious. At first, she felt very awkward, but now, after listening to it for a while, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. And the girl of this civilization must have really carried a lot of heavy missions to save her own world. Boom! A new battle began. You are a brave warrior. The lizardman was completely serious. His fighting style was extremely simple. He was like a soldier who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In an instant, the two sides were fighting each other, and they were actually exchanging blows. Receive my attack. Viola stood up slowly. What did she give us? There was only suffering, sorrow, death, and despair. This was a day of corruption and degeneration. This was a day of decay. This was the day everything was destroyed. This was because the witch's night is coming at dusk. We must light up the world with hope. She will be destroyed in the flames of our hatred. In the future, we will become 5 colored petals that fall on the fallen land. I will renew this old world with pale flames. Blossoming, witch's judgment spear. She waved her staff and it crashed down. The entire lizardman seemed to be frozen in an instant, unable to move. All the existences were shocked. Law, it's the power of law. This magical girl, no wonder her movements are so strange. It doesn't conform to the principles of combat, because the technique she used. It's the law. Rank 5, using the power of law, from what I know, only a small number of powerful level 9 civilizations can do it. Did the fallen rank 9s pass down their laws in some form? This young girl might have obtained an inheritance. Is it the inheritance of the witch that he mentioned? Or, this civilization was originally the spark of some kind of power, forming a divine spark that was passed down from generation to generation. In that case, this civilization system would be quite unique. Several powerful existences looked at each other. With a law, it was equivalent to a mortal being able to use the power of a god. There was no need to continue fighting. All of a sudden, the battle stopped. Let's discuss and analyze the video of the battle. The few beings in charge of the evaluation turned around and discussed, while Viola could only sit where she was and wait. Many people had gathered in the surroundings, their faces filled with shock and awe. Witch's Night, you've been talking about it all this time. What is that? The 100-year-old god, who was the disciple of the 2 dark blue creatures, could not help but ask. The Witch's Night is a tidal night where the witches gather and explode. A large number of witches will appear and form a disaster. I must fight against the witches. Viola was very serious as she explained according to her inherited memories. The surrounding creatures gathered around, their faces full of admiration. But it's fine here. There won't be a witch's night here. Someone said. Viola shook her head. That is impossible. The witch and the magical girl are natural enemies. As long as I appear here, the witch will also appear here and cause a disaster. Everyone was shocked. The demoness would also appear here? This civilization was so strange. There was no way to enter their alternate dimension from the outside. Yes, Viola. To become the most powerful witch in history, the responsibility on your shoulders is unimaginable. At this moment, Pikhu said. Viola turned around and mumbled, oh right, was she once the most powerful magical girl in history? What kind of person was she? Pikhu said, Lumwi Yuan, all of our magic power comes from her. Her theory of ring was the strongest source of magic power. It had the power to change the order of the universe and interfere with all the timelines of the universe. He once saved all the witches on the timeline, eliminated the dark evil in the depths of the human heart from the root, and stopped the tragedy of the witches. Round deer eyes? Everyone was immersed in their history. As for the Rubik's Cube girl, she originates from the light of hope in the human heart. As long as the power of the human heart exists, we will not be destroyed. Pikhu's face was filled with complicated sorrow, but he was unusually excited. The people around them were also touched. Good luck, magical girl. Good luck. You can defeat the witch and save your civilization. At this moment, the red-skinned lizardman walked out. In fact, without any other experts stopping him, he had already been killed by that nomological attack. They were not on the same level. However, he didn't have any resentment. The strong preyed on the weak, that was all. As a proud warrior, he had no shame. He was even a little touched by this girl's deeds. The lizardman could not help but ask, "Can I become a magical girl and fight with you? To welcome the light of hope, and to renew this old world with pale flames." Chapter 990. The Division of Light and Darkness. At this moment, Lan Ermin and all the other powerful existences, after observing the battle, had gone to the evaluation meeting of the race's potential. Only a few low-level gods and a large number of low-level experts who were temporarily staying were left standing in this vast stone square. "Can I join?" The people around them watched the big shots leave and listened to the lizardman's words. Their eyes were burning. This was no longer a question of whether they were cowardly or not. Even though they were not very experienced, they could still tell that this power was extremely terrifying. That was a law, which meant that this civilization was at least an extraordinary system at the level of Deo cultivators. In this mythological world, the vast and boundless azure abyss divine territory was too powerful for them, who had low-level bloodlines. It was something they looked forward to. This was already a rare opportunity, and it was worth the risk. That's impossible. The number of magical girls is limited, and there are less than 10 inheritances of magical girls. These ancient magical girl inheritances will choose the existence that they like. Pikhu, the little magic pet, said as it floated in the sky. The inheritance would choose the girl it liked? This was an excuse. There was a limit to the faith in the tower world. Just like creating a star, the traffic was limited. Every Joss flame god would divide up a large area of Joss flame flow, which was extremely precious. How could they give away the limited Joss flame deity position so easily? The surrounding people were slightly stunned and could not help but show that they had expected it. How could such a powerful force be found everywhere? Even the genius disciple of Lan Man couldn't help but think, it is indeed the inheritance of the torch. It is an extraordinary civilization system that has been inherited from generation to generation. There are less than 10 places to inherit? However, it's still okay to tell you the history of US magical girls. Pikhu sat down. This is our prehistoric history and elegy. The surrounding people were also quite curious. After all, reading the lines was very cool at first, but after listening to it for a while and watching a few battles, he inexplicably accepted it. He even felt that it was a little interesting and enjoyable. It was like watching a TV show. It was like watching a beautiful and elegant dance performance, which was pleasing to the eye. It should be known that normal battles between powerhouses were too decisive and cold, and they wished to simplify all the moves. There was no experience at all, and they were all the classic examples of powerhouses who were used in actual combat. However, the one in front of him. It could balance beauty and combat power. Then can I become a magic girl? A mature female expert couldn't help but ask Pikhu, I don't know what the price is, but I want to cultivate the system of your race and become a member of your race. Me too. I also want to cultivate. That kind of battle was so beautiful and elegant. It was simply a pleasure. Countless female experts gathered around. Even female experts had to be killed decisively. Their ruthlessness was not inferior to any male powerhouse, but the system in front of them was indeed a huge temptation for them. As long as they were female, they would instinctively love beauty. As for the lines, they were indeed a little awkward, but it wasn't important. Perhaps he could read them in his heart? Everyone, don't worry. As long as you believe in the light in your heart and have hope in your heart, anyone can become a magical girl. Pikhu smiled and looked at the people around him with burning eyes. Did they really think that those actions and lines were designed for the sake of fooling around? The action was to find the best and most professional martial arts action director. Have you seen Wing Chun and Ye Wen? It was the kind of extremely handsome movie combat action, the kind that was clatter clatter. At the same time, for the sake of the dance movements, the teacher had incorporated an extremely beautiful dance element into it, giving people a beautiful, good-looking, strong and shocking impression. And why? This was what a movie was. The god of incense was a public figure, and their faith was their greatest foundation. If they didn't become a magical girl, become a star, and gather fans, how could they survive? This was a very realistic problem. Even those awkward lines were carefully designed. Most of the time, the difference between awkwardly dumbfounded and full of style was just a fine line. In all the major games, King of Glory, card games, which character didn't say cool lines the moment they appeared? Our target has never been a character in real life, but an ideal immortal character in a TV series, My Idol, or a 2D wife in a card game. White clothes fluttering, not mortal, very cool. Pico looked at the magical girl Viola and said. Such a little fairy doesn't even shit. As for Viola, if she were to be assimilated by the Joss Flames for a period of time, she would probably become half a Joss Flame god. She's really such a fairy. At the moment, Viola was still smiling as she chatted with the people around her, talking about the ancient history of the magical girl. Not only were the people around them listening, but the people in front of the TV were also listening. The birth of the magical girl was actually because people discovered the power to make dreams come true. As long as one's heart is sincere enough and there are enough people praying, one's dream can come true. The heart is all power. However, as they continued to make wishes, the magical girls took advantage of the hope and light in their hearts to obtain great power. The evil power that was stripped away from the human heart also gathered quietly, forming a corresponding number of witches. There are gains and losses. The universe is balanced, and so is our fallen civilization. This is the integrity and desire of the human heart, the divided light and darkness. The more powerful a magical girl is, the more powerful the witch is. That's why the battle has always been brutal, and there has never been a one-sided battle. Everyone was shocked by the extraordinary world system. This civilization is very special. Did they transform real human beings into emotional creatures that are rooted in the hearts of all living beings? Even Lan Er Man's genius disciple was shocked. The world was full of wonders. As they listened to the story, they gradually fell silent. Ah, senior sister actually. They were brought into the story of a sorrowful magical girl. At first, it was a very relaxed daily life. It was originally a group of beautiful girls with dreams and kind hearts who fought against the witch. However, the gentle senior sister who suddenly appeared was beheaded by the evil witch. Following that, they continued to advance the story and were also brought into the mood. It was a terrifying cycle. Tragedy, despair, darkness, and destiny filled the entire world. There was no hope. It was like a curse. Once it was opened, it could not be suppressed and would inevitably welcome despair. It was as if everyone could predict the sad ending. Don't. What a tragedy. They heard that in order to fight against the witch, there were more and more girls who became magical girls, and as more magical girls appeared, the number of witches also increased. This is an endless loop. When countless people heard this, they were silent. And as the story developed, the final battle of the witches' night arrived. Lum Weiyuan had collected the hope and light in the hearts of all the magical girls in the world, and he was going to fight to the death with the final witch, who had also gathered the power of all witches. In the end, Yuan Lumo made a wish to the whole world. The cause and effect of the world entangled with Xiao Yuan and formed a huge emotional energy, changing the entire distorted dark world and eliminating all the magical girls and witches in the world. As for Lum Weiyuan, his identity as a witch had also been eliminated. He had also become an unknown existence that transcended the entire witch's space-time. Don't die. When everyone heard this, they were filled with grief and indignation. Everything is just like fate, just like the first sentence, a witch was the gathering of despair, while a magical girl was the gathering of hope. There were two sides to a single body. Lum Weiyuan had corrected the rules of the world and eliminated the two opposing concepts at the same time. The curse has been removed. Pico said with a gentle voice. However, today, countless years later, someone touched the magic box again, and the magical girl appeared. I clearly see the future, and the witch is beginning to follow. All of the more terrifying dark history is repeating itself. The surrounding powerhouses were touched. They looked at the future hero and felt that the awkward words from before were somewhat solemn. The reason for this feeling was that the historical background of the story had been enriched. Voila! At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared on Viola's body. Her cultivation level slowly increased, and she had actually surpassed the level of a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor. In fact, she was only one step away from becoming a god. Everyone was stunned. Thank you for your trust, for listening to our stories, and for giving us your hope, the power you look forward to, and your encouragement. Hiku's face was filled with sorrow. We will definitely defeat the witch. Everyone was speechless. In fact, the rapid improvement was also because of the Tower World's powerhouses in front of the TV. They were touched by what they heard and contributed a huge amount of wish power. They didn't expect that they not only had Ultraman, but also such a touching ancient era. Chapter 991. The Resolution. On the other side, Lyra-and the Black Sludge Magus, and the other top-tier powerhouses were having a serious evaluation meeting in a hall next to the square. A rank 5 genius in his teens. This was an expert who had rushed over in a hurry. He was extremely powerful and was covered in dark red lava armor. As the person in charge, he said, even though we have covered the areas of civilizations with a high-dimensional space-time of 100 years a day, thousands of civilizations have been reproducing rapidly every day, and the number of geniuses that have appeared is huge. This kind of cultivation speed is hard to imagine, even unbelievable. It was the same as the other higher-dimensional civilizations in the outside world. The top-tier experts would also use high-dimensional space-time to cover a piece of land, allowing mortals to update and renew at an extremely fast speed, causing them to grow old, get sick, and die. As for living beings like them, they were still living at a normal speed. After all, even gods would not seek their own deaths. Who would be so stupid to only live for 2 to 3 months in a high-dimensional space of that level? They only knew how to make use of the high-dimensional space-time to cause mortals to age and die of illness in a frenzy so as to accelerate the emergence of civilization geniuses. And how vast was the Azure Abyss divine domain? Thousands of civilizations settled down here, and geniuses who were not weak swarmed out almost every day. At this moment, a godly spirit shrouded in dark blue light said indifferently, "They're only in their teens, but they've already reached this level, and they've only obtained their power a few hours ago. This is a result of receiving the inheritance of a civilization. Ordinary inheritances can't make such rapid progress, but they cultivate the power of the human heart. But it is very strange and evil. It's you." Lan Man said, looking at Viola, who was still telling a story and watching the crowd outside. Although they were discussing here, they were also listening to the history outside. They were slightly hesitant. It was just as they had imagined. It was indeed the power of the human heart. However, it was very strange and evil. While obtaining power, one had to pay a huge price, the witch. While they were still discussing, they could only watch as Viola told the story to the thousands of people in the square. She received adoration from them, and countless people were touched as she broke through to the Celestial Emperor realm. This type. Some people were slightly surprised. He. It looks very evil and strange. The Black Sludge Wizard laughed and said, "This civilization is much more evil than me. They have the ability to divide the emotional power of people's hearts and steal a part of the positive emotions of faith, worship, and light to improve their own realm. As for the negative dark emotions that had been separated, they were abandoned like garbage, forming demonesses that harmed everywhere. It seems that a witch will be born here very soon, just like what was said, where there were magical girls, witches would appear. This is fate." The Black Sludge Wizard said the word fate with a deep sneer. Yes. This was fate and karma. When good was separated, evil was naturally left. With their vision, how could they not see the structure and development system of this civilization? At this moment, this magical girl had a look of justice and kindness on her face. She was beautiful and elegant in battle, and she spoke all kinds of righteous words in order to gain the favor of the surrounding people. She wanted to gain the admiration and respect of the people around her as a hero. However, it was impossible to have a hero without an enemy. Only when a hero bathed in blood and defeated an evil enemy could he be respected more. Hence, the witch was just right. Wherever the magical girl goes, she's a bright and kind hero in people's eyes. However, they will bring a huge disaster, the witch's night. Furthermore, the more people worship this hero, the more they hope that she will protect them. They see her as the guardian of civilization. The more kindness, hope, admiration, and emotions they had, the magical girl naturally became stronger. The more powerful the witch was, the more she killed humans and caused disasters. The more people needed protection, and the more they could not escape the protection of the magical girl. They could only live under someone else's roof, and the magical girl became stronger. This is a perfect loop trap. It's wonderful. The few existences exchanged glances and smiled. Who among those in this position was stupid? The perfect system designed by the players, as well as the various fancy operations, were seen through by them in an instant. Before this, their first reaction was that they could not understand it because this civilization had appeared too suddenly. However, after only 2 battles, the so-called graceful combat movements and all kinds of overbearing lines were also seen through by them. In fact, they were just attracting people's attention and making people admire this hero. Of course, this civilization is evil enough. Not only would it bring natural disasters to other civilizations, but it would also bring about the witch's night. They themselves might also be destroyed by the witch. What a dangerous, extraordinary system. However, I can already see my future combat strength. As long as the countless believers behind her are not destroyed and are still supporting the hero she worships, her power will continue to flow. Even the injuries she receives will recover quickly. She's very strong. A powerful existence analyzed, she has no weakness. Her weakness is the group of believers behind her and the powerhouses who worship her. As long as we can kill the beings behind this hero, the other party will be completely crippled. It seems that this civilization does not harbor any ill intentions. Such a powerful and complete civilization has even exposed its own weaknesses and characteristics. If he's a spy, then the price is too high. There were no benefits to being a spy in the Azure Abyss Divine Domain. Even if the 107 perpetual motioners of the Supreme Council were spies, so what? It was useless. They were only responsible for being one of the gears that covered the high-dimensional space-time. Moreover, it was almost impossible for them to be spies. They had the hope of the future, so how could they do such a stupid thing? That was the last resort of a loser who had no other choice, but they had a bright future. As for the 3 great exalted celestials, they were indeed the core of the entire Grand Alliance of civilizations. It would be terrible if they were spies. However, such an idea was even more foolish. That was an existence who had stepped into the 10th level. They formed the Abyssal Blue Divine Domain to protect him from breaking through, but they were spies? Were they helping the enemy to kill him? Snatching his own Deo seed? Spies had no value in this place. The perfect structure of this civilization over the past tens of thousands of years had already confirmed this point. Then, let's begin the civilization assessment. Everyone, is there any problem? The surrounding existences' faces turned completely dark. Soon, everyone voted, and the civilization potential evaluation results appeared. Civilization future potential, highest. Overall combat strength, highest level. Cultivation breakthrough speed, highest level. World's evil danger, highest level. Side effect damage, highest. Deo heart deficiency and collapse, highest level. Everyone looked at the civilization assessment and received an as expected expression. Their battle strength was naturally the highest. After all, they didn't have any powerful combat bloodlines, such as the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, which was at a heaven-defying level. There were only a dozen or so top-tier beings with similar combat power to the faith system. It seems that this is the first time that the 6 highest level evaluations have appeared, right? All the existences laughed and looked at each other. It was as if they had just witnessed history. Even their expressions were a little strange. One had to know that not all of them were superior grade, but all of them were good. The first 3 superior grade was a positive evaluation, the higher the better. The last 3 superior grade ratings were negative ratings, the lower the better. Both positive and negative aspects of this civilization had reached the extreme. The first was the danger assessment, which was rated as the highest. There was no doubt about it. The arrival of a magical girl could have infected a civilization, and a large number of witches' knights would have appeared. Even civilization could be destroyed by a magical girl like her. The second evaluation was the highest level of side effects. After all, some systems were accompanied by terrifying side effects. For example, the time talent of the deep blue celestial race. The slowing down of cultivation speed was a powerful side effect. The side effect of this witch, a monster nemesis as powerful as me, it was the first time they had seen a civilization with such a side effect. To create an enemy of the same strength was simply suicide. The third possibility was the collapse of one's Deo heart. After all, the systems of some evil civilizations could affect the minds of cultivators and distort their own minds. How profound was their knowledge? In an instant, he could tell that the cultivation of this god of belief was extremely dangerous. If one's entire person was not firm enough, it was likely that they would be assimilated by the justice of all living beings and lose themselves, and their Deo heart would naturally collapse. To be honest, the flaws of this civilization were too great. It was not the first choice for those with heaven-defying talents, and they would only waste themselves. However, who here had the true heaven-defying aptitude? Although this civilization was extreme and had too many flaws, it had many heaven-defying aspects as well. It was still very powerful, enough to tempt them. Now, 3 positive and 3 negative. All 6 are the most extreme. According to our comprehensive bloodline assessment, the final result is, medium evaluation. Everyone's expression turned strange. However, how could such a civilization be evaluated as intermediate? Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. All the representatives felt as if they were in mud, as if some unimaginable creature had descended. Boom! An existence walked over slowly. His entire body was resplendent and exuded a deep blue light. Lan Ermin and the others were immediately shocked. They stood up and bowed hurriedly. Your Highness, 37th Prince, why did you come out? These small things. The Supreme Council was named by their order. One had to know that 200 to 300,000 years was too long. Even the normal lifespan of a level 9 divine emperor was only 100,000 years, and they had lived even longer. Time was vast, and no one knew what the original names of these forbidden existences were. This is the legendary 9th grade, the Deo Maker of the universe. At the side, some of the newly advanced Type 9 powerhouses were shocked. This kind of crushing power was too great. The breakthrough of one realm was a world of difference. At this moment, he was still climbing up his second gene system. On the other hand, his opponent had already broken through to the 4th gene system and had already achieved a breakthrough. How great was the gap between them? A perfect rank 9 with 4 genes. A future Deo reaching expert who had the potential to reach the final level of the universe. He had maxed out on 2 genes, so he could break through to rank 9 now. However, the Blue Abyss Divine Realm didn't allow creatures with incomplete genes to break through. Once they did, they would be killed by force. Because if you did not break through to the 9th level perfectly, there was no possibility of you breaking through to the 10th level. You could become a fallen 9th level, instantly changing sides. They would have to execute these existences in advance to prevent future trouble. Therefore, in the entire Abyssal Blue Divine Territory, in the long 570,000 years, only 107 rank 9s had appeared after such high density and perfect operation to create new blood. Those who achieved Deo with imperfect genes had to be executed. It seemed very cruel and iron-blooded, but in reality, this was the foundation for the continued operation of a civilization. It could not be shaken. Why are you here, such a small matter, Lan Man said in a low voice. It's been a long time. This forbidden existence looked at Lan Ermin. If I remember correctly, you are climbing the final 4th genetic system, right? Although the difficulty would increase exponentially with every additional system he cultivated. However, you're still the one with the most hope. I hope that the next time we meet, I'll always be able to see you in the deep blue. Thank you for your kind words. Lan Man said. In fact, such existences rarely went out. Because to them, the time outside had passed too quickly. Ordinary mortals were covered in high-dimensional space-time, and all civilizations experienced rapid birth, aging, illness, and death in the extreme high-dimensional space, which was 100 years a day. As for the gods who had broken through, they would be traveling at a normal speed and would not be willing to die so early. The members of the Supreme Council, on the other hand, froze their own time. This was equivalent to some kind of reverse low-dimensional space-time. The high-dimensional space-time sped up his body's time. They were freezing and slowing down his body's time. Since it was slowing down, how could he enter the high-dimensional space-time in the land of eternal life, deep blue? Accelerating and decelerating? This was a contradiction, and naturally, it would not overlap. Such an existence had almost frozen his body cells and soul, causing his divine will to be frozen as well. Although he could cultivate, create laws, and walk the path of level 10. However, it was only 2% of the normal speed. For mortals, a day in the high-dimensional space-time was equivalent to 100 years. In ordinary times, deities were like this. However, in Deep Blue, they had frozen the aging of time, and their perception was 1/50th of ordinary time. One could only imagine how huge the difference in the flow of time between mortals and them was when the two differences were superimposed. Therefore, they didn't interfere with the development of the mortal civilization in the Azure Abyss divine domain. No matter what kind of genius appeared, they never appeared. Although the Supreme Council of the entire Abyssal Blue divine territory was called management, it had never been managed before. But in front of him, isn't my appearance normal? The Lord only smiled. 3 top-tier experts. This is the most perfect assessment of the 3 great combat forces. Even in the 570,000 years of our civilization, we've encountered 20,000 life planets and collected more than 3,000 potential civilization bloodlines. This is enough to rank in the top 3. Out of the more than 20,000 civilizations they had encountered, it was easy to imagine how terrifying it was to be ranked in the top 3 of the 3,000 bloodline civilizations they had taken in. After all, it was very rare for a civilization bloodline that had evolved naturally to have a heaven-defying level. With 3,000 portions of random growth, it wasn't strange for the incense dragon bloodline to be ranked in the top 3 among the transcendent bloodlines that naturally evolved. In fact, it might even be a little low. After all, they grew up randomly and had all kinds of flaws. They had 3,000 natural random bloodlines, many of which were wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. They were considered very powerful and rare in the universe, but any random player species in the Spore Evolution sandbox could still defeat most of them. At this moment, one could imagine that even the taboo existence of the Supreme Council was shaken. Let me see the evaluation. This existence's gaze was burning, but he instantly stiffened. The final result is medium. 3 upper-level advantages, and your conclusion is medium. 3 of the highest level. As for the remaining 3, even if one of them was in the middle, they would be able to enter the final evaluation of upper class. Normally, the 3 at the top would also be the final evaluation of top, which was very big, unless the remaining 3 were also at the limit and tied the advantage. Let me see your bloodline. After reading everything, the existence was silent and felt that it was a little strange. However, he quickly calmed down. The higher and more powerful the bloodline system is, the more bizarre it is. It's very normal. You can focus on the one in front of you. The existence said. That which, some people hesitated. This was a huge disaster. This was because the level of danger was the highest. It doesn't matter if it's demons. The disaster formed is just bunch of ridiculous mortals. The highest level is only a god. With our speed of advancement, even if all the mortals in the Azure Abyss divine domain are destroyed, they can reproduce again. At the same time, the appearance of the witch is also a way for the new generation of certain eras to gain experience. It is actually beneficial. After all, we are too peaceful. It doesn't matter if they are killed. When he said this, everyone was silent. He intended to indulge the civilization of the magic girls, and at the same time, use the crisis of the witch to create chaos and give them enough of a test. After all, internal strife was not allowed between civilizations. They were all sparring and it was too peaceful. There were no real enemies at all. The witch solved this problem. It seemed like the forbidden existences of the Supreme Council were also in danger. The fallen civilization had been missing for a long time. They knew that the more time they had, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. But they still disappeared for countless years. It was possible that the next time, a true, large-scale planar war would break out. Super God battle. Thousands of divine civilizations, transcendent planes, and even major divine branches and heaven-defying true taboo existences would reveal their true forms. An unimaginable war would break out and implicate countless star systems. Lan Ermin, and the rest of you, you need to break through quickly. Our Supreme Council is still lacking in manpower. "We're planning to take some time to let the 107 councilmen take turns to give lectures," the existence said. "We hope to speed up the process of you becoming US." "Yes. Yes." Lan Man and the others were overjoyed. This existence only smiled. After all, the more people there were, the stronger the resistance. They were not afraid of disloyalty at all, and their hearts were broad enough to accommodate all foreign powerful unknown civilizations without rejecting them. That was why thousands of civilizations formed an alliance and had the confidence to resist the vast fallen, because they had enough confidence that the other party would eventually integrate into them no matter what goal they had. It was because of benefits, because of the great Dao, because of the future. They would eventually be on the same boat as them. If the three great celestial venerables fell, their civilization would be destroyed, and their bloodline would be cut off. At that time, they would have no hope and could only become fallen deists, just like those crazy existences. Who would be willing to become a hopeless mad dog? "We can try," the forbidden existence said. Even though they understood the danger of the demoness behind this, they didn't care, because they were strong enough. Chapter 992. The Scheme of the Forbidden Existence. This cultivator with a perfect Dao foundation knew that this was a huge matter. He couldn't help but secretly call his two Dao companions. He was ranked 37th, which was already a very powerful existence. These two Dao companions were both from his own race. They were geniuses he had chosen from billions of living creatures after spending more than 300,000 years to frantically breed his own race. Their aptitudes were extremely powerful, and they were the core members he had supported. They were both slightly more than 100 members of the parliament, and they had two 9th-tier perfect Dao foundations. He was also over 200,000 years old. Many of the other council members were the same. Although they were all in an alliance to fight against foreign enemies, and the stronger the others, the better, they would naturally not suppress geniuses. However, their own resources would be used to favor their own people, and it was understandable that they would give careful guidance and cultivation. There were more than a dozen of the highest-ranked representatives among the representatives, and they were all their own direct subordinates. An existence at this level, everyone had their own thoughts. Whoosh! Soon, two beautiful women appeared. "Lord Yun, what happened?" At this time, everyone finally knew the name of this existence. "Guys, look at this!" Yun pointed his finger. When the two of them received the information, they were slightly shocked. They knew how terrifying it was. After all, although the side effects of this extraordinary system were great, its direct combat strength was indeed too exaggerated. The power of the heart. As long as the people behind her are cheering and cheering, the strength of the magical girl will not be exhausted. You'll be able to create miracles. The two's eyes flashed as they listened to this slightly awkward line. This was equivalent to an extremely long battle endurance. When experts of their level fought, what was the point of competition when their combat strength was similar? They were competing in endurance. It was a competition of who had the strongest recovery ability. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was a typical example. Why was it said that this cultivation method was heaven-defying? Why was it still the most powerful heaven-defying cultivation technique? Because of the endurance. As long as he wasn't completely killed in an instant, he could recover from any serious injury in an instant. There was a super strong battery in his body that could recover hundreds or even thousands of times. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was all about storing more energy. As for the other powerhouses, were they lacking in energy? It would only be countless times more than did she and the others. These giants who had lived for tens of thousands of years had accumulated so much wealth that they could form a civilization of deists. They didn't lack energy. What they lacked was rapid recovery. Ordinary experts would store energy in their interspatial rings and refine them into various pills that could absorb energy very quickly. However, there was a limit to the absorption rate. In a battle, they would not be able to keep up with the consumption of energy in the battle. They could only slowly be injured and seriously injured. After death, all the huge amount of resources and wealth stored in the body would fall into the hands of the enemy. However, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art was different. The speed of energy conversion was too fast. The countless gods, common people in the body could recover in an instant by offering their power. Even if they killed the person, all the resources and wealth would definitely be exhausted, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, The incense dragon vein was a super-weakened version of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art and could also recover quickly. How could these experts not see the power within it? This civilization system is very powerful. He's actually able to transform all the wealth and treasures he's accumulated in his life into living beings, standing behind me and providing me with energy and recovery. This alternative form of recovery medium is countless times faster than directly absorbing energy to replenish and recover in battle. The 2 Dao companions began to discuss. At this moment, the existence-ranked 37th took a deep breath, looked around, and said, "Powerhouses at our level have a lot of resources, but we can't make full use of them to form a combat force. We can only pile them up there with excess resources. And the civilization before us is very special." He even wanted to cultivate it. One must know that he was already a life form with 4 genes maxed out. However, this transcendent system wasn't a genetic cultivation art. Instead, it was a kind of energy transmission channel. It was a form given by others. Similar to the abyssal blue celestial race, other existences with this gene gave themselves a kind of eternal buff. They were very powerful, and they instantly saw through all of Meng Mei's confidence. Why can't I leave cute girls? Not only was it very useful, but it also did not take up one's genetic slot. The other party could use their own genetic bloodline to give you a buff. This type of gene was extremely heaven-defying. In game terms, it was equivalent to a non-combat priest skill that would give you a status on the back. The Alchemy Monarch's original form was also in a buff state. The Alchemy Factory's bloodline plug-in was also in a buff state. This was the strength of the Zergs. Their genes could evolve into bloodlines, and they had endless possibilities. Therefore, many bloodlines were unimaginably heaven-defying in the outside world. The gene bank that the Zergs had accumulated was the most powerful universal treasure. After all, the probability of a naturally occurring, random bloodline being powerful was too low. It all depended on fate. However, there were still some powerful genes. For example, the iron-based gene and the deep blue gene in front of him. It's similar to the state of the blue abyss celestial race. The second powerful heaven-defying bloodline can be used to buff others. The forbidden being number 37 smiled and said to his 2 Dao companions, "It seems that I have to explain this to all the representatives." He still had to explain and report the situation to the 3 great heavenly venerates. If I'm not wrong, the 4th exalted celestial might be born soon. Beside him, Lan Ermin and the others were shocked. This? No wonder he called his 2 Dao companions. Isn't that normal? The existence laughed. This bloodline has a huge side effect. Of course, it was not as good as the bloodline of the 3 great Abyss Blue Sky Venerables, but eternal life was the real power. But it's not far from it. At the same time, once such a bloodline is known, the 3 great heavenly venerates' first reaction will definitely be to control it. The existence smiled. Immediately establish the 4th Holy Master, whose position is only below them. Show goodwill to this civilization and take it in your own hands. On the side, Lan Ermin's expression completely changed, and a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. This so-called 4th Holy Master was a puppet. What he meant was that the 3 heavenly venerates were going to attack the civilization of the magical girl. But he would not do it directly. This was because the bloodline of a race could not be directly seized. For example, the iron-based life form had stolen the evil god's gene and fused it as his second gene. However, his offspring were 1 gene life forms, so they wouldn't inherit his second gene. However, they could capture this civilization and use it as a breeding pig, extracting its genes from far away and allowing others to integrate with it. There were many civilizations with potential in the universe that had not yet matured, but they were already tortured to the point where they wished they were dead. This bloodline was not much weaker than the bloodline of Yuan Ian's own clan. It was also the kind that could be used by others. The 3 Holy Masters, in the name of the 4th Holy Master, wanted to firmly grasp the second core, the godly right. However, are you willing to report this to the Supreme Council and the 3 great heavenly venerates? At this time, the forbidden existence revealed a meaningful smile. All the existences present felt their scalps go numb. You want to? The 2 Dao companions asked. It's unrealistic for us to resist the 3rd Tianzun. As for this 4th-ranked heavenly venerate, the magical girl, although she was under house arrest and was being used as a breeding pig to provide bloodline, the 3 heavenly venerates would definitely have to be gentle and give her preferential treatment on the surface. And if they become stronger in the future, the three great holy masters won't be able to restrain each other. Sooner or later, they'll be on equal footing with the three great holy masters and become the fourth holy master. The existence laughed. How smart was he? If they were weak in the early stages, the three great celestial venerables would definitely divide each other's interests. However, when they rose up, they would also give the true power of the fourth celestial venerable. This was because this race couldn't be contained forever. They needed the main race to provide them with bloodlines. However, how long would it take for this fourth holy master to rise up and reach the realm of the three holy masters, a weaker 10th level, and be on equal footing? Hundreds of thousands of years? A few million years? The three great heavenly venerates were very good at making empty promises. In front of them was a weak fourth heavenly venerate in name only. Then, someone couldn't help but say. We can't stop him, but we can report this later. We can build a good relationship with this future fourth great heavenly venerate and help him grow. We can even occupy him. Those less than 10 magical girl slots. Split the spots? Everyone's breathing became rapid and their faces became heavy. However, this forbidden existence in front of them had called his two Deo companions, so it was obvious that they wouldn't get a chance. The magic girl state was obviously a buff given to them by that race using their own bloodline, just like the time freeze when they stayed in the core representative area of the Deep Blue. However, Deep Blue's time stop domain was a small-scale domain, and it could be used anywhere in that area. That in itself was a powerful attack. In the opponent's domain, one's time would be stopped. He was just using it for cultivation. The other party's blessing was obviously a name-type blessing. He wondered if there was a limit to it if it was further away from this bloodline. However, we're not in a hurry. Our attitude will definitely be good. Don't be arrogant, you two. Also, I'll extract the bloodline first to take a look. Yun's eyes flickered. His combat power was too exaggerated. In the square, while everyone was still discussing and no one had reacted, he had directly extracted the bloodline of the magical girl Viola and performed a quick analysis. It's not an ordinary female creature. It's really a blessing type. This means that even if we maxed out on all 4 of our Geno points, we can also have such an opportunity. In that case, it's this little magical pet, Pikhu. His eyes flashed as he scanned the creature. Frowning slightly, he did not really understand what was going on, but he still found something unusual. I see it. The source of power is the 2 rabbit ears of a Pikhu, like an antenna. He gently scraped off some of the nouveau riche's golden dragon veins and began to study them. He even tried to let weak creatures merge with them, but he couldn't do it. Can't merge with it? This golden bloodline, how is it possible that I can't merge with it? He was completely confused. In fact, the alchemy factory of the racer of Mount Harina was originally a pirated version of the dragon's vein. It was a product of his nouveau riche, and he was very conscious of copyright. His nouveau riche golden creature had a special characteristic, which was that it was unable to merge with any living being. After all, how could one integrate with a clone of a low-quality bloodline? This was impossible. That was why he wasn't afraid of his bloodline being stolen or lost. It seems that this civilization is very special. If I can't integrate their genes, I can only try to communicate with them or try to get a magical girl slot. If possible, he and his 2 Deo companions could try to occupy the 3 magical girls' slots on a first-come, first-served basis. I have to call the person over first. The existence was silent for a moment. He reached out his hand, and Viola, who was still investigating the glory of the young girls of magic, was instantly teleported over. Whoosh! Pikhu and Viola appeared where they were. Chapter 993. The response. Viola pursed her lips as she looked at the 3 divine beings in the parliament. As for the others, they had already been driven to the room next door. Your Excellency's test was very outstanding. Yun revealed a gentle smile and said simply, in our divine realm, I'm afraid you'll soon obtain a very high status. In the future, you'll become gods, deists, or even higher achievements. It won't be a problem for you to obtain a long lifespan of tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Tens of thousands, or even a million years. Viola was completely stunned. This string of numbers was too shocking for her. She was still an ordinary person before. Although she was talking about history in high spirits, it didn't feel real at all. It felt like the powerful creatures she was chatting with were just very powerful extraordinary cosmic people. However, the number in front of her made her feel the true power and incredulity. Looking at the girl's eyes, Yun smiled. This kind of young girl was very easy to persuade, as long as she showed enough strength. One had to know that they had been living nomad for tens of thousands of years. Even if they met the truly powerful extraordinary civilizations in the universe that had ruled over a few galaxies for a long time, they would still be extremely tempted and incredulous when they heard that they had a lifespan of tens or even millions of years. After all, they were too powerful. Even after traveling for more than 500,000 years, they had never encountered a civilization that was more powerful than them. Of course, the universe was too vast. Perhaps, they might not even meet a one-on-one opponent in their entire lives. They could only be destroyed if they were surrounded and suppressed on a large scale. The girl was easy to convince, but the mysterious magical creature was the core of this civilization. Your Excellency, what do you think? Yun asked Bhikkhu. You are very powerful. Even during the heyday of the magical girl civilization, you were not even 1/10,000th of your power. Bhikkhu said. 1 in 10,000? You've already seen many of the rules of our civilization, right? Yun's expression remained calm. To be able to recognize their true strength and make a comparison. This was not simple. Ordinary high-leveled civilizations couldn't even understand how powerful their Azure Abyss divine territory was. This was because they were not creatures of the same dimension. They were one of the most powerful civilizations below the ultimate level of the universe, a great civilization that had the hope of competing for the ultimate Deo. If the other party understood their strength, it meant that they had come into contact with rank 9 Deist and had once used a Deist, so they had a lot of knowledge in this area. Our alliance is very powerful. There is no doubt about it. Yun turned serious and adjusted his approach. Since the other party was an expert, he said simply, however, the potential of your civilization is huge. However, its shortcomings are also obvious. Before his development could reach its peak, he had already destroyed it. This flaw is something that even we are wary of. However, to us, it still has a strong temptation. Welcome to our big family. You will become the 3586th civilization member of our Blue Abyss Divine Territory, and the higher-ups will value you very much. Bhikkhu nodded. The 3000th civilization? They would blend in and get along well. Yun smiled and said, can you tell me more about the magical girl? Can we become magical girls? Of course, I won't let you suffer any losses for these 3 spots. I'll give you a huge compensation that's not inferior to the others. They wanted a spot, but not by force. Being hostile to the other party was simply losing a great deal for a small gain. This was because this race was definitely going to rise up. He just wanted to get the 3 slots first and even obtain their friendship. Then, can we exchange information openly? You need someone to protect you and fight for your rights before you develop, Yun said. I can fully support you. Sure. Bhikkhu said. Then, the first question. Why can't your genes be fused? What exactly is the structure of your civilization? Yun asked. Genes cannot be fused? Bhikkhu's face darkened. Had they already explored to this extent? They had all begun to try it out in secret. Naturally, genes could not be fused. Their genes also had a few layers of Matryoshka dolls. The alchemy factory's cloned gold plug-in could be integrated. That would be weird. What's more, the main body of the little TV creature Bhikkhu was not here. This was a quantum clone, not even a local tycoon plug-in. You fused the genes of a quantum clone? Hehe. After the alchemy clone, it was the quantum entanglement clone. It's truly strange that you could integrate with the dual reproductive isolation and become such a race. Of course. The clone in the alchemy factory only had 70% of the original's power. The quantum body's clone only had 70% of the original's power. The current magical girl was a pirated version of the original, and its power was greatly reduced. However, the players naturally did not answer the truth. Cough, cough, cough. This is the curse of our bloodline. Our life structure is special and we are not real living beings, it's an energy, emotion, and life form. Bloodlines can't fuse with it. Bhikkhu answered with a serious face. Yun frowned. In the universe, there were indeed some bloodlines of life that no one could integrate with. After all, the world was so big that there were all sorts of strange things. For example, elementals and non-physical creatures could not be integrated. Was this emotional creature in front of him also due to a similar reason? Then, the next question, the 3 magical girls quota, can the 3 of us do it? Yun said with his 2 Dao companions behind him. Sure, but to become a magical girl, you have to follow our. Pikhu was interrupted before he could finish. Are you going to say those embarrassing lines and do those strange actions? Yun raised his eyebrows and said, if I'm not wrong, it's to attract the attention of all living beings? Can you simplify the lines and actions? As for those so-called enemy witches, you're just using this terrifying enemy to strengthen your faith in yourself. However, this in itself is like dancing on the tip of a blade. Because the enemy is too powerful, it may even destroy itself. Pikhu was stunned. The players in front of the TV also froze. Had it already reached such a level? How long has it been? The structure and system concept of their dragon veins were figured out. He had even predicted the future. In the past, in the ancient barons, the weirdos were also rampant. The historical trajectory of the crazy battle between the incense god and the weirdos could indeed destroy him. Su Ji was sitting in front of the TV and watching this scene. He was eating fruit in front of the sofa and holding the little stone Ji in his arms. They're too young. This is a rank 9 with a perfect Dao foundation. You still want to trick them into chanting shameful spells and making strange poses. These people were too bold. Before this, he had been causing trouble everywhere, even wanting to do the god of creation. Now, he wanted to deceive people and do shameful things? He had been exposed in an instant. However, Su Ji sat in front of the TV and remained very calm. He silently sipped his tea. He knew that although these people had a lot of tricks up their sleeves, when they really encountered a tough bone, their ability to change sides with the wind was better than anyone else's. Father, these are 3 lives with perfect Dao foundations, this is, little Shiji said in surprise as he watched the television. The enemy's tower civilization, Carolyn and the others, have come into contact with an extraordinary and mature civilization. It truly is vast and enormous. Medusa was also watching the television, and she was very interested in the content on the television. That's right. The 9th level of a perfect Dao foundation. However, to step onto the path of the 10th level, to fuse genes, and to take the step of creating genetic laws. It might be a little lacking. Su Ji laughed. At this moment, the players in front of the TV were indeed shocked. The other party is indeed a rank 9 with a complete Dao foundation. Even if his combat strength is weaker than Dichi and the others, it shouldn't be too much. He's indeed a ruthless person. And in this civilization, there are more than 100 existences that are only slightly weaker than Carolyn and the others. It's too terrifying and vast. It's not inferior to the ancient era of gods at its peak. We have to be more serious. No wonder the ancient god said that it was still far from his era. If we compare it, the appearance of Carolyn and the other 2 was only 1/30th of the era of the ancient god. Now, we can't go according to the original plan. If he wants to be honest, then we'll be 1/10 honest. If I can obtain the support of this existence and have foothold, it won't be problem to reveal little of my trump cards. After all, we have more than 10 layers of skin on us, so it's possible to exchange a few layers for trust. Chapter 994. So it's this kind of tier 9 big shot. They were indeed super nesting dolls, so it was better to be prepared. Even his bloodline had been protected, and he had to pass through the quantum battle body's clone to form a second-degree pirated clone TV. Are you really going to reveal the incense system? It's fine. I didn't even pluck a single hair. Only a true fool would treat an existence of this level as a fool. There's no need to be afraid. A pirated mini-TV was one of our plans. Yes, as the TV tower, our own world uses the original body of a small TV. The outside world. They could only use pirated small TV. In other words, it's a quantum clone of the original small TV. As for the small TV, it has a very powerful characteristic. The alchemy plug-in installed in the small TV will create a small TV battle body clone, which is also a corresponding bloodline plug-in. This was about the characteristics of the quantum battle body. The quantum battle body was a special and powerful clone. It was known as pulling out a quantum resonance parallel universe itself. The quantum battle body naturally also possessed most of the bloodline and genetic abilities of the main body. However, there was also a part of the bloodline that could not be used, just like how Su Ji's clone could not use the 9 revolutions mysterious art and could not create an internal space within it. The quantum body was also unable to use the 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, the battle body could still inherit most of the main body's bloodline. However, what about external objects? The alchemy plug-in was equivalent to a magical equipment when inserted into the body. This system only created one's own quantum doppelganger, and it couldn't possibly create a magical equipment doppelganger as well, right? His own quantum doppelganger naturally could not create a corresponding alchemy plug-in. However, the small television was different. Because it was made of the same alchemy material, after the plug-in was inserted, it could almost be regarded as a part of the body. It could also entangle the corresponding alchemy plug-in in one's own quantum combat body. This point is very important. After all, if the quantum clone of the small TV can entangle with the plug-in on the body, it can then have most of the functions of the main body and achieve more large-scale transmission. Right now, the main body of our small TV is hidden here, while the pirated small TV of the quantum clone is placed in the outside world for sale, forming a network. The quantum doppelganger TV that they were planning to sell. Selling the original body of a small TV? He didn't feel safe. The small television was also a living thing and a precious resource. It would be a huge loss if it was killed by the other party. As for the clone of the small television, it could escape at any time and was not afraid of being killed. For example, Pikhu. If it was his main body, would he dare to do this? By the way, do you want to give them access to the television, various television channels, and various trading platforms? How is that possible? It's just exposing a little bit of the incense function. The function of the quantum body itself can't be used because it's a clone TV. Only the original TV can achieve this function. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Who was controlling this small television in Pikhu? It should be known that only God-level creatures could create quantum battle bodies. This TV was also God-level, and there were very few God-level small TV sets. The Pikhu in front of him was the girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana. This girl was also controlling the small TV family. At this moment, everyone had realized that it was an extremely heaven-defying opportunity to control this TV. Sigh, that racer of Mount Harana guy, he's too much. Is he still lacking a girlfriend? Can a man do it? I'm also very good at using alchemy plug-ins. Humph, what are you guys quarreling about? It was not the small TV that was powerful, it was the alchemy factory of the racer of Mount Harana that was powerful. The small TV is just a relay, and it's all based on alchemy plug-ins. It's the alchemy factory's bloodline ability, it's too abnormal. Yes, it's all controlled by a certain slutty person. Without someone's supply, the small TV is a super piece of trash. But, I still want to be a small TV. I can't work. I just want to rely on other people to live. I also want to be an alchemy plug-in. Everyone's faces turned black. Why did a group of girls suddenly come here to ask for a sugar daddy? Shameless. The racer of Mount Harana is so disgusting. Our cute little sister is still the cutest, kind-hearted, and righteous one. Someone immediately spoke up. After all, he wanted to be taken care of, and he also wanted Meng Mei to be taken care of. The days of a beautiful girl with a rich woman were truly wonderful. At this very moment, becoming a magical girl is naturally feasible. At this moment, Pikhu explained with a serious face, every magical girl must sign a contract and have a magical pet. The magical girl's power actually comes from the support of the magical pet behind her, which provides her with a special energy channel. You're not lying to me. Yun's face lit up as he looked at the rabbit-eared little creature. I can tell that the magical girl's power comes from the little pet behind her. You're a huge emotion collector, and you're collecting the emotions around you through your 2 rabbit ears. Transform it into a special power and provide it to the magical girl. This kind of power can be called faith or incense. It eats the incense of the human world. And also protect the human world. We call them magic pets, Pikhu replied. In fact, the real name of our race is the incubator, the incubator. Hatcher? Did he have to protect the mortals around him even if he ate the incense of the human world? Yuan's expression calmed down. It was just as he had thought. It was the bloodline of the magical pet behind her that was blessing the magical girl, not her own bloodline. Yuan laughed heartily. Then, how long is the range of the incubator's ability to cover and absorb emotions? The actual distance depends on our actual realm. The higher our cultivation level, the wider the area we can cover and absorb. Bhikkhu replied, I'm now at the divine spirit realm. It's not a problem for me to cover an entire continent. I can also do it for further distances. It's just that the longer the distance, the lower the efficiency. At that moment, Yuan nodded and looked at Viola and the Bhikkhu. The two of you are in a complementary relationship. I'll help you raise your level and protect you, while you'll help me strengthen my bloodline and obtain great power. You're a universe race that relies on the strong for a living. The small television was installed with a dragon vein. This was the dragon vein signal tower. In reality, the area covered by the incense collection could not be compared to the ancient world, where the roots of the tree and the dragon veins spread all over the earth. However, this could be considered the third level of weakening. It was possible that it only had 2 levels of the original dragon vein's power. However, it wasn't without its benefits. It was already relatively convenient, as he had an incense pagoda with him. In that case, the actual number of spots you mentioned, less than 10 are, Yuan asked. Yes, there are less than 10 people left in our clan, at the moment, Bhikkhu said, there are less than 10 incubators who can sign a contract with the magical girl. When Yuan heard this, his gaze softened. You're very honest. You've indeed told me all the information. It seems that we can really establish a cooperative relationship. His bloodline and secrets had been completely exposed. Even if he was hiding something, he would not be hiding too much. In his opinion, he was at least 80% honest. The system's principles. Coexistence. The current situation of the race. His vision was very broad, and he was naturally very knowledgeable after more than 300,000 years. The other party did not lie to him, and the civilization system of the magic girl was indeed clear at a glance. From this, it could be seen that this civilization had indeed trusted him. After all, this civilization relied on the strong to exist. In that case, I'll take 3 of your clansmen first. Is that okay? As for the reward, I won't go back on my word. Yuan thought for a moment. I don't want the clansmen with the highest aptitudes. I want the ones ranked from the 4th to the 7th. Bhikkhu laughed and said, for the 3 great celestial venerables. Hand over the first 3 powerful clansmen. Yuan nodded and said, since I've chosen to protect you, I'll give you the first lesson. I've already caused the Supreme Council's dissatisfaction by taking away 3 of them in advance, but the benefits are great enough, and I can bear the consequences of offending them. However, if he were to take away the 3 strongest ones. If we leave something even worse for the 3 great exalted celestials, they will be completely dissatisfied regardless of whether they cultivate it or not, and what their plans are. That will be terrible. Bhikkhu was slightly shocked. As expected, an existence at this level had long become shrewd with age. He could offend the other members of the parliament, but he couldn't be too ruthless. He had to leave the best for the 3 great celestial venerables. Then, Bhikkhu took a deep breath. 3 TV avatars in cute animal skins, a cute little black ball with big round eyes, a kitten and a little flying fish appeared in front of him. In fact, we only have 4 tribesmen at the moment. The rest of the tribesmen are still underage. In other words, without breaking through to the deity realm, he would not be able to entangle his quantum clone. The Pata clan had consumed a lot of resources, but it was still very difficult for them to become gods. That's enough. Yuan turned around and looked at the 2 Dao companions beside him. The 2 of you can try cultivating first and sign a contract with them. He wasn't in a hurry to sign the contract, so he let these 2 Dao companions test the system first. Their eyes were bright and fiery. This was a great opportunity. Even for the 2 of them, who were at the bottom of the parliament, with a perfect 9th grade Dao foundation, it was also a great opportunity. In fact, even the top 10 most powerful members of the Forbidden Sect didn't have the chance to become such a powerful magical girl. Their eyes were full of brilliance, and they couldn't help but ask, by the way, about absorbing everyone's worship and hope, those lines and dances, should the 2 of us? The 2 of them also felt very awkward. Those lines, those remarks, and the way she was dressed. There's no need to change it for now. With a serious expression, Yun said with a smile, after all, this is a mature training method left behind by the civilization of the magical girls. The two of you should train according to this first. In the future, when it's time for me to cultivate, I'll study how to modify it. The two of them looked at each other, worry flashing in their eyes. How could they not know? Once the image was decided, it was difficult to change it. First impressions were very important. It's like if you take the path of purity and maintain that image of the masses, it's basically impossible to change it. Otherwise, your faith will be chaotic and you'll cripple yourself. Then, let's sign the contract. The two of them didn't dare to refute. At this moment, Bhikkhu suddenly said, the image of each magical girl will form different characteristics and abilities according to the impression of the people. For example, Viola's ability is to influence the thoughts of others. Through words, she can make the other party's mind unstable. In fact, they might even be assimilated and forced to submit. After all, each of them had their own unique ability. Just like Bai Xiaosheng, the god of dreams, and Xiao Wei. I see. Yun's expression was completely gentle. The other party had told him such a basic secret. It was clear that he had enough trust in him. It was no wonder that when other people fought with her, they would be disturbed by her words and even run away. At that time, there were so many people in the square crying and being moved by her. It was all because of her ability. This civilization is indeed involved in the grade 9 path of distorting the laws. He smiled and looked at Bhikkhu. So, do we have any choice for the inheritance of the magical girl? Whoosh! There are naturally many inheritances. A shadow appeared in front of Bhikkhu. It was the image and information of several magical girls. This is the Moon Magic Girl, female Sailor Moon. Her ability is Moonlight. This is the Magic Girl of the Ba Law, Yan Lily. Her ability is to dance. One by one, the legacy of the magical girls appeared in front of him, from their clothes, lines, information, and everything else. It was obvious that they were well prepared for this big move. All the awkward lines were perfectly designed, and the actions were also carefully designed. It was beautiful. Yun's face was solemn. After a long time, he said, you two can choose these two. I think their abilities are very good. Then let's sign a contract. The two of them looked at each other. Go. After signing the contract, you can try to transform temporarily and see how it looks. After all, this is a test of potential, Yun replied. Half a day later, they collected some wish power and began to transform. Voila! The two little pets followed behind. Under the golden light, the two powerful Tier 9 existences with perfected Dao foundations quickly transformed. It was brilliant and colorful. A beautiful girl in a short skirt walked out. Explode reality. Shatter, spirit. Banish this world and follow the blood oath. I summon you here, graceful magical girl, transform. Whoosh! A pink radiance flickered. A beautiful and cold girl sealed in ice walked out. Be devoured by the ice-cold flames. There's only one reason for your defeat, and that's to be my enemy. Ice Heart Magical Girl, transform. In the martial arts practice field, Yun was looking at his two Dao companions. His expression was very calm, as if he was very satisfied. Although it was only for show and he had no combat power at all, he was still amazed by the actual effect of his performance. At the same time, he was deducing whether this image could be popularized to all living beings. The effect should be quite good. There's no problem with her attire and posture. It's very beautiful, delicate, and exquisite. It's pleasing to the eye. However, the words are still very awkward. I have to change them and make it simpler. Yun commented. There were no problems with his attire and movements. Just change the lines? Further away, Bhikkhu was a little stunned. The players in front of the TV were also dumbfounded. From the start, we wanted to trick them into turning into magical girls, but who knew that we would see through it with one look? Take the initiative. He seems to like magical girls. They had thought that it was impossible for them to succeed in their goal. Who knew that not only did they succeed, but they had also unexpectedly succeeded. 2 9th grade perfect Dao foundations. This was a 9th grade being with a perfect Dao foundation. She actually turned into a magical girl? They watched the scene on the TV without blinking. This scene is so touching. The career of the magical girl finally has an heir. When I think of this, I can't stop my tears from flowing down my mouth. Some of the girls were shocked. This 300,000-year-old man. Old Lechaer has approved it. Detestable. He actually chose such a style of clothing. Lorita. I didn't expect that an existence of this level could also. These two female existences are already strong women, extremely powerful existences in the universe. I'm really cold. However, the others were too lazy to pay attention to them, and they were still discussing. This big boss has already exposed his aesthetic appeal. It turns out that he likes this kind of clothing style and dance moves. He even wanted to change his lines in high spirits. Let's see what he changes it to. Whispering. The two magical girls are probably going to be in big trouble tonight. I don't know if they'll bring these two little televisions and dance around in their room to open our eyes, dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, this big shot is actually a fellow deist. You should have said so earlier. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Men were all like this. The cute girl looked at this scene and felt speechless. They all liked this kind of girl who could transform. She even had all kinds of lines, beautifully dressed up, and had beautiful movements. But on second thought, she suddenly had a bold idea. The god of creation had always been calm and peaceful. Next time, should he try to study this routine? The moment the god of creation descended, he would suddenly transform. Clang, 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 clang. There were all kinds of light close-up shots. He would become a beautiful girl with light effects. Would there be a special reaction from the god of creation? Cough, 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 what am I thinking? The cute girl couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, thinking that she must have gone crazy. But, Carolyn might be suitable, and the ancient gods might like it. The cute girl naturally knew what Carolyn was thinking. As her best friend, she still had to give her some advice. Thus, she couldn't help but use the transmission method to contact Carolyn. What is this guy saying? This is too awkward. At this moment, Carolyn was also watching television. Hearing her cute little sister's wild and imaginative thoughts, her expression turned somewhat strange. Chapter 995. The Birth of a New Era. These two 9th-grade Deo cultivators with perfect Deo foundations still set foot on the Joss flame system. This was a simple way to make incense. The dragon's vein signal tower beside him was absorbing the faith around him as a magic pet. Although the player's incense god was strange in shape, it did indeed have a huge effect. In just a few days, under Bhikhu's dumbfounded gaze, he saw the improvements of the two magical girls and the gathering of a large number of incense. The lines were short. But it was also very representative and easy to remember. Her movements were graceful, and her clothes were dignified and beautiful. Although she was still called a magical girl, she was in fact a classical style and a unique beauty. Most importantly, he did not have a magic staff. This caused many players to feel heartache. They had inadvertently deviated back to the original path of the traditional gods of incense. How could a magical girl without a magic staff still be a magical girl? In front of the television. It seems that the people in this world are still very normal creatures. Medusa said, the movements and clothing are all right, but the lines are too awkward. Suji nodded, thinking that it made sense. This civilization was indeed highly mature. Although they had adopted some actions and costumes, the awkward lines were all erased. Normal. Shiji was confused, but when he saw the scene on the TV, he said indignantly, I feel like I've lost my soul. She still felt that the previous magical girl was the most handsome and very cool. That was the hero who saved the world. The scene in front of her was not so interesting. For example, right now. Although they were watching 3 small televisions, 2 rank 9 cultivators, and Viola, it was obvious that she and her friends who knew each other from the internet were all paying attention to Viola. The future East Green Empress, humph. Humph. They have abandoned the legacy and mission of the magical girl. The little magic dragon said, they abandoned the glory of the magical girl. They are traitors. Execute them. This group of little guys was in a frenzy on the internet. Even Shiji had joined the forum, and was one of the most discussed members. Their incense was more and more concentrated on Viola, not the two who had achieved Deo. Of course, he was cultivating his own followers, so he didn't really need their faith. Su Ji could only smile awkwardly when he saw this scene and the situation of these little guys. After all, everyone was at that age, so he did not mind. At this time, after the new magical girl was improved, this powerful existence began to rapidly multiply the population and poured a large amount of resources. A rank 9 Dao achieving existence who had lived for more than 300,000 years, how terrifying was his reserve of resources. At their level, they basically had excessive resources. Even a life and death battle might not necessarily consume 98% of their resources. They're starting to multiply like crazy. The girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana was stunned as she witnessed the scene. There's no end to the ocean's resources. They're madly smashing it and multiplying the population. The gains of the entire Teal civilization were not as great as the accumulation of this existence alone. This is normal. At this moment, Yun's cultivation partner smiled. At our level, there's almost no place for us to use our resources. We don't even need to collect them intentionally anymore. The energy that we can absorb and release in an instant is terrifying. We're completely self-sufficient. The extraordinaries are a resource-efficient system. After all, powerhouses absorb the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate themselves. On the other hand, the technology side destroys the environment crazily and builds all kinds of ultra-weapons. No matter how much they use, they will never have enough resources. Pikhu was a little shocked. However, she found that the complete level 9 spells of the 3 Supreme Council members were indeed blessing the magical girls. They gave her all kinds of knowledge and explanations, which benefited her a lot. It introduced some knowledge, concepts, and various spells. Even the players in front of the TV and the powerhouses in the audience of the Tower World were fascinated and felt that it had opened their eyes. The other party was a mature extraordinary civilization. It was not like Su Ji's unorthodox method of working behind closed doors, so it was naturally very perfect. As for the other party, he had explored the old sites of countless ancient civilizations and obtained all kinds of complete knowledge, which was beyond Su Ji's imagination. Furthermore, Yun had suggested that Pikhu should only reveal his identity after reaching the 9th rank. After all, he was still too weak at the deity realm. But my aptitude isn't very good, Pikhu said. Don't worry. As one of the strongest deists, we'll be teaching you at any time. As long as your aptitude isn't too bad, we can make up for it at the same time. You can make up for it with hard work. One of the Dao companions smiled and said, we have all the time we need here. You don't have to worry too much, we will stand by your side and protect you for a while. This was an open friendship and alliance, because they all knew that the rise of this civilization was unstoppable. The people in front of the TV were completely silent. The girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana has struck it rich. A rank 9 Dao holder with a perfect Dao foundation, an existence that is only slightly inferior to Carolyn and the others, is going to be his personal tutelage teacher? What kind of godly treatment is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't worry. 2 small televisions with these 2 beings following us, 24 hours a day. As fanatics, we're not afraid of not learning anything. Damn it, why doesn't such an existence go to the toilet or shower, then what's the point of peeking all day? Heartache. The one above is too dirty. We have to observe such a great existence with a learning perspective, serious face. In less than 20 years, Yun multiplied his tribesmen like crazy, and his population reached more than 100 billion. Furthermore, these clansmen cultivated like crazy to raise their cultivation and combat strength. Their average level was around the 4th rank. As a result, the common people began to believe in the 2 magical girls, gathering incense and faith. Soon, the incense gathered on their bodies was not enough to transform their powerful bodies, because it would be a relatively long process. However, because of the gathering of faith, the witch had begun to appear. A disaster began to befall this land. The 2 goddesses took advantage of this disaster to perform a few magnificent battles, winning the worship, faith of countless living beings. 40 years had passed. The amount of resources poured in seemed to be bottomless. The population had increased to more than 200 billion. As for the 2 rank 9 Dao cultivators, they had already assimilated the power of the incense and faith to a certain extent. They had already surpassed Tier 8 gods and arrived on the path of Tier 9, and the witch corresponding to the path of Tier 9 had also been completely born. A witch who stepped onto the path of the ninth step? I can still control demonesses of this level. Yuan furrowed his brows. But if this goes on, when he completely assimilates the incense and transforms to the current deist realm, I'm afraid there will be a demoness with the same combat strength. 2 existences of this level. And they were 2 demonesses with 4 genes maxed out. Even he felt that the matter here was troublesome. It's been 40 years. I'm going back. I want to go to school. Viola felt that her life had been bizarre and grotesque that night, as if she had been in a beautiful dream. She was already older than her parents. This was simply unbelievable. I'll still come for lunch tomorrow afternoon. She only went to school to calm down and relax. The next day, noon. Another 20 years passed. When Viola brought Pikha back to this land, she found that the welcoming party was extremely grand. We can't cover up the matter of the magical girl anymore. Yuan said, I've given birth to too many creatures and spent more than half of my savings. Some rank 9 meta-humans had already noticed it. At first, they thought that I was building a god's factory and relying on technology to reproduce a large number of creatures, forming an evil assembly line to extract quality. You know, this is something very evil and not allowed, so there are existences investigating it. The result was obvious. Although they did not find any god's factory, they naturally sensed the magical girl and witch among the creatures on this land. Then, Pikha said, the 3 great heavenly venerates have already descended and studied their structure. Yuan said, the 3 celestial venerables left directly. At the same time, they announced that they will appoint you as the 4th celestial venerable. You will be on an equal footing with them. You will be above the 107 rank 9 cultivators. You will have the absolute authority to enter Deep Blue at any time. Me? The 4th Holy Master? The girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana was completely stunned. Although this was only Yuan's own speculation, it had indeed happened according to the 3 heavenly venerates' personalities and patterns. However, to her, it was a complete shock. What did this mean? The 4th great celestial venerable. He was on the same level as the other 3 weaker level 9 existences and the terrifying existences on the same level as the ancient gods. This glory does not belong to me. It belongs to someone else. The little pet Pikha muttered to himself. The racer of Mount Harana was only promoted to this position because of the power of his alchemy factory. Don't be too happy. It's just a false appearance. Yuan smiled. The starting point is very high. The right to live permanently in Blue Abyss is something that Lan Ermin and the others who brought you in before could not imagine. They had to do their best to earn points in order to stay in there. And you've surpassed him from the very beginning. But you're still just an empty shell. When you step into the 10th level and are on the same level as them, you'll be the true 4th celestial venerable. Step into the 10th level? Hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years? Who knows? This was indeed a distant dream, but the actual benefits were still huge. Then, let's discuss some other matters. Yuan said, you can go to Deep Blue at any time to meet the 3 celestial venerables. There was no need to be anxious, because the 10 years or even hundreds of years in your eyes were just a blink of an eye in their eyes. There's also one more thing. All of the complete level 9 maidens want to become maidens. Pikha nodded. She had already expected this. Once the news spread, the big shots would swarm over. In the past few years, the small TV clan had accelerated their production speed and used it all to reproduce themselves. The number of people who had broken through to the 9th level had reached a total of 8. It can be sold for a huge amount of resources. Pikha took a deep breath. A pirated small TV could be sold at a sky-high price. After all, this was at the level of a god, and it was difficult for them to give birth. Moreover, their main targets were the 100 or so super-rich people, so naturally, the rarer something was, the more precious it would be. She could imagine that in the future, many powerful existences would have a small pet floating behind them when they walked around. In fact, it was a camera to collect incense and faith. That scene would definitely be beautiful. Everyone in the tower world was watching their live broadcast on TV. Your clan is in high demand now. Yuan laughed and said, you're very heaven-defying. Do you know what this means? It means that all the resources we have stored can be quickly converted into combat power. The resources that we've stored for hundreds of thousands of years will be completely consumed. I've already used up 27% of the resources that I've stored for countless years. So many resources? Only a quarter? Piku's face stiffened. Yuan knew what this meant. 4 powerhouses of their level, no matter how many resources they had, they could not be converted into actual combat power. 99% of their stored resources could only be stored there. But now, this system could transform all of their stored resources into living beings and breed species, forming a different kind of combat power and providing recovery power behind the scenes. How could they not be excited? In the future, we'll be consuming a lot of resources. All of our powerhouses will turn all of our resources into battle power. Yuan said. Chapter 996. The calculation method of combat power. On the other side. Within the Azure Abyss Divine Domain. The world was blue and covered in ice and snow. The statues were imprisoned in some dark blue ice, as if they were eternal. In the deepest part. The 3 heavenly venerates were the most ancient existences who had lived for more than 500,000 years. They could even live on indefinitely. In theory, they could live to the end of the universe. However, was this the case? It was true that the bloodline of immortality was an extremely heaven-defying talent. However, this type of bloodline would also bring about a huge disaster, and countless powerhouses would covet it. Natural aging and death? Most of the experts have died on the way. Perhaps, it will be the same for us in the future. In the darkness, an ancient celestial venerable, who was frozen in a clear and mysterious ice block, said softly. Have you investigated? Yes, I've already studied it. The civilization of this magical girl doesn't directly improve combat power, but directly improve recovery ability. The speed at which they recovered from their injuries was beyond imagination. After all, they don't rely on their own bodies to recover, but on external supplies. It's as if an elite army of countless powerhouses is supporting the transmission. This bloodline can transform all of the combat power stored in our abyssal divine territory. It can increase our combat power by at least 5 to 6 times. Indeed, it could increase by 5 to 6 times. It was because their civilization had been around for too long. It was so long that a large amount of resources had been accumulated to an unimaginable extent, and the powerhouses were unable to convert them into combat power. They could only guard the treasure mountain empty-handed. And this civilization was like a key that could open that door and turn the accumulated treasures of their abyssal blue civilization into combat power. All of their resources were used to cultivate powerhouses and believers. No matter how many resources he had, he could still madly throw them down. It also has the means of rebirth. Even if it dies, it can return to the world through the hope and longing of all living beings. However, the more you die, the more you completely lose yourself. A powerful celestial master who was 10 levels lower than him, his entire body was dark blue, and he said indifferently, "This is an extremely dangerous and evil system. Even if you don't die, you must always resist the erosion of the human world's incense and avoid losing yourself. However, this way, they won't be afraid of death. Instead, we'll be able to explore some extremely dangerous ancient ruins." One of the celestial venerables smiled. Are we going to start exploring the ancient ruins that are suspected to be at the ultimate level 10? The other celestial venerable smiled. As a nomadic civilization, the purpose of nomadism in the abyssal divine territory was to collect resources. As for the sun? All sorts of energy resources. They were certainly not doing it for that, since their energy resources were already excessive. It was nomad and the exploration of ancient ruins. After all, the entire universe was too long. 570,000 years of the Blue Abyss civilization? The time was laughably short. One must know that the Jurassic period on Earth was more than 4 million years old. Over the long years, too many ruins of civilizations had been accumulated. They were all living on the ruins. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, they had traveled across less than 1/10,000th of the superstar cluster, and the area they had explored had long surpassed the entire Milky Way. Drawing a map of the superstar cluster was the most precious information of a civilization. All kinds of extremely hidden entrances to the ruins of super civilizations were unimaginable wealth. They held the entrance of the super treasure mountain in their hands and didn't dare to explore it. That could be a 10th tier relic. Even the celestial masters who were weaker than level 10 were excited. That was where their real opportunity lay. In the past, we cherished those Tier 9 cultivators with perfect Dao foundations very much because they were our precious combat power. To resist the invasion of those guys, it was extremely painful to even lose one of them. But now, they are not afraid of death. Yes, so what if you have lost yourself? What does it have to do with us? As long as they are still a powerful force under our command, that is enough. A Yuan Lan holy man smiled. However, we can't force them. We'll lose the hearts of the people. We have to give them hints and tempt them to explore those extremely dangerous areas. The three heavenly venerates were making a decision for their civilization. There was no doubt that the emergence of this civilization system would help them greatly resist the fallen civilization of Daoists and greatly improve their strength. In fact, the other party's evil civilization would not be a threat. Have you really investigated thoroughly? Didn't you leave any backup? One of the celestial venerables said. I've checked thoroughly. There's no other way out. The Dark Clan. The other celestial venerable looked extremely serious and said coldly, the emotional beings they create are all extremely pure extraordinary paths. There are no hidden doors or control methods. At the same time, he didn't need to fear the Hatcher clan and completely control those Joss Flame gods. This was because after they had broken through to become gods, the level 8 Joss Flame god could absorb emotions by himself without going through those little fellows. However, if he were to absorb it, the speed would only be less than 1/10 of the original. But it's enough to be self-sufficient. Indeed. When a Joss Flame god reached level 8, they were no longer forced to take root in the Joss Flame dragon vein. Even if they were separated, they could develop their own believers and absorb their emotions and beliefs. This was because they had completely become Joss Flame creatures and could feed on the Joss Flames of the human world for a living. At that time, the Seven Realms Heavenly Court invaded the lava region and attacked the three pillar gods. The incense gods they sent in could stir up chaos there even without the dragon vein. However, without the help of the dragon veins, the efficiency of the recovery was very low. The speed was like the difference between a bicycle and a car. It was almost useless. However, even if he got out of incubator, he wasn't afraid. In that case, there are indeed no problems. There are no means to restrain us. This race relies on the host to survive, and the host can leave them. For the sake of survival, they won't fight to the death with us. Don't worry. There's no reason for them to fight to the death with us, because we will do our best to protect them. They're boosting their combat strength. This is a mutually beneficial win-win situation. One of the celestial venerables said, in that case, we can test it out on a large scale. On the other side, Viola was walking in a luxurious palace. At the side, the girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana muttered, it seems like the three heavenly venerates have figured out our background, right? We really don't have any means to restrain them on the incense dragon vein. After all, they must have already realized. When they reached a certain level of power, they could even separate themselves from the small TV and absorb the Joss Flames on their own. However, their speed would be very slow. They would have to move around and absorb the Joss Flames one by one. In fact, we really don't have any means to restrain them. In front of such a level, any means we use will be seen through. Pikhu shook his head. We really just want it. It's a win-win situation. After all, it's a big profit for us to get some wool from such a level of existence. Why could Menmei spread incense? Become the foundation? Because as Mother Earth, it was a win-win situation for both sides. The incense system had always been an extraordinary system that benefited both sides. Menmei didn't have any means to restrain the incense god either. The incense god could even break away from her dragon veins and rely on himself to develop believers. He could also absorb faith one by one, but it was very slow. Therefore, knowing that there would be no hidden door, some powerful existences volunteered to become the god of incense, so that they could win together with the cute girl. He followed the system of the Joss Flame lineage. Menmei was just a landlady, collecting rent. She had never thought of killing the tenants of the incense houses. Only a true fool would treat other powerhouses as fools. Even the cute girl was protected tightly. We're doing the same. We're just collecting rent and buying a Joss TV to earn some money. No. Pikhu shook his head and said, then, I took the opportunity to become an indispensable foundation of this world. Just like Menmei, it was worth it to tie the whole world to his chariot and share honor and disgrace together, live and die together. Although it's true that the small TV series will live and die with them, it's only the quantum doppelganger of the small TV series that will die. Pikhu sighed. At the same time, if we become the foundation of this world, we will have enough power to influence it. When the time comes, we might be able to get them to form an alliance to fight against the moon god season, the legendary Mother Stream civilization. In Suji's eyes, this was a super powerful space civilization. In the player's eyes, this civilization was a common sight, just like the other worlds. It was the same as the lava domain, the rank 7 heavenly court, the small universe world, Renamansky garden, and other worlds he had encountered. The only difference was that this civilization was very powerful. They wanted to pull this civilization into the war chariot and help the ancient gods resist the moon god season. This was a very good choice. At this moment, Hualala Yun walked over, followed by a group of powerful 9th grade Dao foundations. The 3 great heavenly venerates are not in hurry to sign the magical girl contract. I've already carried out a bidding. Each of the powerful existences has one with 2.8 perfect 9th stage spiritual energy. Including me, there are a total of 8 incubator races, right? Pikhu was at a loss. Most of the carbon-based life forms in the universe, due to the planet's gravity, oxygen, and evolution conditions, are generally between 1 to 3 meters in size. Therefore, we define the energy of a perfect rank 9 Dao foundation with a normal 2-meter tall body as 1. Yun explained patiently, this is how we Daoists calculate our energy level combat strength. We use a unit of standardized body size, rank 9, as 1. After all, the larger the body size, the higher the energy level. In theory, the combat strength is relatively stronger. I'm ranked 37th not because my other bloodlines and cultivation techniques are lower than theirs, but because of their top 10 body types and energy levels. They're usually around 10 to 30. Their one move is 30 times stronger than mine, I can't take it, Yun replied with a smile. As soon as he said that, everyone understood the translated meaning and was shocked. They calculate the energy like this? Indeed. It's impossible to calculate each other's combat strength when it comes to the genetic system and cultivation technique they're cultivating. We'll only know after we've fought. This is too difficult to calculate. If we don't consider our cultivation techniques and bloodlines, it's indeed very suitable to use the energy level in our bodies to roughly measure our combat power. So ruthless? 2.8, the energy of nearly 3 normal perfect Daoists in exchange for a small TV. He's so rich. They had thought that these big shots would definitely not scam them. After all, it was a long-term deal, and they would not be disappointed. They did not know how much they wanted either. They could have just given him some as they saw fit, but who knew he was so rich? What did this mean? In the past, the energy that the Teal civilization had plundered was merely the energy of 2 perfect Daoists. In other words, one of their pirated small television sets could be exchanged for the entire Teal civilization, and they even had a large number of spare sets. The racer of Mount Harana, ha 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 ha, I'm rich. I'm indeed an alchemy factory, the richest in the world. Excited. Menmei was feeling a little uncomfortable. This time, it was the wife of the racer of Mount Harana's turn to earn money, and she was not even brought along. What did we sell before? It would be a huge loss to give it to the country bumpkins of the Teal civilization. Look at this place, there's a pirated deity TV. 2.8 perfect 9th rank Dao foundations of normal size. Meng Mei felt that she had been too kind before. This was simply not on the same level of quantity. A pirated small television, a Teal civilization, would you believe it? This was more than just a huge profit. Damn it, a pirated small TV could be exchanged for an entire Teal civilization in the solar system. A fool has more money, a fool has more money. When she saw this, she stood up and walked back and forth in the palace, her face completely black. The difference was too great. If she could sell a small TV, she would be rich enough to rival a country. The Tower World players in front of the TV were overjoyed. That's right. A 2-meter tall, ordinary rank 9 Carolyn. This amount of energy, if converted to the energy of an ant-sized Carolyn, wouldn't that be equivalent to the energy of tens of thousands of ant-sized Carolyn? The higher-ups don't calculate it like this. Despite her small size, Carolyn's actual energy level was at least 3. After all, she was an entire civilization by herself. She had cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and her spiritual universe. Using this internal space method to replace the body to store energy and form a world power furnace to make up for the gap. However, even if Carolyn's strength is 3,3 normal-sized rank 9 energy levels, she still won't be able to defeat someone even stronger. As for Carolyn continuing to increase the surface area of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, to strengthen the energy level of the world's power furnace, the internal space of the 9 revolutions mysterious art could not be increased limitlessly. There was a limit. The space could only be so big at each realm. If it was forcefully expanded, it would cause the internal space to become unstable and collapse. This meant that within the same realm, the 9 revolutions mysterious art would definitely have a limit to its combat power. It could not be infinitely expanded to reproduce living creatures and provide energy for itself. However, the limited living space could improve the average quality of living creatures. If the living beings in his body were on average heavenly emperors, they must be terrifyingly powerful. However, this was only an idealization. Who didn't know to go for the quality route? Dichi was developing the level 7 heavenly court like crazy, but the average living being was stuck at level 4 or 5. This was too difficult. The 9 revolutions mysterious art required too many resources. It was a bottomless pit of resources. At this moment, countless people were analyzing the situation. This civilization was obviously a very powerful and mature civilization. Their combat power calculation system was very novel. To a certain extent, it was a very direct way to measure combat power data. But if I calculate it this way, ignoring the 3 mysterious weak level 10, their strongest level 9 representative is 30? Carolyn and the others, doesn't that mean that they can only be ranked outside of the top 10 powerhouses of the 9th step? The power of this civilization was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Carolyn and the rest were not even in the top 10 in terms of combat strength. After all, he was an ancient existence that had lived for 200,000 to 300,000 years. Although Carolyn and the others had been accelerating in the high-dimensional space-time, they were only 10,000 years old at most. Brothers, that's not how you calculate it. After all, Carolyn and the others are still at the intermediate level. Once they reach the higher levels, their combat power will definitely rise again. Their internal space will expand by another layer, and they will be able to store more people. Their power levels will also increase. At the same time, this is just a rough way of calculating the energy level. In actual combat, it's not like whoever has more energy and a stronger output can win. It's not like our cultivation techniques can be calculated based on energy level. A group of players was discussing madly. After all, this was an important point. At this moment, Carolyn was frowning as she sat in front of the television. If I break through to the upper 9th rank, my internal space will expand and I'll have a high-speed reproduction of creatures. My energy level should be able to reach 8, which is 8 times the size of a 9th rank at the same level. However, the strongest among them is over 30. He's still countless times stronger than me. I can make up for it with my cultivation method, but I don't know what his cultivation method is like. She had no confidence at all. This civilization was very powerful. Under the same realm, her combat power was actually not invincible. It could only be said that she could fight and compete, but the outcome was unknown. In the end, my foundation is still too weak. If I had as much time as them, tens of thousands of years would have been enough. The world in my body would have at least an average heavenly emperor, and my energy level would be at least 100. Caroline sighed. After all, he had just made a breakthrough. The 9 revolutions mysterious art and the spiritual universe were cumulative cultivation techniques, which required a lot of time. Chapter 997. Taking action. At this very moment, in front of the TV, everyone was dumbfounded and amazed by the power of this civilization. Including the 3 I had before, there are 8 in total, right? Yun smiled. The 3 that I'm taking away will be calculated at this price as well. The total resources will be placed here. Yun took out an interspatial ring with complicated and beautiful carvings. Do you want to check it? No, I trust you. Pikhu shook his head and 5 cute little animals appeared in front of him, floating in the air. You can choose. I heard that there are all sorts of lines and actions. At this moment, an existence beside him slowly said, can we change the lines, are there any other inheritances? For example, men and women. Yes, there is naturally an inheritance, you can change it however you want, Bhikkhu said quickly. You can also change it to young magician or something. Just have a name. She was screaming madly in her heart. You're rich, so you're the boss. Pay up, and you can do whatever you want with the women's clothes. Gentlemen, play however you want. The few existences had calm expressions as they slowly made their choices. In the end, they each chose one and left. Yun looked at these few existences and smiled. These 5 existences are the top 5 giants of the Supreme Council. They are the strongest people. Ah! Bhikkhu was stunned. The 5 strongest bosses were directly robbed? What do you think? Yun's expression was very calm. He smiled and said, you don't even know how big your system is. I'm afraid that there will be a huge change in the 107 combat strength seats very soon. It's because your system can make up for the difference in our combat strength to a certain extent. She immediately reacted. It really was like that. There was nothing wrong with having a large body and a high energy level. However, this cultivation technique placed the energy level on the people behind it. Whoever had more incense and beliefs would have a higher energy level. But it doesn't completely make up for the advantage in size. It was only a part of the compensation. Their large size meant that their spells were huge. The difference between a spell casually cast by an ant and a spell casually cast by a mountain giant was obvious. The difference was more than 10 times. Not to mention, other than the direct battle of spells and the crushing of flesh and blood. After all, a large body means that the combat body has great strength. It's easy to hit an ant and make you feel very uncomfortable. The other party may not even be able to take one punch. They can only dodge everywhere and attack the weak points. Yun obviously had a lot of experience in dealing with large-sized races, and he won against the strong as the weak. Right now, it's equivalent to giving ants like us a huge horse. However, our body size can't unleash the huge amount of stored magic power. We can only use it for recovery. Unless we can expand our body size and expand the port where we can exert force, then we can effectively transform. Yun sighed. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art could do it. The girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana was very calm. Indeed, with the body of an ant and a super world power furnace installed in your body, how could you explode? Only by expanding to 100,000-foot giant could the excess power of the small world be effectively used and completely exported. Otherwise, no matter how much energy you have, it will only provide you with the ability to recover and not increase your combat strength. Yun sighed and said, at the same time, there's another huge flaw. It's easy to target, that's because we have to carry the living beings of an entire world in our interspatial rings. After all, we're too far away and can't replenish them. If the others aim to destroy the space ring that is the source of the energy, we will. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art didn't have this worry. The girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana was still very calm. This is because you can only carry one magic tool with you, while we can store all living beings in our bodies. But it's already incredible. It has its flaws, but it also has its strong points. Yun smiled. There will be a large-scale change in the seats of the Supreme Council. My 2 cultivation partners and I will be the first to obtain them. There will be an opportunity for us to make our move. It will not be a problem for our force to enter the top 10 in a short time. Yun believed that his bloodline and cultivation technique were not inferior to those in the top 10. However, the innate bottleneck of the race was there. Other races at the same realm were stronger than him. Although their larger bodies meant that their cultivation speed was slow. But time could make up for it here. This was the power of the 4th Celestial. Although the 4th Holy Master was still young, he was capable of reforming the structure of a civilization. Therefore, the 3 great Holy Masters appointed the 4th Holy Master directly. Then I hope you can make it into the top 10. Bhikkhu said hurriedly, this is a ruthless person. No wonder he snatched 3 of them. He clearly saw that it would affect the battle power structure in the future. At the same time, he had goosebumps. He was too ruthless. Entering the top 10 meant that this big shot's combat strength was already comparable to people like Carolyn and Ditchy. And this was under the circumstances that he could only get 1 incense dragon vein, and there was such an exaggerated increase in combat power. What if it was the 9 Revolutions mysterious art? Magic cores? The genes of the entire clan? It was no wonder that the ancient god had warned them not to reveal their bloodline. This was because the ancient Buddhist civilization's bloodline inheritance was too strong. At its peak, it was definitely a level 10 civilization that was much stronger than the Azure Abyss Divine Territory. Then, have a good rest and take a walk. Yuan smiled and said, from today onwards, I'm afraid the situation will change completely. All the experts will start to collect resources on a large scale. They will even use up all the resources. Pikhu nodded and walked out with Viola. At the same time, she was thinking about how to spend this huge benefit. The energy was equivalent to more than 20 perfect 9th tier Dao foundations. If he threw it into the entire tower world, it would thicken the world's density. There would probably be an endless number of powerhouses. They were all supersuns, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. At the same time, more small deity TV sets would appear, but they wouldn't be able to be mass-produced quickly. The tower world, with an average of level 9. This thought came to her mind, I've only sold 8 of them, and I can already raise tens of thousands of 9th rank beasts, right? After all, it was a 9th grade ant. If I sell a few more, I'm afraid that each of them will really be at level 9. She walked aimlessly on the streets, accompanying Viola. But the next second, the world suddenly froze, as if the sky was about to freeze. A sense of crisis that gave him goosebumps rose in his heart. A sharp blade slashed over. It was aimed at Pikhu and Viola. How audacious! The world seemed to have frozen. The glass that fell on the side of the street, the flying particles, the swaying of the trees, and time had completely stopped. An extremely cold feeling seemed to seal the entire era in ice. A grade 9 figure with a perfect Dao foundation that descended from the sky was also frozen into a statue. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. That's the 17th representative. That's a great being with a perfect Dao foundation. He's the great emperor who has the hope of reaching the ultimate end of the universe. He's attacking this weak-looking girl? Everyone's thoughts were locked up at this moment. Their time had stopped, which meant that the pendulum of the entire world had stopped moving. Everything had entered a standstill, and even their thoughts had dropped to an unimaginable level. Everyone was clear about this feeling, deep blue. This was a sign that only appeared in the core deep blue area. An extremely clear and majestic voice came from the sky. As expected, you degenerates have never given up on your evil intentions. Now that you've discovered that we have this help, there's hope for us to reach level 10. You're starting to get anxious. You want to destroy our 4th Holy Master. What a pity, even 17 has been corrupted by you. Your hands have actually reached this far. The Heavenly Venerate's voice carried a trace of sadness and silence. A person who has the potential to reach the final realm will have a bright future. I've been with us for more than 200,000 years. I really can't figure out what kind of means you have used to fall with you. Furthermore, if he was asked to risk his life to attack, how could he not know what would happen if he attacked? I'm going to die without a doubt. In the hands of the 3 of us, there's no way you can escape. The air froze slightly. An existence with a perfect Dao foundation that was comparable to Carolyn and the others was completely suppressed and unable to move. When Yuru, say something. A voice came from the sky and said to the hidden spy. However, this powerful rank 9 Dao reaching expert did not speak at all. The girlfriend of the racer of Mount Harana was also stunned. She looked up at the sky, drenched in cold sweat. To kill me? Had he gone crazy? This is a great Daoist with a perfect Dao foundation. He attacked me, and you're going to control him so easily. It could only be that the 3 great exalted celestials had been watching her. He even knew that some people might not be able to hold back and reveal their fangs hidden in the dark. Strong to this extent. Even Caroline and Medusa, who were in front of the TV, stood up in shock. A stunned thought appeared in Caroline's mind. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This was probably not an ordinary level 10 weakling. He had mastered time, but he couldn't even withstand one move from such a level of opponent. He couldn't even escape. Chapter 998. Secretly taking action, entering the ancient ruins. This weak 10th level meant that the other party was not just ordinarily strong. Carolyn felt that she might be able to escape from an ordinary 10th level combatant. However, under such a terrifying technique, she wouldn't even be able to escape. That was because the ability to freeze time in an instant was too terrifying. Only those in the same realm can resist this time law. Otherwise, anyone who touches it will die. Anyone below the realm can't even resist. Caroline's expression was gloomy. It seems that the fallen civilization that the three great heavenly venerates encountered is not that simple. It was fine if the others were 10 levels weaker. And this kind of time domain that was 10 levels weaker and had a wide range was very powerful. It's as terrifying as the evil god's indescribable power. It can kill a group of people in seconds. Low realm people will die no matter how many of them come. No matter how many there are, they shouldn't be able to surround them. These three great heavenly venerates are hiding something. This fallen civilization definitely has some means and mysterious existences that pose a serious threat to them. Caroline shook her head, indicating that she didn't quite understand. However, there was definitely a hidden reason. Could it be that there was an existence weaker than a rank 10 that was secretly luring the degenerates who could only fight with all their might to besiege the abyssal blue divine territory? Many civilizations in the universe were fighting. It seemed that not only did the ancient gods have enemies, but the enemies of this civilization were not simple either. Both sides have old enemies? We'll have to look at the enemy. If they're not strong, can we let them form an alliance with our civilization and fight against our old enemy together? Caroline pondered for a moment, then shook her head. This was something that the ancient gods had considered. However, she frowned slightly and looked at the TV. Perhaps, I have to think of way to enter this civilization and get in touch with them. As the nomad civilization, they should have many ancient ruins and various star maps. If I can get them and explore them. However, I have to contact Dichi and the three pillar gods. Whoosh! She had also obtained the cloned genes a long time ago. Over the years, she naturally did not waste her time. The quantum battle body that had been pestering her suddenly drifted away. I've spent a huge amount of resources on this quantum battle body. The energy level of my resources is about the same as my main body's. If this clone dies, I'll really suffer a great loss. I finally understand the difficulties of those quantum grandmasters. As for the clone gene, although it seems to have 70% of the original body's combat strength, in reality, it's already not bad if it can reach 4 levels. This was because a clone was unable to inherit a portion of the bloodline. She was more miserable. He could not inherit the physical space of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and the spiritual space of his spiritual universe. Losing 2 of his strongest bloodlines at once was already the worst possible outcome. She had the weakest quantum body. Even if it was Dichi, he would at most be short of 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Dichi's quantum body could beat her to death. It's a big loss. I've taken too many resources and my combat strength is not strong. She walked around the lava region and found that the entire land was empty. They're not back yet, they even put their bodies into the alternate dimension to prevent us from touching their bodies? So that when they return, they only have their heads left. Shaking her head, Caroline chuckled and said, "It's too petty. How can we be that kind of despicable people?" However, he had not returned yet. He was probably still chasing after Pillar God G. A strange expression appeared on Caroline's face. She knew how difficult it was to deal with a pillar god. They could calculate fate and the future, and the machine pillar god understood the 3 pillar gods very well. They could calculate their movements and run very fast, so they were probably still chasing them. That fellow! Caroline couldn't be bothered with him anymore and directly went to the rank 7 Heavenly Court to find Dichi. "You've also created a quantum battle body." Dichi's face was very cold. It seemed that the work in the alchemy factory was not enough, and all the business had been moved outside. "That's right. Are you interested in taking a trip to the outer realms?" said Caroline. "What did you find?" Dichi asked. Caroline immediately transmitted the image. "This one is powerful. Let's go." Dichi laughed, but his expression became serious. "However, this civilization is too terrifying. We are only in the upper middle tier. The universe is too huge. We are too small. I might not be able to win against 17 alone, it's only ranked 17th. We'll use our quantum bodies to check it out." Boom! The sky was dark blue. It was as if they had fallen into an eternal frozen era where time had stopped. Everyone was frozen. "Aren't you going to talk?" A voice came from the sky. 17. "You're willing to risk your life to assassinate our 4th Holy Master? If I didn't predict that you would attack." Just kill me, said the cultivator with the perfect Deo foundation. He, if it was before, I would naturally kill you. But now, killing you would be too much of a waste. A voice came from the sky. I will turn you into a magical girl, accept the hope of all living beings, and finally become the true guardian of our civilization, without any disloyalty. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. He wanted to commit suicide. You don't know how powerful we are. You can escape or even commit suicide in front of other level 10 weaklings, but in front of our special characteristics, everything is useless. The huge chaos had completely come to an end. In Bhikkhu's heart, the voice of the heavenly venerate rang out. It still happened in the end. It was their final struggle. They know that we will become completely powerful. With your civilization joining us, it will be impossible for them, who are already weak, to besiege and kill us. However, you have to be careful in the future. The three of us will work together to leave an imprint on your body, and it will save your life. Yes, she quickly said respectfully. Soon, the entire Azure Abyss Divine Territory knew that the 17th representative had betrayed them. They had always been certain that no one in the upper echelons had betrayed them. How could an existence who had the qualifications to become a deist and had reached the ultimate level of the universe express goodwill to those who had already failed and fallen? However, such a strange event had actually happened. Perhaps, the three great heavenly venerates are hiding something from the fallen civilization. The other party might have a truly powerful existence who can bewitch a rank 9 immortal cultivator with such a perfect Deo foundation. They might even become suicide soldiers and carry out assassinations with the determination to die. All existences began to move, and their thoughts were unpredictable. 17 had lived with them for tens of thousands of years, and they had been with him all the time. But he had been hiding so deeply behind the scenes that even they felt creepy. And after a few decades, it was as if nothing had happened, and time passed again. The Hatcher clan was very productive, and they obtained a lot of resources. They crazily produced god-level magic pets and signed magic contracts with them. To date, there were 37 of them. 1/3 of the members of the Supreme Council had already begun to embark on this path. At the same time, the entire Blue Abyss Divine Territory entered the subspace era. Countless small worlds were in the middle. Yun, who was one of the first few existences, had used up all his resources and converted them into real power. He felt relaxed with hundreds of billions of people behind him. At the same time, witches also appeared in large numbers. In the end, the first witch of the deist level was completely born. Countless powerhouses joined forces and directly suppressed and defeated him. He sent it into the deep blue divine territory and it was frozen by time. This way, we can solve the problem, but... The three holy masters frowned slightly. If the number of them increases, we will have to suppress hundreds of demonesses at any time. At the same time, a large number of our forces will be restricted. They may even be a safety hazard. Those with evil intentions will take the opportunity to release these guys when the war breaks out. However, there was no other way. This was the weakness of the incense dragon vein. And NBSP, at the same time, the abyssal blue divine domain's resources had been used up, and its strength had increased dramatically. Its demand for resources had also increased, and powerful existences had begun to head out to mine for all sorts of resources. He stored his strength in the form of the common people. Even the three great celestial venerables issued various missions and star map explorations, pointing directly to extremely dangerous mysterious ruins of ancient weak level 10 and forbidden level 10 civilizations. These are the coordinates of the treasures of our civilization that we have explored for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it's time to explore. Not only is your strength greatly increased, but you are also not afraid of death. If you die too much, you will lose yourself. However, according to the spiritual recovery method derived by us three great celestial venerables, after death and resurrection, you will go into seclusion and calm your mind and thoughts with our method. As long as you delay it for 10,000 years, the after effects will be eliminated. As long as they didn't die continuously, they would be able to get rid of the after effects of assimilation after some time. Seeing this, even Su Ji's heart trembled slightly. In less than 100 years, the dragon vein has appeared in their hands in all kinds of unimaginable ways and routines. They even know it better than men may. You need to understand it even deeper. This was the difference in vision. The three weaker 10th level beings had already reached the level of law creation, so how could their horizons not be terrifying? In one breath, they had deduced the incense system of this disabled clone to the level of an extremely mature rank 9 deist. They had even seen all the pros and cons, and had come up with a complete countermeasure and a mature application method. Even a dragon vein that doesn't often need to fight has been deduced to such an extent. I want to throw the 9 revolutions mysterious art and my entire clan over there. Su Ji's expression became strange. The dragon's vein was naturally not commonly used, and the 9 revolutions mysterious art had perfectly replaced it. But of course, they suddenly obtained a cultivation method system that could make up for their shortcomings. They must have spent a lot of effort to deduce it to the strongest. It's not like those few worlds, where there are too many powerful cultivation system, and they're all busy learning from each other. Where would they find the time to deduce a system to its peak? There were too many bloodline systems, and he couldn't chew them all off. Su Ji looked in front of him. The Azure Abyss Divine Territory is preparing to issue missions. They're not afraid of death and are going to explore the ancient forbidden ruins on a large scale. As they were broadcasting live on the television and had revealed their coordinates, Carolyn was envious and was prepared to pull Ditchy along to explore together. I'll also try to meet this civilization. Su Ji himself wanted to go as well. An ancient civilization ruin, and it was a level 10 one at that. How mysterious and beautiful was the ancient civilization ruin? He was too curious about this, because it was a 10th level that he had not come into contact with at the moment. However, seeing that his path to the 9th rank was at 4%, he decided not to join in the fun. At this moment, Yun was standing in the huge crystal square with Pikhu, Viola, and his 2 cultivation partners. He said, "These coordinates are still open to the public. Civilization relics that are weaker than level 10 or even level 10. However, we still have to enter and take a look. Let's choose this one." He pointed at the edge of a super new star cluster on the vast star map. "Future 4th Holy Master, I'll take you out to see the outside world. If the universe is a dark forest, the coordinates of these ruined civilizations will be the bright spot in the forest. Everyone will gather there. I'll show you the weak civilizations and worlds outside. It'll be of great help to you in seeing the vast universe." Chapter 999. Ancient Ruins, Old Wang again? Viola stood in the holy square of the coordinates of the entire star map, her heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. He went to school during the day, being a junior high school student and listening to the teacher's lessons. He would cultivate at night, explore the ancient ruins in the universe, follow the ancient existences who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and see the whole world. This was too bizarre. 3 days ago, she was still an ordinary middle school student. In the player's words, even the most long Aotian novels would not dare to write such a miracle. Pikhu, on the other hand, did not care so much. To them, helping a mortal was just a small matter. He could not help but say, "We're going to accept a mission and explore the ruins of an ancient civilization. Aren't you afraid that someone will attack me? You still need to gain experience. No expert is a flower in a greenhouse, and you are no different." Yun smiled and shook his head. "I have the suppression sight. Who can do anything to you?" With his 2 cultivation partners, Yun's combined combat power had reached the top 10 of Blue Abyss's deist cultivators. His energy level was measured according to the standard. If a perfect rank 9 with a normal 2-meter-tall body was 1, he was already 31. His other 2 cultivation companions were a little inferior, at more than 20. They were invincible, so who could do anything to them? "Are you going fishing?" Pikhu said. After all, the 3 great heavenly venerates had left a mark on her body to protect her. Yun did not deny it. "Yes, let's see if we can find out a group of people." Even the 3 great celestial venerables did not expect that the other party's hand had reached so deep. Even the 107 existences who had achieved Deo could not be trusted. Right now, the 3 great exalted celestials only trust me and a few others. It had to be said that he had become the confidant of the 3 great celestial venerables in one leap. Because he was the one who recommended her. If he was a spy, the magical girls would not even have the chance to show up. So, at the moment of panic, he directly cleared his suspicion and became a confidant. Even Lan Ermin and the others who brought them here received a lot of support. Now that they had obtained a lot of resources and guidance, the three holy masters wanted to push them into the Supreme Council of Deists and increase the number of useful people. Let's go. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, he entered a high-speed space-time tunnel. The teleportation this time was too long. It did not arrive in just a few moments. The surrounding planets were like bowling balls that flew back rapidly, even turning into threads of light. We're going to the ruins of an ancient civilization from more than 400,000 years ago. It's very mysterious and unpredictable. It's a dangerous relic that we call fixed light super divine territory and burning maze. Over there are one of the few ruins of an ancient civilization that is weaker than level 10 that has not been explored and excavated. Danger lurks everywhere, and ancient buildings stand in great numbers. At the same time, this civilization has other connections, and there's an even higher civilization, a level 10 historical site. There's a higher civilization? Bhikkhu asked. Yes. According to our investigations, it's related to an ancient level 10 relic civilization. The civilization we're going to is considered a subordinate civilization. The three celestial venerables don't dare to touch the higher level 10 relic. However, even if it was a low-leveled civilization, this place was still very terrifying. At almost every moment, deists from all over the world explore it and some even die there. There are fights for treasures, restrictions left behind by ancient civilizations, and even other existences hunting them down. Yuan introduced. Bhikkhu was stunned. He's such a rare level 9 universe Deo achieving being, but he dies here so often? Isn't this loss too great? Yuan answered with a smile, as if he was her teacher. After all, he was just a temporary teacher hired to protect her, teaching her and answering her questions. What do you mean by loss? Do you know how many lost cultivators were in the past 1 million years? Even the powerhouses who have transcended the laws of the universe can't do more than the crazy alternation of life and death. You have to know that thousands of civilizations are born and destroyed in the entire universe at every moment. No. Yuan shook his head and said softly, the world is much bigger than you think. Civilization is as rotten as the stars. Every 100,000 years, there will be people who have transcended like the stars, and then they will fall. These historical relics of civilizations were the best evidence. Even the star maps of the abyssal blue civilization that we have explored, thousands of large star systems, are only 1/1000th of the super new star cluster that we are living in. The first lesson I'm going to teach you is respect. We respect life, because any life is a miracle of the universe. It's formed by countless inanimate objects, sand, stones, and water, arranged in a strange way. Revere nature. No matter how powerful a life is, it's just a speck of dust in the vast universe. We're all dust, and so are you and I. Floating dust? In front of the TV, many people were listening with great interest. After all, the real structure of the universe was something they had never seen before since they were sealed off from the outside world by the ancient gods. It could be said that this was a piece of science. In the universe, the coordinates of all civilizations are hidden. Only the ruins of ancient civilizations, which have been widely spread, will meet and explore in large numbers. Whoosh! The few of them landed and stopped on a desolate abandoned planet. This yellow-colored rocky planet was actually a white dwarf. The heat emitted from it was like a terrifying purgatory, and even the vacuum was distorted by the heat. The super high gravity field instantly reduced the Bhikkhu's body to half of its original size. Yuan was stunned and laughed. This one. Normal powerhouses could only use their own strength to resist the super high gravity. If they could not resist, they would be squeezed by the gravity until their whole body was oozing blood, their flesh and cells would be broken, and they would become a bloody man. However, it was the first time he had seen one that could shrink and stretch. Your clan seems to have a lot of flexibility. As if he had discovered a new continent, Yuan seemed to be very interested and reached out his hand to grab it. Boom! An even stronger gravity descended. She was now the size of a strand of hair. Voila! Yuan twisted the laws and went against gravity. In an instant, the entire white magic rabbit expanded rapidly like a marshmallow. It grew bigger and bigger, and its body density became extremely sparse. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher, don't press down. Bhikkhu frantically enlarged and shrunk. He coughed twice and said, our race can be big or small. When the magical girl is fighting, she can hide in your hair. That way, we won't have to worry about being targeted. Yuan felt that it was amazing. There was actually such a flexible race that could change one's own density like a spring. It seems that the more powerful you are, the smaller you will be. How dense can you be? Yuan asked. According to the deduction of our ancestors, our limit is a quarter of the density of a neutron star, however, no one has ever reached this realm. Pikhu thought for a while and answered honestly, we call the limit of the mass density of a neutron star the Oppenheimer density. We can reach a quarter of the limit. The corresponding length, we call it the Bertrand length. He is a legendary figure, and no one knows the sun better than him. I see. Yuan nodded. As a cultivator who had transcended the laws of the universe, he naturally understood the laws of the universe, such as density, gravity, temperature. A quarter of the density of a neutron star was equivalent to stuffing all the supercontinents of a planet into a basketball. Furthermore, what if he used this kind of density to compress this tiny creature? Their size would be hundreds of millions of times smaller than a bacteria. It's indeed convenient for us to carry it around with such a size. Without this clan by our side during the battle to help convert the Joss flames, we're useless. However, I've been thinking that it'll be very difficult to protect them during the battle. However, things were different now. With her size, the enemy couldn't do anything to her at all. At the same time, this was equivalent to a super weapon, small drop. Its terrifying density was enough to penetrate everything. It could be used as some kind of sneak attack magical treasure. I thought it was just to provide incense. I didn't expect it to help us in battle. It seems that we really have to focus on raising our own magical pets. We can raise our realms together. Yuan thought to himself. The incense civilization indeed complemented each other. Being able to help in fighting was also an improvement for the portable dragon vein. Of course, this kind of fight was used as a magic weapon. Hidden weapons were shot out, and they just had to lie down, which was quite suitable for their style. But at this moment, in front of the TV, all the players were listening to this teacher's teaching of his disciple and watching the TV, but their thoughts were in a completely different direction. Someone's wife was played. A green flower embedded on the golden factory. Hubby, say something, say something. The car on Mount Harana did not respond, as if it was working overtime. At this moment, there were some special buildings scattered on this white dwarf. Some powerful gods and rank 9 Deo-reaching existences were walking back and forth. All the great existences that were rarely seen, even deists, had actually appeared here. It's an existence from the Azure Abyss divine domain. Go. He is a forbidden being who has the potential to perfect his Deo foundation and embark on the path of the world. Those guys are here. The 37th person of the Azure Abyss divine territory. He's known as the source martial god of slaughter. When all the Deo cultivators saw Yuan, their expressions changed slightly. It was as if they knew of his terrifying name. This kind of existence was already a taboo overlord in the nearby great galaxies. Many civilizations were terrified of him, and their first reaction was to leave. Teacher, why does your title, Source Martial Killer God, not sound so good? Pikhu said. They're the ones who came up with the names. I don't like it either. It's unpleasant to hear, and there's nothing new about it. After all, I was only ranked 37th before. Yuan furrowed his brows. There were more than 100 of them, and the title was more of a code name. He shook his head and said, but this time, if we were to encounter a battle, after I transform, this so-called taboo name from before will change their minds. As for them, they are all disabled rank 9s. They have no hope for the future. Yuan's expression was cold. He looked at them with his hands behind his back and patiently explained the information of the entire universe. He continued to teach, we are extremely powerful. Did he see them? I've said before that a rank 9 deist with a complete Deo foundation has an energy of 1. However, ordinary deist is not complete. Their most commonly seen energy rank is between 0.3 and 0.4. The three of them each had a small television floating beside them, broadcasting the scene live. So this is how they divide it. For ordinary rank 9 deist in the universe, if their genes are not maxed out and they have only cultivated 1 or 2 paths to break through, they can only reach around 0.4. Only one path is maxed out? No wonder they were so proud. After all, any rank 9 with a perfect Deo foundation would at least have an energy level of 1. It would not be a problem for them to defeat most rank 9 cultivators. And him? 31, against these guys with 0.4, he can't even be considered as a 5-in-1. The players exclaimed, feeling that this civilization was ruthless. Any rank 9 Deo achieving cultivator they picked out would be able to crush the outside world. No wonder they were so afraid of them and turned to leave as soon as they saw them. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana quickly sent a private message to his girlfriend. Pikhu was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously, in that case, after meeting so many civilizations, are there any races with naturally high energy levels? The kind that was as big as a planet? If it's normally one, then that natural energy level must be in the thousands, right? Yuan didn't doubt him. He smiled. Of course there is. And at that time, such a relic caused a lot of commotion in our Azure Abyss Divine territory. Even the 3 great celestial venerables went to investigate it personally. The body structure of ordinary flesh and blood carbon-based life forms can't support such a huge body. Their bones, flesh, and blood will collapse in an instant. However, non-carbon-based life forms, such as iron-based life forms, can achieve such a body shape. Tens of thousands of years ago, the 3 great heavenly venerates discovered the ruins. Although it has long been deserted, they were also very impressed by the power of that life form. It was a level 10 being with an energy level of more than 10,000. This existence alone could stand shoulder to shoulder with all of our entire Blue Abyss Divine territory. An existence comparable to the entire civilization of the Azure Abyss Divine territory. Pikhu asked. Many civilizations in the universe have different forms. Even though the other party is very simple, not as complex and huge as us, the civilization he raises never provides him with combat power, and even treats him as a pet. However, this existence is indeed very powerful. Even the 3 great heavenly venerates don't feel like they're his match, Yuan sighed with emotion. However, an existence of that level still fell. Pure strength in battle isn't true strength. We are the true strength. Their abyssal blue divine territory believed that it was the strongest and weakest level 10 civilization. However, after seeing many ancient ruins, they naturally knew that the real combat power was not the strongest. However, the so-called strength was not about who was stronger in direct combat. If they could not win, they could escape, and their lives could be longer. Our abyssal blue divine territory has the strongest overall standard. The other party has already fallen, and we haven't. This is enough to prove that we are still steadily moving towards the end of the universe. We failed to observe the ancient ruins, and through countless observations, we found that we are the most promising civilization we have ever seen. Yuan sighed. At this moment, the players took the opportunity to fish for information, their hearts very calm. Ray Neminsky was indeed 10 levels weaker. And it was a very powerful one. But how could he not be strong? Just by looking at its body size, one could tell how powerful its body was and how terrifying it was. However, the current Azure Abyss Divine Domain didn't expect this. Back then, after they had left, such an existence was still alive. He had a second life. He even gave birth to a little daughter and brought up an evil god of a heaven-defying race that's not inferior at all. Some players analyzed the situation and felt that they were still too young. As expected, the racer of Mount Harana said. Rainy Mansky is extremely powerful. If he's still alive, his Cosmos Garden alone can conquer the entire Azure Abyss Divine territory. Cutie Pie became serious as well, and Renamansky is so powerful. He was able to defeat the entire Azure Abyss Divine Domain and 3 heavenly venerates alone. As for the 3 great heavenly venerates from before, they had grabbed a perfect level 9 heavenly venerate that was not weaker than Carolyn, as if they were grabbing a little chick. In comparison, it's simply unimaginable. The Alchemy Emperor, indeed, Raynamanska. It's so terrifying. Where's the ancient god that it fought? Then, what about the moon goddess Season? He was probably even stronger. At the thought of this, all the players felt a strong sense of danger. As the transcendent divine system of ancient Huaxia, the Buddhist and Daoist transcendent system civilizations were the mother of their roots. As a civilization of Earthlings, they were determined to revive it, not only for the glory of the ancient people, but also for their own future. However, the weak level 10 civilization in the Azure Abyss Divine territory was enough to make them dumbfounded. The existences that were even stronger, such as the ancient gods, were simply unimaginable. However, we also know more about Renamansky. indeed. In front of the television. The world is a ring. They think they are secretly studying and observing us, but in fact, we are secretly studying and observing them. Medusa sat on the sofa and said with a faint smile. He had sneaked in to see what tricks they were up to. As expected, he had gained a lot. However, although she seemed to be angry, she was actually very surprised. She just didn't dare to show it. After all, Renamansky's combat strength was much stronger than she had imagined. However, Shiji did not care about that. He was overjoyed. Father is the best. You knew that they were going to mess with us. Now, these guys were really bad. They were even trying to find out his father's trump cards and strength behind his back. As the descendants of the warriors of justice, Ultraman and the magical girl, they have gone against their original hearts. Suji was speechless and did not say a word. After all, these players really had some skill. They had twisted these things into the story of Carolyn's prehistoric small universe civilization, and many people really believed it. As expected, History was a little girl who was dressed up by anyone. However, as he watched Ditchy and Carolyn's movements, he sat in front of the TV and drank his tea indifferently. He then said in a low voice, "Ditchy and the others are also chasing after us. Have they come to this ancient civilization's ruins?" He stared at the television screen and said. "However, since it's on White Short Star, I'm also a little interested." At the same time, this seemed to be a place that involved the ruins of a level 10 civilization. They had come here to scheme and explore the ancient ruins to see if the fallen civilization would come to hunt and snipe. I can ignore their disputes. I couldn't care less. After all, the battle between these existences was so strong that even Carolyn and the others found it difficult to deal with. However, I would like to take a look at this civilization's ruins. He wondered if there were any powerful bloodlines left behind. If there were powerful bloodlines, perhaps I can study it. Suji felt that his mind was really on the ruins. He had a feeling that this might be a rare life form similar to Renamansky. If he could obtain some bloodline and steal their inheritance, it would be great to be the next door king of this civilization. After all, even he had to admit that it was not without reason that the previous Zerg empresses were so fond of doing this. It felt really good. And why was it a rare life form? This was because the ancient civilization that lived on the White Dwarf was definitely not a carbon-based life form. Chapter 1000. Elemental Crystal Maze. This place is not a place where normal flesh and blood creatures can survive. I'm thinking about what kind of species can be evolved in such an environment. Suji stared at the TV screen and drank his tea, looking very calm. This kind of life was quite comfortable. After all, what was White Short Star? Planets naturally had lifespans. When a star reached the end of its life, most ordinary planets would collapse and become high-density white dwarfs. This was a planet of ordinary mass. On the other hand, superplanets with supermassive mass might have a supernova explosion and collapse into neutron stars. The current neutron star was already at the limit of the density of matter. If it were to collapse further, the neutron star could collapse into a black hole of infinite density and absorb everything. This was the formation of celestial bodies. Density, heat, gravity. The natural laws of the universe were influenced by various factors. Although the white dwarf star was not as dense as the neutron star, it was still very terrifying. A neutron star's surface temperature could reach 10 million degrees. Although the surface temperature of a white dwarf was much lower than a neutron star, it was still an average of 10,000 degrees. A white dwarf with a constant temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius. More than 98% of the carbon-based life forms in the universe cannot survive there. The second largest life form, the silicon-based life forms, that make up less than 0.7% of the universe, cannot survive there either. Then teacher, what about the iron-based life form? You're talking about the existence I mentioned just now, right? There's also a high chance that it won't be able to survive in its infancy. 10,000 degrees is still too high, it'll melt. According to the investigation, iron-based life forms are likely to be formed by meteorites with high iron content in the universe. Their young bodies prefer to drift in the cold and dead vacuum. Small fist stone, huh? What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I just thought of this image for no reason. Then, I'm going to test you. What kind of life could create such a powerful extraordinary civilization on a white dwarf with a high density of 10,000 degrees, and all kinds of unimaginable ancient civilizations of gods and demons? Yun smiled. As far as we know, there is only one kind of life that can reproduce on the white dwarf. For other life forms, this is hell, but for them, this is the best environment to breed them. High density, high temperature, high gravity, and an unimaginable electromagnetic pulse formed in the ocean. What is it? Pikhu asked curiously. Yun didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and asked, you know where life is born? Is this how life is born? He might not know if he asked other people. They were professionals in this. Of course, Pikhu replied. Most lives are born in the moving ocean. Water is the source of life. And how was life born? Under the mixing machine of the ocean, a 1 in 10,000 miracle happened. All kinds of water particles, carbon molecules, amino acids, glucose, and other life structures formed the code of life, and life was born. The birth of silicon-based life forms was similar. In fact, they were even easier to compare than the abstract paintings of carbon-based life. It was like in the universe, where there was a natural ocean of quicksand or an ocean of lava somewhere, after hundreds of millions of years of mixing and mixing, there would be a piece of naturally formed silica that condensed into a stone. The lines on it just happened to naturally form all kinds of circuits, and the circuits just happened to be the materials of the corresponding circuit boards, allowing nature to produce a natural computer. This computer was an intelligent AI that could think, and it gradually formed a silicon-based civilization. The birth of life was a miracle that happened in billions of years. Life comes from the ocean. What about this electromagnetic current? Yun looked at the unimaginably high-temperature electromagnetic ocean. In front of his eyes? Pikhu looked at the planet and was shocked. She couldn't help but say, the particles, rays, and all kinds of rays and elements in this terrifying electromagnetic ocean that no living beings can survive in. Are they electromagnetic elemental life forms? You're very smart, I didn't misjudge you. Yun looked at her and said with a relieved expression, although your combat aptitude is not good, your talent in this aspect is outstanding. She shook her head lightly. With such a strong boyfriend, it was only natural that she would be influenced to this extent. Moreover, she had been taught about evolutionary knowledge step by step. Yun concluded, as you can see, the white dwarf has a high gravity and a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees. It gathers the electromagnetic waves and cosmic rays into a pot of thick electromagnetic soup. It is constantly stirred. The specific environment of the ocean also gave birth to a specific life elemental energy life. Life forms with electromagnetic radiation? Pikhu's heart trembled, and he inexplicably thought of a certain elemental civilization. Moon God season. I must be overthinking. No, she shook her head and said, how can there be such a coincidence? There's more than one elemental civilization. On the other side. When one of Suji's clones heard the later part of the story and learned about the elemental characteristics of this civilization, he was no longer where he was. He had quietly headed to the ruins of the ancient civilization known as the Burning Maze. Perhaps I can bring Phoenix over to take a look. Several days had already passed since Carolyn and Ditchy had arrived. Although the world of the tower was still in the lava domain of her main body, Carolyn's quantum clone had arrived with a small television, so she could observe the situation at any time. They've already entered. You guys are really bizarre. Ditchy didn't know what to say. This small TV was floating behind him and secretly filming a live broadcast. It was too flamboyant. Hwalala. Behind Caroline was a group of Sima's quantum bodies. They had the advantage in numbers. There were more than 9,000 ninth-rank disabled people. They were Great Emperor Dongxing and the others who had been brought here to train. It seems that the alchemy factory is too idle. Seeing this scene, Ditchy's eyelids twitched wildly. How many alchemy plugins had been produced? At the same time, there were already more than 9,000 supersuns. Back then, there were only a little more than 100 of them in the entire Sima clan. How could there be so many of them now? How many resources had he spent on this? It turned out that after robbing the Teal civilization, they were really that rich? You guys hide first. Carolyn said to them, the two of us will first go take a look around and interact with the true 9th rank powerhouses of the outside world. They crossed the barren land. Soon, they saw a group of grade 9 cultivators and gods, forming a busy city. The existences here were all in the high-dimensional space-time. After all, this was a terrifying forbidden land and historical site. No one would be so foolish as to save that little bit of time and maintain a high-dimensional space-time at all times just in case. Here, the existences were discussing what had just happened. The abyssal blue divine territory has returned. It has disappeared for more than 7,000 years. Why did you, a cultivator, sighed? Although they have explored the outside world and explored the wasteland along the way, they have already recorded the coordinates of this place and can come back at any time. This place has long been regarded as part of their property. At the side, there were also newly arrived rank 9 Deo cultivators who felt a strong sense of oppression. So that's a 9th rank life form with a complete Deo foundation? It's too terrifying. It's as if I'm going to die with just a glance. We're clearly creatures of the same realm, so how can the difference be so great? The other deists just shook their heads. How could the gap not be big? They were two completely different creatures. You've only cultivated 2 or 3 systems, but the other party has maxed out on 4 genes. In addition to the 2 neutral systems, he's an existence who has maxed out all 6 major systems. Everyone, we're new here. At this moment, Carolyn walked out with a smile. Is this a remnant of an ancient civilization? Everyone looked at these 2 ant-sized rank 9s and was slightly stunned. However, they quickly understood. The world was huge and there were all kinds of strange things. Welcome, welcome. You guys are also here for the archaeological ruin, right? At the side, a 3-meter-tall, ferocious-looking man with sharp edges stood up. Welcome to our market. We have our own rules and have been running for tens of thousands of years. We will not break the rules. Other lone wolves may do evil, but we definitely do not kill or rob people in our market. We are a safe haven and can trade many things. At the same time, we also produce elemental crystals. You can take a look. Element crystals? Carolyn asked. These are the things. The man was very enthusiastic. He stood up and took out a sparkling and translucent 5-colored diamond. It was extremely clean and clear, giving people a feeling of sacredness and vastness. It was actually a divine item that could distort the laws. What is this? Carolyn asked. This is an elemental crystal, or rather, it is the remains of an elemental creature after its death. The one in my hand is an element crystal of a dead 9th grade being, the most expensive living thing in our market in the past 1,000 years. On it, there is naturally the power of this being to distort the laws of nature when it was alive. Hearing this, Ditchi's horizons were greatly broadened as he looked at the crystal. Please forgive me, but it's very expensive. I won't allow you to touch it. The existence laughed. How much is it? Carolyn asked. She was more curious about how the Deo achieving experts in the outside world traded. I need a powerful bloodline and the corresponding cultivation technique. You should know that at our level, what we trade is knowledge. The existence smiled and pointed to the entrance of an underground cave. This civilization liked to live underground. In prehistory, it was a powerful and weak level 10 elemental civilization. You should know that elemental life forms are not pure elemental life forms. They all have their own carrier and source. For example, a flame life form, the firewood below it is its source. Carolyn listened quietly. The other party seemed to be very hospitable. I'm sure you've already discovered that this white dwarf is similar to many other white dwarfs. The interior of the planet is made of diamonds, and the entire planet is a huge diamond planet. This civilization of elemental life was born here, and the carrier is naturally those transparent diamonds that can store excellent energy. According to the other party's introduction, most elemental life forms, which seemed to have incomparably large elemental energy bodies, basically had their own physical bodies. At the very least, from level 1 to level 7, one had to rely on their own body, which was the elemental crystal and elemental heart, just like a spreading flame, which could not leave the candle. Only after reaching the level of a grade 8 god could these elemental life forms abandon their main bodies and become true pure elements, moving freely. However, at that level, these elemental life forms would basically not abandon their original bodies, just like how they liked to stay in their nests with cats and dogs, just like how snails liked to hide in their shells, but they still liked to live in them very much. When Carolyn heard this, she muttered to herself, it seems like there's really a rule in the universe. The incense god of the incense dragon vein is also God. Only then can it leave the dragon vein and become a truly complete incense god, an emotional creature, floating everywhere. It seems that the two are somewhat similar. At this moment, the other party was still passionately introducing him. When they reach level 9, they will even polish the elemental heart of their main body into some kind of treasure. The man laughed and said, "Do you see the ground? It was the ruins of their ancient civilization. Their civilization had gone extinct, leaving behind their own remains. Clansmen from the 1st to the 7th rank corresponded to elemental gems from the 1st to the 7th rank. This elemental civilization had the habit of building tombs, piling up their own remains in the hearts of the elements. We call this mining. After all, it's not very appropriate to call it mining. In fact, many people have not only found precious minerals but also obtained various fortuitous encounters. You should know that this is a weak level 10 civilization. Just a little bit of information will be enough for us to benefit greatly. Moreover, if they don't need some of the resources and minerals they obtain, they can also put them up for sale here. We guarantee that we won't cheat the young and old and will only charge a portion of the processing fee." Carolyn finally understood. The other party was blocking the entrance to the market and was probably charging entrance fees to enter the archaeological ruin. If they wanted to explore and mine, they had to pay. No wonder they were so enthusiastic. Carolyn shook her head and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I'm afraid that the minerals that are easy to obtain have already been taken away by them. The remaining ones are all hard bones to gnaw on. They'll let other dream-like level 9 Deo cultivators go in and explore." However, she didn't care. "How much is the entrance fee? You should know that we're not considered rich." The burly man didn't think he was lying to him. With its energy level body and the size of a fingernail, it's probably not one of the rich ones. "You guys are small, so I'll give you a 50% discount. Normally, one of us would be able to store 0.1 energy points in an energy ring. For the two of you, we'll just take it as 0.1 energy points." The burly man chuckled. This number was a lion's mouth. It was only half the price of an ordinary 9th rank beast. If the price was based on the size of the body, it would have to be reduced by 10,000 times. "Energy ring? What is that?" Carolyn asked. The other party was startled and silently cursed him as a country bumpkin. It was so hard to get even a little bit of profit. He chuckled and threw out an interspatial ring, saying, "Look at the capacity of this ring. If I fill it with spiritual energy and condense it into liquid, it's 0.1 standard capacity. We usually trade rings like this. So that's how it is." Although the high-grade treasures and resources of the large civilizations in the universe can't be exchanged with energy and can only be exchanged with items, cultivation techniques, and bloodlines. However, they still use energy to trade for the less valuable items. Carolyn nodded her head silently. She quickly understood the unit of measurement. Taking out a ring, she pulled out some energy and stuffed it into it. "It's already inside, but we have some juniors who are less than 300 years old and have not seen the outside world yet. We want to bring them to see the outside world. I wonder if we will charge another price?" Carolyn asked. "No need for that." The other party shook his head and laughed. After all, there were too many 9th-ranked existences who had brought their disciples and descendants to see the world. Less than 300 years old? Perhaps, he might not even be able to break through to the level of a deity. "This is good." Carolyn nodded her head, before turning around and saying with a smile, "Come out. Let's go in and see what this ancient civilization ruin is." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 9,000 rank 9 Deo cultivators walked out from behind. Chapter 1001. The Deist's Curse, the Resolute Heart. At the entrance of the ancient ruins, a large group of rank 9 Deo existences walked into the ruins market. Boom! The apparition formed by more than 9,000 Deo cultivators was covered in divine light of laws. It was vast and holy, giving people the feeling of a white-silver galaxy falling from the sky. This scene made everyone's jaws drop, their eyes almost popping out. This, the humble and gentle smile on the face of this fierce-looking man with sharp horns instantly froze. He was so shocked that he could not say anything. What kind of unparalleled figure was a 9th-rank Deo cultivator? Transcending the laws of the universe and crossing the galaxy system, countless powerful civilizations might not even have one. However, such an existence actually had close to 10,000 rank 9 Deo cultivators at this time? Densely packed, this was simply a scene of a fairy-like dream civilization. "Can we go in now?" replied Carolyn with a smile. "Yes, yes, of course you can." The horned man was scared out of his wits, and his voice trembled like a rabbit that had seen a tiger. How could he dare to stop her? Even if they knew that this amount would empty out the entire remains, they didn't dare to stop them. "Then are we really going in?" Carolyn looked at him with interest. "We're just a small business, a small business." "Sir, please be magnanimous." His voice trembled and he felt a chill in his heart. They were all unparalleled figures who spanned across a galaxy and had countless high-leveled civilizations bow down to them. Their foundations were extremely deep and they dominated countless light years of the region. However, in front of the truly mysterious and taboo civilizations, in front of the higher dimensions civilizations, they were like little chicks that could be killed at will. "Then, we'll go in. You guys follow the rules," said Carolyn with a shake of her head. "I naturally follow the rules." "Yes. Yes. Please." He led the crowd in the market and greeted them respectfully. Ditchy laughed. Previously, he had never spoken a single word. At this moment, he had only opened his mouth and left with Carolyn. Shaking his head, he said with a smile, "I took a look at the cultivation technique. It's just average. There's nothing special about it." Done talking, the group walked into the depths of the cave, disappearing inside the cave. This is what a real big shot is like." The screaming man clutched the elemental gem in his hand tightly, his heart shaking. The surrounding existences were also shocked. Even if they had seen the beings of various super-forbidden civilizations descend to the mortal world, and even the beings of the abyssal blue civilization who had just entered, they were still inferior to this level of existence. This civilization is very terrifying. There are thousands of deists. Although they are extremely small, like flying insects, each of them only has an energy level of 0.001. In total, they have at least an energy level of 3 or more. The ferocious-looking man took a deep breath. His energy level was 3, a terrifying number that they could not imagine. They were between 0.3 and 0.4. This was already 3 times the energy of a complete 9th grade Deo foundation. At this time, a 9th rank Deo actualist at the side came back to his senses and sneered. It was a dragon beast on all 4 limbs. So what if there are a lot of them? So what if his energy level looked like 3? It was just a number gathered together, but they were too scattered and too weak, like a group of mosquitoes. We could have killed one of them easily. Yes, the number was huge and it shocked us, but they were too weak. Maybe we can. He revealed a ruthless expression. And NBSP, however, the horned man looked at him and shook his head. "Lava dragon, are you going to attack? It's no wonder. You've already destroyed your own civilization, yet you're still plundering resources everywhere. You must be impatient. You can go, but you have to leave our organization. In short, I can feel an extremely strong sense of danger from this civilization." He felt a strong sense of shock. Especially the man of few words leading them. His eyes were clear, but they were extremely terrifying, as if they wanted to strip him naked. In fact, in an instant, the other party seemed to have noticed several weak points in his body's technique. This was his biggest secret, but it was as if it had been seen through in an instant. That kind of goosebumps and hair-raising scene was unforgettable, as if it had planted a shadow in his heart. The beast dragon laughed. "As the person in charge, you maintain the order of the market on the surface and resist killing and robbing. I can understand. However, their energy levels were scattered. Even if a group of small ants tinkered together, they would not be able to defeat a giant. Moreover, energy level did not mean everything. It was just energy level. One's true battle prowess still depends on their cultivation techniques and bloodline. In reality, there were too many factors that could affect one's combat strength. One's body contained 100 points of energy, while the opponent's energy was 1. However, if the opponent's cultivation technique and bloodline were powerful and heaven-defying, they could even cross the energy gap of 100 times and fight. Was having a lot of energy very powerful? Can you use all the energy you have? You're just a slightly bigger sandbag, a meat bun that can store a lot of energy. Extraordinary bloodlines and heaven-defying cultivation techniques were the most important factors in measuring combat power. The energy level in his body? It was just a vague measure. Why did no one dare to challenge the existence of a perfect foundation? Their normal energy level was 1, and 1 was complete. Was there a big difference between them and an ordinary rank 9 with an incomplete energy level of 0.3 to 0.4? It really wasn't big. According to the calculation of energy level, 3 ordinary rank 9s would be enough to kill them. But that was not the case. He had cultivated 6 systems and maxed out on 4 genes. Even though one's energy rank was 1/3 of the other party's, it would only take a few slaps to kill one. To surround and kill an existence of that level, at least 20 ordinary 9th level and above would be needed to have any hope. And this is the opponent's genetic cultivation art. Without 2 or more defensive bloodlines, you can barely break through 1 defensive cultivation art. With 2 defensive bloodlines stacked together, you can't even break through the defense. However, as long as one was an ordinary cultivator, there would definitely be offensive, defensive, and other bloodlines in the combination of the cultivation techniques of the 4 major genes. In fact, there were quite a number of people who had 2 defense-type extraordinary systems. I'm going to make a move, is there anyone who wants to go? The beast dragon's voice was simple and straightforward. You should know that opportunities are hard to come by. I've been working here for more than 10,000 years and I can't see any hope at all. Some of the experts at the side were tempted. They could no longer see any hope. They could be considered fallen cultivators, but in this mysterious super small biological civilization, they might be able to obtain some kind of opportunity and even obtain shocking gains. If you guys want to go, then leave the market. The hideous man didn't try to persuade him. The few existences were silent for a moment and showed signs of struggle. In the end, they still stood up and bowed seriously, saying, "Leader, we're not like you. You still have a descendant with a strong aptitude who has a chance of having a perfect Deo foundation to nurture. You can earn money and resources like crazy and find cultivation techniques for him. There's still some hope. We don't know if you really want to raise your offspring so that he can surpass you and revitalize your race and civilization, or if you want to leave a way out for him so that you can seize his 5th Deo seed and walk the ultimate path of the great Deo he condensed. But in the end, you still have hope, while we don't. Yes, go, go. I have no reason to stop you. The Great Deo is a competition for opportunities. By killing. By snatching. How many bones have been buried in the past and present? We are also guarding an ancient tomb from hundreds of thousands of years ago. The ferocious-looking man laughed. His expression was complicated as he sat on a chair in the market and looked at the people in front of him. I've been here for 60,000 years. You're not the first batch. However, killing and robbing are not part of the rules of my market. You're no longer my people. At the same time, the other party has paid the entrance ticket. I have a reason to inform them of the impending danger because you're the people who betrayed me. I have the duty to inform you that I will not break the tens of thousands of years of rules and credibility here. The few existences looked at each other and saw a flash of killing intent in the person in charge. However, the killing intent only flashed by. The other party was a rank 9 with 3 genes, and he was not weak. Otherwise, the market would not have been established for tens of thousands of years. He must have a powerful trump card. Let's go. The existences, led by the beast dragon, cupped their fists at the ferocious man. Death is nothing but puff of smoke. We're already sick of living such hopeless days where we can't improve our cultivation bases for thousands of years. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Let's go to the nearby market entrances and find some people. The few of them left immediately. Since we've been notified, we want to find people to block all the exits. I wish you all the best. The horned man smiled, his expression gentle. After all the existences had left, he slowly looked out at the vast starry sky. Suddenly, he sat on the chair in a daze. So, I said a long time ago that we deserve this. This is the curse of the universe to us, who have transcended the laws of the universe and distorted the universe. He curses us to twist his greed. He cursed us to leave our mother. So, we broke through, but we were not given a future. This is the punishment for the children who have done wrong. In the past, the 8,000 years of glorious struggle between the gods were our happiest days, and after the breakthrough, it will be a long and desperate 100,000 years of darkness. The great Deo is heartless, the great Deo is heartless. He closed his eyes in pain, tears flowing down his face. If it's possible, who would want to fall? To be able to take this step, we were once the most devout, sincere, and pure seeker. His voice was hoarse, and he almost choked. It's destiny. Yes, everything seems to be in the dark. 100,000 years of darkness and despair. Ask the ancient and modern heavens, all the heavens and earth, who can transcend it? Is it deep blue? Perhaps, they had transcended 100,000 years of despair, but they had only extended their fate. In an even longer life, they waited for the despair that seemed to be hope. To turn 100,000 years of darkness into 1,000,000 years of darkness, it's only 10 times the pain and despair. He sat in the market and said in a hoarse voice. You guys want to chase, I also want to chase. I can only wish you good luck. He sat on the chair and his expression gradually turned cold. He retracted all his emotions and said coldly, it's time to contact the higher-ups. Everything is going to be lively. Chapter 1002. Dispute in the Ruins. It was a crystal maze. The entire place was enshrouded in fluorescent light, and there was an endless ocean of radiation. The white gold radiance was like a thick golden fog, reflecting the entire beautiful diamond world. It was pure white and sacred. This was a tunnel that was incomparably solid. No wonder those elements like to live underground. The deeper you go, the stronger the electromagnetic and radioactive elements are. At the same time, the strong gravity will also thicken these. I'm afraid that if we go any further, we'll turn into an ocean. Ditchi laughed. But you really have the advantage in numbers. Back then, the Super Sima god of man formed by more than 100 of them could barely fight against the 3 pillar gods who were weaker than rank 9s. Now, with more than 1,000 of them, they can fight against an ordinary rank 9, right? Carolyn thought for a moment before nodding her head. I don't know. I probably can. However, I'm afraid I'll be slightly weaker in terms of raw strength. More than 1,000 rank 9 Super Sima could barely fight against an ordinary rank 9 with an incomplete system. It was still considered normal. After all, he was the weakest of the super disabled rank 9. One had to know that Super Sima people didn't have the threshold of rank 9. After breaking through to rank 8, they would be able to quickly complete the path of rank 9. As long as it was a rank 8 god, it would be a rank 9 god. More than 200 years had passed, so was a 200-year-old god considered fast? It was just normal. One had to know that Great Emperor Dongqing and the sacrificial Buddha had already broken through to the god realm in 40 to 50 years. A deity who had lived for over 200 years could only be average under the influence of so many resources. A few thousand gods was not too outrageous. As for geniuses like Great Emperor Dongqing and the sacrificial Buddha, they were not in a hurry to break through to the 9th level. They let their confidants break through first. They felt that they still needed potential to polish the realm of a perfect Tao foundation. As such, they, a few rank 8 gods, were leading a group of rank 9 gods. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. I'm sorry. A few existences in our camp's market have betrayed us and want to attack you. Their faces are those existences from earlier. Oh, I know. Thank you for the reminder. Caroline looked at the 9,000 or so rank 9 Dao existences behind her and said in a stern voice, according to our plan, you will either split up or form your own alliances. You come from 7 different domains and will be divided into 7 major alliances. Is that okay? We'll explore on our own? No problem. Great Emperor Dongqing said. He had initially planned to bring the 1,000-odd deities of the East Green dynasty for a tour. Ha, don't let me touch you. The sacrificial Buddha, a handsome bald young man, had a light on the top of his head that was like an egg. He was emitting golden radiation that was not inferior to those diamonds. Otherwise, it's time to calculate our account. We've been talking too fast before. Everyone, we would like to go to the other side. The mystic dragon of the Abyss Zone turned around. He was too lazy to pay attention to these 2 guys who quarreled every day when they met. His main goal now was to teach his son. Although his son was young, as the son of the demon dragon, he had shown enough tyranny. He would beat and bully his younger brother every 2 or 3 days. Every time, he would cry, which made him very pleased. However, while fighting, he was making a cross with his hands, representing justice, and destroying a little monster like you. What the hell was that supposed to mean? He still felt worried. A child's temperament could be easily affected and needed to be corrected. The Demon Dragon Lord thought as he led the 1,000 over stage 9 experts away. The horned man outside was stunned. He looked at the scattered people. Didn't you guys hear what I said? Still splitting up. It's fine. If they die, then they die. They're not strong enough, that's all. Turning around, Carolyn and Ditchy walked into the depths of the forest. The man was completely dumbfounded as he watched the two of them leave. If he died, he would die? He was a deist. That was a great being that transcended the laws of the universe. Even after tens of thousands of years, an advanced civilization might not be able to complete the long path of grade 9 and give birth to a super life form. It was fine if he died. No civilization would dare to make such an exaggerated statement. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Could it be that this civilization's rank 9 was so easy to be born, just like a god? So his death was not worth pitying? These 9,000 plus grade 9 experts were the younger generation who had not even lived for 300 years. It can't be true, right? His face revealed an expression of extreme shock. If that was the case, it must have a heaven-defying bloodline. The potential and future of this civilization were definitely not weaker than the Azure Abyss divine territory. The heavens have changed. He couldn't help but contact his superiors again. Carolyn and Ditchy had walked a distance away. They were quite calm as they said, "Our entry will most likely attract some coveting. Isn't this what you wanted?" Ditchy remained calm and shook his head, "Otherwise, why would they be so aggressive? They wouldn't die anyway. They could just sit in front of the TV and watch their own battles." "What a strange civilization, it's inherited from some guy," said Carolyn with a smile. They were cannon fodder that had been thrown here to temper themselves. The way of thinking of the abyssal blue divine territory was that the incense gods weren't afraid of death, so it was the best way to explore ancient ruins like this. Even modern battlefields had mines buried in them. After decades, many people had stepped on them and detonated them. How could these ancient ruins not have any protective measures? In layman's terms, they were using the human body lightning expelling technique, so they directly began to clean up and explore the ancient ruins. The civilization in the Blue Abyss divine territory, which had been stable for hundreds of thousands of years, had experienced a rapid explosive development. The incense system allowed them to turn their accumulation into strength, and their combat strength had increased by more than 5 levels. Now, they were using this system to explore ancient ruins and obtain even greater explosive development. This civilization was the same. They made use of the incense civilization to update themselves in a frenzy. Now, the quantum body that they had borrowed from the clone next door was also not afraid of death. Naturally, they would choose to follow. That's right. Caroline laughed. More than 1,000 Supersions have joined forces to become the god of Supersions. According to their calculations, he's already an ordinary rank 9 with 0.3 energy level. At the same level, it'll depend on their bloodline, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques. Ditchy didn't pay any attention to him, but just looked ahead and said, "The two of us are much weaker than the Super Sima god. They can merge, but we can't." According to their division, a 2-meter-tall complete rank 9 Tau root is 1 standard unit. Then, our Ant-type rank 9 energy unit is only 0.005 standard unit. Even an ordinary rank 9 with a broken path is 80 to 90 times more than us. Then what are you still looking forward to with our current body shape? Isn't that normal? Speechless, Carolyn replied, "The combat strength of your cloned quantum combat body is only at level 6. That's all. However, this is because the main body's normal state is around 0.07, so the difference between it and the quantum doppelganger is not too big. The main body can transform and expand its body size. After transformation, it can reach an energy level between 3 and 4, but our quantum doppelganger can't transform. See?" Ditchy smiled and said, "Our 9 revolutions mysterious art can increase our combat power by hundreds or even thousands of times after transforming. Isn't this the legendary Super Seamount human form from your world?" Carolyn's face turned black. Ditchy was using the strange legend of Planet Siama to ridicule those guys. "Then what are you going to do?" Caroline chuckled and laughed. "Anyway, I don't intend to fight, and the other party can't hit me. Although it's a low-quality quantum clone, it also has the quantum characteristics that the original body does not have. If I use carefree travel, they won't be able to hit me at all. It's very suitable for exploring ancient ruins. Why not? The difference in energy level is more than 100 times. It's like an ant fighting a giant. Can't I fight? Dichi's face was calm. I'm here to try. Under the extreme environment of the Deluo Heaven Sutra, my combat power is limited. With the extreme difference in energy level, I can defeat the strong. Carolyn could only smile in response. She had pulled Dichi over for this purpose. Let him fight. Free super fighters. After all, he had lost both his spiritual universe and internal space systems. He was only left with the bloodline of the entire clan to use. The bloodline had completely collapsed. However, Dichi's combat body only lacked the cultivation method with 9 turns, which was much stronger than her clone. At the same time, if his real body did not enter the battle, Dichi's learning ability was very suitable to defeat the strong in such an extreme environment. He could find the weakness of his opponent's cultivation technique and defeat him. Then you'll be in charge of the battle, and I'll be in charge of the exploration. You must know that I'm a member of the Monster Core clan with superb calculation abilities, so I won't miss out on anything here. Carolyn smiled, and with the attitude of a scientist, she said, we'll just split the gains equally. Chapter 1003. Evolution of Life, Creating a New Century. Boom. On the other side, a battle broke out. In front of the TV, it could be clearly seen that the Demon Dragon Lords group had encountered 2 rank 9 Daoist cultivators, and the battle had broken out directly in the Crystal Diamond Maze. More than 1,000 Tier 9 experts. That's a spectacular number. Unfortunately, it's too small. An existence hidden in the divine light spoke indifferently. But this civilization is very mysterious and terrifying. We have to be careful. The other existence made his move. How could existences at their level say anything? At this moment, they were intercepting and killing a portion of the clansmen. Speed was the most important thing in war. Kill. A great battle immediately broke out. Since he was going to make a move, he had to directly kill him in one blow and eliminate any future trouble. Boom. More than 1,000 Seymour people were also fused together. As expected, this civilization is equipped with the means of fusion. Their energy level is comparable to ours. A Type 9 powerhouse's face turned cold. This was a matter of course. Without this ability, this race would be like a pile of loose sand. No matter how many of them there were, they would be scattered and would not pose a threat at all. In that case, after careful calculation, more than 9,000 rank 9s are only equivalent to about 8 ordinary rank 9s. Even though the number of level 9s in a civilization seems terrifying, it's still within an acceptable range. They started to fight each other, and the battle shook the heavens and the earth. Kill. As they fought, they found that they were very frightened. Logically speaking, Dao cultivators of the same level had very few opportunities to fight and kill each other in their long lives. However, the other party was extremely skilled. It was as if he was fighting between life and death every day. He was good at fighting and could form an extremely exquisite army that was cooperating perfectly. It's a little tricky, but the 2 of us can take it down. The 2 rank 9 Dao cultivators said in unison, use your trump card. All sorts of laws circulated as the strongest nomological Dao technique erupted. We should also take action, the Sima took a deep breath. Their main bodies naturally cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art, demon cores, and other powerful cultivation techniques. However, they could not use them in their quantum battle body. Their strength had been greatly reduced. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have the means to deal with it. He had lost a part of his bloodline, but now he had also gained a part of it. Carefree travel. Voila! Quantum martial arts started to erupt. They started to become blurry and any spells could pass through them as if they were in a different dimension. The carefree swimming required extremely huge computing power, and only creatures with extraordinary talent could practice it. However, they had integrated magic core genes, and their computing power was so huge that they could barely calculate the swimming of quantum division and become a fish in the world. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Their expressions began to change slightly. They couldn't hit him at all. The other party's body seemed to have become the smallest particle in the universe, fluttering in the wind. Their bodies can actually be divided into quantum particles. They're not living beings with flesh and blood. They're an unprecedented biological form other than carbon-based, silicon-based, and elemental beings. Quantum life. Impossible. Quantum life, in theory, cannot exist. Their expressions changed completely. Quantum life form. This was a life form at the end of the microscopic level. This was the smallest particle that matter could not be divided into. In theory, it was impossible for quantum to possess intelligence. This civilization is too strange. Their bodies were extremely small, and they had a large number of rank 9s. At the same time, they were also quantum life forms, possessing the characteristics of quantum. Quantum resonance, quantum division, quantum transmission. Although we have killed dozens of them, their numbers are still. Let's go. They were swift and decisive, immediately retreating. It was indeed almost impossible for quantum creatures to exist. However, they did not know that the creature before them was not the main body. Instead, it was a quantum clone controlled by a flesh and blood creature that possessed quantum characteristics. Whoosh! You can't escape. In the next second, thousands of ant-like miniature rank 9 creatures pounced on one of the creatures, tearing and biting him from all directions. The rank 9 being that was surrounded and bitten screamed in pain. The other existence's expression changed drastically as well. He looked at his companion, waving his arms and attacking madly, but he couldn't block his opponent at all. He was like an ordinary person trying to drive away the flying mosquitoes, but he couldn't hit them. However, this group of demon dragon powerhouses from the tower, who were extremely evil, cruel, and bloody demon abyss digital beasts, soon found an extremely tricky problem. They're too big and their recovery abilities are too strong. Our destructive power is like a mosquito bite on the body. The other party is still recovering his body at a crazy speed. At our current speed, it will take us half a month to completely devour him and kill him. Yes, we need half a month to completely devour him. This was the difference in energy levels. The other party's body was unimaginably large, and his recovery ability was massive. Even if their attacks could land on him, the damage caused was extremely low. On the other side, a battle also broke out on Ditchi's side. You guys know that we are the leaders, so you came here on purpose, right? Ditchi looked at the 3 ordinary Type 9 powerhouses in front of him with a calm expression. If his main body was here, a slap would be enough. However, the energy level of this body. He was too weak. It was only 0.005, a super tiny ant rank 9. Looking at the 3 huge super vast giants, the 0.3 energy level difference was still too big. But I like it. He started to attack as well, and his combat power exploded. Using a small to catch a big fish. Can pure techniques, cultivation methods, and combat power make up for this natural gap? Boom! Carefree Wanderer couldn't hit him at all. However, Ditchi also frowned slightly and began to observe their combat strength, cultivation methods, systems, and flaws. However, he soon discovered that even if he found a flaw, it was almost impossible to penetrate it with the strength of his attacks. It would be great if I was still a rank 8 god. The soul is my weakness. As long as it attacks the soul, it will be able to kill it no matter how strong its body is. Just like when they besieged the giant octopus, they pierced through the brain and took the soul. However, the rank 9 cultivators have no flaws. Their soul and flesh are one, and every cell and soul are fused together. They can only be ground to death silently. In fact, they can even be reborn from a single drop of blood. Boom! Ditchi completely exploded. His Daoist technique was exquisite to the extreme and could see through the opponent's techniques and moves. Coupled with his dodging skills of Xiao Aou, the opponent had almost no chance of hitting him. Even if the other party could die immediately after hitting him once, it was like dancing on a tightrope, and no mistakes were allowed. I have to try that thing, quantum force. Ditchi took a deep breath. It's a pity that I have to train hard step by step and stack them. I have been training all these years but I have not achieved much. I have only managed to stack 8,000 layers. Tremble! He snorted coldly and landed on the giant's head, swinging his fist fiercely. Boom! This divine and vast existence that had attained the Dao dominated countless solar systems, but it was as if he had broken through a huge piece of tofu, without any resistance. Accompanied by a scream and excruciating pain, the level 9 Dao cultivator who had his head pierced had goosebumps all over his body. He looked at the super small creature on top of his head, which was not much bigger than a strand of hair, and a creepy thought burst out. He's wiping out my cells and soul. If he hits me 127,000 more times, I'll be punched to death, Beat him to death. The crystal labyrinth was randomly arranged. They were in many underground cities. There were tombs of different sizes in these cities. Each element crystal represented the remains of an old corpse. Even though the civilization was broken, the mixed will and resentment of many elemental creatures still remained here. Outside, they are fighting. Su Ji smiled faintly. It was expected that Dichi and the others would start to fight. After eliminating the advantage of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, they soon realized how painful and difficult it would be to fight because of the difference in their body sizes. On the other side, Su Ji saw that Yuan was leading a group of people deeper and deeper into the ruins. He was really planning to explore the ruins, but he did not know if anyone would come to snipe and assassinate the 4th celestial venerable. Perhaps there was an undercurrent. The entire historical site of civilization would welcome an unimaginably huge war. And deeper inside, it seems to have formed an even more terrifying resentment of mixed elements. Su Ji did not care about this at all. He continued to go deeper and deeper. He followed Caroline and the others in secret. The battle body with quantum interaction was silent. It's very dangerous in the depths. There are terrifying energy tides and countless tombs. Don't know how many wandering souls with incomplete elements are still left. But they've gathered into strange and terrifying creatures. The deeper you go, the more difficult it is. No wonder they can only mine the remains on the surface. The interior of the planet was filled with mazes and tunnel cities that extended in all directions. The interior of the planet had long been transformed into a huge civilized city. At this time, it was all ruins and wreckage, and a strange style of diamond buildings stood. According to his estimation of the white dwarf's thickness, he had only crossed 2/10 of the outer layer after going in for more than half a day. He had barely entered the middle layer. However, the pressure and distortion of high radiation here was already very frightening. In some of the cities, there were terrifying existences buried for generations. These remnant souls and wills had converged into a mix of elemental creatures, forming a tomb guardian. Even Su Ji was stunned when he looked at it from afar. No wonder they didn't dare to come. It's not that easy to take down a tomb. This is a city's. This is a weak level 10 civilization that has fallen. It's very likely to be more powerful than the current Azure Abyss Divine Territory. It's because their superior civilization is said to be a level 10 super ancient ruin. These ruins were the territory of that level 10 elemental civilization, so it was not too much no matter how prosperous they were. It was even very likely that these ruins were the place where they nurtured their descendants. In the deepest part, even a 10th level weaker might not be able to enter safely. Su Ji's expression was calm as he stepped on the crystal path. For those weaker than level 10, these ruins don't have any benefits. It's worth entering. After all, their mental strength is focused on fusing the laws and climbing the path of rank 10. They're constantly in seclusion. For existences at that level, any external opportunities are no longer too important. Su Ji took a deep breath and silently felt the heat waves in the area. Su Ji even suspected that the core of the White Dwarf's core was the true core tomb of the royalty and powerhouses of this weak level 10 civilization. There might be a truly terrifying energy monster in the deepest part of the tomb. It was born on the elemental heart of all the tomb corpses, guarding the tomb of this civilization. It's forbidden to be blasphemed by outsiders. Su Ji's expression was very calm. He knew that he might be in danger if he went any deeper. At the same time, he began to go deeper and discovered traces of elemental creatures living there. They were likely to be the remnants of that ancient civilization, or more than 100,000 elemental creatures were born later, forming extremely small tribes that were scattered everywhere and living in groups in the ruins. It'll be dangerous if we go in any further, Su Ji's expression was very calm. Unless we're of the same race, then we'll be able to resist this kind of rejection and pry open the door to this civilization. It was no wonder that Renemansky's universe garden had long been emptied, but this place was still safe and sound. This tomb was like the mausoleum of the first emperor. There were terracotta soldiers born on the corpses, all kinds of mechanical creatures, and they protected the peace that they had passed away. It was a very comprehensive defense mechanism. Only the same race of this race could enter the depths without obstruction. As for the same clan? It was impossible for others, but it was easy for the Zergs, who were good at breaking through doors and picking locks. I can't enter. I can only use another method to enter the depths. It's probably here. I'll try out the civilization of this race. If it's possible. Phoenix. If he wanted to bring Phoenix here, this place was obviously a better choice, because Phoenix. After that evolution, it had transformed into a platinum-colored flaming divine bird, which was already a half-elemental creature. As for the 4 elemental planes, they were created based on her bloodline. In the Mother Stream civilization, the elemental creatures were all descendants of the Phoenix. However, it was different from the elemental creature in front of him. Their core was a diamond. As for the phoenixes and the other beings from the 4 elemental planes, their cores were a fist-sized piece of flesh. The core of the phoenix was his own body. However, there was still a substantial racial difference. The other party was a pure elemental creature, but it had to live in a host body in its infancy. A rank 8 god could leave the host body. This was a half-elemental creature, and the flesh and blood of the main body could never be separated. In the middle was flesh and blood, surrounded by a large circle of energy elements. However, all of this is not important. Evolution will tell me that the 2 races have the same ancestor. Su Ji stretched out his hands slightly. It was a tier 4 elemental heart that he had just obtained. Not strong. But it was enough. He turned around with a calm expression. In a diamond city that no one cared about, he casually tossed the beautiful and gorgeous diamond crystal in the ruins of buildings. The creation era. Whoosh! In an instant, life was born. Chapter 1004. Evolution. This world was made up of countless beautiful crystal walls and diamonds. The earth, the sky, the houses, and the trees seemed to be in a beautiful fairy tale world. However, these crystal trees had already withered and were in ruins. They were like crystal sculptures that landed on both sides of the street. However, one could vaguely sense that these broken trees had once been alive countless eras ago. They were extremely prosperous and lush, decorating this dream-like mythical kingdom. An elemental tree. These crystal branches are filled with elemental flames. It's like a huge, lush red maple tree. It must be beautiful. Even Su Ji sighed with emotion. The world was so big that there were all kinds of wonders. The universe was really too rotten, and the life that it gave birth to had no limits. Voila! On these ruins, everything was growing. Countless spores landed on the remains of these ancient creatures and absorbed their genes. They evolved crazily and reappeared the glory of this ancient ruin. At that moment, Su Ji wanted to reproduce this species. He wanted to obtain the inheritance of their ancient race, their bloodline, and their cultivation techniques. After all, the insect race was the best at breaking through doors and stealing locks, stealing the cultivation techniques and legacies of other civilizations. This was not the first time that they had been caught by the old Wang next door. This civilization was extremely terrifying. Even existences 10 levels lower might not be able to reach the core. With Su Ji's current combat power, he was no longer able to force his way into the deeper layers of the remains. He could only disguise himself as the civilization's security password and be the old Wang next door, who jumped into the house from the window. Hoo! The radiation was flowing. The powerful electromagnetic waves were so thick that they looked like ripples, forming a golden ocean. And the spores began to go extinct rapidly. It was the survival of the fittest. After going through countless eliminations and evolutions, there was finally a hint of vitality in this sea. Elemental creatures have appeared. Su Ji's expression was very calm. It was obviously much easier to evolve this species through the remains than the iron-based life forms. It was probably because the population of this race was not small. The iron-based race was extremely rare to begin with. After all, the universe had a certain rule. The stronger the individual transcendent life form, the lower the fertility rate. Let's start exploring. This race must have inherited memories. Such a powerful race must have inherited memories. However, the great civilizations that once gave birth to level 10 inheritances usually set up rules in the dark, preventing any other race from exploring their bloodline and system. Anyone who tries to pry into the inheritance and truth of this race will explode and die. Su Ji closed his eyes. However, the one in front of him was a pure elemental being. No matter how they investigated, they were all pure-blooded elemental life forms. Looking at the gene structure, it was the same. 1 elemental gene. 2 empty. 3 empty. 4 empty. 5 empty. The Zerg's genetic talent didn't occupy any genetic position. It was the Zeroth recessive gene and couldn't be detected at all. It was the most terrifying disguise talent and could become any creature. Boom! It's starting. Su Ji peeked into the memory inheritance code that was engraved deep in their genes through the elemental newborns that were reproducing in front of him. Boom! A terrifying existence from the dark had arrived. It was as if the universe's heavenly Dao was a great existence with rules. It squeezed, crushed, and carried an unimaginable heavenly might, but it also swept over lightly. It's no use. If he's still alive, he might still be able to sense it. However, the will left behind after death can't be stopped at all. Su Ji strode into the inherited memory. But when he said these words, he suddenly had an inexplicable sense of strangeness. It was as if it was just like the saying on the internet. Please cherish your life. Once you die, old Wang next door will steal your door lock, live in your house, sleep with your wife, spend your money, and beat your children. What am I thinking about? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling that he had been influenced by someone's thinking. He opened his eyes and found himself in the long corridor of a crystal palace. He was surrounded by countless pictures, which contained unimaginable ancient information and inheritance, crazily accumulating in his mind. It was as if a waterfall was washing over his mind, and a large amount of information and data flowed out. After a long time. So that's how it is. Su Ji opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across them. He lowered his head and looked at the elemental creatures in the elemental ocean. Through their inherited memories, he understood the cultivation form and rules of this elemental system. The elemental creatures of the Mother Stream civilization. Su Ji had never received proper inheritance and cultivation before this. Now, he finally knew what kind of creature it was, and what its strengths and weaknesses were. Electromagnetic life forms with elemental radiation are very rare life forms in the universe. Their scariness cannot be ignored. Su Ji closed his eyes. This race, as a pure energy body, is immune to most pure physical attacks. Only energy attacks will be effective against them. The most ridiculous thing is that they are naturally equipped with infinite energy, which is equivalent to 9 revolutions mysterious art per person, and it's even the enhanced version of the super 9 revolutions mysterious art. This was the most heaven-defying part. Normal flesh and blood creatures needed time and energy conversion rate to absorb and recover their strength in battle. Just like how humans ate food, they needed to go through a certain digestion and absorption process before they could turn it into their own physical strength and nutrition. What about elemental creatures? There was no need to convert. In a battle, one could use energy that was compatible with one's own attribute to instantly make up for the losses in battle. That's the scariest thing about elementals. They're like cockroaches that can't be killed, carrying health potions and taking infinite potions. Su Ji's expression turned odd. He looked at the combat demonstrations of these inherited memories and felt that this system was too shameless. How could they fight this? There was no way to fight this. He felt that even the 9 revolutions mysterious art was weaker. This was because the 9 revolutions mysterious art's recovery ability had a limit. Limited by the size of the internal space and the living beings in the internal space, the energy storage of the power furnace had an upper limit. Although the stored energy was a lot and the recovery ability was very strong, it could still be used up. And the other party? There was no upper limit to the stock. As long as he continued to accumulate enough energy, he would be facing a super terrifying combat-type monster with unlimited stamina and unlimited recovery. This is too terrifying. This is the first time I've seen a cultivation system that's stronger than the 9 revolutions mysterious art and has a stronger recovery ability. Su Ji closed his eyes and pondered carefully. He had never thought that these 9 revolutions mysterious art were the most heaven-defying. In the universe, there must be a super life system that was even more heaven-defying. However, their weakness is just as great. Their advantage is that they don't have a physical body, and their disadvantage is that they don't have a physical body. Su Ji sighed. Elemental life forms, because they don't have a physical body, they can't integrate into most of the genes in the universe. They could only fuse the genes of elemental life forms of their own kind. As a result, the number of genes they can obtain is extremely limited. In the universe, elemental life forms were extremely rare. It's too difficult for you to find a life form similar to yourself and integrate their genes to improve your life level. Sigh, everything is balanced. The elemental god is powerful and possesses a vast amount of energy, But, he looked at the survivors of civilization in the ruins, the elemental creatures who were struggling to survive in the crystal ruins. He finally knew why they had inherited the complete ancient inheritance and even had a huge reserve of ancient resources. They could freely enter the ancient ruins and tombs, but could not rise again. The glory of the ancestors had been restored. This was because they couldn't get their hands on new elemental type genes. He would forever be a one-gene organism. If he couldn't get his hands on a gene to fuse with, how could he rise? He could only hide in the ruins and struggle on whilst at death's door. They could only watch helplessly as others dug up their ancestral graves and stole their ancestors' wealth. Su Ji carefully thought about the rules and felt that it was a great eye-opener to see the structure of this civilization. Iron-based, carbon-based, silicon-based, and all kinds of living civilizations had their own structures. The previously puzzled areas of this elemental civilization were now clear. Powerful. It's indeed powerful, but to me, there doesn't seem to be any qualitative changes. However, I've already expected it. After all, how could there be so many that just happened to suit him? Even if it's a stolen gene, the probability of it being suitable is too small. Su Ji's expression was very calm. But, it can make up for one of my flaws. A flaw in history. He looked at the newly evolved elemental creatures and said, the original form has already appeared. Then, the creation era. It's really going to start. Name, Phoenix. Genetic characteristics. 1 energy manipulation. 2 energy poison. 3 energy immunity. 4 rising from the ashes. 5 empty. During the last evolution of the divine yard of creation, Medusa had improved the structure of her evil god, and the phoenix had also improved its own structure at the same time. She had turned from a flaming phoenix into a platinum phoenix. The 3 genes that controlled elemental energy had turned her into a half-elemental creature. It was surrounded by a huge energy coat. If it were to spread out, it would be like an ant-sized miniature phoenix core, covering a divine bird's energy coat that was the size of an elephant. The core was his phoenix body, and the outer energy coat was his elemental body. As for the 4 elemental planes that were evolved from her bloodline, the half-elemental creatures inside were also a piece of flesh at the core, with an outer layer of energy. Whoosh! Su Ji gently put in a drop of the phoenix's blood. Back then, the blood of the phoenix evolved into the innate ancient gods of the primordial world. Now, the evolved phoenix was a half-elemental creature. The elemental creatures of the Mother Stream civilization and the 4 elemental planes were created, and I hope you will have a new species evolution. Su Ji's face was full of anticipation. In this ocean, the spores began to rapidly die and evolve because of the integration of the new bloodline. On the afternoon of the first day, the entire species began to decay. In the next 100 years, all life gradually died, and new species were slowly born. It was a new type of elemental life. The core of his crystal was neither a pure diamond crystal nor a piece of flesh. It was a dark red flesh gem in between. It was extremely hard, and the inside of the translucent crystal was filled with blood vessels. It also had a wriggling heart. It has appeared. It's just average. Su Ji's expression was very calm. He continued to evolve the species, allowing this embryonic form to go through countless years of evolution, from a rough embryo to a mature and perfect one. Another 100 years passed. In another half a day, perhaps it's about time to bring the phoenix over and claim her cheap offspring. Anyway, she quite likes to raise these. By the way, let her come to this ancient ruins of an elemental civilization and acknowledge her ancestors. Su Ji was still evolving in a small area, but in the outside world, a stormy change had been set off. Chapter 1005. The 3 Ultimate Conjectures, Dichi's Doubts. In the outside world, in the Crystal Maze. All the teams were exploring the ruins, ancient tombs, and even digging. Among them, Great Emperor Dongqing and the Sacrificial Buddha were quite lucky. After losing some men, they flattened several tombs that they had discovered. After a battle, they excavated a lot of element crystals. As for the other teams, they had encountered terrifying sieges. Kill. Quantum life. It's hard to imagine. If we can capture it and obtain some information. At this time, some of the Type 9 powerhouses had suffered a huge loss at the start. After that, and NBSP, they immediately joined together and set up an inescapable net. More than 10 ordinary Grade 9 experts actually surrounded one of the small teams and wiped them out. In front of the TV, in the tower world, countless powerhouses were watching the live broadcast. He was actually killed. They're not idiots. They've started to target quantum martial arts. It seems that the remaining teams will have to form an alliance to increase their power level. Otherwise, if they continue to surround us like this, we won't be far from death. In front of the TV, some powerhouses were sitting in the living room, watching the TV intently. The dispute here continued. On the other side, Yuan and the others had already reached the deepest area. They explored historical sites along the way and excavated many ancient tombs. Their gains were not low. Along the way, they saw some weak elemental creatures living in this small area. They were all very resistant and hated the invaders. Why are these remnants of the civilization still living on the ruins of this land, struggling on their last breath? Since they are of their own race, have they lost their memory inheritance? Why didn't you revive your own civilization? Pikhu asked. The inheritance is embedded in the memory. It was personally imprinted by a level 10 existence. How can the inheritance be lost? Yuan shook his head. Then why? It's because they can't get new second and third bloodline genes. If you can't fuse it with your bloodline and only have one gene, you're trash. Yuan smiled and explained the bloodline and genetic restrictions of elemental creatures. According to our investigation, during the golden age of this unimaginable super-ancient level 10 civilization, all the civilizations under its command were elemental civilizations. There are 7 similar civilizations like this one. There are 7 civilizations that rule something like this ruin? Pikhu was shocked. One of them is from a level 10 civilization, and 7 of them are from subsidiary, weaker level 10 civilizations. Could it be that they are using this method to fuse their bloodlines? You're very smart. Yuan glanced at her and smiled. Elemental creatures can only fuse with the bloodlines of elemental creatures of the same species. Their bloodlines are in the form of light, and they are very magical. Therefore, they naturally wanted to collect other elemental civilizations of their own kind. Back then, he had collected 7 elemental civilizations and fused their bloodlines together. It's enough to cultivate to the 10th level. That must be a very powerful and terrifying civilization. Pikhu was shocked. The paradise of elemental life. The 7 elemental life forms were all of the same race, so it must have been a joyous occasion. Yuan continued. According to archaeological records, the 7 subsidiary civilizations are of the same breadth and branch. You can even say that they are of the same race. Their bloodlines are mixed with each other. As for the level 10 civilization, the great level 10 elemental existence had personally branded the memory inheritance of the 7 civilizations under his command and protected their bloodlines. It could be said to be a favor from the Lord. However, now that the civilization had been destroyed, only one of the 7 ruins of the subsidiary civilization was left. Of course, the ruins of the main civilization were still there. All the ancient information we are currently getting is from there. Pikhu organized his thoughts. The Azure Abyss Divine Domain had a long history and knew a lot of information. This was a super ancient ruin of a sub-civilization, a main civilization, and a level 10 civilization, but here. It was already extremely dangerous, so that place must be unimaginably terrifying. By the way, will level 10 existences also die? Viola could not help but say. Previously, Yuan had acted as if he knew everything. But now, he suddenly hesitated and said with a bitter smile, I don't know either. I'm afraid that even the 3 heavenly venerates who are 10 levels lower than you don't know the answer to your question. However, our tens of thousands of years of indirect archaeological evidence has proved that they can indeed fall. As a nomadic civilization, we have already discovered a number of level 10 ancient ruins. Even that kind of existence had fallen? A look of shock appeared on Viola's face. What was the ultimate realm? At the end of the Great Dao, there was no place to go. Standing at the end of the Great Dao and looking down on all living beings was the ultimate. However, the ultimate life form that stood at the peak of the world could actually fall. This was the fog of the ancient times. They were too insignificant in the long history of the universe, and there were almost no life forms with ultimate knowledge of the universe. After all, we're creatures from 2 different dimensions. We don't even know the true form, combat strength, and structure of a level 10. Yuan revealed a helpless expression. It was like a level 8 god trying to figure out a level 9 Dao holder. Without reaching that level, it was impossible to imagine. Of course, we also have someone who specializes in this field. His name is Millet, and he's an expert in ancient relics. You should know that a civilization also has to have monstrous research talents who are not combat type, and even our three great celestial venerables think highly of him. We will give him resources and manpower if he needs them. 170,000 years ago, he proposed the Millet's three grand conjectures. His first conjecture was, those who stand at the end of the Great Dao will die naturally as their lifespans grow older. Yun smiled with a look of longing on his face. All existences have a limit to their lifespan, and level 10 is no exception. However, as an ultimate creature at the end of the Great Dao, it can modify its own genes at any time. Unlike us, our genes are fixed. As long as they could find the eternal gene, replace and reorganize it, they would be able to live on. However, this is a rare gene. Even a rank 10 would have to wander around their entire life to find this gene and die of old age. Pico lowered his head and pondered, I think there's a chance of that happening, however, the possibility was extremely small. If he died of old age, they're really unlucky. They've wandered for countless years and still haven't found a race with eternal blood. Yun said the same thing. His voice was cold and rational. I also think that the possibility is very low. Even if we can't find the blood of eternal life, we can still sleep and use various methods to prolong it. In fact, the second guess is that he was killed. This is already very standard. In the end, we haven't even reached that level. 10th level, is it the same as us 9th level? What if a fallen tier 9 and a hopeful tier 9 were to madly kill each other for a greater opportunity? I don't know. What about the third guess? Pico was curious. The first two conjectures could only be considered average. Any normal person would be able to come up with them. It seemed like the real reason for his fame was the third conjecture. Well, the third guess is a bit bizarre. Yun smiled. According to Millie's conjecture, that crazy researcher found some ancient level 10 ruins in archaeology. He said that according to his archaeological ruins, those basic mysterious ultimate existences might have gradually been assimilated and eroded by the will of the entire universe. In his later years, he encountered a mysterious misfortune and gradually fell into the hands of others. He was plagued with a strange illness and became a part of the rules of the entire universe. Our archaeologist, Millie, has indeed recorded history in some of the ruins. He has discovered that these terrifying existences have signs of madness, illness, and even strange symptoms of being infected all over. Sick? Go crazy? Pico and Viola had goosebumps all over. It was as if he was listening to strange stories about the ancient history of the vast universe. He felt that it was very interesting. This was a little strange. How could an existence of that level fall sick? Maybe it's the enemy's doing. We all think so. Yun said, however, Millet made a terrifying conjecture, they had not encountered any other enemy. The enemy they had encountered was the universe. It's a little hard to understand, but using your incense system, you can make a perfect comparison. Just like the Joss flame god, he had been gradually assimilated into a part of the universe's will. After all, the rules they created were incorporated into the universe. He also raised an even more terrifying conjecture. The universe did not have the highest temperature, but why did it have the lowest temperature? Absolute zero? Why was it 273.15 degrees? Why is the melting point of iron 1535 degrees? Why was there a limit to the speed of light? It just so happened to be a fixed number? These laws might be the laws created by some 10th level existences in ancient times. They were assimilated by the universe and became a part of our lives. Live. 1. Troops. Split. As soon as he said that, the two of them got goosebumps. Did this mean that the 10th level of the ultimate realm of the Great Dao was already everywhere? Omnipresent? The ever-present ultimate? In every corner of their lives? The laws he used were a part of their laws? The rules we use are their remains? This guess is terrifying. It makes one feel despair. Pico was shocked. Interesting, isn't it? There are enemies in every realm, 8th grade and 9th grade. The enemies we encounter are all other people who are on the same path as us. We have to step on their bones to move forward. And along the way, the enemies they met on the road were higher in rank. In the end, the further we go, the fewer companions we have around us. When we stand at the end of the 10th level, at the end of the Great Path, we look back and find that we are all alone. On the entire path of Deo, there are no other companions who seek Deo. Then, when we truly stand at the end, who is the enemy we meet? Everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies, as if they could see the terrifying enemy slowly emerging from the veil at the end of the path. According to this Millie's conjecture, standing at the end of the Great Path alone, the enemy you see is the entire universe. You have to constantly resist the erosion, fight against it, and fight for your life against the heavens. The length of their lifespan was determined by the length of their submission to the universe. When they can't hold on any longer after hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years, it'll be the end of their lives and they'll be assimilated. Yun smiled. Fighting against the heavens. This is the lifespan of a rank 10, the lifespan of a rank 10 dying. I think this conjecture is very interesting, don't you think? They obtained the Deo, created the Deo, and were gradually assimilated by the Deo. It was not impossible, right? That's because we cultivators have been fighting against the heavens and earth since the beginning. We've been going against the natural order and fighting against fate. Now, in the end, the enemy we're fighting against is the entire nature of the universe. That's only natural. Yun's words were very meaningful, and the two of them were completely intoxicated. This is so interesting. This future realm. The two of them felt that the ultimate conjecture was a dream. Bizarre. The entire civilization of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory was indeed too long, great, and spectacular. Their conjectures, understanding, and exploration of nature were enough for them to listen to for thousands of years without getting bored. This was a vast mythological epic of a civilization. Living beings are a race that fights against nature, and civilization is a collective that constantly explored the universe. We have always been exploring the realm and surpassing. The abyssal blue civilization has always been nomadic. We are the purest seekers of this path, writing our own historical hymns and chapters of our civilization. At this time, we are going to pursue level 10 and verify our conjectures. Yun's eyes glowed with a blue light. It was anticipation, the most beautiful dream. This was a prosperous, powerful, and weak level 10 civilization that was dedicated to the Deo. They indeed had the right to come into contact with the ultimate dream of the universe and the ultimate truth. The two of them wanted to say something more. However, in the next second, Yun suddenly stopped talking and stopped exploring the ruins with the others. Suddenly, a faint, muffled sound came from the surroundings. It was so dense that it gave one a strange feeling. A thin layer of cloud and mist suddenly rose in the sky. A huge sense of danger hit him. Yun's eagle-like eyes instantly focused on the shadows. As expected, you evil degenerates can't hold back. You've lost the original intention of seeking the Deo. Even if you want to steal someone else's Deo, you still want to step into the ultimate realm? Are you here to hunt down the fourth holy master of our Azure Abyss Divine Territory? On the other side, Ditchy and Carolyn were still going deeper in. The surroundings were very quiet, and only the elemental tide remained. Naturally, Carolyn was aware of the plight of the group of experts she had brought with her. However, she didn't care in the slightest. She had brought them here before, and she had no intention of letting most of them go back alive. It's another elemental tomb. Let's hope that the guardian god inside isn't too strong. Carolyn stopped in her tracks. To be honest, she felt a little strange when she saw the ruins of the elemental civilization. In the battle of the small universe, the venerable sovereign had revealed the bloodline genes of the elemental body. According to his description, he was the enemy of the ancient gods, a civilization named the Moon God Season. In other words, the enemy of the ancient civilization was the elemental civilization. Now that she had encountered the ancient ruins of this elemental civilization, she naturally had to take the opportunity to understand more and prevent herself from drawing parallels from it. If she really encountered such an enemy in the future, she would not be completely clueless. The elemental civilization is still very interesting and powerful. It is completely different from life with a physical body," said Carolyn with a smile. "You've noticed?" Ditchy asked. "You've noticed it too, right? In this civilization, every one of them is equivalent to having the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and it's an enhanced version at that. The energy supply is unlimited." Carolyn smiled as she continued to study the civilization in the tomb. "Their greatest characteristic is that they can absorb energy without any obstacles. However, Dichi suddenly sensed something and revealed a shocked expression. I have a feeling. It was as if they were connected by blood. It's just like the connection with the ancient innate gods back then. This connection came from his previously useless fire gene bloodline. Although it was very small, there was indeed a connection. But, in the depths of the ruins of the ancient elemental civilization, how could there be? Dichi's eyes were deep as he looked into the depths of the ruins. His heart was beating fast, the connection is too weak. Only someone who has achieved Dao can feel the extremely weak and mysterious connection in this bloodline. Are there any of my clansmen in the depths? The innate ancient god clan? Or rather, there were ancient clansmen of Dao lords. Chapter 1006. Dichi, stepping on the path to find his ancestor. What happened? Carolyn was still studying the ancient civilization murals in the tomb. There were all kinds of styles. This elemental civilization was very strange. The houses, streets, and furnishings were all made of crystals and diamonds. However, it was only natural that this white dwarf was a huge diamond planet. Nothing happened. Dichi smiled and looked at a tree. I was just surprised by the structure and shape of the creatures here. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. Beautiful elemental trees, and even the plants are elementalized. Carolyn didn't pay any attention to him. They were only in a cooperative relationship. She casually grabbed a broken branch of a crystal tree, which also contained an elemental heart. However, it was very weak, only at the second rank. For those who could enter, there was no value in picking them. The two giants were conversing calmly. Carolyn was still researching. However, Dichi, who was standing behind him, looked more and more solemn. That feeling is getting stronger and stronger. How could my clan's bloodline be in the depths? Dichi was extremely puzzled and felt that it was unbelievable. My race isn't some heaven-defying race. Our genes aren't strong. We don't have the space bloodline of the primordial humans, the powerful race of Carolyn, or the mysterious and unpredictable demon core race. We don't have any powerful genetic talents. Dichi's true form was a golden crow. Our race is a race of innate ancient gods. His bloodline was just ordinary. It was far from being comparable to the other powerful races, but it was too strange that his bloodline connection had appeared in this ancient monument. He couldn't help but contact his wife, the moon goddess Iyun, one of the 13 innate ancient gods. In the internal space, he discovered the bloodline aura of our clan. At this moment, Kong Yun was also shocked. As a moon god back then, her aptitude was naturally not bad, and with Dichi's full guidance, she was already quite a distance away from rank 9. Is it true? Kong Yun couldn't help but ask, is there really the aura of our bloodline race in the depths of the ancient elemental civilization? In the ruins of an ancient civilization, it was already strange to have the aura of living beings, let alone their own people. After all, so many years had passed, and the 13 innate ancient gods from the era of the innate ancient gods had all died. Only the two of them were left alive to this era. Dichi furrowed his brows and said, a race that can survive in this historic site, it's not like we haven't encountered them before. It's those remnants of the elemental civilization. They're very weak and run away as soon as they see us. And now, it seems that our clansmen are also living in the ruins. Could it be that they are also a special branch of the elemental race? This was a terrifying and even bizarre piece of news. Could they be the elemental race? Or rather, their mother, the Dao Lord, the first ancestor who created the world. In fact, he was a member of the elemental race? Dichi remained silent for a long time, then said to Kong Yun, it's not impossible. Thinking back, my race is naturally covered in energy flames, forming a thick energy coat outside. Ordinary flesh and blood creatures are mostly covered in feathers and scales. How could they be naturally wrapped in a layer of energy flames that are still burning? Now that he thought about it, he was terrified. 13 ancient gods and 9 sun golden crows, you are the same. Da Feng, Yun, and the others are also covered in a layer of energy. As innate ancient gods, they control the order of heaven and earth, sunshine, wind, fire, moonlight, clouds, and mist. It glowed and was surrounded by energy. It was similar to an elemental creature. In fact, having inherited the bloodline of the phoenix, they naturally had a ring of energy flames like the phoenix. However, the true form of a phoenix was naturally a creature of flesh and blood. Although they were not elemental energy creatures, phoenixes also had the talent to control elemental energy. They could cover their bodies with an elemental coat and could barely be considered half-elemental creatures. After that, the phoenix evolved, and its bloodline became more and more perfect. Its energy coat became platinum, and its flame control also became energy control. It was indeed a true half-elemental creature. However, the life structure of the phoenix race was its own characteristics from the very beginning. It was unique and had never imitated anyone. It was also a completely different creature from pure elemental energy creatures. Her genetic core was still a carbon-based flesh and blood creature, but it was just a huge and heavy elemental coat. However, at this moment, Dichi still felt that it was unbelievable. He walked back and forth. According to the situation of the civilization ruins you have obtained, we are completely different from the elemental creatures of this race. Kong Yun was also very smart. He quickly and seriously analyzed, we innate ancient gods have pure flesh and blood bodies. Even though we are covered in energy flames. However, there is a qualitative difference. They are true elements, and they have no physical form at all. Dichi agreed. But our race does have characteristics similar to elemental creatures. Could it be a half-elemental creature? Half-elemental? But when they thought of this, they looked at each other and were stunned. The enemy's civilization, the moon god season. Half-elemental creatures. It was said that the other party was a mysterious civilization with many half-elemental creatures. We're also half-elemental creatures. Could it be so coincidental? The bloodline of both parties is so similar. This is almost impossible to be a coincidence. Dichi mumbled to himself with an unbelievable thought, could it be that we are really related by blood? Our clan actually came from... He immediately suppressed this thought. This thought was too terrifying. It was simply subverting his position and views. However, once this thought emerged, it was somewhat impossible to contain. After all, both civilizations were at war, and he was very similar to the bloodline extraordinary system of the other civilization. He took a deep breath. He had to figure out everything. He looked at Kong Yun and said, if it was just a simple exploration of the ancient ruins before, I must go to the depths of the ruins now. It seems that our main clan is not simple. There might be a big secret in our bloodline. Back then, there was probably a great reason behind the Dao Lord's descent into the primordial world and the creation of the heavens and earth. I have to find the truth and find the cause and effect of this. Kong Yun nodded, his face solemn. He said softly and gently, We are here to find out the truth, not for anyone else, but for ourselves. When we returned to the primordial world, our mother, the Dao Lord, was long gone. Perhaps, if we can meet. The two of them were not calm. It was too strange to find bloodline auras similar to theirs in these ruins. At this moment, in the ancient ruins. After examining the tree, Carolyn looked at Dichi and said, let's continue forward. All right, I have to go deeper and see the characteristics of this ancient ruin. Dichi smiled. He had no intention of telling Carolyn about this strange matter. Carolyn was a loyal supporter of the ancient gods. Even if it was just a guess. If she found out, it would be a big problem. However, he had to figure out the mystery of his birth. In the beginning, he had thought that his race was very ordinary and not considered strong, but now. It was as if he could see the thick fog behind the scenes, the bottomless mysteries of ancient history. Moon God season. What does it have to do with us? In the ruins. Su Ji was very indifferent. He looked at these creatures and muttered, previously, I used a phoenix to create a half-elemental civilization from the Mother Stream civilization. I even created an elemental identity in the Moon God season. Now, this half-elemental creature is the latest version of the half-elemental creature. Even though it seemed to have changed. But in reality, it was still a half-elemental being with a flesh core and an elemental body. The only thing that had truly changed and integrated was the legacy of the ancient elemental civilization, which had been integrated into the bloodline of this half-elemental. This half-elemental creature has a memory imprint. It should be fine to say that it's a mutated descendant of this pure elemental creature and has become a half-elemental. We should be able to go deeper now that we've forced our way back and deceived the mechanism. Although they looked different, the heritage and mark of their race could not be faked. This was the core of their bloodline. Su Ji's expression was very calm as he led this group of newly born children into the ancient monument. Now that we've entered this ancient monument, there should be no more resistance. There's no need to force a breakthrough, and we can swagger in. In that case, let's enter the deeper mine labyrinth and take a look. He began to walk in, intending to see what was in the depths of the ruins. He said indifferently. While I'm at it. I'll also find a place to place the table lamp, phoenix, and the 4 elemental planes in the depths of the Mother Stream civilization's sun. Call him over. He's acknowledging his ancestors and clan in this civilization. Chapter 1007. Civilization's Glory and Conversation. The deeper the crystal maze went, the more complicated it became. The entire white short star was like a huge diamond honeycomb. Every grid was once a prosperous town or village. Some of them had been excavated long ago, while some still had relatively intact relics. At that moment, Su Ji had inherited his bloodline, and the repulsive pressure was instantly dispelled. All he had to resist was the increasingly thick elemental ocean and the electromagnetic storm. They went deeper. The ruins are becoming more and more complete. It was already very difficult for an ordinary rank 9 to reach this place. I have to say, the civilization mechanism of the elemental creatures is very good at protecting their ruins. The elemental guardians of these tombs were born on the corpses of the tombs. Although it didn't have much intelligence and wisdom, it was like an elemental creature and had an endless source of power. You couldn't defeat it at all. Instead, it could exhaust you to death. Su Ji was in a crystal city, looking at a tomb. Even if your physical strength is amazing and you're fighting with the guardian of this city's cemetery, you'll exhaust the other party's energy to death and make the other party vanish into thin air. You won't be able to get anything either, because the guardian god has already sucked the remains of the entire tomb, the elemental heart dry and shattered. The tomb is already empty. This was the disgusting yet perfect tomb guarding mechanism. It was like fighting someone who practiced the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Even if you exhausted your opponent to death, you would find out that you wouldn't get anything from the remains of your opponent. Instead, you would end up in a sorry state. Therefore, in order to break through a tomb, one could not use brute force to fight the elemental guardian god. He could only resort to trickery, or rather, completely overpower the other party with his strength, and instantly launch an assassination, attacking the weakness of the other party's tomb guardian and cutting off the other party's energy source. So, in this ancient site, a very rare scene appeared. Along the way, the tombs of all sizes are relatively well preserved. The burial items and corpses are all well preserved. They would only choose the weaker tombs to attack. If they did not have the ability to break through a guardian god of the same level, they would not use brute force. Instead, I'm going to go deeper, search, and find the tombs of the relatively weaker elemental villages. Su Ji looked at the tombs of all sizes. Some powerful and prosperous city cemeteries were not to be broken through. Most of the ancient elemental races would hide in the cemeteries and survive, forming a cemetery civilization. As for the existence of others, they might encounter the vestigial tribe living in the tomb that was broken through. Su Ji walked all the way and finally stopped in his tracks. He looked at an extremely prosperous super city, which could be said to be the largest town he had seen so far. This should be a pretty good ancient town. It should be very prosperous. If the tomb is powerful and the guardian is powerful, there should be a lot of elemental survivors living inside. Su Ji stepped forward. Hwalala. He led a group of newborn and young fellows and directly walked into the tomb. The crystal tomb was extremely luxurious and sparkling. There were transparent elemental creatures living in the caves, wandering around. One of the strong and tall elemental creatures could not help but have a slight change in expression as he sensed something. Other elemental creatures have come in. Didn't I tell them not to enter? We've already filled up the rooms here. They didn't suspect that an outsider had entered. This was because the tomb's elemental guardian, Akats, did not react at all. There's no other way. Recently, there are more and more evil grave diggers outside. More and more tombs were destroyed, and too many refugees were running around. On the side, a flame giant holding an elemental steel fork said, "I'll go and take a look." He had just taken a step. However, a group of strange-looking creatures walked in. The leader was actually a gentle-looking human youth. He was 15 or 16 years old and had a handsome appearance. He had red lips and white teeth. He wore a classic robe and looked like a sunny fairy tale youth who had walked out of the library. Enemies from the outside. It's a living person. The entire elemental cavern was in chaos. Screams, wails, and whispers could be heard. They were too weak and only had one gene. Which of the existences who could enter were not great deists who had transcended the laws of the universe? Breaking through the tutelary meant that they would die without a doubt. No. They're giving off the same aura as us, they're from the same race as us. At this moment, the tall elemental creature in the lead said, "There's no need to run. No matter what, if we really have to die, no one can escape." Same race? They stopped in their tracks. The aura was the same, so there was no mistake about them being of the same race. However, why was his form so different from theirs? Moreover, the creature in front of him was clearly an ordinary human-shaped life form with flesh and blood. How could it be of the same race as him? "Who the hell are you?" the leader asked. "Are you the leader of this race?" Su Ji smiled and looked at them. "Yes, I am." A strong elemental flame being walked out and said respectfully, "You, who are you, where are you from? What kind of creature are you?" "I'm Ji." Su Ji smiled gently and said, "As for what kind of creature it is? Do you see the group of children behind me? This is the best explanation." Only then did they look at the group of creatures behind them. They had the same aura as them, and their bodies were also shrouded in energy flames of various colors. However, their eggshells were not crystals or diamonds, but a mass of flesh and blood. Their eggshells. What is this? Flesh and blood? How is that possible? These weak survivors were all dumbfounded. There were so many people in the cave that they started shouting noisily, without any organization or discipline. The outside world liked to call the elemental crystal diamond that they lived in the elemental core. They preferred to call it the eggshell. It was because they were like egg animals. Elemental creatures would lay eggs in the eggshell. Their young elemental bodies had to be born in the eggshells, grow up, and live on the eggshells until they became gods. Only then would they break out of the eggshells and be able to truly leave the eggshells. However, most of the elemental creatures would still keep their eggshells after they grew up. They had a high degree of compatibility and would be used as a container to store energy inside, following them as a magic weapon for the rest of their lives. In their battles, as long as they could store enough energy, they would have an unlimited supply, and the container they used to store energy was the eggshell. How can your eggshells be a lump of flesh and blood? Doesn't that mean that you can't leave your eggshells for the rest of your lives? Aren't you half flesh and blood creatures? The leading elemental leader was confused and terrified. Mutation. A word appeared in their minds. After all, the elemental civilization had existed for far too long. Especially after their decline, they had lived in the ruins for countless years. Perhaps, in order to survive, one of the branches of their clan had undergone some unimaginable mutation. It was not impossible for them to become part of living being with flesh and blood. This was because the other party also had the inherited memories of their clan. They were of the same clan, and they had the same ancestor. This was without a doubt. We're related by blood. Naturally, we're related by blood. Ji smiled gently. It's just that I've been away from this clan for too long. I've been wandering in the outside world for countless years. I didn't expect that you would still be in such a miserable state after your rare return. It's truly lamentable. You are all traitors. Betraying the glory of our race. They're no longer pure elemental beings like us. At this moment, a young elemental creature beside them roared, "You have flesh and blood, which means you will never be able to escape your own eggshells. All of you will have to leave behind this blood and flesh flaw that symbolizes humiliation for the rest of your lives. You guys are no longer immune to physical attacks. Now that you have a physical body, you'll suffer physical attacks. That piece of core is your fatal weakness." Oh! Su Ji looked at the young elemental creature. "Al." The leader's face darkened. "Stop talking. All of you are already crippled." The elemental creature named Al was still roaring angrily. He shouted with all his might and cursed, "At the same time, you've gained flesh and blood. You no longer possess the nature-defying characteristic of us elemental creatures' unlimited energy conversion. You're no different from ordinary flesh and blood creatures. Your physical strength is limited. All of you have become despicable and lowly. It was no different from ordinary flesh and blood. In fact, you're even weaker than ordinary living beings with flesh and blood." The teenager roared and cried at the same time. Elemental tears kept flowing down. "Woo, you're so despicable. You don't have any faith at all. You've lost the glory of our ancestors. Hold him down. Hold that bastard down." On the side, the elemental leader of the settlement was completely enraged. "You little brat, it's fine if you usually cause trouble. You're still spouting nonsense? You're looking for a beating." In an instant, a few elementals grabbed his eggshell crystal, pressed him down, and dragged him out. "I'm sorry." The elemental leader looked nervous. "That fellow has always been a thorn in our camp." "I'm fine." Su Ji watched quietly as the elemental boy was dragged away into the cave and locked up. "He's right. He's a very smart little guy. A half-elemental creature has already lost all the advantages of being an elemental being, such as physical immunity and the ability to convert unlimited energy." That was the truth. In the beginning, the half-elemental creatures represented by the phoenixes did not have the nature-defying characteristics of pure elemental creatures. He had a flesh core? Then, there must be a flaw in the material theory. He had lost the powerful advantage of elemental creatures and their strong physical immunity. He had a flesh core? It had to go through the process of absorbing elements, flesh, and energy. This way, he would lose the infinite energy conversion rate that he could achieve in one step. He had lost the second advantage of elemental creatures, infinite energy conversion. Pure elemental creatures and half-elemental creatures might seem to be only one word apart, but they were two completely different species. They did not possess the two heaven-defying advantages of elemental creatures. "May I ask, what realm are you at now?" The elemental leader was very excited. The elemental remnants beside him were also extremely excited, as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. They also knew that turning into flesh and blood would mean losing their glory. They would also lose their most powerful bloodline extraordinary system characteristics and fall into the hands of an extremely ordinary race in the universe. Their most powerful physical immunity and energy conversion characteristics would be lost, but now, in the face of life and death, they could not care less. Even if they were to be reduced to a mediocre and weak extraordinary race in the ordinary universe, it would be better than waiting for death slowly and completely. And they would no longer have the chance to rise like their ancestors. How did their ancestors rise to power? Their elemental ancestors were naturally genes. In the beginning, they couldn't find any genes to fuse with. After all, experts had to continuously fuse their genes. Only with 3 genes could they become gods. Therefore, the ancestors of the elemental race at that time were unable to become extraordinary. They first took the path of science and technology, developed spaceships, and traveled to various places, white dwarfs, and planets with high electromagnetism, in search of similar cosmic elemental life forms like themselves. He was also very lucky. Generation after generation, after hundreds of thousands of years, they finally found the first batch of elemental life forms. It took them another hundreds of thousands of years to reach the second type of elemental life forms. After all, the number of elemental life forms was too small. Life forms made of carbon-based flesh and blood were the easiest to form. After all, carbon-based was a very common substance that made up 98% of life forms. 0.01% was slightly lower. Their rise was built on the hard work of generations of their people and millions of years. They were also very lucky to avoid countless disasters because they lived on the white dwarf and lived in hiding. Ordinary civilizations would not come to such a dangerous place. Countless years later, they found a 4th elemental civilization. At that time, he would rise completely. 4 genes meant that he could break through to the 9th tier of the elemental realm. Their advantage completely exploded out. They belonged to the late-stage transcendent system and were incomparably heaven-defying and powerful. They accumulated the hard work of countless generations and transformed into dragons. Their terrifying heaven-defying battle prowess swept through everything and headed towards their peak. In the end, they had stepped into a level 10 civilization. To reach the ultimate realm of the universe, the end of the Great Dao. In the later stages, they even continued to collect elemental civilizations, and there were a total of 7. This was the history of their development. However, at this time, they could no longer rise like their ancestors. Although they were survivors in the ruins and had struggled for decades in the tombs, this place was also a cage. There was no chance for them to go outside and regrow. There was a group of deist cultivators guarding outside the ruins, trapping them to death. He no longer had the chance. Our glory has been completely lost. The extraordinary elemental empire was already finished. They looked at each other. The feeling of their faith in glory collapsing was very desperate. Especially now, seeing his own kind fall to such an extent, reduced to ordinary flesh and blood creatures in order to survive. They had lost their strongest characteristics. That was equivalent to cutting off the faith of civilization. He had abandoned the faith of his race. They felt the same sorrow and despair as the young man, Al. However, they could not show it. This was because the new race in front of them was for the continuation of their race. Ah, that fellow, Arl, doesn't know at all. We really have no other way. The leader sighed. If it was possible, who would give up the characteristics of their own race? He had given up his dream. He had to accept the cruel reality. Al, this was the world of adult elemental creatures. There are no dreams in the world of adult elemental creatures. The leader looked at the struggling youth in the cage and sighed, as if he had aged another 10 years. Don't lock that little fellow up. Let him come out and see what he has to say, Su Ji said with a faint smile. But he's too young, too idealistic, the elemental leader hesitated and mumbled. Don't worry, let him out. He wants to talk to me about dreams, so I'll talk to him about dreams. Soon, the young man was released. He looked at the mysterious Ji in front of him with hatred. Everything is balanced. Elemental life forms are powerful, but they have lost too much and are too singular. They cannot be considered truly powerful. Su Ji laughed. Our elemental race isn't considered to be truly powerful? As soon as he said that, all the elemental creatures had an inexplicable look on their faces. He looked at the race in front of him, which had started off with a good impression, but gradually turned into a trace of hatred. So you've abandoned our heaven-defying talents and reduced to such ordinary, weak flesh and blood life forms. Are you really strong? This was too laughable. Chapter 1008. We are going to rise. At the side, the elemental youngster named Al couldn't help but ask loudly, our ancient civilization isn't truly powerful? Then where did the glory we once had come from? If their bloodline system was not strong enough, how could they become a level 10 civilization and have a glorious history? Elemental life forms like them were almost invincible existences of the same level after they were formed. Young man Ji only smiled and said indifferently, after it takes shape, it will naturally be powerful. However, would there be a chance for it to take form? The pure elemental creatures would definitely be destroyed in the future because there were too few suitable genes and they could not find any. What's the use of having an imaginary future that's powerful? After a short pause, he continued. And even if you find it, you'll only be able to fuse it with the genes of the same species. 4 genes that are similar in general and have almost no major differences in their characteristics cannot be considered truly powerful without your own genetic combination. Elemental life forms are undoubtedly strong, but other flesh life forms aren't weak either. They can even fight elemental life forms. As long as you can find the right genes and complement each other, you won't be weaker than elemental life forms of the same level. The elemental youngster named Al didn't refute. This was indeed the case. Their genes were all elements and were too singular. There was no genetic compatibility. Although it was very heaven-defying, if the 4 genes of a flesh life form were perfectly matched, each of them was also very heaven-defying. They could indeed fight and even win. But that's too rare. It's extremely rare for a normal bloodline being to cultivate multiple heaven-defying bloodline systems at the same time. Aer said fiercely. Su Ji was speechless. This elemental young man seemed to know quite a bit about these things. It seemed that he was familiar with the history of the ancient civilization. He said with a faint smile, could it be that the probability of finding all 4 elemental genes, breaking through to level 9, and regaining the glory of my ancestors is higher than this? All of a sudden, he completely stopped. It could be said that their ancestors were extremely lucky to have survived the primitive accumulation and found the other 3 elemental civilizations. The probability of them forming was also not high. There was no difference between the two. Even if they could go out, they would have to find new bloodlines of the 3 elements and set sail again, which was a very low probability of success. It was no less difficult than finding 3 extremely heaven-defying bloodline genes. That's right, young man Ji smiled and said, having a body of flesh and blood means that we can fuse all the genes of a living being with flesh and blood. We've lost the characteristics of a pure elemental life form, but we now have the ability to fuse our genes into our flesh and blood, as well as the abilities of our elemental genes. We have more choices. Al's heart skipped a beat. The survivors around them looked at each other, and a glimmer of hope flashed across their old and desperate faces. In the beginning, they felt that their race had lost the glory of their ancestors and their two most heaven-defying talents. They had become an ordinary race. His clan had been crippled and was walking towards mediocrity. However, this was the last resort. He could only accept the cruel reality. But now that he thought about it, perhaps it was not cruel. The present was a good choice. A new future? Unlimited possibilities? Yuesheng turned around and walked past the stubborn young man. He looked at the bustling and desperate elemental remnants in the entire cave and said lightly, "Stubbornly guarding the glory and carrying a heavy burden is the stupidest. The path is one's own. Sticking to the past is the stupidest. Why pursue the glory of the ancient ancestors? Step on the path that belongs to us. In the future, we will naturally be on the same level as him. The future generations will reach the end of the great path for the second time." As soon as he said that, the eyes of all the despairing and dispirited elemental life forms in the tomb burst with bright hope. He had reached the end of the great Dao for the second time. Can we have that dream again? The elemental leader suddenly became muddle-headed, and he was full of longing as he recalled his youth. Back then, wasn't he the same as this thorn like Al in front of him? They were fighting for their own race. However, as he continued to struggle and go out to explore the ruins, he gradually understood that his ridiculous dream and reality were so cruel. When he returned to the tomb of his race and saw the old leader of his race, he would never forget the words he said before he died. "I don't have any more chances. Our glory has been completely lost." This was the world of adult elemental creatures. "I don't have dreams." Recalling the past, the leader suddenly fell silent and whimpered, "Can we still have dreams? That's natural. The door of dreams has always been opened for everyone who is eager to chase their dreams." The young man smiled warmly. Dreams. Their dispirited eyes were completely lit up with hope. "That's right, that's all the gossip. I still hope that you can build hope and not continue to be dispirited. I'm here to know if there's any way to isolate the spatial turbulence and build a teleportation formation." Yuesheng said with a smile. "Yes, of course I do. Although we are extremely weak and don't have the suitable genes to fuse with and cultivate to become high-level experts," the elemental leader said hurriedly, "we can request our guardian, Akats, to separate a stable space for teleportation and build a space teleportation formation." "That's good." Suji laughed. "Then we'll immediately ask for instructions and contact the guardian." They were very excited, and the group of elemental creatures were shocked. The other party told them that they had dreams and that they had to believe in their dreams. Indeed, they should not be in despair. There was still hope for their civilization. Now, there was no need to defend to the death. If they could rise again in another way and civilization, that would truly be the glory of reviving their ancestors, and that was what their ancestors wanted to see. "We still have hope." The leader looked at the survivors around him, waved his fist, and shouted excitedly, "Over the years, many powerful cultivators have fallen in the ruins. We've been collecting their flesh and blood, their powerful genes. We might be able to get a lot of powerful genes and bloodlines, which will give us a good starting point." The surrounding survivors were all excited. Generations after generations, they had tried to collect the remains of those experts, hoping to merge them into their bloodline. However, they couldn't do it. But now, they could rise. "Leader, you're too wise," Al said excitedly. The leader was also very excited. "Isn't that? When I was young, I was just like you. I was full of hope and drive. I went to ruins everywhere to look for rank 9 cultivators who were killed by the guardian gods. After that, I became dispirited and felt that I was doing useless things. Now, my savings have actually come in handy." Al said excitedly, "Those who can become deists will have good genes. We have collected a lot. We can combine them into a heaven-defying gene." "Ha ha ha ha, that's how it is." The elemental leader laughed. "It's not just us. Some of the remnant tribes in the other tombs are also like us. Let's go and contact the other tribes. We'll take all the genes of the fallen warriors they've collected over the past 100,000 years. Open the treasure vault and offer all the remains of the cultivators we've accumulated to that existence. There's hope for the rise of our elemental race. Chapter 1009. Just average. How could they not be excited? Before this, he was filled with despair. Without any hope of development, civilization was bound to go extinct. They could only muddle along and survive by hiding in the tombs of their ancestors. However, now that they thought about it, turning into half-elemental creatures was indeed the best way for their civilization to rise again. Excitement, and longing ignited a motivation called desire. They were simply too excited. They had never been as excited as they were today. That was because, if the elemental race could fuse with the extraordinary bloodline of flesh and blood, the various genes that they had stored for so many years would be able to fuse with it. It would lead to a huge rise in power. Previously, we thought that we had betrayed the glory of our ancestors. We're going to rise. Hurry up, open our treasury. Send some men to the neighboring villages and have them bring all their savings here. Yes. Wait. Let the villages spread the news to the towns and villages further away. Bring all the remains of the grave robbers that have been accumulated in their tribes for generations. Tell them that there is hope for our clan to rise again. Our savior has arrived. That's right. Tell them to bring them all here. We want the genes, we want the powerful extraordinary bloodline. The leader laughed out loud. He was crying and laughing at the same time. He was really excited, that existence is still setting up the teleportation array. We have to give him a huge surprise later. The surrounding survivors were also full of confidence. Whoosh! The Tutelary was in charge of this tomb. At this time, it specially carved out a piece of land and quickly set up a teleportation array in a stable space, opening up a path on both sides. Ji Yi and Ji Ming, who had been Su Ji's moon goddess in the past, descended on this land. They were extremely excited. Ji Yi took a deep breath. Back then, you asked me to take away moon god Ji's maid and then disappeared until now. But now, you've allowed us to descend here? Now, more than 1,000 years had passed. Back then, the maidservant was nameless. She had given herself a name, Ji Ming. The civilization of the mother stream had also changed greatly. The mother stream had already extended to many branches, connected to many barren planets, collected resources, and had an endless stream of gods. Sun god Asa, Ji Shang, and Transmigrator Lili were already high-level deities. They had already begun to set foot on the path of rank 9 and were in the midst of a long climb. As for Ji Yi, she had obtained an opportunity and the two of them were currently climbing up the 9th step. After all, their bloodline system meant that every two of them would be Deo companions and move forward together. But in fact, it was easy to reach the level of a high-level deity. The path to the 9th rank was a very slow trial. However, they had already developed a unique eternal bloodline. By burning their life force, they could accelerate the speed of their slumber and awakening. Their climbing speed was not slow. We've already developed to this stage, but Moon God Lord Ji has still disappeared. But now, he suddenly appeared and sent us a mental message. It's said that this place is the origin of the Moon God Ji clan's bloodline. They were all very careful as they walked out of the teleportation array. Moon Goddess Ji's bloodline is very mysterious. She's a half-elemental creature. The 4 great elemental races, as well as you, the Moon Goddess Ji's maid Ji Ming, all have this half-elemental bloodline. They saw a crystal palace, some half-elemental infants, and some magical crystal elemental creatures. It was very magical. What about the Lord? At that moment, the leader excitedly rushed over and looked at the 2 human girls. Lord Ji said that he was going to pick up the ancestors of the 4 elements. Lord Ji's descendants have gone. Ji Yi was very confused. She did not expect that there was actually an ancestor of her bloodline hiding in their mother stream civilization. He had never seen it before, so he couldn't help but be extremely curious about what kind of existence it was. Sir Ji, he asked us to come over first to deal with the things here and understand the situation and civilization. Ji Yi said. The leader looked at the young girl who was made of flesh and blood and frowned. This woman named Ji Yi was a living being of pure flesh and blood. Then, he was integrated with a half-elemental bloodline. It could be said that he was not a pure-blooded clansman of theirs. Is that so? This bloodline is between half-elements. If flesh and blood life forms can merge with this bloodline, elemental life forms like us can also merge with this bloodline. After all, they were in the middle of the two races. In fact, they still had a very strong sense of rejection. They did not like the flesh and blood creatures in front of them to be fused with their elemental bloodlines. The young girl in front of them had merged with their blood. It was likely that this flesh body of hers was already her original body. Once she transformed, her huge elemental body would become a giant elemental life form that could cover the sky and earth. This was something that was very repulsive. One's own bloodline should not be used by other races. This was common knowledge in the universe. However, since it was the decision of the moon goddess Ji, there was no reason to object. After all, as a new elemental civilization, they should abandon some of their beliefs. Oh right, this is the bloodline we collected. The leader had a serious look on his face as he took out all sorts of remains and meat. He smiled and said, "This way, our tribe will rise again. We'll be very powerful. We'll have a strong foundation from the beginning." Ji Yi looked at the corpses of the Dao cultivators and was shocked. There were too many of them. However, when he heard about bloodline, he frowned. His realm is terrifyingly powerful. But bloodline? Although I didn't look at it in detail, I think it's just ordinary. How can it be ordinary? Take a closer look. On the side, the young owl was instantly dissatisfied. Those who can enter our civilization's ruins are not weak. In the entire universe, they are all very strong. Your civilization's ruins. Oh right, can you tell me about it? Ji Yi asked. She was quite curious about the history of the moon goddesses. The elemental leader confidently began to talk about their history, their strength, and their two heaven-defying characteristics. Although he was very serious, the two of them didn't get too excited. Al was also full of confidence. Although our ancestors gave up the two most powerful heaven-defying bloodline characteristics, and in the future, we will be ordinary flesh and blood creatures and set sail again. However, we can also become very strong. In the future, he could be on par with his ancestors. Now, the bloodlines we've collected are a good start. Elemental civilizations are just so-so, I guess. Ji Yi thought for a moment and said very honestly, I now know about the ancient history of moon goddess Ji, so this is her background. But thinking about it, if it wasn't for the destruction of a civilization and the lack of manpower, redeveloping the mother stream civilization now, I won't think of you. Our ancient glory? Just average? If it wasn't for an accident happening to their own civilization, would they not think of us? Al was completely stunned. Could it be that the mother stream civilization has developed to a heaven-defying extent and is no longer inferior to us? The information revealed by these words was simply too shocking. At first, they had thought that they were going to set sail again and collect genes. Who knew that the other party would directly tell them that they were already unimaginably powerful and that they were no weaker than they were in their ancient glory days? You've already collected 3 types of transcendent bloodlines that match our half-elemental bloodline and formed 4 gene combinations? The elemental leader said in surprise. Not yet, Ji Yi replied. At the moment, our civilization only has 2 genes. The other party was completely furious. Didn't we just get excited? It's just as we thought. Aren't we just looking for genes? A transcendent civilization formed from only 2 transcendent genetic cultivation systems and you say it's stronger than ours. It wouldn't be too strange if 4 genes could match up to them. However, there were only 2 of them in front of him. How weak do you think they are? Ji Yi cast them a glance. My race's half-elemental bloodline gene, plus another gene, eternal life. 2 very simple structures. Do you think that our race's half-elemental genes are weak? Just the potential of this gene alone isn't any weaker than the potential of your pure elemental genes. The civilization of the mother stream was only established by half-elemental life forms. Other pure flesh and blood life forms, elemental life forms, cannot establish it at all. Ji Ming mumbled softly, as for the mother stream civilization, the tree of the mother stream has a strong undying nature. Even if they die, he could be resurrected at the source of the mother stream. Although I can't compare to your infinite energy, I don't think I'm weaker than you in terms of limitlessness. The mother stream civilization? They were slightly stunned. Endless resurrection, resurrection at the source of the mother stream? They did not understand, but after listening carefully, they understood that this half-elemental creature, as a living being of flesh and blood, was actually as heaven-defying as their elemental civilization. His physical body was in the source of the mother stream. The elemental body followed the branches of the mother stream and climbed into the universe. The elemental body. It didn't matter if they were killed. This was something that they, as pure elemental life forms, couldn't do. The mother stream, coupled with eternal life, would allow his main body to stay at the source of the mother stream, and he would be able to live forever. Such a civilization! Such a civilization! Al clenched his fist. He was shocked. Indeed, with the perfect combination of two flesh genes, he could be on par with them. If he were to incorporate other new genes into it, wouldn't that be amazing? A civilization with two genes has already developed to such an extent? The elemental leader was also very excited. It seems that our race has made a new choice. Being a half-elemental is the right path. We will be more glorious than before. Quickly take a look and see if there are any more powerful genes here. As the remaining genetic slot, it's more suitable. Ji and the other woman were helpless at their enthusiasm. However, just as the two of them were in shock, they saw Moon Goddess Ji descend through the teleportation array with a strange lamp in her hand. As soon as the lamp was opened, the creature inside walked out. As soon as it came out, they felt a kind of bloodline connection, which made them tremble. This elemental bird covered in flames was their ancestor? Chapter 1010. It turns out that life is a scheme. In the crystal maze, everyone slowly looked over. The white gold flaming divine bird exuded a vast holiness, giving off a dignified and ancient feeling. It was as if it was the noblest ruler of all the elements in the world. Her original body was only the size of an ant, but her elemental coat was comparable to a holy elephant. Where is this place? Phoenix could not react in time. Before this, she had been living in the four elemental planes, bobbing up and down in the mother stream's sun. Even the mother stream civilization outside, which was already filled with the descendants of the four elements and had experienced the golden age of many civilizations, was completely unaware. This was the first time he had left the four elemental planes. You guys, why is there someone from my lineage? The phoenix was shocked. It looked at the people in front of it and the half-elemental newborn babies. They actually had the aura of its own bloodline. Those half-elemental newborns were covered in flames, and their cores were made of flesh and blood. They were too similar to the life form of their race. Back then, she had used her own bloodline to give birth to the 13 innate ancient gods, and they all had the same characteristics. Its entire body was covered in elemental flames, and in the center was a living being made of flesh and blood. Welcome back. I've been waiting for this day for more than 10,000 years, Yueshenji said with a smile. Welcome back? 10,000 years. And you are? Phoenix could not help but ask. The gentle young man of 15 or 16 years old before her gave her a mysterious and unfathomable feeling, a feeling of power that was difficult to resist. She looked around and was extremely vigilant. This was an ancient elemental land that was extremely suitable for elementals to live in. The bloodline connection of the half-elemental in front of her made her feel like she was home. It was very comfortable. Are you the elemental life of our mother stream civilization, the ancient ancestor? At this moment, Ji Yi walked out and could not help but say to Phoenix, there's indeed an aura that I can sense. Phoenix was slightly taken aback. The mother stream civilization? I'm a clansman of your mother stream civilization? She looked very calm, but she was still extremely vigilant. No one would choose to relax in such an unfamiliar environment. At that moment, Moon God Ji smiled and said, you still need a lot of time to digest it, but you should know that when you first descended on that land, on the desert, from the distant heavens beyond the heavens. But where did you come from before that? The other party knew about the Magus world and her origins. Her life? My father, Ares, the god of war, fought against unknown enemies for the land of all gods and died a heroic death. And I also, Phoenix said softly. She had naturally heard of the history and origins of this area. Ares. Yueshenji smiled as a trace of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and he said with a gentle and refined expression. He is indeed the god of war who controls fire. His entire body is surrounded by endless divine flames. He has turned into an elemental form, and his vast elemental body can cover the sky and the sun. It is enough to cover the entire continent. In that case, where did Ares, such a powerful god of war, come from? His bloodline can't come out of thin air, right? Phoenix was silent for a moment. Ji Ming, reveal your elemental body, Moon God Ji said. As Moon Goddess Ji's former maidservant, she revealed her true form without any hesitation. Boom! A huge elemental body of flames rapidly rose from the delicate human girl and covered her in an instant. If her current divine elemental body was compared to the size of a normal person, then her flesh and blood body was like a grain of rice, floating around her heart. This is the elemental body of a half-elemental. In the distance, the survivors of the elemental race were amazed at the scene in front of them. This was the first time they had seen the transformation of a half-elemental. This elemental body seemed to be in the same form as them. But there was a fundamental difference. Their elemental heart was a crystal diamond that could be detached, but their elemental core was flesh and blood. It was a fatal weakness that could not be detached. The half-elemental race is indeed very special. We usually move around in our elemental bodies. They moved with their own flesh and blood, so it seemed that their energy was more restrained and did not leak out. This was very good for low-level cultivators. After all, most of the low-level elemental life forms are unable to train very quickly due to the overflow of their elemental essence. High-level life forms were naturally able to restrain their energy and prevent it from leaking out, but low-level elemental life forms were energy in themselves. When they went out, their elemental bodies would still leak out very seriously. This was a good point. But why isn't this elemental body limited by size? As elementals, we are also limited by our body size. Or rather, all life in the universe could not grow infinitely. If it could grow infinitely, it would probably be able to devour all the matter in the universe. This was impossible. However, the body of the elemental in front of him was too huge, and it seemed to be able to expand continuously. I understand. Al suddenly shouted with an excited expression, "That's amazing." So that was how it was. It was the true form of this race, a body of flesh and blood. Their elemental bodies are only in their external form, so they can naturally expand infinitely. The leaders and the others around him were instantly shocked and praised Al at the same time. The young man, Al, understood very quickly. Very quickly, he understood the extraordinary principles behind it, which they could not do. This form. He does look like the fiery god of war. At this moment, the phoenix felt a sense of familiarity when she saw this scene. The connection between their bloodlines was getting stronger. Could it be that he really was from their race? His father's bloodline, a clansman even higher than that? She began to let her guard down a little. In terms of bloodline, you are their ancient ancestor. The connection between bloodlines can't be fake, Yuesheng said with a smile. Then why? Phoenix could not help but ask. She had already vaguely guessed it. Back then, the enemies of the land of gods were mysterious. Even Hermes had fallen, and the so-called enemy was probably the one in front of him. The Mother Stream civilization. The land of the gods that you mentioned is actually a very evil and powerful civilization. Buddhism, Daoism. Back then, when I attacked them, I was at the end of my life. For the sake of my future, I decided to plunder their bloodline and talents. In the end, I obtained their eternal bloodline and the ultimate concept of the ancient universe. Plundering the other party's eternal bloodline? At this time, the remaining elemental people were still listening to history very seriously. He didn't expect that his other mutated tribe had already left these ancient ruins long ago to explore the outside world, even killing, and reaching an extremely prosperous civilization. They had even started a war with other terrifying civilizations and plundered the legendary eternal bloodline. One must know that according to their inherited knowledge, eternal life was the most mysterious and powerful one of the top talents. And now, it had actually been seized. However, during that war, I seized their bloodline, and they also tried to seize our bloodline. Plundering will always be mutual. Yuesheng smiled and said gently, their system is very terrifying. They have the terrifying radiation ability to change the minds of others and assimilate the life forms of other races. After entering their Buddhist sect, one will be enlightened and become a believer. Their golden light and platinum-colored radiation cover the entire galaxy. They are called Buddha. Buddha? Buddhism? Everyone pondered for a moment and immediately remembered it in their hearts. This was a very terrifying taboo system. Ares was assimilated by them. They joined the Buddhist sect and converted to their race. Moon God Ji's voice was calm, making it impossible to read his emotions. It was as if he was looking at the ancient times. Ares has fought for his race, and he has even coveted our race's bloodline. They wanted to completely assimilate him into their own race and become part of their bloodline. They let Ares fall in love with one of their goddesses and give birth to their offspring. Many people seemed to have seen the ancient war history. The vestigial elemental races were filled with righteous indignation. Al, who had a bad temper before, couldn't help but curse, "He's actually so lowly. He used such a strange and unique transcendent system to plunder the bloodline of our race." They had already subconsciously converted the glory of their ancestors into the glory of the Mother Stream civilization. After all, this was their own race. When Phoenix heard that, she felt a shiver run down her spine. She could not help but think to herself, could it be that I've been living in the enemy's camp all this time? It's not just that, Moon God Ji continued, it's even communicating with the concept existences in the dark, an equivalent exchange. With that, we can create a new world and let Ares' daughter build that world and give birth to the half-elemental race. To breed a half-elemental race? An extremely terrifying thought flashed across her mind. It was to help them reproduce the innate ancient god race. When Phoenix heard this, even her usually pure and indifferent character was completely shaken. A storm was set off in her heart and she felt an unprecedented sense of fear. After all, this was related to her family background. This information was too shocking. Now that he thought about it carefully, it might really be the case. The creation of the primordial world might really have been the scheme of that Buddhist or deist existence. The ancient Khanate race in the primordial world controlled wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. It was clearly an attempt to make the half-elemental race more local. As for her, she had been living on her own in the primordial world this entire time. As a Deo Lord, she had helped this civilization develop in advance. Clearly, she had taken the enemy as her father, but in reality, she had been part of the forbidden scheme of some terrifying entity behind the scenes. So, my previous life was actually... Phoenix's heart was not calm and her mind was in turmoil. But you've finally returned. After more than 10,000 years. Moon God Ji said in a gentle voice. I'm back. Her entire body trembled as she felt an inexplicable warmth and gentleness. Chapter 1011. Acknowledging the Ancestors. Phoenix was the first to reach the 9th rank, and the first to leave the primordial world. It had been thousands of years since then. At this moment, she had just finished her journey to level 9 a few hundred years ago. She was already a weak level 9 and could enter a complete level 9 at any time. Over 10,000 years old, he could be said to be advancing steadily, and his speed was only average. After all, a god's lifespan was less than 10,000 years. Top geniuses usually completed the path to level 9 within 10,000 years, or they would die of old age. The Phoenix was only weaker than a 9th rank magical beast, so it was indeed slower. Ditchi, Carolyn, and the others had all taken shortcuts. Ditchi's 3 bodies had simultaneously cultivated and corroborated their deos, while Carolyn had corroborated her deos in her dreams. She had not taken any shortcuts and had broken through her deos with force, which was why she had been slow. As for her information and cultivation techniques, they were too ancient and closed off from the outside world. They could not keep up with the times. However, even at this time, as a weak level 9 who could break through at any time, the Supreme Deo Lord of the ancient world felt an unimaginable instability in his Deo heart. One could imagine how great the impact this had on his Deo heart. He had thought that his free life was just a scheme. He had been living in the enemy's camp all this time, acknowledging a thief as his father. Even the most powerful existences would have a moment of instability in their minds. This was because the journey of their 10,000 years of life had been overturned. She looked at the warm and friendly mysterious 15-year-old teenager in front of her. Even if one had become a great Deo holder who had transcended the laws of the universe, he suddenly felt insignificant in the face of some truly powerful taboo existences behind the scenes. He was as small as an ant. Phoenix's voice suddenly grew restless. Yueshenji smiled as he slowly walked over. Your aptitude isn't bad, but you're approaching the end of your life and are on the verge of aging. Why hasn't the high and mighty existence of the land of the gods appeared? He never helped you. Yueshenji gave a gentle smile and said, because you're just a pawn of his bloodline. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with him. Although his localized elemental bloodline was not considered a success, he had greatly diluted the elemental bloodline and created a group of powerful innate ancient clans, such as Ditchi. Boom! Phoenix's heart buzzed once again. He plundered our bloodline and I plundered his bloodline. This is a battle between two parties. The moon goddess Jirol looked at her gently. But you are a wanderer of our race. Therefore, I prayed that the ultimate concept of the universe would bring you back with a huge price. It would allow you to create another world. This world would be the 4 elemental planes. The 4 elemental planes. When Phoenix heard this, she was finally completely shaken. It was as if the fog had been completely lifted and the truth had been revealed. It turned out that the reason she was able to see the God of creation for the last time in her old age was not because of her devout heart in seeking the Deo that moved the universe, but because this mysterious existence in front of her had come to pray for her. I should have thought of this earlier. Phoenix recalled the scene from thousands of years ago and suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. In this world, how many devout deists are there? Why did the great Deo only favor me before I died? Take me away? Why did I have such a heaven-shaking opportunity to open up a new world again? This was an equivalent exchange. The first time was an equivalent exchange from the enemy, in the hope that she could turn the bloodline of her race into the original body, so that she could see the God of creation. This was how the primordial world was formed. The descent of the God of creation this time was due to the wish of the moon goddess Ji in front of him. It was an equivalent exchange to summon her back, which was why this scene appeared. That was how the current 4 elemental world came to be. It was as if she could see her own life, with 2 pairs of unfathomable, mysterious, and forbidden hands slowly stirring, playing a game with her as the center. In the unseen world. An ultimate concept. On the side, the elemental remnants heard this and were slightly confused. This word had been mentioned several times in the history. They were all related to the creation of a new world, an equivalent exchange, and summoning an existence from the dark. The ultimate concept of the universe. What's that? Could it be that there are still mysteries of the universe that our ancient heritage of knowledge has yet to understand? The various elemental caverns in the distance were bustling with activity. The leader, Al, and the others whispered to each other and started to discuss. They felt that it was unbelievable, but too many strange things had happened, so they were completely lost. It might be hard for you to accept it now, but it is the truth. Moon God Ji laughed and said, putting you in the 4 elemental planes for thousands of years, I've never interfered because I thought that you shouldn't know that you've set foot on the path of rank 9, so as to avoid your Deo heart being unstable. Now, you've already completed the path of rank 9 and can break through at any time, thus, I told you the truth. At the same time, you've stepped onto the path of rank 9 and are facing the final breakthrough. I called you here because I want to tell you something. Cultivate your genetic path to perfection before you break through. Only then can we have a future. Phoenix quietly organized her thoughts. 4 genes maxed out? In fact, although she lived in her sea of consciousness and possessed a human woman, she was also cultivating her original body's cultivation. All 3 of her fire energy genes were cultivating. However, it was self-exploration and self-cultivation. In fact, she was really polishing her 4 genes by relying on her infinitely long life, even though she did not know the limits of breaking through. Her personality was just that slow. After all, he was never in a hurry to break through, and he had no enemies when he broke through. You should still have 1 gene left, rising from the ashes, and you haven't finished cultivating it, right? Su Ji's face was indifferent. He was very clear about her progress. You're a mutated descendant of 2 races. I can't teach you. However, the energy element system here should have a strong reference value. There are many ancient books on the usage of elements here. You can take a look at them and perfect them because there isn't much of a difference in their essence. Phoenix nodded her head. She was beginning to believe that. Su Ji was very calm. After all, he had seen that Phoenix was about to break through and knew that he had to do something. Otherwise, if she broke through with imperfect genes, it would be difficult for her to have a real future. As a unique life form, there was no cultivation system for the masses. The 4 genes could only rely on one's own exploration of the corresponding transcendent system. Sometimes, the 4 great genes of the inborn may seem powerful. It's also a disadvantage. His speed is slower than others of the same level. Su Ji shook his head and thought to himself. After all, there were no living beings to help him deduce the extraordinary system. His own deduction would definitely not be perfect and would have some disadvantages, but there was no other way. Mother Stream Civilization. At this moment, Phoenix's expression turned complicated. She looked at the young man in front of her and asked, "Then, what should I call you?" "Yes, according to seniority, I'm your grandfather," Moon God Ji replied with a smile. As he spoke, he looked around the entire tomb of elements and said, "You and the Mother Stream civilization. Let's develop on our own and let her lead you to the future." The entire crowd was cheering and jumping for joy. Very quickly, they began to organize themselves and planned to merge them into their bloodline. This half-elemental bloodline was very special. It was somewhere in between the two, and their elemental life forms could also merge with it. "Are you guys ready? Have you really decided?" Ji Yi looked at them and smiled. "You should know that once you fuse with this bloodline, you will no longer be a pure elemental creature. You will have an additional fatal flaw." "No problem. We, for the Mother Stream civilization, for the elemental civilization that surpasses our ancestors." They cheered. On the other side, Phoenix spoke to Moon Goddess Ji in a soft voice, "I can sense an even stronger aura. Could it be that there are even more powerful clansmen?" "No," she said. Yueshan Ji looked into the distance with a profound gaze, neither happy nor sad. "It's your descendant who came to this ancient ruin." Chapter 1012. Another truth. Clansmen? Back then, the bloodline of the innate ancient gods had long passed the primordial era and they were all exterminated. Even the descendants of the ancient gods, the ancient tribe, started to thin out. In the later eras, even the surrounding flames didn't appear. They lived together with the sorcerer tribe and gradually became inseparable. "Don't tell me it's Siyun and Dichi," Phoenix muttered to herself. The era she left in was too ancient. However, he knew that Dao Changsheng had driven Dichi away and he had also seen the arrival of the god of creation. Dichi and Dao Changsheng had flown into the distant universe. "We'll meet again here." She couldn't help but ponder. She had indeed felt a bloodline connection somewhere far away in the ruins. At their level, when they cultivated their own race's genes and bloodline to the peak, their bloodlines would naturally have a connection. She was a little hesitant. "Don't be anxious." Yueshan Ji smiled and said, "Cultivate and recuperate for a while, the other party is still a long way from reaching here." Cultivation knew no time. It was normal for Dao cultivators of this level to spend 1 to 200 years exploring the ruins. After all, the ruins were a huge transcendent world ruin. Before they reach the depths of the ruins, you can cultivate the system and make up for the last few genetic flaws, breaking through to a complete rank 9, of course. Yueshan Ji said faintly, "Although I still have many people in my bloodline, you're my only close relative. As for them? The situation is unknown when you meet them, they might not have followed you here and listened to your advice. Instead, they have already fused with the natives and are moving toward the direction of localization." Phoenix's expression was complicated. Indeed. In fact, the innate ancient gods didn't inherit much of her bloodline. As for Dichi and the others, they might not care about their own bloodline as they did not have much combat power. They had already integrated with the bloodline of other races. It's like fate that they came here to explore. I hope I can persuade them. After all, returning to our own race is better than staying in the enemy's race. It's safer and more secure. Phoenix's expression became calm as she looked at the survivors of the remains, as well as Ji Yi and Feng Ruking. After a moment of silence, he respectfully said to Moon Goddess Ji, "Grandfather, thank you for bringing me back to my family. I'll split my attention to look after the children of this bloodline. You'll be the heir to our bloodline from now on," Yueshan Ji said with a smile. Ji Yi and Ji Ming gritted their teeth, their hearts trembling. It seemed that he had another competitor for the successor. Moon God Ji had said this before. There was another main goal for him to reproduce the Mother Stream civilization, and that was that his life was coming to an end. Therefore, he was prepared to merge with the eternal blood that he had seized. He also wanted to learn from the enemy's ancient god and cultivate a guardian. This guardian would drive alongside him and manage the entire world together. This was an opportunity to reach the peak. No one would choose to give it up. "It seems that we have to work hard." The two of them looked at each other. This was especially so for the moon maidservant, who had once been Moon Goddess Ji. She felt a serious sense of danger. The other party was also born with an eternal bloodline. This is a huge advantage. Could it be that the bloodlines of the two races had mutated? Ares and the other party's blood of eternal life had fused together. An energy form eternal gene. It's very possible. It seems that we have discovered the principle and the truth. The two of them muttered, their eyes shining. This was very possible. It was a pity that this was a unique mutated gene, and it was very difficult for them to obtain it. This was because the genes that could be inherited were only the first gene slot, which was the genes of the race. For example, Dichi's first gene position was the fire gene, which was a characteristic of his race. His offspring would most likely also have the fire gene, while his second and third gene positions, the witch gene and the primordial gene, were not heritable. The phoenix in front of him was the same. Her first gene was energy manipulation. Therefore, her descendants all inherited this genetic talent and became innate ancient gods surrounded by energy flames, not the other genes after that. As such, her genes were unique and could not be inherited. The universe is really wonderful. I don't know what kind of breeding environment it went through to give birth to such a unique mutated life bloodline. It's simply a gift from the heavens. The changes in genes and bloodlines are endless. It's too mysterious. Life has always been the most complicated and mysterious thing in the universe, and this kind of change is difficult to predict. I'm so envious. Unique. No wonder he spent so much effort to forcibly take back this being of his own race. However, this is also extremely lucky. Even if their descendants mutate and obtain low-level trash bloodlines, that's the majority, right? It seems that the offspring of two powerful bloodlines with different genes has a very low probability of fusing the genes of both sides. Is there some kind of compatibility that will lead to a mutation? I don't know. Even if it was a mutation, the probability was extremely low. And for such a powerful existence, it took a huge amount of effort and origin energy to give birth once. How could it give birth more? Not to mention a bloodline mutation. The two of them were communicating, and the more they talked, the more they deviated. It seemed that these two girls maintained a strong interest in having children. They were the advance party and quickly familiarized themselves with the environment. They called Ji Shang, Lili, and even the most powerful Mother Stream civilization, the ruler of the Sun Dynasty sun god Asa. They had descended upon this land. Boom! A huge and powerful elemental god descended on this land, exuding a vast and majestic aura. The sun god, Asa. The most powerful creature in the Mother Stream civilization. In fact, he was already almost halfway through his Tier 9 journey. The aura of the netherworld, are you our ancestor? At this moment, Asa was extremely pious and respectful. As he looked at Deo Lord Phoenix, he could feel the affection and gentleness of her bloodline. He had the simplicity of an elemental being. At the same time, he looked at the creatures in the four elemental planes and was very happy. All of a sudden, there are so many more of our clan. He then looked at the newborn half-elemental children on this land, as well as the pure elemental life forms. He was overjoyed. Our elemental race's fertility rate is extremely low to begin with. Now, we have so many more clansmen all of a sudden. It's no wonder, there's too much accumulation here. This time, it was a huge development. The number of clansmen of the Sun Dynasty increased by many times at once. Next, they went to explore the surrounding ruins and obtain resources. Mother Stream, we can build a branch of the Mother Stream here. Through the entire ruins. At the same time, they began to search for the bloodlines of the deist cultivators who had been sent here and observed them carefully. However, their standards were too high. Although most of their bloodlines had some special characteristics, they were not really powerful. After all, how could a truly powerful level 9 Deo cultivator die here? Most of them were incomplete and weak deists. A powerful civilization like the Azure Abyss Divine Territory might not be able to break into the ruins, but it was almost impossible for them to fall here at the hands of the tomb's guardian. It's developing, Moon God Ji smiled as he looked at Phoenix, who was continuously absorbing the techniques and writings of the elemental civilization. He estimated that after a final round of sorting and perfecting the small flaws of the four genes, he would break through to a complete rank 9. Further away, Yuan King Hua, who had descended in the Mother Stream civilization and developed the skeleton bloodline and had gradually become the indigenous people here, also arrived with the large group. He was even more shocked. All sorts of information had already rushed into his brain, and it was about to split open. As he walked around, he was dumbfounded. Such a coincidence? So the elemental ruins that the Azure Abyss Divine Domain is currently exploring, the level 10 elemental civilization, is the origin and ancestor of the moon god season. He's been squatting in the depths of the remains for a long time. Dea Lord. Why was Dea Lord Phoenix here? She's actually a clansman of moon god G. What kind of drama is this? The enemy who killed my father raised me, then wouldn't Dichi and the others? The grudges between the bloodlines of the great clans, could Dichi and the others be the bloodlines of the enemies? Not good, judging from the situation, Dichi is still going deep. I'm afraid he's going to meet us soon. They might betray us. As Yuan King Hua watched, she was so frightened that she was about to go crazy. It seems like he has discovered the terrifying truth of history again. Su Ji gave a half smile and glanced at the dumbfounded guy, but he was still very calm. Despite the ruckus, he still lowered his head and looked at the remains of more than 100,000 bloodlines. He studied them carefully. Although most of them are unorthodox, there might be cultivators from powerful and mature civilizations who failed and died here. After all, it has been a long time. Chapter 1013. The harvest from the ruins of a civilization, and the drastic change. The flesh and blood of more than 100 Daoist cultivators. Su Ji counted the numbers, and his expression was slightly calm. According to their description, this is all the savings of a generation nearby, and their tribe has radiated 1/10 of the ruins. In other words, the entire ruins has been here for tens of millions of years. He estimated that he had only accumulated about 1,000 corpses. Such a huge ancient ruin, this number is barely acceptable. And even deeper. If even these survivors could not enter, it would be difficult for the outsiders to enter the core. In fact, even if a rank 9 was killed in other ruins, it was basically impossible to leave behind the remains of a Daoist. This was because they had already fused their soul and body together, and any remaining cell could be reborn. Only through a special soul energy attack could the spiritual mark in their flesh be removed, leaving their remains. As for elemental creatures, they were practically immune to physical attacks, so they were naturally unable to perform physical attacks. It was precisely pure elemental attacks that could wipe out the soul imprint of the other party, leaving behind a part of the flesh and blood of the corpse. Only these ruins could leave so many remains on those elemental guardian gods. Otherwise, even if the other remains are dead, there won't be any remains left. Su Ji kept searching and frowned slightly. But so what if I managed to keep the whole thing? It's not of much use. These genes. None of them were good. Basically, they were all very ordinary bloodline talents with strength and speed, as well as the basic control of wind, fire, and lightning. After all, in the early stages of civilization development, it was definitely easier for these strength-type and speed-type races, as well as the Esper civilizations that had awakened various elemental talents, to rise. After scanning through all the genes, not a single one of them caught his eye. He could only say that luck was not on his side. What kind of rare miracle had happened? As expected, picking up the corpses of cultivators and hoping for some miracle or heaven-defying event is too dependent on luck. Why don't you just break into the house and pick the lock, and be the old Wang next door, your income will be more stable. Perhaps, the genes of these Daoists had indeed integrated one or two heaven-defying genes. After all, who didn't have some fortuitous encounters and opportunities to reach this step? However, you could only study the genes of the other party's race. You can't extract and integrate the foreign genes they've fused with a second time. He took a look and secretly evaluated the benefits. It can only enrich the bloodline of the mother stream civilization. However, with the bloodline, it won't do without the corresponding cultivation technique. Su Ji looked at the corpses, slowly opened their space storage, and sorted them out. He found that more than 30 Daoist cultivators had a huge subspace with them. Inside were the countless common people of his clan. They could bring their own civilization with them at any time, which could be considered a super small nomad civilization. However, so much time had passed, and the gods outside had fallen. The subspace was already filled with skeletons. In the subspace, the city's corpses, shape, and movements made people feel the tragedy. The city and the stairways were filled with words of encouragement, but today, they were modeled by the vicissitudes of time. What a pity! An existence that transcended the laws of the universe had brought the entire civilization of hundreds of millions of people into the ancient ruins. He had paid a high entry fee and fought with his back against the water, hoping for a better future. And here, all life within the civilization was cheering, and encouraging their god. In the end, the entire civilization fell in the ruins. Su Ji shook his head, and a look of pity flashed across his face. How lamentable! Su Ji was flying in the sky, overlooking the entire world. In the subspace of a deist, looking at the ruins and wreckage everywhere, some of the corpses still had a look of despair. Some parents and children were hugging each other and lying in the house, maintaining the posture of death. The hymn of civilization, the hymn of history. I have never thought that the hymn written by our civilization is the most shocking. The immortality of the Taoist, the blue sky and red sun, the destruction of the sorcerer world, the glory of the Isodarian people. They're the same. We've never been the first and only. Su Ji was stunned. Every civilization must have had a soul-stirring history and hymn. It's just that these civilizations have fallen, but I'm still moving forward. Whoosh! He landed in the library in the alternate dimension. In the ancient books of their civilization, he also found their corresponding race's cultivation method. For a strength-type gene to be able to reach this stage, I'm already very proficient in it. It has also produced a pretty good gene combination. As expected, there are all kinds of civilizations inside. Su Ji closed a book with an indifferent expression on his face. It seems that the more than 30 subspace civilizations I carry with me basically all have the corresponding cultivation technique. Not bad. Even though it's ordinary, it's all accumulated, the difficulty and time required to deduce it to maturity is no less than the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment, carefully sorting out his thoughts, and said softly, it can be used as a scripture library, allowing people to absorb bloodlines and cultivate cultivation techniques. He looked at the others. As for the remaining 70 or so cultivators, they basically did not bring their own civilizations with them. They also carried very few resources with them and did not have the corresponding cultivation techniques. It was obvious that their civilization was hidden in the dark, and they were traveling lightly. He had bloodline but no cultivation technique. To Su Ji, that would be meaningless. These ordinary bloodlines were not worth the effort to deduce cultivation techniques. Very quickly, he left these sub-dimensions and put down the wreckage, as well as the so-called ruins and treasures. He began to understand more and more about the cruelty and desolation of the universe. He sat in a room in the crystal maze and saw the ruins. He then realized how terrifying it was. It's too difficult. In the vast universe, in the myriad worlds, for millions of years, countless extraordinary civilizations have advanced in fear, fallen, and fallen on the road. In fact, the previous queen was one of them. In fact, I've been developing for more than 10,000 years. I'm considered a new civilization that has been around for more than 10,000 years. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. It had to be said that these wreckages had broadened his horizons and allowed him to completely understand the structure of the entire universe. A 9th-rank Dao-reaching expert who transcended the laws of the universe had a long life of 100,000 years. How great was that? The civilization of Huaxia was only 5,000 years old. For such an existence, it was just a matter of opening and closing his eyes. However, such an existence was like a speck of dust in the vast ocean to the entire universe. Even the 570,000-year-long Azure Abyss Divine Territory, which was in its final struggle, was only a short moment in history. This is too lamentable. Su Ji suddenly thought of this word unconsciously. If a 9th-grade Daoist can't step onto the path of the 10th-grade Ultimate Realm, he'll just be a speck of dust in the history of the universe. And our race is indeed powerful. Their talents could evolve any kind of terrifying bloodline, but other races would definitely covet it. He's going to steal our various heaven-defying bloodlines. The more powerful it is, the easier it is to be hunted down. Jealous. If the Azure Abyss Divine Domain is already like this, then we will definitely be even more so. It was not until he saw the thin bloodlines and systems in the universe outside that he realized how rare and precious they were. If he were to leave the 9 revolutions' mysterious art outside, countless terrifying super-civilizations would probably besiege him alive. It was as if they were surrounding and annihilating the abyssal blue divine territory. Hide. I have to hide it absolutely. I'll use a system that's not too strong but very popular to help them resist the pressure in the blue abyss divine territory. I'll help them and see if there's any hope of reaching level 10. We can use this civilization to test the outside world and its structure. Was the abyssal blue divine domain strong enough? It was terrifyingly strong. There were hundreds of top experts like Dichi and Carolyn, not to mention the 3 mysterious and extremely powerful Yuan Lan Holy Masters. It was an eternal civilization that could crush him to death. Su Ji intended to secretly observe the way the enlightened civilization advanced. He wanted to see how they would go about resisting the fallen civilizations and the path of being weaker than level 10. As for the incense system, as a civilization under its command, if you do your best and play your role, you can. However, he must not reveal his background and origin genes. And these players were more sophisticated than anyone else, with layers of nesting dolls. There is no need to be too worried. Su Ji gave a half-smile and began to stare at the harvest in front of him. It was fine for him to have fun outside, but his genes must not be leaked out. There were not many subspace resources in these remains, but together, they were comparable to 14 complete rank 9 energy levels. Poor, naturally, he was extremely poor. If these cultivators were strong, they would not have fallen here. A hint of joy flashed across Yueshengji's eyes. This is an unexpected surprise. It can continue to supply energy to the Tower World and to Carolyn, allowing everyone to reach rank 9. The other deists, perhaps the ordinary deists, still lacked energy. However, the top group of heaven-defying deists basically did not lack energy. But Su Ji was lacking. If he wanted to raise people and develop a sandbox, it would not be enough no matter how much he smashed. It was a super bottomless pit. Just as Su Ji was sorting out his thoughts, the players were completely in a riot and were boiling over. Yuan King Hua's comments on the forum caused an uproar, and countless Azura Path players stopped their leveling and cultivation. What? So Deo Lord Phoenix is actually a half-elemental creature who is actually an enemy. The news began to spread. The ancient gods are too terrifying. Not only did the other party scheme against his bloodline, but he had also schemed against the other party's bloodline long ago. He radiated the physical Buddha and saved all living beings. Awesome! That Dichi actually has the bloodline of Moon God Ji, and might even be his grandson. Doesn't that mean there's a possibility of him betraying us? All the players were panicking and dumbfounded. The 4 great leaders were Carolyn, Dichi, the 3 pillar gods, and the venerable sovereign. Without a doubt, Dichi was very powerful and had a high chance of reaching the 10th level. However, such a heaven-defying potential contestant actually. Brothers, things are bad. They began to panic. We have to think of a way to keep Dikakyang on our side. He'll be fine. His race's fire gene isn't strong, and Dichi doesn't rely on his race to survive. He has his own race's bloodline. His strength. It's already one of our people, and it's already localized. Moreover, his inner space is cultivating the primordial, Buddhist, and deist systems. Cuties and alchemy factories are indispensable to him. He wouldn't be so stupid, would he? It's not to the extent. Probably. Everyone was still panicking. After all, the alchemy factory, the cute girl, and the alchemy emperor's original form were all indispensable cores for Dichi. As a player with the inheritance of Buddhism and Daoism, as long as all 3 of them expressed their opinions, there was a high probability that he would not sacrifice himself. Brothers, bad news! At this moment, someone else shouted. Everyone took a look and saw that it was the balloon fish that was talking. What happened? It's the 3 pillar gods. Did you find anything after chasing Pillar God Ji? Have you broken through to the 9th step? No one really cared about the 3 pillar gods. Everyone thought that they would definitely merge. If the pillar god of Ji couldn't beat him, he would be devoured. If it was difficult, the 3 pillar gods might let it become the 4th pillar god and treat it equally. However, the balloon fish was very excited and brought more shocking news to everyone. The 3 pillar gods have already betrayed us. He killed the pillar god of machinery and secretly joined the fallen civilization, preparing to come to the ruins to make a big wave. Chapter 1014. Pillar Gods Attack. On the other side. What is this? What kind of monster is it? In the vast universe, it was dark and deep. A Dao-achieving being had a terrified expression on his face. He was jumping and running continuously, an infected evil universe creature, a virus. Disease was a word that one would almost forget after becoming strong. How could there be such an evil and overbearing monster in this world? This doesn't make sense at all. He was still running. However, as he ran, a golden glow gradually appeared on his body. His body had undergone an unimaginable super mutation. His 4 genes seemed to have been invaded by something terrifying and were changing his life structure. Gene modification? It was really gene modification. Gene virus. Isn't the root of changing the level of life already forcibly solidified once the genes are integrated? He had never seen such a strange scene in the past tens of thousands of years. What kind of strange creature does this terrifying and evil existence want to turn me into? His entire body was emitting light. Out of his 4 genes, he had only cultivated 2 gene systems. He had reached the end and broken through to rank 9. One of the genes that he had only cultivated to rank 5 was actually gradually changing and turning into a mysterious and terrifying gene. A pitch-black crystal was gradually forced into his mind. Ah! An intense pain was growing. This is crazy. He ran madly and became more and more frenzied. What the hell is this? Whoosh! He suddenly stopped in his tracks and was completely infected. On the other side of the void, the 3 great pillar gods were faintly visible. They said indifferently. Is that so? As expected, we can only forcibly infect and distort the weakest gene, assimilating it into our magic core gene. If he maxed out on all 4 genes, each gene and bloodline system would be powerful enough. We won't be able to get infected and it will permeate. That's right. From the looks of it, our Grand Unity virus can only assimilate these disabled existences who have attained Deo on this path. We'll forcibly twist one of their disabled genes, which are used to make up the numbers, into our magic core genes. On the other side, in the player forums, the 3 pillar gods have become the fallen civilization. As soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Daiki was still discussing the upcoming family recognition and the storm that would erupt. Yuan King Hua, who was an insider in the Mother Stream civilization, had brought a terrifying piece of insider information. In the end, the information that the 3 pillar gods, who were lying at the bottom of the sea, had brought was simply unbelievable. They hadn't even finished their conversation here, and they had already betrayed them? The 3 pillar gods, aren't you chasing pillar god G? Could it be that it encountered the civilization of the fallen? And you're even joining? What happened? The 3 pillar gods are the true descendants of Buddhism in our Chinese Buddhist system. The past, present, and future Buddhas, the 3 primogenitor Buddhas, predicted the fate of the world and transcended all living beings. Dichi hasn't betrayed his bloodline yet, but the 3 pillar gods ran out and started a riot in the blink of an eye. The entire forum was in an uproar, and messages were flooding in. The 3 pillar gods were orthodox and pure successors. This was too great of an impact on people. The alchemy monarch, everyone, don't flood the screen. Don't get excited. Let's see what the balloon fish is talking about. Silence.jpg. Everyone gradually calmed down. Balloon fish, cough, cough, cough. Actually, it's like this. God of machine pillars, very troublesome. Running all the way. However, he was still beaten to death by the 3 pillar gods, and the tribe that assimilated him was divided among them. Or was he dead? Everyone was slightly stunned. It was a very realistic world. How long has it been since the development of the G-pillar god? In less than 400 years, he was already comparable to one of the 3 pillar gods. It was already very terrifying that he could run for so long. It's already very terrifying, but it can't compare to the 3 pillar gods. Let's not talk about that. In another 200 years, with the development speed of the mechanical pillar god civilization, it might not be impossible to resist. At this moment, someone said, "What a joke! The 3 pillar gods will definitely deal with pillar god G. How can they let the others share the benefits? The 3 of them have already united against outsiders and rejected anyone. There's a chance for them to grow to their heights again." Indeed. With their calculative abilities, they naturally know that they can't take the lead. Once the 4th pillar god appears, I'm afraid the 5th pillar god will come as well. Their right to the fate of their race will be diluted. A group of players were discussing and analyzing madly. The 3 pillar gods were monsters that were extremely difficult to deal with. They were absolutely rational, and as their race's fate consciousness, they had already predicted the future many years in the future. But this is our last chance. If he dies this time, there will be no possibility of a new pillar god, the 4th pillar god, being born. Some players gritted their teeth. Because before, the three pillar gods were still weak rank 9s, and they could not sense races so far away. They had cut off the connection between the magic nuclei on both sides, which allowed the magic nuclei on this side to gain self-awareness and give birth to a new pillar god. However, after breaking through to the 9th step, no matter which clan the monster core was from, the will of their clan would be able to sense their bloodline. The balloonfish continued. In their great battle, we chased them all the way and crossed many rivers. The battle line was too long. We encountered other existences who had achieved Deo. Then, the three pillar gods converted the other party alive. Everyone's scalps went numb. He got one right away? The most powerful infectious natural disaster truly lived up to its name. The other civilizations were all cowards, but the civilization of the three pillar gods was reckless. He's so stupid. A normal complete rank 9 without maxing out on all 4 Geno points would run away from the three pillar gods. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this just delivering food to them? If this continued, the three pillar gods would assimilate more than 10 complete rank 9 Deo cultivators and become stronger at a crazy rate. Ditchy and Carolyn would probably be beaten to death by the three pillar gods. The balloonfish, but you can't run away. There's a huge disparity in combat power. Do you think the terrifying computing power of the three pillar gods will let you escape? They had already enlightened this 9th grade demon and obtained all the information. We found out that this rank 9 came from the fallen civilization. Many people like them have been gathered to go to a ruin to encircle and annihilate a mysterious and powerful civilization. Ruins of civilization, encirclement and annihilation. Could it be? Looking at the location, the three pillar gods had chased him all the way from the geographical position of the Teal Empire. It was not a coincidence that they had met him. After all, they were not too far apart. The other party had mobilized so many people to gather manpower from all directions, and the three pillar gods had chased them all the way. With such a big commotion, there was indeed a high chance of meeting them. The balloonfish continued, and then, I followed the route all the way to snipe those Deo-achieving cultivators who came to encircle and annihilate them. Up until now, I've already enlightened 5 rank 9 ordinary Deo-achieving cultivators. Everyone was completely silent. In such a situation, the three pillar god's strength would probably explode. 5. Ditchy, Carolyn and the others were originally evenly matched, but now, they might not be able to win. The three pillar god's battle prowess was probably already extremely powerful. And now? Someone asked. Balloonfish, now, the three pillar gods have pulled along a group of enlightened weak rank 9s. They will pretend to be one of the fallen civilization's forces that are encircling and annihilating them. They are preparing to go to the ruins and blend in to continue to enlighten them. Everyone's scalps went numb. How was this joining the fallen civilization? This was the fallen civilization joining them? The terrifying scene that they had predicted in the Teal Empire, the Dark Pillar God Tathagata had destroyed countless Deist civilizations. The taboo of the universe had really been realized. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana, who had been hiding all this while, finally spoke, "We're finished. It's already over." Something big had happened. The day had finally arrived. The three pillar gods were about to take off. Carolyn and Ditchy. Everyone was puzzled. The racer of Mount Harana, you're all too young. A new era has begun. Do you think that the current situation of the rank 9 era is the same as the past? Your Excellency, the times have changed. The heavenly Deo has changed drastically, and the era is in turmoil. Otherwise, why would I think of a way to make a small TV to seek a chance of survival for the heavenly Deo? Because the future era will be very terrifying and difficult. In that case, I'll give you a rank 9 Deo achieving assessment. First of all, haven't you realized something yet? Carolyn and Ditchy's combat strength was indeed powerful, not inferior to the three pillar gods. But why did they not dare to go out in their true forms? And the three pillar gods dare to swagger around with their main bodies? Everyone was stunned. They had never seriously analyzed the logic behind this kind of behavior. These big shots seemed to have some kind of deep scheme. There are 2 reasons. First, they only have one life. They're afraid of meeting terrifying and taboo existences and being beaten to death. For example, the battle power of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory is very terrifying. It's only natural for more than 100 existences like them to be killed. That's why they don't dare to come in their true forms. Second, they were afraid that if they were killed, even if they were seriously injured, their race's genes and bloodline would be stolen. Because the other party has seen their bloodline genes and the powerful combat power they bring, they will still crazily besiege them. Everyone reacted. That was the truth. Ditchy, Carolyn, and the others were indeed powerful, extremely powerful and heaven-defying. However, a powerful bloodline and cultivation technique would instead attract even more covetous eyes. Once they appeared, it would be extremely dangerous for them to reveal their powerful combat strength. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Only power could be the reason for being killed. The racer of Mount Harana said. They've just entered rank 9. Although their combat strength is increasing rapidly, they'll soon enter advanced rank 9. However, that was all because of his overly high combat strength. Because their 9 revolutions mysterious art couldn't keep up. After breaking through to the 9th rank and becoming a life form of a new dimension, the area of the 9 revolutions mysterious art had expanded by hundreds of times. And the gods inside only lived on a few hundredths of the land, so how vast was the land and how sparsely populated was it? They had to expand the 9 revolutions mysterious art to its limit and reach the perfection of this realm. Only then could they truly recover their invincibility and show their faces. Or, they have to step into the 10th level before they dare to reveal their true forms. Everyone thought about this wave of analysis. It was indeed very reasonable. They had just entered the 9th rank and their foundation was too weak. They needed to hide and accumulate strength. After all, they were all keyboard saints. Where did their vision come from? It came from such an analysis. The 9 revolutions mysterious art was a slow heating accumulation cultivation method, so it was not possible to catch up with the realm in an instant. As for Carolyn, she would probably have to accumulate even more. This was because her spiritual universe world was also an accumulation type, which was equivalent to her cultivating 2 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, Carolyn, who had double the 9 revolutions mysterious art, was still only on par with Ditchy. Why? The alchemy factory had given Ditchy a nouveau riche gold demon core. Although Ditchy's spiritual universe only had 4 levels, it was still 1.4 times that of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. In addition, he was very knowledgeable and had many cultivation techniques, which made up for the gap. The racer of Mount Harana said, I'm sure everyone knows by now. Although they're about to reach advanced rank 9 soon. I'm sure you're all aware of this. However, that was only because his realm was too high. He had just broken through, so it was inevitable that he would not have enough foundation. He had to slowly accumulate it. At that time, their energy levels would be at least in the hundreds, or even thousands. This is the 9 revolutions mysterious art. And the 3 pillar gods? The 3 pillar gods' methods were different. They didn't need to accumulate at all. They only needed to devour, assimilate, and expand their own race. Some people might say, can't Carolyn do it too? Truth be told, Carolyn's eternal life of the Grim Reaper cannot reach the 9th step, as they have already fused their soul and body. After killing the other party, they will not have a soul and will not be able to assimilate into the entire race. Everyone nodded. The cells of the entire race, coupled with the spiritual universe, were very powerful. However, their own characteristics weren't infection. Infection was a supplementary ability. The system of the Pillar Gods was the infectious virus that developed in this direction. The racer of Mount Harana continued, in that case, we can now answer the previous question. Why aren't the 3 Pillar Gods afraid of the 2 concerns of Ditchy and the Empress? 1. He dared to descend in his true body. 2. He wasn't afraid of having his genes stolen. We analyzed them one by one. First, he was not afraid of being beaten to death. The 3 Pillar Gods were the Pillar Gods of Fate, a special concept form of the universe. They were not living beings. As long as their race was hidden somewhere, they would not go extinct. At most, their strength would be greatly reduced. Second, genetic theft? Wasn't this a joke? The Pillar God's magic core virus gene had been updated with thousands of virus versions. This was definitely an anomaly among genes. He was not afraid of being stolen at all. If you didn't come to fuse with him, he would force you to fuse with his magic core gene, infect you, and turn you into his sub-computer. This heaven-defying gene is very special. I'm afraid it's the first super powerful gene bloodline that makes people not want to fuse with it and even want to run away. Everyone listened to the analysis and felt intoxicated. It was indeed so. The bloodline of the pillar gods allowed people to escape instead. This was the reality. A universe overlord of this level. His vision was too deep. His calculations were too terrifying. Why didn't Dichi and Mwuji go out? Why did the three pillar gods dare to do it openly? After this round of analysis, they had to admit that it was indeed incomparable to the calculations of Dichi, the three pillar gods, and the others. They could not even see the logic behind their actions and why they had done that. They were not on the same level. And the pillar god's magic core gene was indeed almost impossible to solve. Even if it was a 9th rank, after being fused with a monster core gene, it would be impossible for you to fight against the three pillar gods. It was impossible for you to fight against the entire monster core clan with your own computing power. Of course, if one's combat power was heaven-defying to the extreme and could resist the fate of the entire race alone, one could kill the three pillar gods and replace them to become the new pillar god. But was that possible? A single person resisting the fate of an entire race was not just the three pillar gods. There were also the infected rank 9s under the three pillar gods and the entire race. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. The three pillar gods would love for you to fuse with their magic core genes and become their people. The racer of Mount Harana said, in summary, the three pillar gods dared to descend in their true forms. At the same time, they're not afraid of others stealing their genes, therefore, his development was very fast. It could directly turn into a natural disaster without any restraint. In a short period of time, Carolyn and Dichi's development speed would not be able to keep up with his. Even though he had developed it to its peak and stuffed a small sun into the 9 revolutions mysterious art, it was still like the previous battle and he had the same level of battle power as the three pillar gods, but the two of them can only hide during this period of time to avoid being beaten to death by the three pillar gods. This analysis was very simple. After all, the growth of a system was different. Although the 9 revolutions mysterious art wasn't weak, the time it took to accumulate was too long. During the blank period of their accumulation and growth, the three pillar gods would definitely be the fastest. This was something that couldn't be helped, due to the system's limitations. Then if this continues, won't the three pillar gods be invincible? Who knows? With the pillar gods' computing power, the world line, and a few rank 9s in the dark, I'm afraid they'll really be invincible. Now, he's going to attack the ancient elemental ruins. The fallen civilization is in a great war with the Azure Abyss divine territory. The three pillar gods are taking advantage of the chaos. Aren't they too dirty? That's right. Dichi and Carolyn didn't dare to come here with their true bodies, so they could only use their quantum combat bodies to split up and join in the fun. It's too tragic. Wait, come to think of it, aren't we still acknowledging our family here? Wait, this is the first time we've met Moon God Ji, and the first time we've met a true enemy, right? As for Carolyn and Dichi, seeing the true face of the enemy. And if they knew his true identity, they would be shocked. Wait, the three pillar gods still don't know what's happening here. If they come over happily to cut leaks and save the Buddhist sect, I'm afraid that Yueshenji will see them and recall the scene. This was the tragedy that had happened to Ares back then. Then, he directly. Arg! The three pillar gods are too miserable. Higher up, the three pillar gods are living so well now. How much do you look down on them? Everyone tidied up the situation and was instantly dumbfounded. Just what was going to happen? All they knew was that the world was going to be in chaos. Chapter 1015. Competition. On the yellow crystal land of the White Dwarf Star, many fallen cultivators descended in secret. The three pillar gods also transformed into 3 human-shaped youths, mixing in with the few cultivators who had already been infected, and descended on this land. The person who is making contact should be here, the three pillar gods smiled as they looked at the market. As expected, a man with a hideous horn had been waiting for a long time. It was precisely the market leader that Carolyn and the others had met earlier. Although the others had gone to encircle and annihilate him, and had gone deep into the labyrinth of caves, he was still stationed here. Welcome, everyone, he smiled and went up to welcome them. The three pillar gods smiled slightly. After a while, a demon core had also grown in the brain of this existence, and it was explaining the current situation to them. The three pillar gods' terrifying infection ability was just that terrifying. As long as one's combat strength was much lower than theirs, they would be forcibly infected and assimilated. These existences are much bigger than us, the three-pillar gods laughed. The monster cores on our bodies and the human heads seem to be the size of ants. Now, with the existence of the magic cores formed by these behemoths, the brain cells would probably be unimaginably large. Perhaps its size is comparable to Xingyu. Comparable to the stars. The beast pillar god smiled slightly. It can indeed be done, but it can't be expanded any further. If the flesh structure of the cells is any more, it will collapse. It was like an elephant. As a living being of flesh and blood, the hardness of its bones and leg muscles could only withstand such a large body. His spine would be crushed, his fascias would rupture, and his cells would collapse. It was just like how the limit of a carbon-based life form's body size was a giant octopus. However, they had obtained the mechanical pillar god, a pseudo-iron-based gene, which was why they could barely achieve such a body size. Otherwise, if they were to fight, they wouldn't be able to move at all and would be instantly killed as a pile of swollen and rotten meat. This was the advantage of the three-pillar gods: unlimited. Unlimited body size, unlimited genes, unlimited races. Even his opponent was an infinite part of him. It was an extremely heaven-defying, exaggerated, and terrifying system. However, they were also wary. They observed the person in charge's memory. As expected, this fallen civilization is very mysterious behind the scenes. They're only willing to use it when there's a terrifying existence leading them. There's actually a platform to exchange for various mysterious treasures among the higher-ups. Among them, there's the Cloud Star Deo fruit that these fallen cultivators dream of. After breaking through to rank 9, one would no longer be able to reconsolidate their genes and would become sealed. However, this kind of wondrous item could allow a deist to temporarily break through the seal and recultivate the genes from before. Although it's only for a short period of time, there's still hope of recultivating and maxing out the gene level. They began to communicate. He had obtained a lot of information from these cultivators. There were many ways for rank 9s with incomplete Deo foundations to complete their Deo foundations and max out their 4 major genes to have the chance to enter the weak rank 10. The first was to seize the Deo seed fused by someone weaker than level 10 and use this seed that had opened up half a gene in one's body to integrate it into one's own body and follow the other party's path. Secondly, it was this kind of magical natural treasure that could give a tier 9 a chance to have a perfected Deo foundation. After all, the universe was very large and had all kinds of incredible creations. This kind of natural treasure that can distort the laws must be from a certain race. For example, the element's heart in front of us is also produced from the corpses of the elemental race. You're saying that this Cloud Star Deo fruit is produced by some sort of plant-type creature? The human-shaped pillar god smiled. It seems that to be able to grasp this rare life race resource and regularly produce this kind of wondrous treasure, it was not simple to deal with a civilization as powerful as the Azure Abyss Divine Territory. You also need to have the courage. Hehe, we don't need to care. We're just entering. We have to be careful. Our combat power isn't invincible, and I'm afraid that the other true experts are about to descend. We have to hide a little. They did not dare to act rashly. Hwalala. Soon, they entered the tomb and began to merge with the other large groups. They also saw some terrifying experts who were so strong that their hearts trembled. They couldn't help but hide among these Deo cultivators. We want to encircle them. As for the 3 great Abyss Blue Sky Venerables, our Lord will take action. The person in charge was hidden in the divine light, but the feeling he gave them was that his energy level was above 50. Monster. The 3 pillar gods hid even more. Their energy levels had devoured a few disabled normal rank 9s with 0.4 points. They were only slightly over 3, which was already the energy of 3 complete rank 9 deist, while the other party was equivalent to 50 complete rank 9 deist. The other party's foundation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. You can call me Ju Chu. Come with me. We've already found a way to secretly locate him. Under the lead of the leader, dozens of existences slowly set off. Ju Chu said indifferently as he walked, I heard that nearly 10,000 rank 9 Deo existences have descended here. It's very strange. It's truly amazing. Nearly 10,000? How is this possible? Beside him, a fallen immortal cultivator said with a face full of disbelief. This number was an astronomical figure. There are many mysterious civilizations in the universe that you can't imagine. Ju Chu smiled and said, the other party's body is very small. However, it's a quantum life form. It's very strange and unpredictable. It can gather, disperse, and solidify. If there's a chance, we can think of a way to capture him alive. The higher-ups will give us sufficient rewards, such as Cloud Star Deo Fruit, Divine Ring Lock. As soon as he said this, everyone's breathing quickened. Many of them present had cultivated their own offspring and fused them with the same genes as themselves. The compatibility was extremely high, and they had obtained the Deo seed to increase their lifespan by 100,000 years. In theory, if they met a genius with good talent, they would have enough time to let the other party cultivate to a level 10 lower than them. As long as he placed some kind of restriction divine ring lock, the other party couldn't betray him. Even if his realm was higher than his, he would still be controlled. And this divine ring lock, it was the key to their breakthrough. They had also heard that many people had used this method to reach the 10th level. These two treasures were great hope. I heard you were looking for us. At this moment, a white mini-man carrying a camera said. We don't have anything to look for. Everyone, can you give us an interview? We are war journalists. I heard that you're going to start a civilization war. War correspondent? Ju Chu was completely stunned. There were all sorts of civilizations in the universe. However, there was such a civilization in this world? The three pillar gods' expressions were also strange. Previously, when they heard about quantum life and its size, they knew that it was these guys. They had not expected to come here to join in the fun. A few players winked at the three pillar gods. After all, the three pillar gods were on their side. And the three pillar gods also felt very bad when they looked at them. This is a 50 ounces monster. Are you guys asking for trouble? You guys are war journalists. Ju Chu's expression was cold. With a light grab, the other party instantly exploded, and he teleported away. You want to leave? The giant venomous snake said coldly, as the smallest particle, the quantum can move between any material. However, it's not impossible to catch it. As long as the density of the spell reaches the level of a neutron star, there won't be any gaps. A large net will be formed and it will be able to catch you quantum fish. He reached out his hand and grabbed. Boom! An invisible black curtain instantly covered the other party, making it impossible for him to escape. However, Ju Chu frowned. Self-destruct? What kind of bizarre system was this? It's ridiculous. But at this moment, the three pillar gods saw a small television that had mysteriously appeared in their hands. It seemed to be some kind of transaction information. Chapter 1016. Strange Civilization Anecdote. He committed suicide. The Deo achieving cultivators around them were confused and felt that it was too unbelievable. They all felt that they were looking at a fool. The first thing he said was that he was a war journalist who was alive and kicking, swaying in front of him like a flea. Then, he screamed and was caught by a slap, choosing to commit suicide? This death was inexplicable. Isn't he an idiot? I'm afraid there's something wrong with his thinking. The life of forbidden existence that dominates the river system is extremely precious, but he's actually one of the existences revealed a thoughtful expression. It's not that his brain isn't working well. I'm afraid that this system is very demonic and affects his mind. That's why he did such a stupid and incomprehensible move. Quantum life forms are very powerful, but it's obvious that the concept of life forms made up of the smallest physical units in the universe has very messy logic. It's indeed possible. It's almost impossible for quantum to produce life. Even if it does exist, their brains are made up of quantum particles. When the quantum of the brain is split, it's impossible for their thoughts to be clear. It really is so. The Deo cultivators discussed among themselves as they came to a sudden realization. After all, there were many extraordinary civilizations in the universe that were very strange and demonic. Some evil cultivation techniques could even affect the mind, turn demonic, and even the racial flaws of life, causing their behavior to be very strange. Maybe I forgot to take my medicine. A stern and cold voice came from the side. After all, no matter how I think about it, I can't imagine such a stupid act. This should be the best explanation. Oh! Someone was puzzled and turned around. You're still too young. You've only seen few of the evil civilizations in the universe. There are too many civilization systems in the universe. And as long as you're knowledgeable, you'll see similar strange systems. These evil systems that have great side effects of demonization and affect the mind have matching drugs to suppress evil thoughts. Otherwise, if they didn't have the means to suppress it and often went crazy, such a civilization would have been destroyed long ago. They quickly reacted. Just like the Azure Abyss Divine Territory's new system, the side effects were also terrifying. If one didn't control it, they would gradually lose themselves. The old man explained in a slow and steady voice, "Now that I think about it, it should be because of the loss of the medicine or some other reason. That's why he went crazy and has all kinds of messy logic. It's not strange." At this time, a cultivator beside him also laughed and said, "Speaking of which, the evil civilization you've seen suppressed it with medicine. The evil civilization I've seen suppressed it with items. They used a special bone hairpin to penetrate their heads and stab into the depths of their souls to calm their minds and recover their rationality." Oh! Fellow deist, doesn't it look terrifying when a hairpin is pierced into the head of a race of that level? That's not the case. Such a civilization is very rare. At first, he found that they were no different from ordinary people. His hair was tied up, and he wore a golden crown with a hairpin on it. He looked handsome, and his skin was as soft as the sea. Each of them was handsome and refined. They were dressed in white and had a gentle expression. They were polite to the outside world and even liked to give gifts, all kinds of treasures. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the hairpin on the golden crown was actually pierced through the entire head under the hairband. The entire head. Yes, their brains have cultivated an evil system of cultivation techniques. Their brains are actually burning like boiling water, bright red with blood. They want to insert the bone hairpin and use the special cold aura within to suppress the pot of boiling brain water. That's really strange. What's even more exaggerated is that we can't see anything unusual. The hairpin seems to be inserted into their heads, but they have triangular heads, and the hairpin is just right at the top of the triangle. At that time, I went to their civilization as a guest and sat in the courtyard of a manor to enjoy the flowers. There were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, wine, and delicacies to serve me. It was really hospitable. I stayed there for more than 100 years and poured a large amount of resources into it every day. However, I never thought that on that day, they took out a bone hairpin and wanted to insert it into my head, saying that it was a courteous reception. Everyone's expression turned serious, and they could not help but ask, "And then?" After that? And then? This Deo holder's face was hoarse, as if he had recalled the most terrifying memory. He said with a trace of fear. At that time, the scene was too strange and demonic. At that time, several cultivators were invited. In the end, I was the only one who managed to escape from the old manor in the fog. I'd like to give you a piece of advice. If you encounter the evil nomad civilization and they invite you as a guest, you must reject them with a smile. However, I might not be able to reject them because their words have a strange sense of confusion. When he said that, everyone felt a strong sense of shock. Which one of them wasn't a super talent in the river system? But he still felt fear. After all, the outside world was too vast, and they could only be considered to be in a remote corner. The world was huge, and there were all kinds of strange things. Everyone present was a deist of the universe. With tens of thousands of years of life, they had naturally traveled many universes and seen some strange civilizations. Some extraordinary civilizations on the evil path were extremely strange and terrifying. Some deists even entered the land of these civilizations and were shocked by the evil and strangeness. There was even the risk of dying and being surrounded. Now that he thought about it, the strange suicide just now wasn't that strange. Everyone was discussing and exchanging the knowledge of various civilizations. The three pillar gods lowered their heads and looked at the small television in silence. Although these guys were indeed stupid and brainless, it was obvious that they were trying to secretly stuff this thing into their hands. What's this? A television? The three pillar gods discovered that there were actually all sorts of live television broadcasts inside, as well as communication with the world under Carolyn's command. So that's how it is, he wants to communicate with us? It could even sell raw materials? They want to cooperate with us and know that we've plundered a large amount of resources. They want us to buy the raw materials from them? They knew that we swallowed the pillar god of machinery and wanted to take the technological route to improve the entire race, so they sold the original material. The three pillar gods were also very indifferent. They knew that it would naturally be more profitable to buy from them. They've come to find us to cooperate. After all, Carolyn and Ditchy are ordinary cultivators. They still need a period of time before they can accumulate their foundations, and their period of weakness will be quite long. And there's no need for that. During this period of time, those two people will definitely avoid us. They can only appear in the eyes of the world with such cloned quantum bodies. The three pillar gods dared to attack with their true bodies, while they could only watch from the side in secret. This was the difference. By the time they come out, we've already made a name for ourselves and influenced countless civilizations. We've left them far behind. The three pillar gods were very calm. At this time, although the giant venomous snake was a little surprised, it did not hesitate. Don't worry about it. Record it. Such a strange civilization will investigate it eventually. Even he had to admit that the strange civilizations that had appeared recently were a little strange. First, it was the magical girl civilization, and then, the mysterious quantum creatures that appeared in these ruins. Very quickly, the group of them continued to move forward and followed the trail. Boom! In the distance, the faint sounds of battle explosions could be heard. Yun brought his two Dao companions and looked at the people walking in the shadows. The second batch? As expected, that group just now was just confirming our location. Your civilization has been hidden for so long. Are the truly powerful guys going to make a move? Bang! A large number of broken rocks and crystals exploded, and the guardians of the tomb were directly killed. The tomb they were guarding turned into a sandstorm, and the ruins and treasures inside dissipated with the smoke. The expressions of the three pillar gods changed slightly. A battle of this level was too exaggerated, and the aftershock could send them flying. After all, the other party's accumulation was too deep. As a 4Geno life form with a perfect Dao foundation, it was just that his bloodline and cultivation techniques were slightly inferior to theirs. You guys, guard each place and use the corresponding weapons of the precept battleships. Is that okay? The giant venomous snake watched the battle and narrowed its eyes. Now, take out your technological weapons and join forces to fight. Yes. Yes. As a member of the fallen civilization or a technological civilization that had chosen another path, these ordinary rank 9s with incomplete genes might be weak in direct combat, but their weapons were not weak. The collection of resources on the technological side was a bottomless pit. However, with the help of external scientific and technological nomological battleships and Dharma artifacts, they could temporarily burst out with powerful combat power and could even besiege and kill some cultivators with perfect Dao foundations. This was the reason why even the weak fallen civilization was feared by the rank 9 Dao existences with perfected Dao foundations. Whoosh! Without any time to think, the leader instantly transformed, and his body expanded more than 10 times, turning into a monster of flesh and blood that covered the sky and the earth. With a loud roar, he joined the battlefield. Beside him, one by one, the normal grade 9 experts started to surround and attack from afar. At this moment, Quantum, who was carrying a camera, slowly gathered together and revealed his figure. He held a microphone and appeared in front of them. We can see that these fallen civilizations have already entered the battle. They are really very useful tools. Chapter 1017. The Observer Civilization. The reporter pointed at the earth-shattering battle behind him and introduced. Normally, these ordinary 9th rank combatants are unable to break through and train, and their cultivation levels are stuck. Naturally, he would switch to the science and technology side and continue to improve his combat strength with the help of external objects. Although it was an unorthodox way, it was undeniable that it was the best way. They would spend tens of thousands of years to learn the art of mechanical refining, painstakingly collect resources, cross galaxies, build warships, and accumulate energy. We all know about mechanical spaceships from the technological side. What are their advantages? The energy level port was infinitely expanded. For example, I can build a planet-sized level 9 super mechanical battleship, which can also be considered a super large magical weapon. Then, the explosive power of this battleship would be comparable to a terrifying expert the size of a planet. In theory, the power level of this warship was comparable to the iron-based race. However, they were inanimate objects after all. They were not living creatures. No matter how much energy they had stored, they could not be restored. They could only be recharged and maintained bit by the lowly master of the warship. Traveling through the universe and collecting resources to recharge, he simply didn't have time to cultivate. The civilization of rank 9 deist cultivators on the technological side had always been a bottomless pit of resources. As for these ordinary fallen level 9, they had spent tens of thousands of years building warships and collecting resources to store energy just to fire these few shots and be super real men for 10 minutes. In theory, as long as one lived long enough and spent tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there was a chance to launch a sneak attack and kill an immortal with a complete Tau foundation with 10 minutes of explosive power. This was the advantage of technology. Fierce, it was extremely fierce. As a one-time use tool, it was also very, very useful. If tens of thousands of fallen level 9s were to gather together like this, they could finally activate their battleships and fire at full force. Even a level 10 could be killed by them. This was the horror and power of the fallen civilization. Many existences weaker than level 10 in the universe were afraid of this, hiding and avoiding being hunted down. However, we can see that the mysterious civilization behind the scenes is very smart and mysterious. They are now controlling the tools of these fallen so that they can collect resources normally and coax them nicely. At critical moments, they can trick them into firing a few shots. To increase our combat strength, we're serious about this scumbag's behavior. In the distance. What is he saying? Why does this guy speak so rationally? Such clear logic? Didn't you say that you've joined the devil? Bastard! Is this really a war correspondent? The ordinary level 9 cultivators who were driving a battleship and using some kind of magical artifact to surround and kill him from a distance were all red in the face and furious. Where did this guy come from? Do you know how to speak? The other party had directly exposed all of their logic and actions. They had entered a state of battle and were able to unleash such a terrifying combat power. Naturally, they had used up thousands of years of accumulation. I'm sorry, I just took my medicine. I feel that I'm very cute and my logic is very clear now. The reporter smiled and said with a solemn face, "Everyone, let me repeat myself. I'm a war reporter. Our race is a quantum civilization, and as a nomad civilization, we like to wander the universe the most. We are the observers of the universe, the witnesses of history. You should know that all matter and energy particles in the universe are made up of quantum, and the wave-particle duality observed by quantum will only collapse into reality. We, as quantum life forms, have never liked to kill. Instead, we observe everything about each civilization. A quantum observation civilization?" Chu-Chu's expression changed slightly. He did not quite understand what he was saying, but there was a sense of profound mystery and ancient civilization in these words. However, he still could not control his anger. "What are you looking at?" Yuan laughed and said, "The civilization over there, thank you for your support and help. There's no need to pay attention to us." The reporter said with a serious face, "Do you really want to live? Did you really exist in this world tens of millions of years later?" Yuan was a little confused. According to the uncertainties of quantum, history is in an intermediate state. Only when it is observed will it collapse into an established fact. On the other hand, our quantum observation civilization is observing history, recording everything as a lonely guardian. Yuan did not quite understand. Suddenly, he somewhat understood the meaning of this civilization. After all, there were countless civilizations in the universe. If this quantum civilization liked to conduct quantum observations and was the observer civilization of the universe. However, even though the other party said so, he still had some concerns. "You don't have to believe us. We know that we are speaking the truth. We will continue to record the historical records of this galaxy." The reporter continued to reply to the previous topic and said to the battlefield analysis, "Although the civilization here doesn't treat the ordinary fallen deists as humans, the Blue Abyss Divine Territory also doesn't treat the geniuses with dreams under their civilization as humans. They've been working for hundreds of thousands of years and have become tools to resist the fallen. Both sides are using their advantages to gather forces." Yuan's face darkened. "Ha ha 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 ha." The giant venomous snake laughed. "You're just putting on a front. I agree with the quantum observation civilization over there. In the long history of the universe, there must be a record of history. Otherwise, no one would remember our existence in this world even after tens of millions of years. If you're free, you can come here and have an exchange. Regardless of friend or foe, with such a mysterious quantum civilization being restricted in battle, there was no price to pay to express goodwill and persuade them. As for what would happen after that? A verbal promise was never trustworthy. Everyone, there's no need to pay attention to us. Our quantum civilization is very weak. Our only advantage is that we're very ethereal and have strong survival abilities. The reporter smiled. He was obviously prepared. For a civilization to appear in a nearby territory, it had to have a background and identity. In front of him was a very good universe background. A nomad civilization that was passing by did not like war and observed the wars and history of the various galaxies. Regardless of whether the other party believed it or not, they would eventually have a background. And right now, their future would gradually make the other party believe that they were kind and peaceful. After all, he had no choice but to be kind. The quantum battle body was incomplete to begin with. The fusion of the Super Seymour God of Man was enough to fight against ordinary rank 9s, but against these truly terrifying super monsters, a complete rank 9 could crush them to death. The two civilizations in front of him were 10 levels weaker. What kind of concept was this? If we don't count the ancient god and moon god Ji behind the scenes, there are hundreds of existences on the level of Carolyn, Ditchi, and the others. Even if the combat power of a level 10 weakling was taken into account, the other party, who had multiple units of level 10 weaklings, would not be much weaker than these two terrifying existences. It was a weak level 10 civilization at its peak, a super ancient god, a terrifying civilization almost at the same level, and a super giant forbidden civilization that had the hope of reaching the end of the world. They were well aware of this. Their position as a quantum civilization was very clear. They were not here to be the protagonists of the world, and the players were very clear about their own abilities. Combat had never been their strong point. They were now just an ordinary observer civilization, a nomadic merchant civilization, observing and recording history, selling original materials, and doing some small business. Even Carolyn and Ditchi, who had no intention of using their true bodies to attack, were also gathering their strength within a short period of time. And where did the accumulated power come from? In front of him, it all depended on this small business. Chapter 1018. Information. Although they had been laughing and talking, these two existences had been killing each other. Yun's energy rank was only 30, but with two Dao companions in their 20s, he was on par with this extremely terrifying monster. An energy level of 50 is equivalent to the strength of 52-meter-tall rank 9 Daoist cultivators. Yun chuckled. One punch from you is equivalent to 50 punches from other existences. No matter what bloodline or system you've cultivated, you'll still be blown up by your brute force. Boom! The punches exploded one after another, emitting dazzling colorful light. The entire sky was shattered. The giant venomous snake almost turned into an afterimage as its fists hit the flesh. It also smiled and said, "It's just that I have strong brute force. But you are different. You are known as the peak of skill and technique. You once had the record of beating your physical strength and being 13 times stronger than yourself. It seems that you have a deep understanding of the information of our higher-ups." Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. There's even an existence of this level. He's equivalent to the top 3 overlords of our Supreme Council. It seems that the fallen civilization behind the scenes has finally revealed its fangs. In the meantime, the system of combat techniques that you have been training in is very effective against me. As I expected, there are spies and spies of yours among us. Boom! A wave of heat that was mixed with terrifying auras exploded out. As the few existences fought, their auras mixed together and formed an extremely terrifying storm. The 3 pillar gods were all in the dark, pretending to be from a mechanical civilization. They were driving the remains of the mechanical spaceship left behind by the pillar god Ji, and their faces were grave. He was too strong. It was unimaginably strong. The world lines in the 3 pillar gods' minds were being madly deduced, absorbing the essence within. As expected, after breaking through to the 9th step, it was very easy to increase one's realm on the surface. However, one's cultivation techniques and the foundation of one's system needed to be constantly tempered in the world in order to stabilize one's realm. He was still a long way from catching up. He was afraid that it would take him at least 1,000 years to catch up with a monster of this level, even if he devoured and infected countless civilizations, hundreds or thousands. After all, even a weaker level 10 civilization was an ace combat power. In the distance, a reporter was still reporting. Everyone, we can see the current battle situation. When experts of this level fight, they usually like to use words to attack the other party, making the other party reveal a weakness in their mind, and then kill them at the same time. We can also see that the giant venomous snake has cultivated 4 types of strength type genes and is walking the most terrifying path of pure strength. These 4 genes seemed normal, but didn't the other party have a stronger gene? If that wasn't the case, why would he choose the weaker strength gene? This would require him to talk about gene combination. His race's gene was a type of strength type gene. He had already planned out a path for himself, which was the extreme path of the full strength type gene. After all, there was no such thing as the strongest bloodline system, only the bloodline that was most compatible with one's own race. He didn't pursue the strongest, only the 4 most suitable combinations. It was because his body was huge and he had mastered 4 different strength type systems. Not only could he exert a huge advantage, but he could also use this power to compress his body size. As we can see, his original body size should have been huge, but now he is only 7 meters tall. Hearing the broadcast, Ju Chu's face turned black. This civilization's computing power was indeed powerful, which was why they could achieve quantum separation and use carefree travel. In fact, this was inevitable. The current tower world had inherited the magic core system. Although it was not as good as Dichi's supercomputers, it was still enough to do some simple analysis. Boom! The giant venomous snake and Yun were fighting madly. In the distance, the reporter was still jabbering on and on. We can see that Yun's system is a combination of 4 great bloodlines of the speed type. Only the speed type is suitable for the weak to defeat the strong and attack those of the same level who have higher energy levels. Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Our battle is so intense and serious, and you say you're historians. Records are records, but what the hell are you reading out? It was true that this kind of commentary and analysis of the battle was fast, but even an ordinary 9th rank could see these key points after spending some time, let alone them. It didn't matter if he was fighting with them, but thinking about them would really affect his mood in battle. Boom! The giant venomous snake and Yun continued to fight. We can still see, in the distance, the reporters were still chattering. However, in the next second, the eyes of the 2 existences flashed with a fierce light. They stopped at the same time and attacked the reporters. In the next second, he was instantly torn into pieces. How could existences at their level be easily provoked? Previously, he had ignored them out of respect. After all, he did not know how mysterious and powerful the quantum civilization behind him was. However, this did not mean that they didn't dare to attack. These 2 existences have just accidentally killed the broadcaster, but we will continue to record history. The next second, another existence carrying a camera walked out. Yun and Ju Chu's expressions changed slightly as if they had finally understood something. Undying body. Quantum entanglement. They naturally knew the special characteristic of the quantum law, quantum entanglement. There were probably 2 quantum bodies entangled in front of them, so they were unable to kill them. Ju Chu's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself, there's no need to pay attention to them. They're weak, but they can't be killed. Just as they said, quantum life, he was an observer of history and would not affect the pattern of the battle at all. We should kill Yun first, then we can study the secrets of this civilization. Thinking about this, the giant venomous snake's body shrunk. He actually became more than a meter tall, and his forehead was twisted into a huge Chuan character. He was short, like a dwarf. Otherwise, the only outcome for you is death. Monster! Yun's expression changed slightly, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. I can only use the recovery power of the incense to resist it. Let's see who will win. Do you really think I don't have a trump card? Transform! He had failed to live up to the expectations of all the players. There was no fancifulness, nor did he turn into a magical girl. It was just 2 simple words, no lines. He had changed into a more refreshing and majestic outfit, and there was no difference. In the distance, the reporter was still reporting, it's here. The giant venomous snake has used its ultimate technique. It's a cultivation technique that can shrink its body again. He had integrated some kind of extremely resilient power bloodline into it, which could shrink himself by more than 20 times. We should all know that the higher the energy level, the more advantageous it is to be smaller, and the faster it is. If an energy level 50 deist is compressed to 10 times his size, his punch will also be 10 times more condensed and agile. Clamor. One punch. The entire quantum battle body shattered into pieces. Boom. The two sides were completely engaged in battle. After all, Yuan's cultivation was only temporary. He couldn't compare to such a veteran cultivator, so he could only use the lives of the people to help him recover his strength. This battle had almost gone crazy. The entire land was plated with gold, and the two existences were also panting heavily, their bodies covered in wounds. It was a situation where both sides were injured. We can see that both sides have gone crazy. Their power level can easily destroy a deist with a complete Dao foundation. The voice appeared again. Let's go. Ju Chu took a deep breath and looked at this war reporter. It knew that there was no way to deal with the most mysterious quantum life form in the universe. The other party's main body was not here. When I'm free, your civilization can come to our place as a guest, he said. Yuan also stared at the giant venomous snake and did not speak. In fact, it was very likely that the two of them would have to fight each other to the death. They even had the imprint of a weak 10th level existence behind them, which could descend in the form of shadows. However, with the reporter beside them chattering non-stop, they no longer had the courage and will to risk their lives. Let's go. The giant venomous snake knew that it had failed its mission. At this moment, the war correspondent smiled. We don't want to do such an unpleasant thing. It's just that sometimes, peace is a better choice. We are very peace-loving. Ju Chu's face was slightly startled, but a hint of gentleness flashed across it. Indeed, the other party's actions were simply offending the terrifying forces on both sides at the same time. He could not think of any reason why the other party would offend both of them at the same time. He could only really want to stop this war. Peace-loving. These ridiculous things. However, did such a civilization really exist? Ju Chu's war god body was covered in injuries and he hesitated. He remembered tens of thousands of years ago, when he was born in the civilization of Espers, many people had awakened strength, speed, flight, and all kinds of Esper genes. At that time, the Heroes Guild was full of heroes, and he also seemed to be a hero who loved peace. He wore a red cloak, and he slowly became the strongest. However, until today, the giant venomous snake closed its eyes in silence. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and looked at the system of this civilization. A good feeling flashed across its face. Perhaps you all really love peace. I can't think of any benefits. Yuan did not deny it and shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps he really loved peace, or was he just pretending? No matter what, he felt that he had to be on guard against a mysterious new civilization. It was impossible for the other party to gain any benefits or trust from them. I know you say you believe us, but in fact, you don't believe us. From the beginning, we said that you don't need to believe us. We believe in ourselves. We are a peace-loving civilization of observers who record history. The quantum body smiled and said softly, by the way, the two of you are seriously injured. We have extremely cheap resources here that can be provided to you. Do you want them? The two's expressions turned serious. As expected, was he waiting for them here? Hwalala. Some of the original substance had appeared in this land. These are the resources we obtained from the fallen mechanical civilizations we passed by. We have no use for them, so we can give them to you. He gave a price. After hearing the price, the two of them were in disbelief. It was because it was too low. One must know that the production of the original substance required the extraction of a large amount of life. Many super-mechanical cultivator civilizations used planets as raw materials factories. They reproduced, gave birth, slaughtered, and extracted some raw materials like an assembly line for breeding pigs. And the other party's price was 70% of the market cost. This was a losing business. You really want to sell it? The giant venomous snake was completely puzzled. You should know that the original substance is also sold by civilizations. Since their cost was 100%, they would have to sell it at 130% of the price. This is the normal market transaction. A 30% increase was only to break even, a small profit. After all, building a factory to extract the original substance and kill lives required too much manpower and resources. The process was unimaginably complicated. In terms of cost, there was also manpower, time, and energy. And the other party? 70% of the cost was equivalent to a loss, which was half of the market price. What did half mean? This was simply crazy. At this moment, even Ju Chu's expression softened. After carefully checking the original materials, there was no tampering. After all, it was extremely stupid to tamper with it in front of their eyes. Are you sure? Of course. We've said it before. We love peace and have never earned any benefits. You don't have to trust us and be on guard against us at all times, the quantum body said with a serious expression. Then give me some. Yuan stood up. Me too, Ju Chu's expression darkened. All civilizations required a large amount of raw materials. It was better to be safe than sorry. What did it mean to be 50% of the market price? It was a business that was at a loss for the cost. This was buying and earning. Very quickly, the two of them split it. They looked at each other, sneered, and left. On the way, Yuan released Viola and Bhikkhu. As Yuan left, he felt that the journey was a little strange. Although we were attacked as expected in this battle, and an extremely terrifying monster came. However, in the later stages of the battle, we inexplicably met a nomad merchant civilization who loved peace. They watched us fight, stopped us from fighting, and even bought a pile of raw materials. Even he felt that the development of the matter was a little magical. As they fought, they bought a bunch of things back. However, he soon felt that it didn't matter. After all, he had blocked the other party. The other party was not a fool. Although they were serving their own masters, their own lives were still the most important. They would not risk their long lives to fight to the death with him. After using his trump card, the best choice was to stop when both sides were about the same in strength. The probability of his death was very high if he continued fighting. He said to Viola and the others indifferently, although we didn't find out the real enemy's background, we've obtained such a cheap original substance with such high purity that there are almost no impurities. At least we've answered the higher-ups. Ju Chu was also walking on the road with a calm expression. The surrounding people were still discussing. One of the deist cultivators was confused and couldn't help but exclaim, such a terrifyingly pure original substance with almost no impurities. How mature and super technology must one have to be able to achieve this? The background of this civilization is very mysterious. Selling it to us at a loss, it seems that it is indeed a peace-loving act. Quantum life, the nomadic observer civilization. It seems that they are indeed a very sacred civilization. A sacred type civilization? Some people were puzzled. Yes, if there are evil civilizations, there will naturally be righteous civilizations. Some races have their own spiritual beliefs that are very pure, sacred, and clear. They have extremely lofty visions. Their race is even born kind and has almost no concept of evil. For example, the elemental civilization before us is a pure energy life form. It is clean and clear, and they are relatively pure. There's no evil and selfish flesh and blood. It's very possible that quantum life forms are as pure and clear as energy life forms. The surrounding people were still discussing. On the other hand, the giant venomous snake's expression was slightly gloomy. It secretly released some kind of special secret treasure technique, and an avatar quietly followed behind, tracking that quantum civilization. After all, they were very skilled in tracking down spies. He had too many doubts. Why would this quantum civilization suddenly descend into these ruins? Was it to stop them? Or something else? If he had stopped their battle and even sent the original substance, he was indeed too kind. At this moment, he had indeed begun to believe that the other party was kind. However, he felt that there might be more to it. Whoosh! His shadow doppelganger in the dark followed those quantum life forms. He saw some guys carrying cameras and discussing. The matter here is considered settled, right? Yes, it's probably resolved. It's not bad. Next, we'll have to deal with the other side. Ju Chu's expression froze. On the other side. As expected, their goal for coming here wasn't just this. I'm done with the small matters, now it's time for the big matters. Is the camera ready? It's done, but I don't dare to bid for it. If I do, I'm afraid I'll really anger those two terrifying existences. It's an ethical drama about acknowledging one's ancestors and returning to one's clan. We're also panicking. What if you kill all of us? Keep an eye on him. Be careful with your actions. If you really can't do it, just retreat. Don't shoot. Your life is more important. What was the meaning of this? Ju Chu frowned slightly, his face solemn. When he heard this, he vaguely felt that he had caught on to something terrifying. These existences had even turned a blind eye to the two of them, who were extremely terrifying cultivators with perfect Dao foundations and the super overlords who ruled countless galaxies. But now, they were afraid? In fact, it might even kill the fearless quantum life forms? A sense of vigilance flashed through his heart. It seemed that although he had not won, he might be able to obtain some terrifying information to make up for his mistake. Chapter 1019. Elemental God. He looked at the backs of these existences as they left, and he hesitated. He raised the highest level of vigilance toward this mysterious quantum life civilization. After all, he had roamed the universe for tens of thousands of years. How could he be ordinary to be able to live to this day? To an unimaginably ancient being like him, the amount of food he had eaten was more than the volume of a planet. The path they had taken had spanned across countless galaxies. It was difficult to count the number of lives they had killed even if they were in the hundreds of millions. He had been sitting in the ancient Void Manor for tens of thousands of years, overlooking the rise and fall of countless vast and powerful civilizations. He had been living in seclusion for an unknown period of time, and only recently came out because of a message sent by an existence in the dark. However, living in seclusion did not mean that his experience had regressed. No scheme would be able to take advantage of him. Before his eyes, although he had always been on guard, the other party had indeed shown incomparable kindness and harmony, even using such an annoying and angry way of offending both sides and commenting on his moves to persuade him. He simply couldn't think of what benefit it would bring to them if they angered both sides at the same time. Not only did the other party not scheme against them, but they also gave the two of them great benefits after the battle. The original substance. He had lived for too long and knew very well that any civilization in the universe was extremely rare. No civilization would complain about having too much original substance. It was already priceless. Most civilizations produced it for their own use. Who would sell it? By paying such a price, are you trying to gain our friendship? However, if he really wanted to gain our friendship, he wouldn't have angered both sides. Ju Chu secretly controlled the shadow doppelganger and kept following them. Perhaps they really love peace, he said. A harmonious, kind, and sacred universal super-civilization that has no concept of evil in its race? His eyes flashed with admiration. A civilization of deists that never killed or started wars was undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Only those who stood at the height of their civilization would understand how difficult it was to maintain their original aspirations. After all, the entire universe was a dark forest of slaughter. However, he did not think about it in a certain way. The other party was really just purely trying to sell the original substance to them. After all, it was almost half the market price. In their eyes, it was almost like giving it away for free. They didn't know. The raw material production of these creatures was an unimaginable cost saving. There was no middleman to earn the price difference, and there was no complicated process. As long as there was enough energy, it was like feeding a nest of pigs with pig feed, and they could directly produce tentacle worms. In fact, the original substance was very terrifying. The alchemy monarch species was extremely powerful and could be called a miracle. Although it did not have as many changes as the alchemy factory of the racer of Mount Harana, it was a transcendent life form that was closest to the origin of life. It was one of the branches that was close to chaos and Dao Yi. Even in the entire history of the universe, it was rare to see such a mysterious superspecies that was close to the origin. To naturally develop such a similar life form and approach the origin of the Great Dao? The probability was extremely low. However, it was not impossible. According to the creation era, which deduced the scene of the creation of the world, there might be an ancient god of chaos born from the big explosion of Dao Yi. As the first type of life in the world, it might be possible. However, after countless years, even if such an existence existed, it had long been buried in the dust of history. At this very moment, after hesitating for a while, the giant venomous snake still left the ruins quickly. We must be careful in everything. We must leave quickly and return to the ancestral land. We'll continue our investigation later. Voila! He stepped out of the white short star and led these Dao cultivators away by space jumping. He entered a secret branch of the fallen civilization and communicated with the messengers in a dark square. He led the fallen civilization's Daoists to hand over the results of this mission and then went their separate ways. After that, it turned and jumped several times. He had returned to his own civilization and landed in a vast and bright sacred area. Wisps of energy mist surrounded him, and all kinds of immortal birds were wandering around. True Spirit High Holiness! True Spirit High Holiness! The servants were prostrating on the ground. He did not care about it at all. He strode forward and landed in a mysterious palace. He sat on a chair and looked at a palace in the distance. Here, we have the protection of the Supreme Lord. Even if it's an existence weaker than a 10th level, we won't be afraid of the other party tracking us. Only then did his line of sight flash and shift to the shadow he was following. A blurry shadow began to appear. I'd like to see what kind of history they're going to record as the observer of history. Compared to our battle, I'm even more stunned. In the ruins of the elemental civilization, a group of quantum life forms were bustling about. They smiled and said, "They've gone back. Yes, almost all 10,000 of them have died. But the harvest is also great, it can be considered a training. It's probably in this direction." That's right. They've cleared a safe path. Let's follow them closely. Hurry up. The gamers were communicating. Naturally, they only exchanged some simple and insignificant information about the way. How could the real core information be discussed here? In fact, there were many things that they could not reveal to Carolyn, Ditchy, and the others. They kept moving forward, following the footsteps of Ditchy and the others. Normally, with their combat strength, it was impossible for them to go so deep. However, they could go deeper by following the path of Ditchy and the others. They went deeper and deeper. Whoosh! I can see it, their expressions froze. In the cave of the elemental ruins, wisps of light began to spread. Existences from the Mother Stream civilization walked back and forth. Ji Shang and Sun God Asa were tidying up their bloodline descendants. At the same time, they were giving the elemental life forms here half-elemental genes and giving them a physical body. After all, in the Mother Stream civilization, the 4 major elemental life forms had been reproducing for many years and were still very rare. Phoenix woke up from her reverie. She was surrounded by countless ancient books, and the knowledge contained in them allowed her to do the final sorting to perfect the 4 genetic defects and reach the peak. The other 3 genes are still all right. They have been reborn from the ashes and are finally walking towards perfection. Phoenix sensed the gene system in her body and her heart was very calm. Previously, I had improved and cultivated this gene to make up for the flaw of my rebirth. I'm still me, the one who gave me a new lease on life. Now, I'm perfect. The bloodline of longevity was still a bloodline. Naturally, he could cultivate the corresponding bloodline technique and cultivate it to perfection, increasing his longevity ability in this aspect. For example, when Medusa had obtained the blood of eternal life, she had slept for 95% of the time at first. As she continued to study and cultivate her bloodline, she gradually moved towards half the time she spent awake. It was the same for rebirth from fire. As he cultivated the longevity bloodline, the flaws of rebirth from fire were improved. However, I will still return to my childhood after being reborn from the fire, she frowned and said softly, this period of time is also a long period of weakness, similar to the blood of eternal life, although the speed of his growth is much faster than before, it's still. However, unknowingly, he had already maxed out on all 4 of his genes. After cultivating for more than 10,000 years, step by step, he finally stepped into the complete level 9. With a thought, she pushed away the shackles in front of her, and a new vast realm appeared in front of her. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and an invisible elemental pressure swept through the world. It was as if some earth-shattering life had been born. Boom! Heaven and earth were stirred. It was colorful and unusually gorgeous. Countless survivors of the elemental city, the guardian of the tomb elemental, sensed something in the distance. An inexplicable voice sounded in their hearts. They looked at the sky at the same time, and a strong thought emerged in their hearts. God! It was born. He was the strongest elemental god in the history of the world. At the end of the White Dwarf, crystal gravestones stood tall. Buried here were the generations of heroes of the entire civilization. At the very least, they were powerful complete rank 9 deists. There were a total of 130 gravestones. Unprecedented. The deterrent force of the elemental races. In the tomb, a flaming figure slowly emerged. He had no face, no expression. Standing on the wordless crystal blue tombstones, the tide of elements was soft and gentle, like the wind blowing, as if it was a sad song telling the history. He stood there for a long time, gently touching the huge main stone tablet in the center. Finally, someone from the same race has come. Our entire civilization chose to commit suicide back then, guarding our own graves. Finally, the day has come. I can sense it, stronger than us. He's stronger than us. No one knows our names, but the path we've opened will exist forever. Chapter 1020. Reunion after 10,000 years. The one and only true god of the elementals. At this moment, Yuesheng slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. He had expected this. The one and only true god. At the side, Ji Yi couldn't help but ask softly. The weight of a life-type only true god was too heavy. Just like iron-based and carbon-based life forms, for example, the only true god of the carbon-based life form, who ruled over the entire life form. What kind of glory was this? He is indeed the one and only true god. Ji Ming looked at the stirring clouds in the sky with a look of admiration. He has the unique super suppression ability to deal with all elemental life forms. Any elemental energy attack is ineffective against our grandmother. Immunity to elemental absorption? Ji Yi's heart trembled as she looked up into the sky. It was only at this moment that she truly understood something. Pure elementals all relied on elemental attacks. For example, this ancient civilization with weak level 10 elements was a pure elemental life. Elemental immunity meant that the entire race of elementals would have their attacks nullified. This is indeed a suppressive level ruling ability against elementals. Ji Ming's face was full of admiration as he smiled lightly. Our grandmother was not invincible. Physical damage would still cause substantial damage. After all, there was a physical flesh core, but elemental life. It's almost impossible to achieve an effective and powerful physical attack. Ji Yi's expression remained solemn. The ability to absorb and suppress elements was already very terrifying. After all, most of the universe deists relied on nomological deo techniques to attack and kill. Only a small number of existences would walk the path of pure physical deist. After all, they were the minority. Su Ji looked up at the sky as he listened to the conversation between the two of them. He just smiled. What did the evaluation of a pseudo-Zerg hero mean? This was already the highest evaluation. After all, no matter how talented one was, it was only possible for one to reach the 10th level final realm. There were countless people who died in the process. As for Dichi, the reason why he was awarded the hero of the insect race was because of his monstrous talent and the fusion of bloodline cultivation skills. For him, the most difficult path of level 10 was his specialty. As long as he did not die, he was basically guaranteed to reach level 10. As a pseudo-Zerg hero, Phoenix was a unique special life form. Other than the first main gene that could be inherited, the other 3 mutated genes were all unique to her. And they were perfectly matched together. Energy manipulation, energy poison, energy immunity, rising from the ashes. Once these 4 energy genes are fused together, they will form the 5th bloodline, the end of Deo. How terrifying and powerful will it be? Su Ji took a deep breath and quietly organized his thoughts. I'm afraid it's really the ultimate concept of the elemental universe's great Deo. However, although it was very powerful in theory, whether the Phoenix could complete the 10th level would depend on whether it could. Apart from Dichi's talent advantage, no one would have the confidence to do so. It wasn't that they were weaker than Dichi, but that Dichi had a unique advantage in this aspect. The path to the 10th level was too difficult. Although Su Ji's advancement in civilization had allowed him to quickly reach the upper levels of level 9 right after he had broken through to level 9, the road to level 10 was only the beginning. It would definitely be a long time. It would definitely be longer and more difficult than the level 9 road. However, this was not the most important thing. One had to resist the encirclement and attacks of others during the long time of breaking through to level 10. This was the most terrifying part. Do you think a 10th tier being doesn't know how to hide his identity? He couldn't hide. Once they broke through to level 10 and condensed their Deo seed, the entire galaxy around them would shake. The heaven and earth would sense it, and all the existences in half of the superstar cluster would know and sense it. He's 10 levels weaker. Once he breaks through, it means that he's an enemy of the entire universe. Yuesheng muttered softly as he looked up into the sky. I hope she can take this step and continue moving forward. To become the enemy of the entire world. Ji Yi's heart trembled. For example, the Azure Abyss Divine Territory outside has 107 upper-level deists with perfect Deo foundations. Why isn't there a single weak 10th level deist? Were they unable to step on it? No, it was possible. 1% of the path to level 10 was more or less possible. However, they don't dare to break through. You don't dare? Ji Yi was a little shocked. Why? He didn't even dare to break through to the next realm? How bizarre was this? Countless experts who were still working gradually came over. A 10th level weaker was a legendary overlord, but they didn't dare to break through. This was strange. Lord Founder, you're very knowledgeable. Can you explain aside to us? The leader of the elemental tribe asked in a low voice. After all, they had inherited the memory of breaking through, but they were too weak and didn't activate the later memory inheritance. Once the Deo seed is formed, the seed of the universe will be born. It's a very mysterious feeling. It's like a touch of vitality in the world. All existences will sense it. By then, you'll have countless enemies, and the 1% or 2% of the road to reaching rank 10 won't be able to make a difference in combat strength at all, and you'll only get into trouble. Yuesheng calmly said as he shook his head. At this moment, Sun God Asa also walked over. He was interested in the conversation and said respectfully, so they're just going to keep on not breaking through? He's been stuck in his own realm. That's not the case. Moon God Ji said, the path of level 10 is a long path of creation. You have to connect all your cultivation systems and unify them in your body. You have to form the end of your own Deo. They can first deduce and accumulate experience to study the way to merge the 4 great bloodlines and their own Deo. By then, they can condense a Deo seed in one go and let it grow quickly. It will be much safer to break through more than 10% of the road to level 10. I see. Ji Shang came to a realization. In fact, some of the more talented ones can accumulate their experience in one go and deduce more than 20%. By then, they will be able to break through to that realm very quickly. Moon Goddess Ji continued to explain. The surrounding people were suddenly enlightened and secretly admired him. Beside him, Yuan Qinghua heard this and muttered to herself. She also felt some admiration. It's exactly the same as the information we got from Yuan. After all, we're also very curious as to why the 107 beings with perfect Deo foundations are stuck at the high 9th rank. They have perfect Deo foundations, so they can clearly continue to break through. He took the opportunity to ask as a disciple. Now, Moon God Ji was also explaining, and it was indeed so. It seems that this is indeed an unwritten rule of the universe. Su Ji glanced at him indifferently, as if he could tell what he was thinking from his reaction. After all, I heard the secrets of breaking through to the 9th step from you. Just as they were discussing and everyone was exclaiming in surprise, the phoenix's breakthrough came to an end. Its aura calmed down and it descended from the sky. That mysterious aura is even more obvious now. She said, looking at the distant sky. I can feel that those existences from the past, those old friends of mine, have already arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked over from the distance. Chapter 1021. Reuniting after 10,000 years. In reality, it had come so quickly and at the right time because the phoenix's breakthrough had caused a huge commotion. This place was a special area with extremely dense elemental energy, causing the chain reaction to spread to the extreme. It could be seen from extremely far away. Moreover, Dichi had been secretly heading there to sense the bloodline connection in the dark, trying to find the truth of the creation of the world in the primordial era. The origin of their Deo lords and the bloodline of the innate ancient gods. The more Dichi thought about it, the heavier his mood became. When he saw the aura erupting in the distance, he was completely certain. At this moment, Carolyn was still maintaining the mood of an archaeologist exploring an ancient ruin. She still didn't know what was going to happen, and her expression was extremely relaxed. To her, it was a small matter whether the exploration of this ancient ruin was successful or not. It was as if he was on an outing. His life was not in danger, and he could be a scientist in peace, exploring ancient historical ruins. She enjoyed this feeling very much. It was as if she had returned to the ancient lava domain, the ancient times of the Isodarian people. As for the players, they had also struggled for a while. After careful consideration, they decided not to tell Carolyn the truth. They didn't intend to interfere in anything and just let nature take its course. Because if he told them, how would he explain the source of his information? Are we spies for the moon god season? How did you know where he was? This was a terrifying thing. If they were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just like Cutie Pie, the alchemy emperor, and the racer of Mount Harana, these top-tier players had also been hiding in the dark. They had entered through a different method, using the native reincarnation method. Caroline had no idea of their true identities. The most ancient, accompanying Mother Earth who created the world. The most ancient alchemy emperor in the sorcerer world. They were all historical figures, the natives of the world born in history. Naturally, they could not be associated with a race like the Azura Deo, which had obvious life form characteristics and extremely short lifespans. Furthermore, they had analyzed the worst possible scenario. Even if she did not say anything, nothing would happen to Carolyn. After all, she was just a clone of the quantum battle body. Could the moon god G kill Carolyn's main body from a distance? Even if they could, wouldn't the ancient gods near the lava region be able to stop them? At this moment, Carolyn was still acting as if she had just entered the room. She let the Sima at the 9th rank freely and said to Dichi in a calm manner. This is the place. Did a strange phenomenon just appear? Perhaps some treasure has appeared in the noble tomb of the ancient ruined civilization, or perhaps some terrifying existence is living here. After all, there's the aura of a breakthrough. Yup, Dichi's expression turned complicated, as if he was absent-minded. Carolyn also felt that something was slightly off. He had never seen such an expression on Dichi's face. Reminiscence? This was the first time he had seen the existence behind the scenes of this era. Hwalala. As they approached, a vast and plain ruins appeared in front of them. On the crystal-paved street, there were broken crystal trees on both sides. They were crystal clear and carved with jade. Beside them was a diamond fence, and inside the fence was the remains of a cemetery. They saw a large open platform in front of the remains of the cemetery, and a group of elemental creatures with powerful auras. Is this a native elemental civilization? Carolyn stopped in her tracks, and her expression became solemn. She felt a strong bone-piercing sense of danger. Looking at the group of elemental civilization tribes in front of her, she asked, "I'm new here. Who are you?" "We're travelers who are passing by. Although we're exploring, we've never hurt the residents of these ruins. Not to mention Ji Shang, sun god Asa and the others." She didn't even recognize a phoenix. Looking at the aura before her, she only thought that this was a native elemental civilization. Even though the phoenix's aura was that of a complete, powerful 9th rank beast. However, when they arrived at the ruins, they met many rank 9 Deo cultivators at the entrance. There were many rank 9 Deo existences in the ruins, so it was very normal to encounter them. Furthermore, they had just heard extremely terrifying battle fluctuations. There were 2 unimaginably powerful supreme beings fighting. Their energy levels were unimaginably powerful. Even though they were extremely far away, they had already started to avoid an advance. Even his main body might be killed by the terrifying battle vibrations. His current quantum clone might not even be able to get close to it. They knew themselves very well. Although their bloodline was powerful, as Deo cultivators who had just broken through, they would be courting death if they didn't accumulate their foundation and challenged such an old existence. Deo Lord. At this moment, while Carolyn was still hesitating, Dichi looked at the existence in front of him in a daze. He had transformed from a white gold phoenix into an ancient Deo Lord dressed in a Deist robe. The energy shadow took the form of a human, and the phoenix's miniature body was located at the heart of the energy figure. This appearance was exactly the same as the existence who sat in the Ling Tian Palace back then. It was as if even his appearance had not changed. "It's been a long time," the unique and gentle voice of a Deist Lord brought Dichi back to the past and reminded him of that scene. In the heavenly palace, the immortal Qi was ethereal. More than 10 futons were placed in front of the Dao Palace, inviting the ancient gods, Ranziu Suyunian, demon ancestor Green Lotus, and Dao lords to preach on Dao and enlighten all living beings. It's been more than 200 years since I created the world and evolved all things. This time, I'm preaching and educating all living beings. I should lay the foundation for all living beings in the world and divide them into realms. I'll preach 8 times for a total of 3 years. All gods control the divine power of heaven and earth and the order of all things. You can leave on your own halfway and take charge of your own duties. The first realm, solid foundation. This realm is the foundation of cultivation, sensing the sea of consciousness. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to the past and saw the scene from 10,000 years ago. He saw the ancient existences sitting on the futon, carefully inviting the Dao, and the green vines that barged in on the way. He made a lot of jokes on the field, and even many sons were angry and scolded. Dichi's eyes were filled with memories. How long has it been since we last met? The Dao Lord said softly. More than 10,000 years. Dichi immediately replied. A reunion after 10,000 years. Lord Daoist said, I still remember that year when the world was created. Futon said so and I retired. After that, the innate ancient god took control of the divine power of the heaven and earth. The 10 suns crossed the sky and the human race blocked the sun palace. After that, the ancestors of sorcery rose up and the ancient god's great tribulation was coming. The witch clan? I'm the woodcutter of the sorcerer tribe, the leader who led the post-celestial life forms in the resistance. Demons, monsters, demons, Buddhas, immortals, and gods, destroy the word Wu to become a human. Dichi also recalled the days when he was a woodcutter, waving his axe at the ancient god's celestial heavens. I have never cared about any of this. The heavenly Dao has its rules. Even if you are my bloodline descendants, I have never forcefully interfered. I have never intended to monopolize the entire era and allow you all to fight and rise. By the way, Dichi, where's Siyun? The Dao Lord asked. In another world. Dichi laughed. Where's the green vine? The Dao Lord asked. He's still the same as he was back then. He's so rash, eccentric, and likes to cause trouble everywhere. Dichi was still laughing. Back then, when the world was created, only the 3 of us were fated to speak on the futon. This scene was clearly very strange, a very inconceivable reunion. But Dichi didn't raise any questions. The Dao Lord didn't explain why he had appeared here. They were just reminiscing about everything that happened in the past, reminiscing about the past. With Dichi's intelligence, he knew that his guess was right when he saw the bloodline connection between the elements on the shore. Therefore, he chose not to ask because he had confirmed that he was from another civilization. The enemy's civilization. Elemental civilization. You are a Dao Lord. Only now did Carolyn realize that something was wrong. Her relaxed expression instantly tensed up as she stared at the Dao Lord. She naturally understood the history of the other side's civilization, but the Dao Lord had actually. It was a half-elemental. And it even appeared here. This mysterious ancient ruin of the elemental civilization was most likely the old site of the other party's civilization? In other words, this ruined civilization was originally an ancient ancestor of Dichi. No wonder Dichi had been so abnormal along the way. He had probably sensed the bloodline connection. It was said that the enemy civilization was a half-elemental being, moon god Ji. Dao Lords were also half-elemental creatures. It couldn't be such a coincidence. A towering chill rose up from his back. She completely calmed down and looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on a short man who was about 15 or 16 years old. I can't see the realm of this existence clearly. It feels like I'm facing an ancient god. Carolyn's heart started to tremble, as she felt a strong impulse to grab Dichi and turn around to leave. Her soul and flesh as one, even her cells and soul were trembling. This was the other party's scheme. He had deliberately appeared here, and his target was probably Dichi. You. God. Ji? I can't believe I've met the enemy of the fellow Daoist who killed the ancient god in the past in a place like this. He's the culprit who destroyed the ancient lava domain, the legendary forbidden existence that possesses unrivaled combat power. When a real enemy suddenly appeared in front of you when you were completely defenseless. You are, Carolyn's expression changed. However, before she could finish, the other party seemed to know what she was going to say. This gentle, short, and harmless-looking 15 or 16-year-old teenager looked at her and replied with a smile. "It's me." Carolyn was dumbfounded, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Chapter 1022. The Ancient Legend, Buddha Beads and Wooden Fish. The Real. It appeared in front of him so easily. Carolyn's body was tensed to the limit as she stared straight ahead. This kind of terrifying pressure and goosebumps on his heart was something he had never experienced before in any battle. For thousands of years, she had been waiting for countless days and nights to know the true face of the enemy, hoping to reach that height and bear the heavy burden on the shoulders of some ancient gods. However, at this moment, the goal that he had been waiting for countless years had finally appeared in front of him. The shock it brought was unimaginable. It was too sudden. This was too unexpected. This was a surprise attack. They had met him when they were exploring an ancient ruin. This was definitely not a coincidence. The other party must have come up with some kind of secret plan to avoid the vision of the ancient gods and meet them here. And what was the purpose of the special forces coming to find them? After all, this wasn't where their real bodies were, so she couldn't do anything to them. A thought flashed through her mind. Instigating a rebellion. He wanted to rope Ditchi in and make him join the enemy's camp. After all, he had never paid attention to the species of life before. However, if one were to take closer look at them, they would realize that the Deo Lords and even the innate ancient gods were all half-elemental and half-carbon life forms. They were both Moon God Ji's bloodline and power. She seemed to have understood some of the ancient developments of history. Back then, the other party wanted to steal their eternal bloodline, and the ancient god also wanted to turn around and seize the half-elemental bloodline. And so, there were Deo Lords, and what the other party saw as taking the thief as his father. Their bloodlines are plundering each other. Carolyn's heart was spinning madly as she thought, "I'm afraid that the moon god season has avoided the spying of the ancient gods and has secretly come here to take away Ditchi. And once Ditchi leaves, there will be a huge loss." Thinking of this, she had a strong urge to take Ditchi away by force and leave immediately. "I can't stay here." Her eyes darted around, extremely alert. She could no longer rely on the ancient gods for such an unexpected situation. She could only rely on herself to find a way to take Ditchi away and stop this conspiracy. After all, he could not rely on the ancient gods for everything. He had to stand up and shoulder some heavy burdens. "You're the successor of his line." Moon God Ji had a gentle expression and didn't put on any airs. He looked at Carolyn and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm just here to take a look and see how his expected descendant is." Buddha beads, Sararas, Buddhism was the best at calculating the past and the future. But at this moment, he couldn't calculate this. However, how could he be so cruel as to overturn the framework of all the ancient inheritances and let you deduce it yourself? As for you, you've also jumped out of the framework of the ancient Buddhist system and walked out of your own new system. 1,000 people with 1,000 faces, each different. The times are really changing. Yueshenji's voice was soft as he sighed, "You've jumped out of the frame." The so-called three-pillar gods who have inherited the orthodox Buddhism are also a little different from the group of people back then. It was more unified. At that time, there were 3 great Buddhist patriarchs and 3,000 Buddhas who were in charge of fate together. This has caused my computing power to be scattered too much. Yuan King Hua's expression darkened. Didn't this mean that in the past, there were 3 pillar gods and thousands of weaker pillar gods? It could be seen that the Buddhist system at that time was at its peak to an unimaginable extent. The pillar gods ruled countless worlds. It had to be said that the 3 pillar gods had indeed made the best choice by getting rid of the 4th pillar god. After all, if a precedent was set, it was not impossible for the 5th or 50th pillar god to appear. Every time a new pillar god appeared, it meant that their absolute authority over the race had weakened, and their control over the race had been diluted. Once their power was diluted and weakened, a new pillar god might be born. Some Buddhist disciples took the opportunity to rise up and become pillar gods with their own computing power. They resisted the firewall of other pillar gods in their minds and secretly controlled the future fate of the entire world. They peeked into the future of the era and played games with them, further diluting their power. To grasp the authority of the pillar god. It was a vicious cycle. Back then, although the Buddhist sect continued to expand, its authority was too diluted. It wasn't like the 3 pillar gods now, who had absolute control over the entire race and had absolute authority. We are very different. Carolyn was expressionless, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Yuesheng closed the book in his hand, and the short and beautiful young man replied softly, "Back then, they liked to string relics into Buddha beads. With a string of Buddhist beads in one's palm, one can calculate the past and the future while sitting in an ancient temple. That's really... I'm looking forward to it." This was the first time Carolyn had heard of the ancient lava domain, as well as some of the things she had seen during the era of the ancient gods. In ancient times, magic cores were also cultivated. As for the demonic core, it was a relic cultivated by the Buddhist sect. At that time, the Golden Lava region was a vast, sacred, and pure Buddhist land. On the other side, Yuan King Hua and the others also frowned. The Buddha beads? The Buddha beads were demonic cores, and they were strung together. In such a way, they could form a low-level series of sub-computers and use the local area network to form an enhanced version of supercomputing power to calculate the past and the future. This kind of magic tool was a shocking creation. However, it was not suitable for this era. That was because the three pillar gods' unified computing power did not need. Only the extremely weak pillar gods who had been split too many times would use such a magic artifact to increase their computing power. You've never seen that era, Yuesheng continued softly. It was so spectacular that it was hard to imagine. The sky was covered in gold, and the entire universe was illuminated. The sky was filled with gods and Buddhas, and countless races had become their people. Behind the seemingly compassionate facade was a huge Buddha disaster, the great era of Buddhism. Thousands of races cultivate Buddhism, and the world is like our sect, no discrimination. Buddha's disaster. Carolyn smiled as she stared at the mysterious existence before her. Are you saying that you are the hero of justice? She was well aware of the three pillar god's infectious ability. She instantly understood the plan of this existence. Not only did he want to persuade Dichi to leave, but he also wanted to plant a thorn in her heart. What a good method, which was why he said that. I'm just talking about ancient history and reminiscing about the past. Many young lives only thought that their race was glorious and prosperous, and they fought for it, but they did not know that they had also been stained with blood. Of the 10,000 races in the world, there is probably not a single race that has clean hands. Yuesheng continued to chuckle. Carolyn didn't say anything. Yuesheng continued to reminisce about the past as if he had seen through the ancient times. The people from the Mother Stream civilization were listening attentively, and even the survivors of the elemental race were listening with a look of worship. After all, he didn't expect such a prosperous and terrifying civilization related to his race to be annihilated by his half-elemental race. The branch that they were heading out to. Such a major event had actually happened. Yuesheng continued, during that era, the Buddhist sect converted the beasts of the thousands of races into their divine beasts. The powerful ones were also converted into their Dharma protectors. As the saying goes, the sea of bitterness is boundless. If you join our Buddhist sect, you will be on the other side of the sea of bitterness. It is said that some disobedient people still put up a stubborn resistance even after they were converted into Buddhist disciples. Everyone was gradually immersed in the history, as if they were seeing those scenes. Of course, it's not impossible to convert them. They're criticized for being stupid. Most of them are from a powerful race with extremely large bodies, and their sararas will be taken away. Their sararas are usually very large, and they will be placed in front of a futon. A wooden stick will be used to hit their sararas one by one. It can also function as a string of Buddhist beads. At the same time, as he struck, he chanted sutras to them every day. He chanted sutras and saluted them. If this continued for a long period of time, they would be beaten and enlightened every day. No matter how stubborn and determined they would be enlightened by the Buddhist scriptures and converted to Buddhism. And they call this method of enlightening foolish and stubborn people. Hit the wooden fish. Chapter 1023. The Giant Venomous Snake's Shock. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if everyone saw a scene from an ancient legend. In the universe, there were many golden Buddhas. They sat in Buddhist temples and ancient temples to convert all living beings. There were hundreds of billions of disciples, and they sat down and chanted. They played out the past and future with Buddha beads in one hand, calculated the universe, and hammered wooden fish with wooden clubs in the other hand, reciting sutras and ceremonial banners. This scene was extremely magnificent and resplendent. The short description seemed to have made everyone see the full picture of a terrifying, extraordinary, taboo civilization in a daze. Yuan King Hua was also shocked. The origins of the Buddhist beads and wooden fish. Is that so? No wonder it was different today. These Buddhist Dharma artifacts did not show any signs of evolution because the three pillar gods had already unified the world and did not need any assistance to make calculations. In the distance, the indigenous people from the elemental remnants couldn't help but say, "This is too cruel." Using the brains of other existences to string them together and hang them around the neck to form the so-called Buddha beads. They're magical artifacts that can be used to chant sutras and calculate the past and the future. To those who are stubborn and stupid, take out their brains, knock them with a wooden stick, place them in front of the futon, and recite scriptures to enlighten them. In their eyes, behind this glamorous and magnificent divine extraordinary system, there seemed to be a horror story. It was too horrifying. This civilization could be called a forbidden, evil, and super large-scale strange universal disaster. There was only a fine line between holiness and evil. He even named it. Hit the wooden fish. To beat Muyu's stubbornness. How ironic was this? By using such a method of purification to torture the other party's mind and chanting sutras day and night, there was probably no existence that could truly withstand it. They would all fall under such a method and be completely purified, converting to the Buddhist system. When the Dao Lord heard this, his expression changed slightly. Could it be that her father, Ares, was like this? He was forced to grow a demonic core and turn into a Buddhist system, but he still refused to give in. In the end, he was treated as a wooden fish and chanted sutras day and night. He was beaten until he finally lost control of his mind and completely joined Buddhism, becoming a Buddhist guardian of their system. He married his mother and gave birth to her. Then, Ares became the god of war and fought against his own race for the Buddhist sect. She could understand this kind of behavior. The great Dao was merciless. As she chased after her, she would inevitably step on the bones of her fellow cultivators. That was why she did not care about the destruction of the innate ancient gods' heaven court and the changes of the history. After all, it was a world of great struggle. The history of civilizations was like this, and the wars between civilizations were even colder. Although she could understand it, when it really happened to her father, such a cruel act still moved her. He could understand the method, but that didn't mean he could accept it. As for Dichi, he also frowned slightly. He also thought about it. Could it be that his father and ancestors back then were also like this? Not good. Carolyn's expression had also changed slightly. After observing Dichi's expression, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Although he seemed to be telling her about history in a friendly manner, he actually had other plans. This kind of existence was really a good method. This was a psychological attack. She was completely out of sorts. From the very beginning, he had been completely controlled by his opponent and led along. That's all history has to say. Many things are just tests and descriptions. If we really want to jokingly talk about it, I'm afraid that hundreds of years may not be enough to finish explaining it. Yuesheng smiled. And none of you are willing to listen. We are willing to listen. At this time, the eyes of the Mother Stream civilization and the survivors of the elemental ruins were bright. They still wanted to know more about the ancient history. Such a mysterious and terrifying civilization. However, Yuesheng did not continue to talk about it. Instead, he looked at the current successor of the new line of Buddhism and said, "You have used the Sarara of Buddhism to walk a different path. However, do you think that the disaster of Buddha can be called a large-scale civilization disaster in the universe?" No. Caroline was silent before she suddenly said, "Any civilization will have invasion and war. This civilization had assimilated other races, but it was not a real massacre. I personally think that it's a different kind of peace, when a race united all its clansmen. If we can truly unite the world, then the world will be at peace." Peace. Yuesheng stared at her, his gaze still calm. Who knows? History was just history. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. You've lost in the end. You're just struggling at death's door, making your final struggle. Carolyn, however, was unmoved by both soft and hard tactics. She also laughed and said, "What is the last struggle? Why not be reborn in the afterglow and live a new second life? If it's really your last struggle, if you're not on guard, why did you come here? Why did you summon the Dao Lords back, and why did you attack Emperor Qi? Even if it's the last struggle, I'll fight with all my strength. This is my respect for him, my respect for his former civilization. Yuesheng continued to smile, looks like we don't have to talk anymore. You're still young and have enough hope. Perhaps, a new era of glory would appear. After all, times were changing and this world was always full of miracles. The old man had already followed his own way of thinking, however, the younger generation like you still have endless possibilities and can bring us unexpected surprises. Civilization is led by man, and one man's spirit will affect his entire civilization and era. Thank you for your compliment. Carolyn was polite, neither servile nor overbearing. Then, I'll leave the decision to you. At this point, Moon God Ji finally looked at Dichi for the first time and said softly, there are many things that don't need to be said. Before he finished his words, Carolyn suddenly moved explosively, giving birth to an extremely terrifying power as all sorts of brilliance bloomed. Not good. He's actually so bold. At the side, countless survivors and existences from the Mother Stream civilization were immediately enraged. Earlier, she was still in a pleasant mood, but in an instant, she attacked like a thunderbolt. The gap between them was so huge, and she didn't even know how she died. Was she crazy? However, at the instant when Thunder was bewildered, Carolyn had unexpectedly feinted a shot. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, she charged towards Dichi. This attack that she had been preparing for a long time caught everyone off guard. No one had expected that he would launch a sneak attack on his companions. But in an instant, Yuan Qinghua reacted and looked at the scene in shock. Carolyn was still ruthless. She knew that she had been completely passive and had fallen into a scheme. The only way to break out of this situation was to kill Dichi. After all, they were both quantum avatars. His main body was still in the lava region and the Seven Realms. Once he destroyed Dichi's quantum avatar, even though Dichi would lose a portion of his strength and the quantum battle body that he had painstakingly nurtured would be destroyed, the communication between them would be cut off, and Moon God Ji would not be able to say anything. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when we get back. This was an extremely smart plan. However, in the next second, Carolyn's explosive attack was instantly frozen, and she couldn't even move. It's no use, Yuesheng didn't do anything, and he didn't even release any aura of laws. He froze the other party and said calmly, you can't interfere in anything. Everything depends on Dichi. I've already cut off your connection with your main body here. Even if you send a message back, you won't be able to do it. Carolyn's face turned pale. Don't play your little tricks again. I've said from the beginning that this matter has nothing to do with you, Yuesheng chuckled and suddenly looked at a shadow in the distance. Also, the little guy over there, don't eavesdrop on other people's family matters. The quantum players who had their cameras on in the dark trembled. They had indeed discovered us. As expected, they found me. However, the giant venomous snake, which was hiding in the dark, used some kind of secret treasure to observe. It only felt its scalp go numb and knew that the other party was talking about it. With a bang, he instantly exploded his entire body and flew away. Chapter 1024. The Three Pillar Gods, the infection begins. Was he still hiding something? Everyone looked over. The players carrying the video cameras were slightly dumbfounded. They thought that they might be followed. However, he did not expect that he would really follow them. He was so bold that they did not notice him at all. Such a powerful and top-notch Dao-achieving being of the universe was indeed very cunning. He had just been nice to them and said that he would visit their civilization when he was free, but in the end, he had followed them here. Hwala! At that moment, the giant venomous snake revealed a determined expression and instantly self-destructed. And NBSP, this special body that was comparable to an ordinary Type 9 body exploded and disappeared. He didn't even say a word or make any unnecessary movements. He was extremely decisive and direct, not giving any chance to capture him alive or use any special means. He was so scared that he self-destructed, cut off all connections, and left. Su Ji stared in that direction and was a little dumbfounded. To be honest, this was an internal matter of their own civilization. This time, they would be able to supplement the historical heritage, predict the development of a new civilization, and give encouragement to progress. This was indeed a serious family matter. You fallen civilization from the outside, what are you doing here? You still have a great enemy from the Azure Abyss Divine Domain who is very troublesome. Why don't you go back and report the situation of the fourth Celestial Venerable instead of coming here to watch? Don't you find it troublesome? Su Ji was a little speechless. In fact, if the other party had not left, it would have been difficult for him to deal with it. Naturally, the Zergs could control it. And the one in front of him? The outsider was a super cultivator at energy level 50, weaker than the strongest universe existence below level 10. Even if Carolyn and the others were to join forces, they would still be far from being a match for him. Even if it was a special observation method formed by some means, it was still a spy with an ordinary 9th rank combat strength. It was very troublesome and difficult to deal with. But fortunately, after hearing this history, the other party was so frightened that he revealed his face and directly self-destructed. If he didn't commit suicide, would he really have to ask a Deo Lord to deal with an ordinary 9th ranked clone? It wasn't that he couldn't. But that would be a little awkward. Whoosh! The surroundings were cold and silent. He had used an extremely mysterious method that made it impossible to sense the aura of any loss to forcefully freeze Carolyn. With another glance, he saw through the hidden observer. The various methods that he had displayed in an instant were truly unpredictable. However, there weren't any major changes. When Su Ji arrived here, he saw that the situation around him was still very stable, so he was calm and composed. After all, he did not care about the small accidents in the process. He was a very pragmatic person. The purpose of this trip was to continue to advance the civilization. The era of rank 9 had begun. It was also time for a new era of enemy and ally to appear. Before their eyes, this was an announcement-like entrance, and it was very important for the development of the civilization's extraordinary sandbox. Otherwise, they would not have gone through so much trouble to come to this elemental civilization ruin and do all those things. He still had to continue with his work. Moon God Ji calmly looked at the remains of this being and said, "They've left quite quickly. It's rather helpless for these beings to spy on the disputes between our civilizations. Such an existence should quickly commit suicide. Otherwise," the elemental remnants said. They had no good feelings for these people who invaded their ruins and robbed their tombs all day long. However, Moon God Ji didn't seem to care at all. He turned to look at Carolyn and Moon God Ji, and said with a gentle smile, "I've already said from the start that I won't do anything to anyone when I come. However, I'm here to see how my clan members are doing. Do you want to leave with me? Why would I lie to you?" Dichi was silent for a moment. Carolyn's heart was completely filled with anxiety as she looked towards Dichi. Was he going to defect? Her quantum doppelganger had actually been subjected to some unimaginably special means and had its quantum transmission cut off. It was no longer able to communicate with her main body. At this moment, although Dichi's main body was still in the 7 realms, this was also a quantum avatar. However, if he was determined to leave, he could work with Moon God Ji from the inside and outside. This powerful level 10 god must have some special means and had planned for a long time. He must have bypassed the perception of the ancient god and secretly brought him away. Her main body was in the lava domain and did not know about this at all. She could not tell the ancient gods. Things were probably going to be bad. In the end, Dichi remained silent. His eyes turned slightly dark as he stared at the elemental life forms in front of him, then at the Deo Lord. "My choice is somewhere, in the divine territory of the earth that was shrouded in white fog." Pfft! Inside an elegant room, Chu Chu suddenly opened his eyes, spurting out a mouthful of gold blood. He was frightened and pained. What a huge loss! It's a treasure I obtained from some ancient ruins, a shadow clone. It was reconstructed after spending countless rare treasures and can spy on countless civilizations. It's extremely hidden. That clone seemed to only have the combat power of an ordinary tier 9, but in reality, it was not used for battle at all. Its true value far exceeded that of 100 ordinary tier 9. It could be said that it was an extremely rare treasure, and its concealment was unimaginably strong. Only existences weaker than 10 levels could be sensed. Previously, he had used this heaven-defying spying method to hide in the blue abyss divine territory as if he was walking on flat ground. As long as he didn't get close to the core residence of the 3 great heavenly venerates, he wouldn't be discovered at all. However, such an invaluable treasure was still destroyed. His face was pale. Losing one of his core methods made him feel pained. even if it's just an ordinary 9th rank beast. He couldn't sense the hidden aura, but he could faintly sense the aura of a 5th tier gene. Even if he did, his Dao seed would be almost mature, and his level 10 path would be almost perfect. That's why I have such a clear perception. The giant venomous snake's face was filled with shock. He did not doubt that it was not a 10th level weak. Although there was the possibility of a 10th level heir, he did not think so. That was because, judging from the reactions of the Dao cultivators beside him, this was a real weak 10th level demon, which was enough to make them respect him. This secret treasure clone's combat strength was only that of an ordinary level 9. It couldn't even defeat those Dao cultivators present, so self-destruction was the best choice. If he hesitated or felt heartache, that forbidden monster might use some means to control him and chase after him. Vicious and decisive. These qualities were the key to living for tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, I returned early and hid in Master's God territory, which is weaker than rank 10's screen. That's why I followed. Otherwise, the other party might have some mysterious means to track me down and kill me directly. Ju Chu said softly. However, even though his heart ached a little. However, that scene also gave him a terrifying shock. The history he spoke of, as well as some of the contents revealed in his words, were too unbelievable. Buddhism. It sounded like an extremely evil civilization. From the descriptions and records, it was countless times more prosperous and powerful than the Blue Abyss Divine Territory. However, was this really possible? He had his doubts. From his words, the mysterious young man who was speaking seemed to be the one who had destroyed this extremely prosperous and weak level 10 civilization. This was too exaggerated. He was even more incredulous. After countless years, Ju Chu had become a very suspicious person. He remained vigilant and suspicious. Was that scene? Is there a possibility that it's fake? In the beginning, the other party's quantum life form was very kind and gave them very cheap resources. However, he still did not trust the other party. It was the same in front of him. He was thinking if there was any possibility of fraud. Was he deliberately attracting him over? And then perform a movie? After all, although the aura seemed very real, there were too many mysterious civilizations in the universe. No one knew how they had the means or abilities to create such a thing. There are still doubts. Ju Chu took a deep breath. However, the next second, he heard a faint transmission. An extremely terrifying piece of news had arrived. He had lost contact with all the fallen cultivators that he had sent away and returned to the branch. He discovered a horrifying and strange scene. According to the images that were sent back, each of them emitted a resplendent golden radiation. They all turned into sacred and majestic Daoist cultivators, as if they were gods in the sky. The Buddhist sect. I've enlightened him. In the ancient-looking pavilion, Ju Chu was so scared that he stood up. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart were completely dispelled. He took a few steps back, and his expression changed. That history, the history that he had just told. It's actually all true. Chapter 1025. The Blue Sky and Red Sun, the end of a sentence of longevity. Tap 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 tap. Ju Chu stood up with a grave expression as it paced back and forth in the room. Now, all the doubts had disappeared in an instant. Because it had already happened in reality, he was an extremely rational person after all. Very quickly, he suppressed this shock. What he needed to consider was how to deal with the crisis. He carefully organized his thoughts, his face completely solemn. I didn't expect that to be true. Furthermore, according to the history that was described, after it was destroyed, it was resurrected. What's in front of us should be rebuilding Buddhism and teaching disciples. This is their grudge, but it seems to have involved us. The Buddhism disciples were frantically absorbing the fallen civilization, so the fallen civilization would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. According to the current situation, the Daoist cultivators who had rushed back to hand over their tasks in the hidden branch had all fallen and turned into Buddhist disciples. Buddha. Buddha. Buddhism divines the past and the future. He mumbled the term of a civilization system that he had never heard of. He felt that it was unbelievable. He had never heard of or even seen such an existence in any ancient civilization ruins. According to this situation, this will be a civilization that is even more evil and strange than our fallen civilization. It's even more powerful than the Azure Abyss Divine Territory. He stood up and flew directly to his lord's palace to report this matter. Your clone was destroyed, your mission failed, and you're seriously injured. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a white mist and a voice. The giant venomous snake quickly lowered its head and said, Master, although I lost my clone, I obtained important information. The voice was silent for a moment before saying, Your clone came from the ruins of the cave shadow civilization and is extremely well hidden. Unless you secretly approach a weak level 10 who has stepped onto the final great Deo, a magnificent universe existence who created the laws, you will not be detected. You're saying that you've heard something when you got close to such an existence? Yes, I am. Ju Chu hurriedly replied. Oh? Interesting, tell me about it. Ju Chu hurriedly revealed what he had seen. The mysterious voice was completely silent. After a long time, there was a trace of response. It muttered, In this world. How could there be such an evil bloodline system? I didn't expect that a branch of the elemental ruins had emerged a long time ago. A civilization of the half-elemental mother stream. Generally speaking, unimaginably powerful bloodlines will attract countless people's covetous eyes, and they're desperate to integrate into it. Those powerful civilizations, on the other hand, shield their bloodlines and refuse to let the system flow out. However, they were different. This extremely powerful bloodline is actively asking people to learn. Furthermore, if you don't take the initiative, they will force you to fuse with their powerful bloodline. Become their disciples and cultivate their evil system. Infect, spread, and destroy everything. This existence closed his eyes and calculated the future of this unique system. Buddhism, Daoism. If Buddha is already so strange and powerful, what about the Taoist sect that is on par with it? The existence suddenly spoke. I don't know. The giant venomous snake replied, they did not talk about this system. However, to be on par with it, it probably possesses great power, but I don't know why it doesn't show itself. In the player's words, Taoism was to cultivate true qi, blood qi, and the strongest Pangu true body, the 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, the 9 revolutions mysterious art was still accumulating. Furthermore, he had no intention of revealing his true self and had been hiding in the dark for a period of time. And the 3 pillar god's big actions were completely his own idea. The existence pondered deeply and muttered, I'm going to the Alliance for a meeting. This matter is too important. Yes. The giant venomous snake hurriedly lowered its head. A moment later, that existence's voice transmitted over, the higher-ups have instructed that according to the information you have provided, the enemy is extremely powerful and we will have to encircle and annihilate them with all our might. Encircle and annihilate them with all our might. Ju Chu was shocked. Doesn't that mean that we're bad friends? The other party's system is inexplicable and unimaginably powerful. They also have a supreme celestial venerable who is 10 levels weaker. Surround and annihilate them. This existence said, only by acting weak will one appear weak and vulnerable. Let's fight for our dignity first. We'll see the situation of the battle and the enemy's background before making a choice. At this very moment, the elements moved slightly. A colorful sea of rainbows flowed on the crystal and diamond street. Dichi opened his eyes and looked at the Deo Lord and the group of half-elemental beings before him. He said, there's no need to go back. Why? The Deo Lord laughed, as though he would respect whatever the other party chose to do. Don't you value bloodlines? The innate ancient gods value pure blood the most. You have even sacrificed a lot for the continuation of your race. Bloodline huh? Dichi seemed to be able to see the distant past, as if he had returned to the beginning. At this moment, he had transformed into an ordinary living being. He said softly. A long time ago, I observed the situation of the world and realized that the heaven of the innate ancient god was destined to be destroyed. At that time, I already had a feeling in my heart that when the system of the sea of consciousness was opened, the innate gods were no longer the only ones, and the post-nate living beings would replace them. The ancient god tribulation is coming. No ancient god in the world can escape this tribulation. Therefore, I became a woodcutter, the first master of the wizard tribe in the world. I organized the post-celestial beings and overthrew the rule of the ancient gods and myself. The creation of the Heaven Court and the protection of the remaining ancient clan members is to ensure the continuation of the bloodline. This is the only thing I can do. One of the reasons why I became the post-liminary voodoo race master was to lead the ancient race to escape this disaster and continue the bloodline. Scheming, seizing power, Dichi said indifferently, everything still seems to be extremely interesting. Back then, the ancient gods' prosperity and their rule of the world were extremely important to you. Then why? The Dao Lord said softly. Now, that's no longer important. Dichi said softly. You've changed. The Dao Lord smiled, it seems that I still have the same impression of you when you were the great emperor of the innate ancient god and the ancestral sorcerer Heavenly Court's great emperor Long Chen who lived in seclusion in Dalashan. My impression of you from 10,000 years ago. Yes, I've changed. I've been changed by one person. Dao Lord, Dichi said. You should know what I wanted to do back then. Back then, I walked out of Dalashan and planned to slaughter the mortals to break through to the god realm. It's enough for the mortals to enjoy themselves for a few hundred years. Once I become a god, I'll restore the entire heaven of the innate ancient gods with my overwhelming divine power. Renziu had lived for many years. That terrifying man only used the power of the era to stop me. At that time, the ancient god tribulation was unstoppable, and we were all unable to escape. In that case, I'll just let my race be annihilated and live in a new ancestral wizard heavenly court. I'll just have to disintegrate it from the inside and create a new era of ancient gods. Those ridiculous mortals, ants, and post-celestial beings, a cold smile appeared on Dichi's face, you want to overthrow the rule of the innate ancient gods and replace the sun and moon with your own body to control the world? You don't know your place. On the side, the survivors of the half-elemental race had proud expressions. Yes, they wanted to replace the rule of the half-elemental race? It was simply laughable. The players around him were also silent. Back then, they had seen the situation and knew that the ancestors of sorcery would become gods and destroy the world once they left Dalashan. However, they had not thought so deeply that this was actually a plot that Dichi had planned hundreds of years ago. There was a vague feeling that the truth of history had been revealed. For the sake of the entire race, Dichi had hidden himself as the mastermind. As the ancestor of a race, he was undoubtedly very competent. The innate ancient gods had always regarded the mortals as ants. But now, when his ancestors came to find him, perhaps he would? The players were completely anxious. Dichi smiled and continued to speak to the Lord Daoist as if he was reminiscing about the past from the beginning of their conversation. When I walked out of Dalashan, I saw a young man with unprecedented clarity in his eyes. He knelt in front of Dalashan and invited us to return to the 11 ancestors of sorcery. His eyes were clearer than ever. That was also the closest I've ever been to death in my life. An ignorant teenager who was less than 1/10 of my age could almost kill me. A mere Hushan life form was simply unbelievable. He was too pure and did not have any distracting thoughts. During the 100 years I escaped back to Dalashan, I changed completely. I buried my head and thought hard about why I lost. My opponent was only 1/10 of my age, and he was a ridiculous post-celestial life form. At that time, I realized for the first time that I was too proud. I was at the top since I was born and could learn any cultivation technique in a short time. My intelligence and stratagems were unparalleled. I schemed against Dalashan, Suyunian, the ancestors of sorcery, and seized the heavenly court of the ancestors of sorcery. My thoughts are too complicated. In those 100 years, I came to a complete realization. I knew that if I didn't change, I would die. Thus, I began to learn the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and abandoned all schemes and conspiracies to fight a real battle with Dao Changsheng. So, you learned his cultivation technique. The Dao Lord laughed. I've learned his cultivation technique and his Dao heart. Dichi continued to talk about the history of the past. In the past 100 years, I had no other thoughts. I studied the 9 revolutions' mysterious art with great effort and became more than 10 times stronger. It was the first time I realized how strong I was. I have never met an opponent before. Now I know how terrifying my upper limit is. Daoist Changsheng has also advanced his 9 revolutions mysterious art and is more than 10 times stronger. We are welcoming the most intense battle in our lives. That battle is still like a dream to this day. His eyes seemed to be filled with longing and reminiscence. So, I've learned his Dao heart. Even now, I'm still the man who has cast the greatest shadow on me. I often see that young man with clear eyes day and night. If he didn't use his last bit of energy to hold up the sky at the last moment, I would have died long ago. I owe him my life, and he used his life to support the sky of that world. I can understand you. The Dao Lord didn't continue. He just smiled and turned around to look at Moon God Ji. Ancestor, we've finished our discussion. I've tried my best. It should be so. Moon Goddess Ji did not seem to be angry. In the distance, Caroline heaved a sigh of relief. Daoist immortality? That ancient heavenly Emperor Dao, one of the strongest men in history. Indeed, Dichi had completely integrated himself with the entire primordial world. He was the oldest god in this world and had developed enough feelings for it. It was a simple sentence, because of Daoist immortality, I owe the primordial world my life. When Dao Changsheng gave up his life and used the true body of Pangu to support the sky of the entire primordial world, it caused an unforgettable impact to Dichi at that time. It was difficult to put those complicated emotions into words. Back then, Dao Changsheng stood in front of Dalashan. His pure and clear eyes and pure heart had a huge impact on Dichi's life philosophy. It's no less than Mr. Levis from the ancient lava domain. He has a great impact on me and has an impact on my life philosophy. Caroline sighed with emotion, as if she had seen the ancient history of the entire primordial era. That piece of land means too much to him. The blue sky and the red sun, all for the sake of immortality. The end of the Dao, immortality. Now that he thought about it, what they were pursuing seemed to have a new meaning. Chapter 1026. Rub your fists and wipe your palms, our youth is back. To this day, they, as rank 9 existences, had transcended the long river of history and transcended any mortal world. They had only been pursuing the Dao wholeheartedly, understanding the rules of heaven and earth, and understanding the truth of the great Dao. At this level, whose life would not be a rich and exciting history with ups and downs. Caroline was completely at ease. It was within his expectations that he did not choose to leave with the ancestor's lineage. He did not have any sense of the history of his ancestor, so he would not have chosen to leave the moment the other party came to look for him. Furthermore, to give up too much was a very bad choice, both for feelings and benefits. It seems that I've worried too much. Caroline said in low voice, although the other party used mysterious means and schemes to bypass the vision of the ancient gods and come here to make contact with the two of us. However, the ancient gods might have guessed it a long time ago. They might come, but they won't betray us. This was a gamble. The ancient god was betting that Dichi wouldn't leave. After all, his quantum clone had to go out and take risks at any time. It was unrealistic to keep an eye on him at all times. As for Yueshenji, perhaps he knew that this might be the case. If Dao Lords were considered direct descendants, then Emperor Qi's bloodline was a bit thin, but he still had to take a gamble. After all, it didn't cost much. If it really succeeded, it would gain enough advantages and give enough blows. Thinking back carefully, there were all kinds of twists and turns that made one sigh in admiration for the fight between these two existences. Then, please send us back, said Caroline. Yueshenji turned around, and the gentle-looking young man slowly walked back into the elemental cave. Can't you walk on your own? Caroline was slightly stunned. She believed that the other party would definitely kill their quantum battle body and weaken part of their strength. Moon God Ji disappeared from the elemental cave, and calmly said, "Young man, don't think of me as too narrow-minded. Attacking the younger generation? If your true bodies were here, you might have some thoughts, but as for your clones, I wouldn't go so far as to go to such an extent. This existence." Caroline looked into the distance, her eyes fixed on the other party. Was this the legendary enemy? The terrifying enemy that destroyed the ancient civilization of the lava domain? Dichi smiled. Dao Lord, we shall meet again. Go. You've grown up after all. The Dao Lord was very calm. She had always been an indifferent person, and she was completely focused on asking questions. Without saying anything, Caroline swept her gaze across the surrounding elemental life forms before leaving with Dichi. Before their eyes, Caroline and the others weren't the only ones who felt a strong sense of urgency and terrifying pressure after seeing the enemy's true appearance. Ji Shang, Sun God Asa, these new generation members watched this scene quietly. Only now did they feel the intense pressure and the other party's strength. A complete level 9. And it was an existence with extremely exaggerated combat strength. The Buddhism and Daoist extraordinary civilization was extremely taboo and powerful. Back then, the Moon God season had only defeated one system. After all, due to the eternal bloodline, only one could awaken at a time. In other words, the other party still had the strength of a prosperous civilization. Although they were about to enter a deep sleep again, it would be difficult to deal with them if they were really resurrected. The other party is too powerful. If we don't do it in one go, we'll be in trouble. At this moment, they were still on the path of grade 9. Who knew how long it would take before they could break through? The Mother Stream civilization had only developed for 3,000 years. The other party was ahead of them by 8,000 years. But it was not impossible to catch up. This was because the other side's civilization system was developed from nothing and deduced from the beginning. They had a complete inheritance as a foundation, saving a lot of time. Although there was a gap now, it wasn't a world of difference. They had started late, but they had broken through to the God realm and stepped on the path of Tier 9 a long time ago. At this time, the natives of the elemental remnants were hiding and watching this scene. The confrontation, contact, and listening to the ancient history and the power of Buddhism in his words. Even the leader of the elemental life forms had a look of longing and fanaticism. Such a heaven-defying and forbidden civilization, a Buddhist, deist, and systematic civilization, was actually crushed alive by the Mother Stream's elemental civilization. Become stronger. We must become stronger and defeat them. The new generation of enemies known as Carolyn and Ditchy will defeat them. A pure elemental native of the ruins was covered in blue flames and waved his fist. It was too long. They had been here for too long. In the Dark Era, they were depressed and couldn't cultivate again. They could only hide in the tombs of their ancestors and die of old age. Generation after generation, they had completely declined. Who could understand this sense of despair? They were once a level 10 ultimate civilization. Their ancestor was a legendary 10th tier Great Deo ultimate existence. This was too despairing. There was nothing more tragic than guarding the glory of the ancestor's tomb over the long years and waiting for death. But now, hope had come. Moon God season. In the ancient ruins of our element, countless mutated clansmen who had secretly walked out from countless years ago have returned. Our youth has returned. Even the old elemental leaders who had rushed over saw this scene and prostrate on the ground with tears in their eyes. They began to gather together. See, I called you here because hope has returned. Revive our elemental race's civilization. Back then, we were at the end of the 10th level, and we can still reach it today. One of the elemental creatures was full of confidence. He stood at the top of the broken ruins and shouted, because we already have a mutated race. Although they have abandoned the glory of their ancestors and have flesh and blood, they have already reached the level of a weak level 10 civilization. This represents the power of this path. Yet, pure elements, too extreme. With flesh and blood, our paths will be peaceful and we can merge with the various powerful bloodlines of the major transcendent world systems. Lord G, you don't have much time left. Even if the blood of eternal life was obtained, it would still be in a deep sleep like the enemy civilization. In order to avoid that kind of outcome, we have to become stronger and become Deo protectors. Countless nearby elemental caves and elemental spirits were covered in colorful lights, their faces filled with longing. In this encouraging exchange, their fighting spirit was aroused. Their pride made their blood flood in their chest, almost to the point of spurting. On the other side, as transmigrator from Earth, Lily felt like he was in dream when he saw this scene. It really appeared. Before I transmigrated, I saw those living mythological characters, did she, Carolyn? Now, it's really in front of my eyes, and I feel like it's real. All parties were excited and their emotions were inexplicable. The Deo Lord, on the other hand, was quite calm. He continued to study the insights and experiences of this elemental civilization. After all, although she was a half-elemental being, she used all kinds of elemental and Deo techniques to attack. She could basically learn and use all the offensive energy techniques in front of her perfectly. I hope that Ditchy and Siyun are living better lives. They have finally found their own path. Phoenix sat in the study and continued her research. I can feel that there's some kind of ancient element in the depths of the tomb, calling out to me. Calling me the elemental god. They said that I would be carrying their glory and history. Her expression was very calm, and she completely ignored the call. She sat in the study room gently and mercifully, reading a book seriously. I'll listen to grandfather and ignore that voice. I'll continue to cultivate and become stronger. I'll go again after a while. Chapter 1027. Tidying up and harvest. At this moment, it was still extremely lively outside. They were discussing this matter and how to make a decision for the future. Meanwhile, in an elemental tomb, Su Ji was sitting in his room. Phoenix was reading a book next door, taking stock of their trip. In front of him, the elemental crystals were piled up into a small mountain. To Su Ji's surprise, the native elemental elf life forms were very hospitable. They even took the initiative to dig up their ancestral graves and send their corpses here, which piled up like a mountain. For the revival of civilization, they seemed to be really motivated and were still digging. The cemeteries of these major historical cities and ancient powerful gods probably didn't expect this in the past. The elemental guardian gods they built to protect them couldn't stop spies. Their descendants were so enthusiastic and excited to dig up their own ancestral graves. Even Su Ji had not expected things to turn out this way, and he was a little dumbfounded. At this time, Ji Shang and sun god Asa, the two great geniuses, had already started to study these elemental crystals. They discovered that this was a super heavenly treasure that possessed a mystical power. It had powerful elemental transmission and elemental storage abilities, as well as a powerful law-twisting force. The characteristics of these elemental crystals were perfect for their mother stream civilization and had great effects. Why? This was because the core of the mother stream civilization was the sun mirror, a magnifying glass that gathered light. They planned to pile these prism-shaped element crystals into a huge sun mirror. If he could find level 9 elemental prism crystals of Daist and perfectly embed them together, thousands of them would be piled up into a sun mirror. That scene would be an unimaginable historical scene, and the mother stream civilization would also usher in an unimaginable super outbreak period. They would become a weak level 10 civilization with a history of hundreds of thousands of years, the mother stream system. This was because only a weak world civilization with such a level of foundation could produce so many rank 9 Dao cultivators. As for tens of thousands of them, these tombs might really exist. After all, civilizations that were weaker than level 10 had complete inheritances. There would be more than 100 incomplete level 9 Dao cultivators in one period. They would take turns and take hundreds of thousands of years. It was possible that they would accumulate that many from generation to generation. It was even possible that at the core of the tomb, there was an element crystal of a terrifying elemental existence that was weaker than level 10. It had to be said that this civilization's system was a qualitative leap for the mother stream civilization. It would bring about an unimaginable super progress, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would transform into a dragon in an instant. However, the greatest treasure was buried in the deepest part. It was once the most powerful sovereign of elements in this civilization. Su Ji was still very vigilant and did not plan to go to the core to take a look. The reason was simple. There must be a reason why those weaker level 10 existences explored this ruin and did not reach the star core tomb in the center of the White Dwarf. To have a superior civilization and a true peak level 10 existence, this weak level 10 must be far stronger than other ordinary weak level 10 existences. Su Ji had always been on guard against rich second-generation heirs with powerful backgrounds. Only he knew how powerful they were. He took a sip of tea and felt that it was not bad. Although there were some accidents, I have successfully achieved my goal. After all, accidents weren't something he could control. It was basically impossible for there to be no variables. In his plan, the Moon God era would definitely start during the Stage 9 era, and new enemies would appear. Only then would there be pressure and motivation. Let's not talk about Renamansky. She's neutral and has Medusa, but she's still crazily honing her realm. How long will it take for her to reach grade 9? Her combat strength is beyond consideration at the moment. On the other hand, the 4 quantum grandmasters began to study how to break through to the 9th rank. Using De Chi's talents, after the breakthrough, the 4 of them will become one and their combat power will definitely not be weak. The worlds of the multiverse were the combat power that was worth considering. After all, there were quite a few rank 9 quantum grandmasters in there. Let's not talk about the ancient gods. The most primitive sandbox world is naturally the most powerful. Although the mother stream civilization before them had Dao lords. However, we still need to develop to resist the 3 of them. Su Ji quietly sorted out his thoughts and patterns, tapped his fingertips, and murmured, Sun God Asa, Ji Shang, Ji Ming, and Ji Yi, these are all fresh forces. He had to see if it was possible. If there were some heaven-defying monsters among the survivors of the elemental civilization, it would be fine. After all, they have a large population base. Su Ji felt that the pressure of development was not small. Although the profits from the ancient ruins here could be said to have endless energy, it would still take time to expand. However, Su Ji was not in a hurry. Even if top-tier combat power did not appear, if the civilization of the Mother Stream had enough resources, it was not impossible for them to fight. They descended along the light of the Mother Stream and fused with the bodies of countless elemental life forms. The god of the major elements. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, all kinds of elements fused together. It seems like there will be similar combat techniques. Su Ji observed the ruins of the elemental civilization and found that they had similar records. He could use this type of elemental fusion technique as a reference. After all, integration seemed to be quite common in Su Ji's civilization sandbox. It was one of the best tactics to fight above one's level, but only granular life forms that could split and merge could do this. Quantum life forms, simul-life forms. He had not seen any other space civilization that could do this. After all, not everyone's cells, flesh and blood could be separated easily. Although this kind of combat technique could increase one's combat strength, it was still very rare. I have to say, because of the characteristics of the species in the evolutionary sandbox, many of the life systems of these civilizations have evolved toward a certain strange system. Su Ji was silently taking stock of the new situation, which could also be called the new Level 9 Orchard War. In general, it was still on Su Ji's extraordinary sandbox in his orchard, where they were fighting each other. However, there was one creature that was different. The three pillar gods went out to have fun. Su Ji massaged his temples and shook his head. I can't be bothered with him. After all, his system is indeed suitable. He doesn't have to be afraid of exposing his bloodline. He has strong survival skills and doesn't have to be afraid of being found out. Hopefully, he would not be beaten to death. Anyway, they'll act as the vanguard and see what the situation is. After all, the outside world was too powerful. Even the giant venomous snake and Yun. Now, he can even crush our new civilization with a single slap. I still have to hide in the dark and continue the orchard war to be at ease. I'll be farming for a while. As he was thinking, Phoenix suddenly came from the next room and knocked on the door. Su Ji was slightly stunned, but he was not surprised. After all, so much had happened, and there had not been any actual communication. It was normal for the person in front of him to come over. Come in. Chapter 1028. Discussing Deo with the Phoenix. The door slowly opened. Deo Lord Phoenix slowly walked in. She still had some respect for this ancestor of her bloodline. After all, when he was on the verge of dying of old age in the primordial world and was in danger, it was moon god Ji Xiang, the god of creation, who had an equivalent exchange of some kind of contract. The god of creation had just descended and saved her before entering the four elemental planes. Now that he thought about it, why was he the only one who was blessed by the great Deo before he died? Now, there was an explanation. A life-saving grace. Bring me back. And the connection between their bloodlines. There was no need to say more. How is it? Is it considered as a habit? The moon goddess Ji sat on a crystal recliner by the window and slowly closed his book. To Su Ji, this was nothing special. He just treated it as a casual conversation. You must have benefited a lot from coming here, right? After all, the enemy's civilization doesn't have the legacy of our race's elemental system, so they can't use their talents. Yes, I am. Phoenix answered seriously, I didn't display my talents before. In the past, when she opened up the Sea of Consciousness system, her main body lived inside as a primordial spirit. In battle, she had always relied on her external main body. Meanwhile, the human body outside was using the 9 revolutions mysterious art, body tempering, and all kinds of dharma spells to fight. They used the system of the primordial world. Her true phoenix form had indeed never fought before. It wasn't until she was on the verge of dying of old age and her phoenix body was taken away by the god of creation that she no longer had a human shell. Only then did she begin to study her own genetic system in the 4 elemental planes. For thousands of years, it had been specialized in stealth. But in the end, she was still behind closed doors. Although her talent and knowledge were profound, they were all one-sided. The cultivation methods she researched on her own would definitely have various small flaws that she could not see. At this moment, after absorbing the ancient systems of countless elemental civilizations and seeing their different wisdom, he finally stood on the shoulders of the giants and opened up his own path. How's his combat strength now? Moon God Ji smiled. You should know that the enemy's civilization is starting from nothing. They don't inherit the wisdom of their ancestors. Instead, they open up their own new path. Their Buddhism and Daoism had changed a lot. They were full of vitality and powerful. What was most frightening was the feeling of the morning sun. I hope you are the same. Don't use my half-elemental extraordinary cultivation system as a reference and create your own half-elemental path. The best is to create a world's extraordinary power system. Phoenix's face was serious. You're right. Back then, she had laid the foundation and opened up the system of the primordial human sea of consciousness. She had also reopened a new civilization. Since the other party had done so, they should do the same. Otherwise, it would be difficult to surpass the other party. No matter how glorious the ancient civilizations that had decayed and passed away were, they did not belong to this era. What they had to do was to bloom the next generation of fresh flowers and tender shoots from this land of death that had decayed and died in the past. The golden spirit of a civilized era was to open up a path that belonged to one's own, and the entire race would advance courageously with a hot-blooded and majestic aura. Dao Lord Phoenix said, according to your description, the appearance of all living beings in the Buddhist sect, the 9 revolutions mysterious art of Dao sect was a terrifying cultivation method that could raise one's power level regardless of one's body size. As for us, we were able to fight against him back then, so we naturally can match him. Why? Can we match them? Moon God Ji said with a smile. Just like me. Phoenix said softly. Although I've lost the 9 revolutions mysterious art, I can still rely on the infinite power of the elemental system to absorb and store energy from the outside to replenish it. A half-elemental life form can absorb energy limitlessly like a pure elemental life form. We can also use the 9 revolutions mysterious art to fight them? Yueshenji asked with a smile. We can only fight them if we have unlimited stamina? Phoenix nodded. We will go through 3 transit processes. It absorbed energy, passed through the flesh core, and then transformed into the elemental coat. We are like living beings of flesh and blood, like ordinary people. We eat and digest before we can turn it into physical strength. Aren't we the same? We're already flesh and blood, Moon God Ji replied. We don't have the perfect energy conversion. Yes, it's a normal procedure. It's indeed so. We're no different from living beings with flesh and blood. What if we don't go through our physical bodies, but instead use our elemental coats to absorb the energy? The Dao Lord said. See? Yueshenji said thoughtfully. I can even use the elemental coat to absorb energy. Doesn't that mean that we have perfectly inherited the greatest advantage of being an elemental? That's not the case. The Phoenix knew that her grandfather was testing her. It was as if he was deliberately feeding her moves. He wanted to see how much she understood her own race's civilization. He said, based on this alone, we still cannot compare to the advantage of the elemental life forms in this aspect. We are also far from the advantage of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Oh? We already have unlimited energy, so why are we still so far from them? Yueshenji's eyes were clear, and he looked extremely curious, as if he wanted to know. Even Phoenix was secretly impressed. Her grandfather's eyes and curiosity did not seem to be fake. Because, if I were to use the elemental coat to absorb the energy without going through my body, the body's power isn't infinite, and it can die from exhaustion. Phoenix said something that was difficult to understand. However, Su Ji understood. Indeed, it couldn't be compared to the infinite recovery of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. 9 revolutions mysterious art equals unlimited damage plus unlimited recovery. As long as the energy within his body was not exhausted, the 9 transcendent worlds within his body and the billions of living beings on the earth could still provide him with energy, and he could basically achieve a perfect battle. As for the half-elementals? Unlimited damage output, but unable to heal injuries infinitely. This was because the energy absorbed did not pass through the flesh core. When others attacked your flesh body and caused serious damage, your body could only rely on its own power to recover. The part of his body could only be exhausted like his flesh and blood. It did not have the ability to quickly absorb energy and recover from injuries. From this point of view, the main body is indeed the greatest fatal flaw. The phoenix said softly, we who possess flesh and blood means that we are afraid of physical attacks. With our flesh and blood, it means that our energy conversion has a fatal flaw. Our flesh and blood body can't absorb energy to heal our injuries. As long as his physical body was continuously attacked and riddled with injuries, no matter how much external energy you have, it's useless. You'll still die. Su Ji nodded. Compared to the true undying 9 revolutions mysterious art, this half-elemental life form indeed had a huge flaw. Although the original pure elemental life form did not have such a flaw, the appearance of a flesh core had led to a series of flaws. However, the mother stream system. Yet, it has completely filled in our flaws. Phoenix looked at Moon God Ji with respect and said, what a groundbreaking and terrifying idea. Since our half-elemental flesh body can't regenerate infinitely, it's a fatal flaw. We'll just place it at the source of the mother stream. Who can break through there? Our elemental outer body descended from the branch of the mother stream. This elemental body still possesses the first characteristic of the pure element, an unlimited supply of energy to be absorbed. After all, energy can be transmitted through the mother stream. At the same time, it also possesses the second characteristic of an elemental life form, immune to all physical attacks. And our third characteristic, undying. We've already surpassed the ancient pure elemental life forms. That's why we were able to fight against the Buddhist and Taoist sects who had infinite power and countless powerhouses who practiced the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Said Phoenix as she took a deep breath. She could already imagine the scene. Both of them were undying monsters with unlimited stamina and combat power. They were both taboo ancient existences that were invincible among the same level. In the end, it was a competition to see who had more energy and who had more foundation. It was no wonder that the forbidden existences on both sides were so poor. Chapter 1029. Counter, the new 9 revolutions mysterious art. They must have exhausted their resources back then. Phoenix muttered to herself. After all, how terrifying was a civilization that was weaker than level 10? How deep was their foundation? Just by comparing it with the ruins of the elemental civilization in front of him, he knew how deep the foundation of this kind of lower tier 10 was. A civilization that had a weaker level 10 civilization would definitely have a large number of level 9 civilizations. That was because the base number of grade 9 cultivators was not large. How could a grade 9 with a perfect Dao foundation be born? How could it be possible to break through to a weaker grade 10? Some ancient, weak world civilizations had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years and could even have thousands of level 9s. How was it possible for such a huge and weak level 10 civilization to have so little wealth? Generally speaking, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. However, the Moon God Festival had casually given birth to a simple civilization from the mother stream, destroyed the Moon God Monument, and even came to the ancient ruins where he was born to search for resources. The other side didn't seem to be rich. Of course, she would not say it out loud if she were to guess the situation of the historical battle in the ancient times, the battle between the Mother Stream civilization and the Buddhist civilization. Half-elemental life forms were originally far weaker than the life system of pure elements. However, once they were transformed into the structure of the Mother Stream civilization system, they would far surpass it. At that moment, Phoenix's face was filled with admiration as she said, "Back then, you walked out of these ancient ruins with this mutated identity that was far weaker than your own race's civilization. Perhaps he's not liked, but he's already surpassed his ancestors in ancient times." This was not a compliment. From her point of view, the strength of the system had already surpassed it. Regardless of whether he could reach that true height in the future, or even reach the final level of the Great Dao. However, the structure and system of civilization had already been surpassed. Now that I think about it, it's indeed because of the scenes from back then that we've come to this day. Moon God Ji also smiled as he looked at the elemental ruins, streets, and ruins. Back then, when we walked out of this place, we were cursed it. At that time, we had the most humiliating physical body of the elemental life forms. However, I can't die here and live in the tomb with this ridiculous glory. Someone needs to open up a new future, someone needs to stand up again, Moon God Ji said. Phoenix's eyes revealed a touch of nostalgia, as if she had also seen the most distant period of time. She had read the history of this place and knew what the elemental race was most proud of. She was proud that she was a pure, flawless, and perfect elf. She was sacred, pure and clear. He hated those creatures with flesh and blood the most. They would bleed, get injured, were evil, greedy, and had endless desires. At that time, he would definitely be boycotted, hated, and insulted. But you still stood up again, surpassing the glory of your ancestors and ancient times. From nothing to something, step by step. Phoenix said softly. You can't just stubbornly hold on to the past and look forward to the future. Yuesheng once again sat down on a chair by the window and flipped through an ancient crystal book. He lazily smiled and said, and I will become the next past. The future of a new civilization lies in you. Is it us? Phoenix's body trembled. Looking at his young patriarch's lazy appearance, for the first time in his life, he suddenly felt a sense of glory, pride, and admiration for the mysterious strength of this ancient ancestor. It was the glory of the race, the feeling of belonging to the family, and it lingered in his heart. She had always been emotionless, but when she looked at this young ancestor, she could vaguely feel a sense of destiny and duty on her shoulders. In reality, Su Ji was just casually chatting with Phoenix as he looked out the window. The remnants of the elements were still cultivating in full swing, modifying the layout, and moving elemental crystals from the tombs in the cities from all over the world, piling them up like a mountain. They couldn't even enter the deepest layer, but the outer and middle layers were like flat ground for most of the tombs. They didn't have any defenses at all. The way Su Ji looked at the survivors was as if he had just seen a huge treasure. He was still lacking energy. However, many pure energy level resources were produced every day, and they were no longer important. At the level of a rank 9 immortal, what was truly important for any civilization was these natural treasures, such as elemental crystals, which were the specialties of various super-civilization ruins. The remains of these elemental crystals were perfectly compatible with the civilization of the Mother Stream, reconstructing the entire Mother Stream. These survivors could also absorb living energy, it was simply killing two birds with one stone. This civilization of tools in front of him, oh no! The revival of this elemental civilization could not be delayed. Online forums. The entire Spore Evolution game forum was already bustling with activity, with countless posts appearing continuously. Meanwhile, inside the 6 realms of reincarnation, countless players were also assembling and developing the Dao of Azura's body. They were also watching with great excitement. The first time he met Moon Goddess Ji. Without a doubt, this was shocking. Although they had long expected to enter the complete era of the 9th rank and become the next dimensional life form, as the inheritors of the Earth system of China's Buddhism, they had never expected that. The other party was so fast. The Mother Stream civilization is quite troublesome. At this moment, they had seen the entire ruins of the elemental civilization and felt that it was very terrifying. Originally, this Mother Stream civilization was already very powerful, but even this huge elemental weak level 10 civilization ruin was their ancient ruin. Since they had obtained so many resources, something big was going to happen. How do we fight this? Infinite energy, physical immunity, undying characteristics. Who could stand it? Any one of them is a monster, but they are 3 of them combined. Mother Stream. The Mother Stream. Too strong. The elemental true spirit is hiding at the source of the Mother Stream. Once it dies, it will be reborn at the source of the Mother Stream. This is the respawn point of the players. There was such a civilization? Confused face. Infinite energy, similar to the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, was not surprising. After all, to be able to compete with it in the past, he must have similar means. It would be strange if he did not have it. As for the physical immunity, it was a little uncomfortable. It was equivalent to wasting half of your attack methods. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art, the martial arts, the entire race's body, and all kinds of Panga combat body that had been cultivated to the limit were all useless. Although the so-called physical immunity was not completely impossible to attack, when the pure power was strong enough, it could naturally destroy the elemental energy. However, he was still greatly restrained, and most of his punches and kicks were a waste of energy. It was like water subduing fire. If the fire was big enough, it could evaporate water, but under the same level. It was needless to say which one could restrain the other party more. How do we fight this? He might not even win in a head-on battle. Even if we win, the enemy's elemental body is immortal. Their main body is at the source of the Mother Stream and can be reborn at any time. At most, they will only lose a portion of their strength. Monster, we can't play with this. Cough, cough, cough. The others also find our 9 revolutions mysterious art and the radiation Buddha uninteresting. However, the one in front of me is indeed disgusting. Hehe, ancient curses can actually be broken so easily. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have destroyed the ancient Chinese civilization. Some people were very rational and reminded everyone that they had been too proud before. It's fine. Brothers, let's work hard and find a way to crack it. There's no problem that can't be solved with hard work. If it doesn't work, we'll add another hard work. Speaking of something similar, the quantum battle body is a little similar to the Mother Stream civilization. It's more or less hidden in the dark and remotely controlled. On the other side, Cutie Pie, the alchemy monarch, the racer of Mount Harana, and the others had already gathered in secret. The racer of Mount Harana's voice was calm. It seems like something has happened. The quantum TV we made formed the foundation of our civilization. It's not stable enough to avoid this rank 9 disaster. There's no other way. We can only use the small TV to do some small business. We really can't compete with those monsters in combat. After all, we're too weak. We need to be strong to forge iron, and we're still not strong enough. The alchemy monarch said softly. However, the Mother Stream civilization did come up with a way to deal with it. They did not need to specially evolve a new species to target this elemental life form. The racer of Mount Harana chuckled. Yes, elemental energy. From the very beginning, we have a special species that targets these living things. Meng Mei was silent for a moment before she said, the 9 revolutions mysterious art has been stagnant for so long. After Daoist Changsheng was born, there was almost no new version, although Dichi had modified it. It was the Deluo Heaven Sutra, which was a mess of fusion. It was also a nouveau riche scold demon core. No one could learn from him when it came to treating blood cells. Now, it's time to push forward the third orthodox version of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Chapter 1030. The difficulty of the 9th step, our fallen cultivator. At this very moment. Seeing this, the Mother Stream civilization and the Moon God season began to make their decision. He had completely realized that a new era had arrived. You want to improve the 9 revolutions mysterious art, have you already succeeded? The racer of Mount Harana said softly. At this moment, they were all calm and composed. Although people who had lived for thousands of years still liked to joke, their hearts were clearer than anyone else's. The cute girl rolled her eyes and looked at Alchemy Monarch, who was beside her, and said, "Of course, I've succeeded. Ermin has long been 100% weaker than a rank 9 and is polishing her genes. I'm walking on Carolyn's path, which is a dream of all living beings. How can I not succeed?" "Then you want to break through?" The racer of Mount Harana fell silent, knowing what this meant. Meng Mei was speechless. If I don't break through, how can I improve the new 9 revolutions mysterious art? The dragon vein of an ordinary Tier 8 god was no longer useful during the era of the rule of the Tier 9 path. Moreover, this is the true era of the complete Type 9. Alchemy Monarch suddenly stopped talking. 100% weaker than a rank 9 was just the beginning. It was the beginning of maxing out the gene. Once one broke through to rank 9, as an incomplete rank 9 Daoist, they would welcome 100,000 years of dark lifespan. Meng Mei's aptitude was already considered a genius. After all, she was a person with great fortune. However, her level of talent was only that of a rank 8 deity, not enough to break through to rank 9. She wasn't good at fighting or training, and her talent was the same as Alchemy Emperor and the others. The giants who could make it in spore evolution were all extremely talented researchers. She was already an expert in evolving species, improving the dragon vein formation, and setting up formations, but was it useful? There was no other way that the talent tree was in other places. This was the bloody reality. Over the past 10,000 years, he had used the original substance to keep himself alive. He had also used Carolyn's previous method of vindication, the all-life dream Dao technique, and had all life help him train his body's cells. He had already succeeded in being 100% weaker than a 9th rank. He was stuck, struggling to survive. Meng Mei, on the other hand, didn't mind. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've just maxed out 2 genes, so I can be considered to have maxed out my merit. I feel that this is my limit. The third one's difficulty has increased by several times. I feel that I can't do it at all, let alone the fourth one. There was no end in sight. Also, my drug resistance is getting stronger when I use the original substance. If you continue hanging, it'll simply increase by a massive number of times. The consumption is too great, and the gains do not make up for the losses. Leave some for your ermine to break through, and she'll have hope. Meng Mei smiled, and her gaze was filled with emotion. The two perfect systems that I have cultivated have completely fulfilled Mother Earth's duties. The other two don't matter. Name: Green Vine. 1. Unlimited growth. 2. Energy absorption. Internal space bloodline. 4. Bloodline of the witch. She was originally a 2G no being. Like did she didn't know the structure of the universe a long time ago and had integrated the 9 revolutions mysterious art and the bloodline of the ancestors of sorcery into her. Dichi's combat strength had weakened him, but she was weak to begin with. It didn't matter, she felt that it was enough for her to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. After all, she had 2 genes that served others, which made it impossible for her to be strong in combat. The Alchemy Emperor and the Alchemy Factory of the Racer of Mount Harana were also due to the same reason. It was due to genetic problems. This was because one would have to pay some battle power to obtain some heaven-defying abilities. But she was not wrong. The latter 2 bloodline systems didn't matter. The first 2 bloodline extraordinary systems of Mother Earth had been cultivated to perfection. After breaking through to level 9, it would not affect the regression of Mother Earth's abilities. In terms of authority, her 2 maxed out systems were the same as maxing out on 4 genes. Then, when you step into the 9th rank and a new dragon vein appears, the 3rd version of the 9 revolutions mysterious art will begin to appear. The Alchemy Emperor did not say anything more and just smiled. Meng Mei's current situation is very difficult. Wasn't ermine the same? The path of cultivation was based on competition. By snatching. Now, ermine had already maxed out on 3 genes and was still hanging on with a large amount of original substance in the final sprint to reach the 4th gene. The amount of original substance used every day was enough to make other civilizations feel heartache. It was all built up with money. Ermine could break through to an ordinary rank 9, but it would be very difficult for her to break through to a perfected rank 9 Dao Foundation. Therefore, if they didn't have enough talent, they would use money to make up for it. Previously, Daiki had asked for a portion of the Teal Empire's energy from Caroline, as well as the ancient Jupiter's sphere. The energy that he had collected from traveling all over the world had been spent on Cutie May and ermine for the past 1,000 years. It could be said that both of them were bottomless pits. Even a weak rank 9 like the Teal civilization would feel shocked and unimaginable when they saw this scene. And this was under the condition that both of them were in the size of ants. If the 2 of them were in the size of normal humans, thousands of weak rank 9 Teal civilization members would not be able to fill in. The original substance, in theory, could allow a person to live on indefinitely. However, the resistance would become stronger as they progressed, and the energy cost would be astronomical. No civilization would dare to try it. The other civilizations would not do such a stupid thing, nor would they be able to do it. They would not spend the raw materials that they could not even produce for an ordinary rank 9. This was a valuable reserve treasure. And why did Dichi want to help them? Opening up the treasury of the Chongming celestial heavens to the 2 of them? Because Emperor Qi was very realistic, cute girl couldn't die, ermine had to be hung up, and ermine couldn't die because of the Alchemy Emperor. Ermine, on the other hand, did have the possibility of a perfect foundation. The Alchemy Emperor sighed. Thank you. If you give it to ermine, she should have enough energy left. With the energy from selling the original substance, I think it's enough. If you didn't break through and become a Daoist, it would be virtually impossible for you to force your way through like the Dao Lords of the past. Even the Dao Lords of the past were only at around 40% of their power. However, if you have your own Dao forming technique, you'll have a chance to make a breakthrough. As for those who had the Dao formation technique but could not break through, the difference in their aptitudes was not big. It was only 2,000 to 3,000 years of cultivation time. However, it was precisely these 2,000 to 3,000 years of cultivation time. Countless people died of old age, their lifespans were stuck. In order to keep ermine alive, it was this short life. I don't know how much I've paid to race against time. The losses outweighed the gains, but he still had to do it. If he hadn't specially evolved a parasite to enter this place, Ermin and Mengmei would have died before Dichi's three-body severing or Carolyn's all beings dream Dao, let alone having a chance to perfect their Dao foundations. The path of grade 9 was just that cruel. From this, one could see how precious the eternal bloodline was. It was known as the rarest and most heaven-defying extraordinary bloodline. The breakthrough of each realm was like fighting against the heavens. But in fact, even if Mengmei and the others obtained the eternal bloodline, they could not integrate it because they had maxed out their genes. Boom! The cute girl directly broke through. A huge aura instantly enveloped the area. A great Dao-achieving being who transcended the laws of the universe had completely descended. Then, shall we start the new 9 revolutions mysterious art? Mengmei felt her body. There was no joy, and she even felt a little lost. But soon, she clearly discovered that a 9th grade dragon's vein was not on the same level as before. Yes, with your dragon veins, I should be able to improve the cultivation method, the racer of Mount Harana said. The first version of the 9 revolutions mysterious art had been researched by a group of players. They had used the bloodline of the primordial space to open up space apertures in their bodies. The second version was improved by Daoist Chang Sheng. He used a huge amount of energy to regenerate limbs and build a huge body of bones and flesh, which was called the real body of Pangu. In theory, the 9 revolutions mysterious art has already reached its limit. It's a perfect systematic state, and there's no possibility of further improvement. Mengmei took a deep breath. As the original developer of the cultivation technique, she understood this better than anyone else. Otherwise, how could there not be any experts who improved the 9 revolutions mysterious art in the past 10,000 years? It was already too perfect. He had even thought of his future path. In the future, once he had truly terrifying combat strength, he could move a sun and use it as the world's power furnace. The third version of the 9 revolutions mysterious art can only be strengthened by other bloodlines on the outside to increase the endurance of the 9 revolutions mysterious art's energy. This is because the primordial bloodline in the internal space has been developed to its limit. Mengmei looked at the two of them. And this blessing is my dragon vein. Using the dragon vein as the meridian for the 9 revolutions mysterious art. In fact, Dichi had already begun to use this. However, even though the effects had been enhanced, it was not particularly obvious. The effect is weak because my realm is weak, not because my dragon veins are weak. Mengmei smiled with a hint of pride. My green vine dragon vein race only has one essential function, which is to be a super energy transmission channel and a super energy absorption channel. That's why it can spread throughout the entire ancient Baron's land and absorb many incense. The two of them nodded. Mengmei was not good at other things, but her species was really extreme. She had no combat power, but under this extreme, she was very strong. The energy absorption channel was like a super vacuum cleaner that could absorb all the energy and nutrients. What did this mean? It meant that it was the nemesis of elemental creatures. The scattered emotional energy floating in the ancient land could be forcibly absorbed by the root pipeline of the dragon vein and gathered into incense energy. What about the energy elemental creatures that gathered energy? The green vine dragon vein had been the nemesis of energy-type creatures from the very beginning. In the third version, we'll continue to advance the endurance and recovery ability of the 9 revolutions mysterious art by absorbing the opponent's magical energy. It can be called the North Deep Divine Power. Mengmei took a deep breath, as if she was treating her own child. Her eyes were bright. I spent thousands of years to create a new dragon vein array. It's so detailed and exquisite that it's beyond imagination. It's rooted in every corner of the body of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and the true body of Pangu forms fine blood vessels to absorb the energy from the outside. Any energy or Dao techniques that hit the surface of the body will be instantly absorbed. With this, I can achieve an alternative elemental immunity. This is the true level of shamelessness. An invincible technique. Not only is my endurance unlimited, but I'm also absorbing your energy during the battle, completely achieving unlimited endurance. The two of them had bright eyes. How strong was the attractive force of Mengmei's dragon vein? Absorbing all the energy from the outside world was equivalent to having elemental immunity, forcing you to fight him in close combat. As for close combat, how could he compete with the true Pangu body of the cultivation method with 9 turns in close-range combat, which was so powerful and defensive? In fact, the best way to deal with the 9 revolutions mysterious art was to bombard it with Dao techniques from a distance. However, the path of this Taoist attack was cut off in front of him. This was to forcefully pull the other party into the field of close combat that he was good at, and then beat him to death. And this method was the bane of the Mother Stream civilization. The opponent's elemental body. Attack? He would absorb as much as he could. This was the third version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. It was the real sticky candy. It was so disgusting that you couldn't kill it. It even forced you to fight in close combat. If you were the kind of Daoist who specialized in Dao techniques, then you could only watch helplessly. As for the imbalance of the bloodline, this was the reality. What was there to be balanced about? Some bloodlines were inherently unequal. The effects of some systems were greater than one could imagine. In fact, many powerful and heaven-defying cultivators could produce unimaginable effects when the 4 bloodlines were perfectly combined. They might not be inferior to the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. The universe was too vast and too bizarre. There were all kinds of extraordinary bloodline systems that you couldn't even imagine. It was because of this that there were endless possibilities, which was why people looked forward to it. It seems like I'm going to become my foundation. Even the 9 Revolutions mysterious art has started to have my incense service system. At this moment, Meng Mei was looking at the ancient blue sky outside. She stood in the attic and looked out the window, sighing with emotion. I also became a fallen rank 9 Dao holder. Life is all about fighting. If I don't break through and die, I'll have no hope. I'm well aware of my own talent in this area. Moreover, there was still hope after breaking through. Didn't he have some heavenly treasures that could temporarily pry open a new genetic position and cultivate again? There was still a chance of maxing it out. It was just resources. If he could spend money on it, he would do so. Money could be earned, and that was how the small television came about. At most, if I can't get any natural treasures, I'll just find a way to kill a weak level 10 and then take his Dao seed and walk his level 10 path. The two of them were speechless. Meng Mei had really become a fallen Daoist now. She had begun to be like those guys, with no way out in the dark. She would chase after any trace of hope she saw, and even plan how to defeat level 10? Wasn't this a little too showy? However, the era of a level 9 civilization had always been like this. In this realm, the smell of killing and blood was stronger than any of the previous realms. It could also be said that the higher one's cultivation level was, the more competition and slaughter there would be. The more one had to step on countless other cultivators of the Great Dao in order to continue down the path. Chapter 1031. The Descent of Buddhism? Bringing his daughter to tour the fallen civilization. Meng Mei's level of research and development of the Dragon Vein Array had long reached an unfathomable level. Countless meridians formed into thin blood vessels and filled the entire body of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. It could achieve a different type of elemental immunity. Only the real body of Pangu with the 9 Revolutions mysterious art had such strong malleability. After all, it was an exoskeleton with a body of flesh and blood, which could be used to install all kinds of things. It could be considered a type of flesh-type super armor. This 9 Revolutions mysterious art is already invincible. Meng Mei took a deep breath and said confidently, "It's getting more and more perfect, and it's different from the previous era. It's not like we don't have the confidence to deal with the Mother Stream civilization. In a while, the true spirit of the Mother Stream civilization will know what's terrifying when it sees our 9 Revolutions mysterious art." The Mother Stream civilization. The entire solar system was already incomparably brilliant and resplendent. Rays of snow-white light bounced and refracted back and forth on the planets, forming a network of light rays that extended in all directions. Many existences were sitting on these elemental channels, achieving instantaneous return and return. If one looked down at the entire solar system from above, one would see a spectacular scene. Above the sun, a huge prism lens was suspended, gathering countless light sources. It spread and grew wildly into the universe at a speed far faster than light. After thousands of years, it had grown from a seedling to a small tree. Its branches were dense and numerous, connecting many planets. From a distance, it looked like a huge tree in the universe, with fruits called planets growing on the branches. This was the Mother Stream civilization. To this day, more than 1,000 planets had been connected. Although they were all uncivilized planets, their elemental bodies had been exploiting resources on them incessantly. At this very moment, an even larger project, the new Mother Stream Sun Mirror, was being formed. It's hard to imagine that hundreds of level 9 and thousands of level 8 elemental spirits. The Sun Advent Mirror Divine Artifact. The Sun God, Asa, looked at the sky and was shocked. The power that has gathered is too vast. Even some powerful deists who have complete Deo foundations and have cultivated all 4 bloodlines are unable to resist it, right? This was the power of a group. An individual's life might not be able to stop it. The new Mother Stream, Sundial Mirror. We're going to be at our peak. In the distance, the survivors of the elemental life who had followed them from the ancient elemental ruins were also excited. The new Sun Mirror can distort the laws. It's no longer the same as before, which is only 47 times faster than light speed. There were thousands of level 8 divine spirits and hundreds of level 9 Deo cultivators. I'm afraid it can gather the power of distortion and reach 14,300 times the speed of light. However, it's still not enough. We have to continue excavating to bring prosperity to the Mother Stream civilization and restore the glory of our race. 14,000 times faster than light speed. What kind of concept was this? Only 100 or so rank 9 cultivators and thousands of rank 8 gods could create a great civilization project that could be called a miracle of the universe with such a vast number of remains of elemental crystals. Light speed was the fastest cosmic speed other than space jump. At 14,300 times the speed of light, even in this era where distance was measured in light years, it was not considered too slow. One could quickly grow a solar system. It was conceivable that at such a rate of expansion, the Mother Stream civilization in the future would truly form countless streams and be extremely prosperous. In the distance, the Phoenix watched this scene quietly. This is only a portion of the ancient ruins. Resources. The rest are still being mined. However, these hundreds of thousands of years of ancient accumulation are really about to return to an unimaginable mythical civilization of the Mother Stream. However, we still can't let our guard down. She slowly closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, "That little girl, Qing Teng, has a special characteristic that can naturally suppress us elemental life forms. With her personality, they might use this as an excuse to absorb energy. After all, our combat techniques are very extreme. We use pure elemental and deist techniques to attack." She pondered for a long time. She was an extremely smart and talented peerless genius, so she quickly thought of a solution. She shook her head. "I still need to add something to this sun mirror that can distort the laws of nature, pour my magic power in and poison the elemental laws. If that little fellow is still alive and kicking, and dares to absorb it, poison her to death." Su Ji's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was dumbfounded. He was too ruthless. The two sides were starting to target each other, studying the flaws in each other's cultivation techniques and restraining each other. After all, knowledge was the power of all. After the first head-on collision between the two civilizations, a strong sense of danger was born, and they were completely filled with the will to fight. The era of Grade 9 had completely opened the curtains to war. Su Ji looked at both sides and saw that things were already on track. The Mother Stream civilization was developing at a rapid pace. Carolyn and Ditchy had started to cultivate the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art in seclusion. Their spiritual universe was in order and there would not be any major waves, so they did not bother about it. However, he frowned slightly and sighed in the end, this cute girl. In the end, he became a fallen 9th-ranked deist. It would be impossible to say that he had no feelings for cute girls. After all, she was from a humble background. She was one of the first batch of extraordinary people who had watched her walk over step by step. She was even his little fan. He had already guessed that it would develop to this point sooner or later. Not everyone had the ability to perfect the 4 great Deo foundations and break through to the 9th grade with it, proving the ultimate Deo. Otherwise, level 10 was too cheap. 99% of the universe's fallen cultivators had become Deo cultivators. There was no exception if cute girls couldn't reach it. The great Deo is emotionless, and I can't change anything. Su Ji shook his head softly and said indifferently, but her choice was undoubtedly the right one, because once he died, he would have nothing left, or perhaps there would still be hope. Just like those fallen who have attained Deo, you can pursue it, even if it's already very illusory. But was it really empty? That was not necessarily the case for Su Ji. It had only developed for slightly more than 10,000 years now. What would it be like in another 100,000 years? He wasn't sure. Perhaps by that time, they would have already been glorious and would have found a way to let the fallen experts repair their Dao foundations. They might even be able to kill weaker level 10 cultivators. The future is full of possibilities. Su Ji thought about it and organized his thoughts. He felt that the fallen enlightened person was also a problem of a future 9th rank, but now was not the time to think about it. Both sides of the sandbox's transcendent world are building up their foundations. Only the 3 pillar gods were still wandering outside. I can go and observe the 3 pillar gods. After all, their battle will definitely be intense. It's only a matter of time before they die. Su Ji intended to observe the 3 pillar gods, the fallen civilization, and the Azure Abyss divine territory. These 2 behemoths were extremely terrifying and mysterious. They were so powerful that it was difficult to look at them directly. Of course, observation was one thing. He also had other things to do, such as the development of the universe garden. Whoosh! In a secret room in the tower world, Medusa and the others watched the small TV and sat on the sofa, watching the scene. His expression was very unnatural. The appearance of the moon god season, the ancient elemental civilization, and the ancient Buddhist history described in the ruins made the 2 of them, who were outsiders, feel incredulous. At this moment, their expressions were like those of the giant venomous snake who had found out the truth. They were shocked. Little Shiji scratched his head with a blank expression. Everything else is fine. It's not surprising that Caroline was suddenly frozen. However, cutting off the quantum transmission and entanglement with the main body is too unbelievable. This was a quantum encryption. In theory, it's impossible to cut off the connection. Shiji had studied the quantum martial arts system, so he naturally knew many concepts. Theoretically, such behavior was impossible. This method was incredible. Medusa also frowned slightly, feeling that there should not be any flaws, so she could only answer, this is probably some kind of special technique. However, it's the first time I've seen our civilization, and you're already so indifferent, I'm afraid that he has long recognized the system of our evil god bloodline. When they saw the enemy of the Buddhist system, Moon Goddess Ji, appear on the television, they also felt that he was incredibly powerful. This existence was still a rising star back then. Ray Neminsky looked at the 2's curious gazes and sat on the sofa. He replied, I didn't expect it to have grown to such an extent. It actually challenged the Buddhist civilization of the past and even won. It's true that there are new talents in every generation. And the other party naturally recognized the system of the evil god race. Raina Mansaga said. However, in reality, this was not cutting off the quantum transmission at all. Instead, it was directly targeting Caroline's main body and blocking her perception of the outside world. So that's how it is. You're no exception after knowing the system of our clan. Medusa stared at the scene on the television and found it very interesting. It seems that the Dark Pillar god Tathagata has already broken through to level 9 and has begun to attack the transcendent worlds of the great Dao holders. Is Buddhism about to descend again? This disaster is their war. We can just ignore it. Renemansky laughed. However, we might be able to go to the scene and take a look at the ecological structure of the fallen civilization. They wanted to see their world? The 2's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 1032. The Universe Garden's Strong Future. Take a look at the civilization on the other side? Without a doubt, it was a huge attraction for them. It was more comfortable to watch a TV show on the sofa than to participate in the TV show. After all, the Renemansky Universe Garden was still developing steadily, and there were no major events happening in the world of the multiverse. This was because the 4 great grandmasters were already in their final sprint. Are you really going? Shiji's eyes were bright, and he was very excited. He sat in his room, feeling a little excited. After all, going out together made him feel a little happy. Naturally, I'm not going with my main body. Ray Neminsky smiled and touched her head. For us, the quantum body is enough. We don't want to be discovered and get involved in any of their battles. Oh, right. How many of your quantum arms have broken through to the 9th rank? Su Ji looked at Medusa. I've already let you start your breakthrough. There are already more than 1,000 Type 9 powerhouses. Medusa was very calm. About half a palm's worth. Previously, she had an entire arm, more than 30,000 of them. They were all high-level deities who had basically stepped on the path of level 9 laws. It was also this arm that she had used to fight against Dichi and the others. At this time, breaking through over 1,000, becoming tier 9 was also a matter of course. After all, ever since she had been woken up by Rainimamska in the Universe Garden and heard the Grand Deo Prelude, her path to level 9 had improved by leaps and bounds, entering a period of explosive growth. Of course, these rank 9s were all very ordinary rank 9s. They had only cultivated 2 or 3 genes, and they were all very ordinary genes. To break through after attaining a perfected Deo foundation? There were more than 120,000 of them. No matter how hardcore she would not pursue perfection to this extent. Medusa was naturally not that stupid. She would break through to an ordinary rank 9 first. You've finally come to your senses. It doesn't have to be that perfect. Rainamansaga said with smile. I can make it perfect in the future. 129,600 ordinary level 9s, even a complete weak level 10, will be blown up by you. Medusa nodded in agreement. Indeed. After all, my organization can be duplicated. When I become a true rank 9 evil god, even if it is an incomplete Deo foundation, I will still be invincible. By then, these organizations will slowly die of old age in 100,000 years. After all, they won't be able to be a 10th level weakling for the rest of their lives. I'll cultivate some new organizations and replace them. Gradually, they'll take turns to form 120,000 perfect Deo foundations. Then, it'll be possible for them to break through to the 10th level. Just like this. Shiji's face was filled with excitement. When more than 129,000 rank 9 evil gods become rank 9 Deist evil gods, their cultivation speed will be very fast. At that time, it would be very fast to recultivate an organization with a perfect Deo foundation. This was the advantage of the evil gods. It did not matter that his organization had become the fallen civilization. After all, he could still recultivate it, and it was not impossible to return. Shiji was excited. Sister is the strongest in history. That's because when all 12 of your 9,000 organizations have a perfect 9th rank Deo foundation, you can perfectly break through to the 10th rank. A weak level 10 with 120,000 or so Deo seeds created 120,000 or so end of Deo. Oh my god! It's too scary. Suji touched his nose. It was indeed scary. His liver was terrifying. Medusa shook her head. It's just that this quantum battle body, with more than 1,000 lower 9th order beings, and they are all ordinary 2nd or 3rd order genes, I'm afraid. I can only defeat an ordinary upper 9th rank. Just like Dichi's quantum clone, it could only fight against an ordinary level 9. However, Dichi's original body was not on the same level as his clone. If she touched Dichi's body directly, she would be instantly beaten to death, just like what she had said before. That's enough. Suji laughed and said, this time, we'll leave our journey to you. It doesn't matter even if you fail. After all, it's just a quantum clone. Medusa also nodded, looking forward to it. After all, it was a clone that he had obtained from the Teal Empire. He would not feel any heartache even if it died. Pack up and tidy up the quantum combat body. We can try to go out. Rainimansky said. In fact, for Suji, the Universe Garden was here, and he was secretly watching them on a small television. It was not as if he did not want them to join the battle. After all, it would be a good choice to develop this place. Medusa and Shiji were very good fresh troops. Suji's eyes were filled with suspicion. The speed at which little Shiji was breaking through was countless times faster than Medusa. 12% of her cells had fused on her path to rank 9. After all, she was born holy. Not long after she was born, she was already a high-level god and stepped onto the path of rank 9. 600 years had passed. Was 12% very fast? It was considered fast. However, his speed was only average. It would take him about 5 to 6,000 years to reach a 100% weak rank 9. Then, he would start to cultivate the 4 major systems to perfection. It would probably take him 3 to 4,000 years. It had been around 8,000 years. Although she was talented, it was not surprising. After all, Ermin now had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. She was about to break through to a complete Tao foundation. Shiji, you should continue with your cultivation. Renamansky laughed and said to little Shiji, rank 9 is a life form with 4 genes that can break through. As a god, you only have 3 genes. First, you'll be 100% weaker than a rank 9. If I get you a 4th gene, it's time to polish it together. N. Little Shiji nodded his head vigorously. Medusa also had a flash of gentleness in her eyes. After all, she had watched him grow up. That's right. I'll find you a very strong one, or even get you a 9 revolutions mysterious art or a half-elemental gene. That would be great. Iron-based cells, full-race cells, quantum genes, this combination was simply heaven-defying, and with the 4th. Even Su Ji wanted to try and see how far he could go. What was the most important thing? The first gene was iron-based. It wasn't acquired, but a pure, super-large iron-based life form. It was the size of a star, and its energy level was already terrifying. If it was integrated with the 9 revolutions mysterious art, how big would her 9 revolutions mysterious art be? This was not flesh and blood, but the iron cell version of the super-large body of Pangu. Together with the ceramic cells of the whole clan, how strong would they be in a head-on clash? In addition to his quantum martial arts and the quantum doppelganger that he was entangled with, they overlapped to form a superimposed state. How terrifying would it be when he used the fist realm of the martial arts world's leader? At the same time, I need to go out and take a walk. Su Ji was very indifferent. He was currently on the path to the 9th rank, and was still at 4%. It had been almost 1,000 years since he stepped onto the 9th step, which was much slower than the others. Why? That was because he wanted to cultivate all 5 systems to perfection. This way, when he became a weak rank 9 with a 100% success rate, he didn't need to go back and polish himself. He could just break through directly. In any case, these 2 things would have to be done sooner or later. Generally speaking, other powerhouses would first break through to 100% weak rank 9 and then see if there was enough time. If there was enough time, they would then refine the 4 major bloodline systems. If he didn't have enough time, he would just break through and become an ordinary level 9. It was better than dying. Ermin and Mengmei did the same. And to waste time first to polish the 4 major systems at the same time, and then walk the path of grade 9? This was courting death. He would waste a lot of time first. If he died of old age before he could even finish the 9th rank road, that would be a joke. No one would cultivate like this. But for Su Ji, he did not have any worries. It did not matter which side he polished first. In fact, due to my lack of energy, there has never been a mass extinction or world destruction. I'm stuck at my realm. As a rank 8 god, I'm a venerable sovereign, and I'm cultivating all the major extraordinary systems to perfection. Su Ji was very calm. The reason why venerable sovereigns were so strong was because he had perfected all the major systems in advance. After all, the great saint realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation was not just for show. I'm only at 4% now because I've just replaced my quantum gene and recultivated the system of maxing out on all 5 of my genes. Now, I'm back to maxing out on all 5 of my genes, and I can officially begin my journey to rank 9. He clearly knew what this meant. His strength would also enter a period of rapid growth. Once it reached 100%, there was no need to consider anything. He would break through directly and have a complete 5-gene heaven-defying system. He would be the strongest rank 9 deist in history. As for, I don't know how to break through to rank 10. After all, I already have 5 genes. Su Ji was speechless, but there was always a way out. There must be a 10th grade existence that gave birth to a child, so there must be a similar method. Hwalala. The space rippled slightly. The quantum bodies of the few of them walked slowly and fell into the void, entering a hidden planet of black gravel. The sky was black, and the thick clouds seemed to be about to rain. From time to time, there would be black flocks of birds flying across the sky. Do you want to join our fallen alliance? Fallen. A rank 8 god said softly. It's a very simple word. We simply named it fallen. You should know what it means. Right? I know. Medusa said with a smile. The immortal's face turned serious. He couldn't afford to offend the weakest Dao-achieving cultivator. He quickly bowed and said, please reveal your presence. Chapter 1033. The Magical Fallen Civilization. Medusa revealed a slight trace of her aura. A massive, complicated, and dark chaotic will descended from the countless clouds with a loud bang, and the entire land was swept away. This, the godly spirit's face turned pale as he felt countless chaotic laws. It was the first time he had seen such a complicated and strange scene. He looked at the censor beside him and said with more respect, "That's enough, that's enough. We've already detected your aptitude. We'll register you now." This god took out a special black mysterious card and went through a special registration identification. It actually had a trace of Medusa's aura, as if it was alive. "What is this, joining the Fallen Alliance?" Medusa asked. "Is it that simple?" "That's only natural. The one in front of you is a Deo card, it represents a unique identity." The god explained, "This is a special ancient civilization inheritance that a great existence obtained from an ancient silicon-based ruin. We have a huge foundation. The information and missions are recorded here, and there are also some information coordinates." "Oh right, there's a mysterious civilization recently. It's very evil and has caused a lot of trouble in the nearby area. They're called the Buddhist sect. You have to be careful." Medusa nodded. They left the exchange location. He looked at the sign. There were coordinates on it, recording a few hidden gathering places of nomadic civilizations nearby. "It's quite interesting." Shiji looked at this scene and opened the exchange page with the content on the Deo card. This is the currency of their alliance. As expected, these powerful civilizations all had their own unique currency. There were a lot of things for sale. There were all kinds of things, most of which were all kinds of mechanical warships. Well, in their words, he had become a weapon cultivator? A magic tool? A Deo artifact? It's just sticking gold on one's face. Medusa's expression was very calm. "For the strong of our extraordinary system, weapons are only auxiliary. As for them?" When he had spent countless hours storing energy and purely relying on external objects to fight. "They're both from the machinery civilization." Medusa was very rational and clear. If he didn't cultivate, he would be very weak. If he crazily stored and collected energy and relied on external objects, he would be a mechanical civilization. After all, the transcendent side focused on their own combat power. This was easy to distinguish. Yes, there are two systems in the universe, external objects and oneself. Although different paths lead to the same destination and they all have the possibility of attaining the Great Deo, they are not the same. Shiji nodded, but he was still very interested in the exchange of these mechanical spiritual artifacts. This was probably the romance of the iron-based life forms, and he was very obsessed with it. Meyer's Boat of Rust, maximum damage level 57, using decay-type laws. Semi-logical mech warrior, energy level 1000, using pure field law. There's even one that's at 1000 lux. Little Shiji's face was filled with excitement, and he exclaimed, "According to their calculations, a 2-meter-tall complete rank 9 Tau root is one standard unit. 1000 of them are comparable to 1000 rank 9 Tau roots. Didn't this mean that he would be able to unleash a combat strength that was comparable to a 10th tier weaker? He's too strong." Suji looked at the little machine Enigma and said with a smile, "It's just a blueprint. It'll cost a lot to exchange for it. If you want to forge it, the amount you'll need is even more astronomical. At this level of energy, if you wanted to collect the energy to run this machine for a period of time, you would need tens of thousands of years and it would not be enough. It was a huge resource-consuming resource. But it's undeniable that having money is equivalent to having unlimited battle power. In theory, as long as there were enough resources, even a broken, weak rank 9 could smash a weak rank 10 who was 1000 times stronger than himself to death with this thing. After all, this was the charm of a mechanical civilization. However, I can exchange for some to play with. It's of equal size," Medusa said with a smile. "It doesn't require much resources to be used as a delicate toy." And Shiji was very happy. "It seems that joining this civilization and observing in secret will be very beneficial to us." In their opinion, they were all welcome to join the fallen and incomplete cultivators. After all, if someone of his level wanted to transcend, he would have to attack the Azure Abyss Divine Domain and work for them. "I didn't expect that even though you've fallen, you're completely different." Suji nodded and said with a smile, "When the time comes, I'll get you a bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. You'll have the real body of Pangu that can grow external flesh and blood, and you'll be able to turn yourself into a super large mechanical warship. It's a perfect combination of the two systems. Ah! Shi Ji's eyes sparkled when he heard that. If she could use the enemy's Pangu body to increase the size of her exoskeleton, she would be able to modify her cell structure and become one of the powerful mechanical combat artifacts on the list. That would be too interesting and too powerful. This fallen civilization is really interesting. As expected of the machinery civilization. There are so many things that can be exchanged. Medusa's eyes were also bright. We can take a look. Although they are external items, we can exchange for some to have some fun. The two of them were very interested in the exchange list. Su Ji was also interested in the structure of this civilization. It could allow an ordinary, weak level 9 to possess a level 9 that threatened a perfect Dao foundation. However, this was not what he was concerned about. It was the highest level of exchange. Cloud Star Dao Fruit, it can temporarily reopen a sealed bloodline system, allowing an expert who is close to perfection to replenish their Dao foundation and have the possibility of complete perfection. This treasure is very exaggerated, it's sought after by many. Su Ji muttered to himself, but that's only limited to those who have maxed out on their third gene and are halfway through their fourth gene. I think I'll have a chance to reach perfection again after exchanging a few. He had a strange expression on his face. But Menmei is still missing 2 genes. She's only halfway there. Think she'll have to spend at least hundreds or thousands of genes to activate them temporarily and recultivate her Dao foundation. Only then will I have a chance to break through. Thousands of them? Even Su Ji felt that this exchange for 1 pill was an astronomical figure. It was a robbery. I don't know how it came about. Did they obtain a fruit tree from the remains of some heaven-defying life? Or was it that one of their higher UPS was originally a powerful plant life form that was produced by itself? However, if I can get a trace of flesh and blood from such a life form, Su Ji thought to himself, I might be able to make his family prosper and give birth to a bunch of children. Just as they were looking at the list, they were also moving forward and arrived at a branch of a fallen civilization. This was an incomparably huge and vast world. There was a tall black tower, and the aura of laws lingered around it. On both sides of the street, there were many glass covers, and within them, there were all sorts of huge, compressed spaceships and mechanical battleships. These battleships looked like they were inside the glass cover, but they were actually inside the subspace and were projected here. It's definitely made by the experts here to sell. Medusa could tell at a glance and was very interested. After all, wherever there are people, there will be people doing business, and the level of machinery here is extremely high. My 3 guests, do you need a guide? At this moment, a heavenly emperor-level man walked over. He was more than 3 meters tall and had strong muscles all over his body. He was tall and strong, and he had a fierce aura. However, he bowed his head and said with a charming face, "Welcome to our home, Amonish." "What's the price?" Shi Ji asked cautiously. The man looked at Shi Ji enviously. He could tell that Shi Ji was young and inexperienced, and that he was well protected. People were different from each other. "You can just give me anything," he said respectfully with his head lowered. "That's fine." Medusa smiled, looking very experienced. "Then, tell us why there are so many ordinary people here." "These are the shops on Win Street. They are all opened by a powerful existence in this street. It's placed at the entrance to deceive those who just come in. It's really good stuff, cheap and practical. I can introduce you to a good place." The man led them down the street and introduced, "As for us, the successful cultivators also needed the service of ordinary people. Some dirty and tiring work, even some physical needs, and so on." "Ah? Your body?" Shi Ji was dumbfounded. After all, their race did not have such a concept. After all, 97% of the universe is made up of carbon-based life forms. These carbon-based life forms have desires, which are different from the absolute rationality of silicon-based life forms and other life structures. Most of them were in human form during the evolution process, while some were in beast form. However, there are only a few ways of reproduction. Many of us here are good-looking, in line with the aesthetic standards of certain races, or are very popular with the races with strange shapes. Su Ji's expression was indifferent. Food, sex, and becoming stronger were all instincts of life. It was only natural that the experts here would be like this. "My lords, my name is Meng En, and I grew up here. It is said that 8 generations ago, my ancestor was a deist, and he died outside. The process was ordinary, and since then, generations of our clan have lived here. The man introduced with a smile. Don't you feel sad? Shiji asked. There's nothing to be sad about. I've never even seen her before. Mengen said, you're all deist cultivators who just came in, right? There are many powerhouses here, and most of them are in groups. We have a total of over 1,700 existences at the inspector level, and there are around 100 of them here. The rank of an examiner. At that moment, Su Ji could not help but speak up. Yes, a rank 9 with a perfect Dao foundation. He's the opposite of the 107 Dao Enlightenment Committee in the Blue Abyss Divine Territory. He said. Then there are more than 1,000 of you, isn't that very powerful? Little Shiji was shocked. It's alright. Although their combat strength is similar, it's suitable for an explosive attack. Morn was not on guard at all, and revealed his secret. After all, it's a combat force that relies on external machinery. It uses the stored energy that it has collected to burst out instantly. Although the combat strength is similar, the duration is very short. Is the endurance a problem with energy? Medusa said. Energy is only one of the problems, Morn said. There are also various factors at the same time. If the overload and explosion last for a long time, the functions will decline, and even overheat and stop operating. Also, it's still a machine after all. It can't be repaired instantly if its structure is damaged or incomplete in battle. Thus, the battle that erupts is only for a short period of time. Su Ji nodded as he listened. After all, it was a living being made of flesh and blood. It was true that you used inanimate objects to fight. However, the combat power that erupted in an instant was comparable to the 107 perfect Dao achieving patrols of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory. There were more than 1,000 of them. It was too terrifying. As expected, as long as there were resources, there was no need to consider the problem of aptitude, and these deists did not lack time. They could no longer cultivate, so they used 100,000 years of preparation and red-eyed lone wolves to crazily accumulate energy behind their backs, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. The combat power that erupted in an instant would definitely not be weak. Who could withstand this? No wonder the Azure Abyss Divine Territory was so vigilant. The other weaker level 10 civilizations would definitely be so vigilant, and many of them would definitely be destroyed. Are there a lot of deists? Su Ji asked. How can it not be? I don't know, Muin said softly. People in the Azure Abyss Divine Territory gather in groups, move nomad and hide everywhere. As for us, we spread out and are everywhere. The area that our claws can explore is far larger than they think. According to the current number, there are more than 10,000 of us. 10,000? Oh my god! Shiji was completely shocked. There are so many of them. Are they all from the star systems of the various large civilizations? Morn shook his head and said, how can there be as many as 10,000 deist civilizations? Most of these 10,000 existences were deists here. They were the descendants, children, and disciples that they had cultivated. The fallen cultivators here have 2 hobbies. Which 2 hobbies? Medusa asked curiously. 1. Build stronger mechanical artifacts and collect resources. 2. Of course, in the long years, do your best to have children, teach disciples, and spend resources to cultivate the next generation. The most successful deist I've ever seen has already taught more than 50 deist disciples. Su Ji was stunned. He had thought that he was at the peak of farming, but he didn't expect that he was nothing here. He had only nurtured a few of Dichis, but the other party had already nurtured more than 50. Can't be compared. They simply couldn't compare. Were these cultivators all breeding pigs? It seems like 2 hobbies, but it's actually 1, right? Medusa had a faint smile on her face. Mengen also laughed. My lord, you're really observant. It's all for the sake of breaking through to the 9th rank, and you're keen on training disciples. Of course, it was to seize the Dao seed. Even if he didn't have the qualifications to break through and become an ordinary level 9, he would still be able to become a powerful assistant and help him expand his influence. Every inspector was a large group of this kind. Countless deists worked together to protect an extremely powerful Dao artifact. When a powerhouse can't improve his own combat power, he will think of other ways to improve it, and training disciples is the best choice. It may help him break through, but even if he can't, he can still improve the combat power of his subordinates. Su Ji laughed out loud. What a unique civilization structure. It's a mad tide of cultivating disciples. Chapter 1034. The patrol and the structure. Morn led them on the streets. The surrounding streets had a magical and technological style, with mechanical spaceships and armors in glass covers. However, it was an ancient black and green color, giving off a sense of old vicissitudes. Those who didn't know would think that they had come to some remote and dilapidated ancient city. Morn looked at Medusa and continued to explain with a smile, that's obvious. You've come here, so if you want to advance in the future, you have to be like them. You also have to continuously give birth to countless offspring and breed your own population to at least a few 100 million, here, all of them are 9th grade beasts with their families. Every 9th grade beast has at least tens of billions of clansmen, who are being nurtured and selected for their descendants. Medusa nodded. I see. I came here to adapt to the life here, and I also wanted to start studying Dao artifacts and reproduce crazily. Thank you for the reminder. Su Ji felt as if a whole new world had been opened up to him. The decadent and boring life of a pig-breeding man. He finally understood the lifestyle of a fallen Tier 9. Their descendants were the offspring of Dao cultivators. Naturally, part of their soul and flesh had fused together. They had taken a step forward on the road to rank 9, and the difficulty of rank 9 had been reduced. In addition, his descendants were his blood relatives. He could let them cultivate the same 4 bloodline systems as him and eventually condense a Dao seed. After he seized it, the rejection force of this Dao seed would be the least. As for bearing offspring, the more powerful a transcendent was, the more difficult it would be. This meant that a large period of time would be lost and a large amount of vitality would be consumed. The time it would take to affect one's cultivation was equivalent to indirectly shortening one's lifespan. However, it didn't matter to these fallen cultivators. They gave birth like crazy and trained their disciples. He was too ruthless. Su Ji was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't an ordinary fertility. Being unable to cultivate and having nothing to do was very terrifying. Every day, they would be collecting resources and sowing seeds. Medusa murmured, it seems that the birth of a grade 9 is very difficult, but it also depends on whether there are people who are willing to spend a lot of effort and nurture it. As for these grade 9 experts, it was to let his descendants cultivate completely according to his 4 paths, teach them personally, and nurture them at all costs. It was very likely that they would have a breakthrough. After all, it was difficult to walk his own path, but it was easy to walk his father's path. His father had already developed his bloodline system to the limit and had the experience of cultivating the other 3 bloodline systems. If the lifespan of a grade 9 divine emperor was compared to a mortal's lifespan of 100 years, then they could live at the age of 20, 40. Wait, achieve 3 and 4 generations in one haul. Just like mortals, they could have 2 or even 3 grade 9 offspring from generation to generation. It was like the reproduction ability of mortals. Furthermore, they will accelerate the flow of time in the subspace, causing the descendants of the living beings inside to age rapidly. 100 years a day, it wouldn't be surprising if more cultivators were to appear. Morn looked at the mysterious woman in shock. Although this was only natural, he had not said anything before it was deduced. This was somewhat admirable. That's right. That's the problem of the bottleneck, Morn said with a smile. It's very difficult for the first rank 9 immortal to be born. Even the entire civilization might not be able to break through this bottleneck in their entire life. However, with the first one, this race, it's possible for multiple Daists to appear. Shiji was listening with great interest. This was very interesting. This was the benefit of going out. He had come out for a walk to broaden his horizons. It was a very interesting experience of the universe and strange things. After all, her inherited memories only contained the methods of cultivation, but she didn't have the knowledge of these heavens in the universe. I'm sure you understand the structure of this place. Master. Morn bowed respectfully with his head lowered, acting like a servant. Next, I suggest that you register and buy the coordinates of your space. After that, if he was strong enough, he could try to join some groups of investigators. After all, they would also recruit new people with potential. If one's combat strength was insufficient, they could join some ordinary groups. You can also join some of the shops nearby and become an apprentice. You can help out and learn the techniques of crafting. With your abilities, you can slowly rise. Morn pointed at the shops next to them, saying that this was also one of the ways to become stronger. Medusa was stunned. As expected, most of the people here formed gangs. According to this theory, every inspector level of combat power was controlled by a group. They cultivated and collected resources together to provide a powerful Deo weapon. The combat power that each of them could unleash in an instant would not be weaker than the 107 perfect Deists of the Azure Abyss Divine Territory. However, their sustained combat strength was not very good. Out of the 1,000+ investigators, there wasn't a single. A Deist with a perfect Deo foundation? Individual combat strength? Medusa suddenly asked with a smile. Morn looked at Medusa in shock. Of course there is, although I have only heard of it, he said. The top 10 existences had all exchanged for the Cloud Star Deo fruit and their Deo foundations had been perfected again. Their individual combat strength is also very powerful. Medusa was suddenly enlightened. That giant venomous snake was the one who had exchanged for the Cloud Star Deo fruit. He must be one of the top-tier patrolmen who had already transcended and completed his Deo foundation. No wonder he had personally gone up to battle with Yun and had such exaggerated combat strength. Yun and the giant venomous snake were both terrifying existences. Even Ditchi and Carolyn were far from being his match, let alone her. Then what group do you recommend? Medusa asked. Morn hesitated for a moment and said, this place is one of the Nomad branch strongholds. We only have about 100 suppression level patrols, and you can't just join them as you please. They were almost fixed, and basically all of them were family businesses. If a newcomer had an outstanding performance here, they would make an exception and be invited to be a guest of foreign clans. At present, only new groups within 30,000 years would accept new members. This was because after 30,000 years, most of those who survived would leave and establish their own group, reproduce, and strive for the combat power of Inspector. Speaking of short-term newcomer groups, I have 2 very good recommendations. It's up to you to choose. Tell me, Medusa said. The first one is an organization called the Burning Cloud. It has been established for 27,000 years, and the members of the organization are all his concubines. Muin said. In front of him, the shadow of a handsome man in a pure white cloak gradually appeared. The first impression he gave was that he was a high-spirited hero. Rely on a strong person. Medusa laughed. Yes, there aren't many existences like this who like beauty and are willing to bring a burden to new people. However, he had heard that the other party's bloodline required the help of a Deo partner to cultivate, which was why he did so. However, the other party is indeed very loyal and likes beauties. As long as he is loyal, he will never mistreat the other party. Morn's voice gradually weakened. It's said that he has reached the bottleneck of the inspector level. Prepare to break through, and at the same time, declare to the outside world that he won't abandon the woman who's following him. There are indeed not many good people like him. Medusa laughed. This person is quite interesting. What about the other one? The other one is an organization called Nethera. It's purely an organization for women and has been established for more than 10,000 years. Yes. Muin said, his strength can only be considered average, very mediocre. At present, there are 3 Deist cultivators, all newcomers. There's a mutual aid organization like this at every time, but it's a good place for newbies to get together. Are there no pure men's organizations? Medusa asked with a smile. Of course there are. They're also in a group, but your identity. I recommend these 2 for now. Morn said, in fact, for tens of thousands of years, our base has only been occupied by these 3 groups that are still accepting newcomers. In the past 30,000 years, there have only been 9 foreign cultivators, and with you, there are 10. In 30,000 years, only 9 had joined. Su Ji laughed and suddenly interjected, there's very little foreign fresh blood. Basically, it's the internal production that has the most, right? Yes, that's exactly the case. Muin said. He then brought Medusa and the others to an office. Soon, he registered and purchased a spatial coordinate, and he could locate the entrance to his subspace in that area. After choosing a good spot, Medusa communicated with him and inquired about the details before leaving. On the other hand, Raina Mansaga didn't interfere at all. He brought his younger daughter along as he studied the exchange section of the Dao card, including mechanical armors, mechanical spaceships, and various Dao artifacts. Morn was very envious when he saw this scene. It was better to live off a woman. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to walk around and chat with his daughter. However, he still followed behind him respectfully. "Sir, do you think I'm up to your standards? 4 generations, our family." Medusa turned around and said with a faint smile, "You want to follow us?" Muin nodded. This was a rare opportunity, and he was very optimistic about Medusa. Otherwise, he would not have been so enthusiastic. "If you want to come, then come." Medusa did not mind. "By the way, Nacella, bring me in tomorrow to take a look." Chapter 1035. Common topic. After settling down the subspace, there was nothing to pack, so he came over light. Morn also officially became an attendant. He was respectful and sensible. Early the next morning, he followed the group to a simple shop at the edge of the city. "I'll take my leave first," Muin said. He walked through the door. It felt like a hardware store, a messy pile of machinery, spare parts, barrels of engine oil, obviously some kind of half-finished product, all neatly placed on the shelf. There were 3 existences inside, and they were busy. Su Ji had been full of anticipation at first. After all, a rank 9 Dao achieving cultivator must have been a peerless beauty. This kind of Dao achieving existence that transcended the laws of the universe had a body that was spotless, and everything had been adjusted to the most perfect and good-looking body. At the same time, he was very curious about these fallen Daoists. Their genes, bloodlines, systems. After all, to be able to reach this stage, he must be quite intelligent. If it was possible, it was not like he could not. To him, it might be a good opportunity. However, what he saw in front of him made him a little confused. This so-called beauty. It was a large spider with a human head and a snow-white body. One of them looked like a fiery red cobalt, and he gave off a delicate feeling. There was also a sticky dark green jello humanoid beauty. Only the last one barely met the human aesthetic standards of Earthlings. The first 2 were beautiful, but not the kind of beauty that was meant for the opposite sex. "There's a new member. Has he joined us?" The 3 of them looked at Medusa with joy. The 8 claws of the spider beauty slowly stood up. "I heard yesterday that there was a newcomer coming to our side, but I did not expect him to choose to join us. Welcome, welcome. If you don't go to Fen Yun's place, it means that you're also a clean living person of the same generation. We're here to rely on ourselves and resist all despicable acts of attaching ourselves to men." Yup. Medusa also felt that it was strange, but she just smiled. He didn't expect that the communication between these Daoist cultivators was like the communication between ordinary people. It was unexpectedly ordinary and casual. "Don't be so reserved. You might have never seen an existence on the same level as you before when you've traveled across countless universes, but you'll get used to it after you've seen so many people here. However, you have to be careful." At the side, the jelly beauty brought Medusa into the house and said, "Don't go out too much. Some evil fallen Daoists will kill other Daoists to obtain various materials and resources. This is especially so for us beautiful female cultivators. They will even capture us to satisfy their evil interests. After all, some guys are interested in powerful female cultivators and have the habit of enslaving them. That's a life worse than death. Yeah, we have to be more vigilant." The dog-headed man said, "That Fen Yun is always looking at Big Sister. He is very interested in her. He comes here every 2 to 3 days. The Big Sister next to him was the beautiful spider named Nazira. She also smiled and introduced, "Indeed, there are countless fallen cultivators who are envious and drooling over beauties like us, especially since the 3 of us are still young girls. Because we are the super geniuses of our own civilization, we are able to decide our own era when we cultivate. Ordinary males won't be interested in us when they pursue us." The beautiful spider, Nazira, had a proud look on her face. Yup, the green jello woman had a gentle expression on her face. "Sister, although there are many experts here, most males have decent moral character and are willing to depend on each other for survival. There really isn't anyone here." This small group of people was quite interesting. "Are you 2 from the same civilization?" Medusa asked. "Yes, Madura and I came from the same civilization." The beautiful spider lady, Nysera, grabbed the jelly man's hand and looked at the kobold beside him. Wainer, on the other hand, came from another civilization. Su Ji was speechless. It seemed that the three of them were all very popular deist beauties. Su Ji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that perhaps he had broken through too quickly. After all, it had only been less than a year. This kind of breakthrough speed had seriously caused his aesthetic appreciation to be unable to keep up with his combat strength. As it turned out, after seeing so many alien races among the civilization of Dao cultivators, these powerful existences had also begun to feel that as long as they were all carbon-based races, living beings made of flesh and blood, they would all be good-looking, and the world would be harmonious across races. It's probably because the Dao achieving existences at these levels look down on all civilizations and countless galaxies. Their vision has long transcended the limits of race and form. Su Ji sat on the side with his daughter and began to think about how strange that Fen Yun, his concubines and cultivation partners were. Su Ji suddenly understood a little, but he could not accept it. Perhaps his life was too short and he had not experienced enough. He did not have a broad mind. He still liked the human form and the aesthetic of human beings. This is. The spider beauty laughed. This is. My senior and her daughter. He can be considered my guide, Medusa explained with a smile. But he still has not broken through to level 9. Is that so? They didn't mind. It's a good choice for you to join us. We'll be a 4-man group in the future. We're doing some machinery trading here. Help other existences to order and replace some mechanical parts, as well as repair. You've just arrived, so it's best for you to learn some of the various chores. Medusa nodded. It was only natural for him to switch from the supernatural to the technological side. Medusa did not mind and began to seriously plan to learn from them. After all, secretly learning the experience and knowledge of this civilization was enough of a temptation for her. Right, learning is learning. You're new here, so you should hurry up and produce offspring, nurture offspring, then cover the higher dimension space-time and speed up the flow of time. Try to produce more than 100 million offspring and reproduce continuously. This way, geniuses will emerge one after another. Although the beauty spider, Nysera, looked very proud, she still said very carefully. The three of us have at least 1 billion descendants in our high-dimensional space-time. It's normal for a person to lead a civilization. The jelly-like young lady, Madura, said. You're so productive, and you still have the cheek to say that you're an elder daughter. The dog-headed man was stunned. Madura's eyes widened. That's not the same. At our level, we can reproduce by ourselves. Don't think that I have many children, but I'm still clean and pure. Furthermore, if we were to give birth to the offspring of a deist with other living beings, it would instead cause our bloodline to become mixed and mutating. We would no longer be of the same species as ourselves, causing the Dao seed condensed by our own offspring to not be compatible with us. Shi Ji understood. When they reproduced, they would reproduce their own race, striving to be exactly the same as themselves. After all, this was the only way to perfectly fit the Dao seed. His own bloodline would not be contaminated. After all, it was necessary for a powerful race to maintain the purity of their extraordinary bloodline. Then wouldn't a Dao companion be useless? Then why do you guys still look so popular? Medusa asked with a smile. It's normal for the descendants to cultivate and continue the glorious path of their own race. However, normal cultivators are still living beings of flesh and blood, so they still have needs in this aspect. The spider lady explained patiently, ordinary rank 8 gods are not life forms from the same dimension. They are like paper. Even if you use 1/10,000th of your power, you have to be careful. Deists are very rare, so a beautiful deist is still very popular. I see. Little Shiji nodded. No wonder she's not from my own race. She looks strange, but she can still marry someone from another race. Because there's no other choice. The three of them looked embarrassed. This little girl was really honest. It seemed that she had not been born for long and did not know much about the ways of the world. Cough, 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 it's not that hard. Nysera said with smile. It's not that hard. Although most of them like to have a body shape that is similar to their own race, most of them don't care about their form anymore. There are even some special cultivators who like all kinds of special life forms. Just like my sister. She's an exotic spider beauty, known as the #1 beauty here, said the green-skinned Medusa. Medusa nodded, also feeling that it was very fresh. See. Those Deo companions would develop their own race and civilization to ensure their own purity. But they won't have any offspring. It's not that they don't. Some special civilizations prefer such descendants of deists. Nisra smiled. Because there's a chance that the genes of the two races will fuse and a powerful mutated new race will appear. After all, life is a very mysterious thing. It is said that some powerful extraordinary races were born in this way. For example, the three great heavenly venerates of the Azure Abyss divine domain. No way? Is this how their time-controlling bloodline was born? I don't know. I heard that's how it is. It's said that many heaven-defying bloodlines are born in this way. That's right. I heard that we have an existence at the inspector level here. They like their descendants that have mutated like this, and they have hundreds of them. Although most of them are disabled, it's said that a few of them are heaven-defying. The three of them began to chatter and gossip. In fact, we were quite interested in this kind of mutated baby. After all, our own race is only responsible for missions, training, and flourishing civilization. Who doesn't want to have a man they like and have our own child? It's also the love and hard work of both sides. It'll be even better if they can become stronger. That's right. Such a dream is not bad. However, there are too few deist cultivators who are worthy of trust and trust. Su Ji sat to the side and listened to the heated conversation between these people in the store. It was only then that he realized how strange the atmosphere of the fallen civilization was. The entire fallen civilization is talking about this topic of future generations? A race with a prosperous civilization that reproduced hundreds of millions, or even billions. Moreover, they were all very familiar with it and understood the system of knowledge in this area. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why they are called fallen. But fortunately, Su Ji was able to quickly integrate himself into the topic of these women who had achieved Dao. Because he was also very good at it. Chapter 1036. The Invasion of Darkness. A few days passed. I see. Your Excellency is very proficient in this area. I didn't expect there to be such a method. According to the world's way of giving birth, at the same time, it will increase the conflict between wars. This will increase the efficiency of the emergence of powerhouses. They were greatly shocked. He really admired the teacher of this evil goddess. After all, they had come here as a group of weak people. Many things had been explored by themselves, and they had indeed been taught a lesson. Su Ji realized that the lives of these deist existences were indeed boring staying in this shop. He stayed in the same shop every day and didn't need to cultivate. They were just casually chatting, and they talked about all kinds of topics. No wonder they were so enthusiastic and conversed so well when they first arrived. It really wasn't just for show, they were just chatting like that every day. At the same time, they would also create all sorts of machinery and spare parts while they were chatting. Although they were also in the subspace, nurturing their own civilization, and many gods were born every day, with the complete inheritance of the civilization, there was still no Tier 9. After all, they were only 10,000 years old rookies. They only had ordinary second or third gene bloodlines, and their aptitude and combat power were not outstanding. This led to their lack of resources, and they could only be nurtured in such a way. In their words, they could join other civilizations and use their beauty to live off a woman and live through their primitive accumulation. However, they did not want to do that. That would tie them up and sacrifice their Deo hearts. Although he had fallen, he didn't really want to fall. After all, he still had pride. Even now, they didn't dare to go out, because they knew that many deists might attack and kill them in the dark. Here, they relied on their skills to open a shop and earn resources. In fact, Su Ji had also benefited greatly in the process of chatting, taking turns, and chatting with them. They understood how to develop civilization, the self-cultivation of breeding pigs, and all kinds of better leeks cutting techniques. Even Su Ji was amazed and learned a lot from each other. That's right. You have to study hard too. Let's build this new weapon together and have more offspring. Train him well. They warned Medusa. Don't worry, we're only 10,000 years old. And he was still an extremely young existence. Now, he was tempering his strength and learning techniques. We'll only go out when we're strong enough to protect ourselves after we've finished building our Crimson Star. said Spider Beauty Nysera. The Crimson Star was the weapon they had created. His energy level was 6. It was considered a relatively powerful weapon. After all, a fallen immortal had an energy level of about 0.4. It was not that the higher the energy level, the better it was. If one could not afford to raise it, then there was no need to talk about it. We're only 10,000 years old. If we use the lifespan of an ordinary life, which is 100 years, we're only 10 years old. We're still underaged. Nisra's face was calm. Although we have many children, we will wait until we are of age and powerful before we find a suitable cultivation partner. That's right. Don't worry. We still have a chance. Our lifespans have just begun. Although we can't cultivate anymore. But our children can cultivate. Madura was also seriously encouraging her. Su Ji sat by the side and read a book, listening to them as he climbed up the system of the grade 9 path. Although that was what he said, he still felt that something was wrong. He had also completely discovered it. These Dao cultivators were really ordinary. They lived like normal people and didn't have anything high and mighty. After all, as the high and mighty Dao holder of the universe, he could show off in front of mortals and gods in his own extraordinary mythological world. In his own world, he was known as the creator spider goddess, the master of the blue sea and soft water, and the legendary ancient existence that created the world. In front of people of the same level, all kinds of truth and obscenities would come out. He was probably too bored and had nothing to do but to chat. He did not care about his image at all. On the other hand, Shi Ji's eyes were shining with admiration. Father, they can live through what is known as the curse of the universe, and the dark depravity of 100,000 years like this. He can't cultivate, but he's still seeking joy in the midst of suffering. He's really too strong. Su Ji nodded and said with a smile, I brought you out to see how the ordinary civilizations outside cultivate. I want to know their pain. The great Dao depends on competition. By snatching. You'll have to experience this over the years, you have to persevere and be a diligent seeker. Only then can you have a better future. Su Ji had already found a land of death, the neutron star. He sent little Shiji there to train, where he could swing his fists and climb the path of grade 9. They said that I'm simple and easy to deceive. Shiji said. It's fine. You don't need to train in these. Only the weak and those who lacked resources needed to scheme against each other. You're just swinging your fists, swinging your fists, swinging your fists. Su Ji smiled and said, instead of studying other things, why don't you focus on these? When one's mind was complicated and Dao heart was mixed, the speed of cultivation would slow down, the speed of waving one's fist would also slow down, and one would hesitate. Look at the leader of the martial arts world, he's so poor that he only has a cloak left. He's a pretty smart person, but he never likes to use his brain. Who can beat him? Little Shiji nodded with all his might. Su Ji laughed. The child was still young, not even 1,000 years old. It was very important for him to maintain the purity of his Dao heart and to swing his fists. Back then, Daoist Changsheng had a heart of glass. He did not scheme against others. He cried bravely, laughed bravely, and spoke honestly. That was why he improved so quickly. The leader of the martial arts world was the same. Another 13 years passed. Su Ji realized that the pace of their lives was very slow. It was unimaginably slow. To Su Ji, it had been 13 years. To them, it was just a few hours of business. After all, this civilization of the fallen was different from Su Ji. They would not throw themselves into a high-dimensional space-time to die. It was only their own civilization that would accelerate. They were traveling at the speed of a normal creature. According to the normal speed of these Daoist cultivators and the elderly. They'll lie down like this for a few more months, and there won't be any changes. To me, a few months is already a few thousand years. I might even break through to the 9th step. In the past few thousand years, Carolyn and Dichi might have fully accumulated their strength and cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art to the 9th rank. They would be able to sweep through the masses and return to the realm of being unrivaled in the same realm. Su Ji listened to their conversation and felt that life was just so dull. The speed of these old people was too slow, and life was not interesting at all. Life was about burning, so what was the point of a Daoist living like that? It was enough to live for 2 or 3 years. If he didn't break through, he would die. It felt neat and refreshing. As for getting their blood and cells, it wasn't that he didn't have his guard up. Moreover, the bloodline of a cultivator was difficult to obtain. The soul and the body were one, and every cell was fused with the soul. It was impossible to even scrape off some skin from the body unless one forcefully attacked and crippled the person. Over the past few days, a few cultivators who had achieved Dao would occasionally appear and come over to buy and sell things. Su Ji would only occasionally watch. But he also heard them talk about some strange gossip and secrets, and he gained a lot. The god who came this morning might be an old man in simple clothes, but he's not eye-catching on any planet. In their civilization, he's known as the bewitching shadow dragon. In the ancient myths and legends of Zixi, he's the supreme existence of the universe that created the world. The subspace extraordinary world within his body had a population of 170 billion. There are tens of thousands of gods, and countless god systems intertwine. Su Ji sat in the shop, his eyes red with envy. Just how rich was he? These fallen civilizations were all extremely wealthy, and they were frantically collecting resources. Compared to the neighboring abyssal blue divine domain, which only knew how to cultivate and didn't actively collect resources, the difference was too great. The wealth difference between the technology and supernatural side was too great. Besides, that dark green snot-nosed brat just now. He might look ugly, but he's... That's why you shouldn't underestimate them. Every being here is extremely terrifying. They control a large world and are the overlords of the universe, above billions of creatures. Su Ji sat in the shop and stared at the back of the departing figures, feeling a little envious. He even had the urge to follow them and do something. However, he couldn't beat them, so he had no choice. Your eyes are filled with longing. That's why I said you have to work hard. Looking at the adoration on his face as he watched the enlightened ones leave the shop one after another, Nisira couldn't help but sigh and encourage him seriously. In the afternoon, Medusa was still studying, and it was unexpectedly boring. Have you heard? The 17th Patrol Envoy. Their lineage has just produced a 9th grade genius with a perfected Dao foundation who has just broken through. He has already left the transcendent world and is now outside. He actually came out? So lucky? Did I win the grand prize? That's right. It's said that he was sent outside right after he broke through to become rank 9 Dao achieving cultivator. That cultivator was still dumbfounded at that time. He did not know that there was such a world outside and that there was such a structure of the universe. It's even the knowledge of the transcendent world in the well, yet it was directly locked by the divine ring. The divine ring lock was one of the most precious secret treasures below the cloud star Dao fruit. One could leave a mark on it and leave a secret door behind. One would have absolute control over it even if one's strength was stronger than one's in the future. How tragic! That's right. How would they know that the gentle and kind primogenitor God, who had given countless resources to create the world, would do this to them? It's the same for us. We do the same for our own supernatural worlds. It can't be helped. They were born to serve us. We are the great masters of the laws of the universe. The so-called epics and hymns are just a blink of an eye to us. Although I also feel that this is a little cruel, in order to survive, there are many bones on the road to the Dao. I'm now hearing that this person with a perfect Dao foundation has already been locked with the divine ring lock and is treated as a treasure. He's crazily training them, waiting to break through to the 10th level and then kill the pigs. This is too tragic. You said it's tragic again. Then, aren't the 17 inspectors about to break through to the 10th level? I don't know. The ancestors of this race might not be able to suppress the 17 investigators. How many 9th rank clansmen had he nurtured over the years? All of them were imperfect 9th rank spiritual beasts, and there were already more than 30 of them. These descendants and disciples were working for him. After all, they were from the same clan, and they were all fallen Dao cultivators. They had the same goal as their ancestors. But now? They'll be very envious of this Dao seed of their own race, which is the most suitable for them. They'll have 4 perfect Dao seeds condensed from their bloodlines. Won't they attack? Arg! That would be too tragic. The green-skinned Jello maiden exclaimed and said, even if we succeeded, it was because of those rank 9 descendants. We failed because of them. He had made enemies for himself. These Dao-achieving disciples who had failed to break through were going to fight with him. The internal affairs of the 17 inspectors are going to be in chaos. The old master, his disciples, his sons, and his descendants, separated by countless generations, are all fighting for resources. It's not the first time something like this has happened. We might end up like this in the future. You're thinking too much. What kind of big shots are the top 100 supreme examiners? It's almost impossible for us to even get into the top 1000. We might have died long ago. That's right. Being in the front represents strength and more resources. More resources means more offspring can be bred. The probability of an existence with a perfect Dao foundation is all due to the investment of resources. That's how it is. If you don't have enough talent, you can only use resources. That's right. I heard that the third prosecutor, Chu, went to annihilate the Azure Abyss divine territory. In the end, he brought that strange news, the Buddhist sect. The third inspector? Giant venomous snake. That level of taboo had already turned a fallen person into a person with a perfect Dao foundation. He had completed the transformation that we had been dreaming of. He was a terrifying figure of the highest level. If I can marry that kind of existence. Don't even think about it. The 17 inspectors have to survive this wave and obtain the Dao seed. Only then can they be comparable to the third inspector. Such an existence can break through to the 10th level at any time. It's just that he's afraid of being besieged by others, so he's been accumulating his foundation. When he breaks through, he'll be at least 10% weaker than the others. The ultimate realm of the universe. It's really something to look forward to. They sat in the shop, consoling each other while numbly making mechanical parts and looking at the sky outside. Su Ji found it odd and interesting. There's such an amazing operation? It was like a production line. After cultivating dozens of defective products, he had finally cultivated a finished product. However, he still had to face the dozens of defective products from before competing with him for the finished product. Was this considered shooting himself in the foot? Another half a day passed, which was equivalent to 50 years in Su Ji's world. Su Ji was also secretly traveling around the place, learning the mechanical system of this civilization and helping to make various mechanical parts, cores, and components that were distorted by the laws in the shop. All of a sudden, a huge explosion was heard. It's a war zone. After walking out of the shop, Nisira said with a solemn expression, it requires all of us to enter the high-dimensional space-time. It seems like it was the Buddha sect from before. A few people at the inspector level had gone to investigate, and the results were estimated to be. It's not good. Medusa sat beside him and smiled. It was just a curse from the heavens. Controlling machines? It was still fine before, as the virus might not have much of an effect. But now, he had gotten the pillar god of Ji. With the three pillar gods' absolute calmness and calculative abilities, they must have set a trap and caught him off guard. Even if the three pillar gods' current combat power was not even comparable to that of a patrol. However, when they used external objects, it wasn't because their own strength was powerful. It had a fatal flaw. Your machinery might have been infected, and the terrifying and strange scenes of the Teal civilization have appeared. Chapter 1037. The Rise of Species, Landing on Earth. Everything is going to be chaotic. The spider beauty Nacella looked at the sky with a grave expression. She knew about the war between terrifying existences at the level of examiners. Cultivators with perfect Dao foundations were not people weaklings like her could interfere with. Right now, the entire Amonish city branch was on high alert and had entered a higher dimension. Right now, they must be issuing the highest level missions to those existences at the level of investigators. There are also some big shots who are one level lower assisting them. This was a war between civilizations that were weaker than level 10. Every weak level 10 civilization ruled over countless level 9 civilizations. It could be said to be the highest scale civilization war in the current universe. In such a war between civilizations, hundreds of thousands of worlds and transcendent worlds would be embroiled in a life and death battle. Hundreds of millions of vast gods, undead spirits, superpowers, machinery, holy spirits, martial arts, and various major divine branches would all fall. The great terror of it was beyond the imagination of all Daoist cultivators who had transcended the laws of the universe. Nasera's expression was completely grave as he said, "We'll probably have to go to the front line and participate in the war." I wonder if the war will be intense this time. We might have to go to the rear and take on some maintenance, nursing, and rescue missions. Their group could only accept this kind of rear maintenance task. Let's go. According to our intelligence, a war has already broken out in the White Horse Galaxy, which is more than 700,000 light-years away. They looked at Medusa and began to move the entire shop. It slowly rose into the air and turned into a small flying ship. I didn't expect you to enter the high-dimensional space-time and fight with us. It's a crisis, but it's also a good opportunity. We can earn points to exchange for many things. Be careful. Don't think that our lives are long and carefree. However, this kind of war was very intense and short-lived. It could be extremely tragic in just a few days, and even an entire civilization could be destroyed. After all, 2 to 3 days was equivalent to 200 to 300 years in the higher dimension. That's already too much. Hwalala. Looking over, the entire encampment was filled with an extremely spectacular scene. Countless cultivators began to travel. They formed a mighty long dragon, but soon, due to the speed of their spatial jumps, the distance between them was widened, and the faster ones could no longer be seen. At this moment, they received the news of the battle at the front line. What? There are already 7 people at the inspector level who have already defected. Nisra's expression changed slightly. This was a powerful existence on the level of an inspector. Their mechanical energy levels were at least above 20. The power that exploded in an instant was able to suppress most of the deists of the transcendent system. After all, many deists with a transcendent perfect Deo foundation were below energy level 10. With 10 of them joining hands, the combat strength that can be called the patrol envoys with explosive power is unstoppable. However, in an instant, they were all killed and ambushed, and only 3 managed to escape. A monster of this level. Their expressions were unnatural and extremely ugly. They were still newbies. In their ridicule, they were still teenagers and had even less power to resist this situation and the terrifying enemy. He was too weak. After all, they were newcomers who had just joined the team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a group. One must know that newcomers were very miserable. The hierarchy here had long been solidified. All the guilds had already become their own race, and they hated that they could not suppress and kill you. This was the civilization of the fallen, and they were all despaired. The 100,000 years of darkness had caused the atmosphere here to be vicious and dark. Nisra's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the people on both sides. Since we've joined my organization, we must work together to resist this disaster. If they were not careful enough, they might die. On the path of cultivation, there are countless corpses. We must fight and not fall. Madura took a deep breath. It's said that something terrible and dark happened because of the system that was the natural nemesis of our machinery civilization. The inspectors can't even use their full power. The other inspectors are all trying to avoid the battle and are researching new Deo artifacts to defend. They were still discussing, and their voices became completely solemn. It was a matter of life and death. He might die. In their eyes, it was already a very terrifying situation. After all, they were too weak, and they had to go to the rear. Don't think that the rear is very safe. It is the most dangerous, even more dangerous than the front line. If the other party is smart, they will directly attack the logistics and circle around the rear. They would first kill the weakest group of people who couldn't even enter the battlefield. All around them, people were heading to their destination from all directions. They also started their journey. They warned each other, we have to be careful. It's not safe once we leave the encampment and carry out missions. There will be other fallen existences who might be jealous of us and secretly besiege us. But don't worry, we've already set up defenses when we jump to the coordinates. The frequency of our jumps is very fast, and it'll be difficult for others to track us, unless it's an existence at the level of an inspector. However, an existence at that level wouldn't even look at small fry like us. Boom! Their shop was a special Deo artifact that could jump and fly quickly. Su Ji looked up, but he was also very indifferent. The 3 pillar gods. As expected, they had started to stir up such a huge storm that it had alarmed this place. A war was inevitable. Finally, his life was no longer as slow as a snail. He had entered a higher dimension and became normal. The current situation was similar to the previous situation where the Deo-achieving cultivators had gone in all directions to the ruins of the elemental civilization. Wonder if the three pillar gods will try to kill me halfway like last time. In short, he might be beaten up. They knew how threatening you were, so how could they let you continue to grow? Secretly infected. After all, this weak level 10 civilization was too terrifying. They would find it difficult to resist any of its tentacles. Carolyn, did she, even their 107th committee and more than 1,000 investigators couldn't stop them. They could only be compared to the top existences among them. The three pillar gods were able to kill the 7 investigators in an instant because he had hidden his background too deeply and set a trap with his powerful computing power. The other party had used external objects, and they were only able to be ambushed because they were an incomplete level 9 that was not very strong. Now that he had come to his senses, the other party was already researching countermeasures. What do you think of the battle? Medusa muttered. They've set up a successful ambush. After all, they're very good at this kind of method. However, they'll soon fall into a disadvantage. I don't know if they can create a miracle and reverse the situation. After all, it's very scary to be infected with a virus with absolute calm and rationality. Su Ji smiled faintly and said, however, although I've devoured a wave of power to strengthen myself, the gap is still too big. Let's see if I can struggle and create miracle. Also, the abyssal blue divine territory might try to sabotage us in secret. They will act in secret? Shiji asked. That's very possible. Medusa smiled and was still tinkering with the machinery. For them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This civilization that can restrain the machinery side has great strategic significance. On the other hand, the Azure Abyss Divine Territory didn't have much of an effect on transcendent powerhouses. After all, a flawless Tao root can't be infected, which means that the members of the 107 Supreme Council are not afraid at all. A civilization that can suppress the fallen civilization. How could the Abyssal Blue Divine Territory let him go? To them, he was truly a Buddhist, a person who could save all sentient beings from suffering and disaster. If the 3 great Abyss Blue Sky Venerables were more ruthless and decisive, they could start an all-out war with this as the trigger. Therefore, the other party had mobilized a large number of people because the fallen civilization had seen the great horror within. That's why we have to exterminate this Buddhist sect in advance. That's too tragic. Is there a possibility of the fallen civilization being destroyed? With a serious look, little Shiji looked at the 3 Daoist cultivators who were still working next to him and felt that they were a little pitiful. He could only go with the flow. After all, even though they had fallen, they were still fighting for a glimmer of hope. Not everyone would think of the scourge and seize other people's Dao seeds. There was really no way. However, the enmity between 2 civilizations was an irreconcilable conflict. Then, shall we join the battle? Shiji asked softly. Su Ji smiled and patted her on the head. There's no need. We're here to observe the structure of civilization and take a leisurely tour. You guys just have to stay quietly in this shop and do your research and study. As a terrifying virus that was absolutely rational and the most difficult to kill, if even they could not resist it and break the situation, then the gap between the enemy and the allies was really too great. Any means would be laughable. He really did plan to observe the battle here and study the situation in the maintenance and support department in the rear. At this moment, in the entire machinery shop. I hope that when I get to the front line, I can sell these reserves for a good price during the maintenance. This is a chance to get in touch with the big shots, and even some powerful investigators. We don't want to be beaten to death, said Nizra as he was sorting out the mechanical parts, each of which was an exquisite mechanical gear. Damn it! If we had more time, our Dao artifact would have been successfully refined. Why did it have to be at this time? The dark green jello girl, Madura, was extremely angry. After all, they were all Daoist artifact parts that could distort the laws and were exquisitely crafted. It took a lot of effort to complete them, and countless more were needed to form a truly powerful mechanical battle machine. Medusa and little Shiji were also studying these machines, learning and helping seriously, gaining experience and talent in this area. Suji, on the other hand, was a little bored. After all, the war was imminent, but hiding in the rear did not seem to bring much benefit. This was the cruelty of war. These Daoists were powerful, but to the true forbidden overlords of the universe, they were just pawns for them to reach the end of the Dao. If one couldn't walk to the end of the great Dao, one wouldn't be able to transcend. Speaking of which, my speed is too slow. What happened to them might not be the same as what happened to me in the future. To the existences in the higher dimensions. They are too weak. Those who have attained the Dao control the lives of countless existences, while other existences control the lives of those who have attained the Dao. Their war is breaking out, and I. Su Ji's expression gradually turned serious. When he was outside, the more civilizations he saw and the more ordinary Daoist bloodlines he saw, the more he understood how terrifying and rare precious bloodlines were, and the more he understood how powerful the insect race was. However, such a heaven-defying Zerg had fallen. Su Ji did not know what he was going to face. Speaking of strength, it's been a long time since I've truly created the era. The New World's sand plate has not been built. Su Ji suddenly thought of something. He sat in front of the shop and looked at the existences behind him who were trying their best to save up. He sighed. The creation of the century was the foundation of strength. After all, the previous creation era had been carried out in the ruins of the elemental civilization, so it could not be considered. It was a brand new era. At the same time, Su Ji's horizons had already been broadened. As he grew stronger, his vision grew. Ordinary species could no longer satisfy his needs. What was the point of creating an ordinary transcendent world? Was he joking? He was a very realistic person. There was nothing special about the bloodline of ordinary creatures and the extraordinary system. Right now, he only had 3 basic discs. A world of Buddhism that transcended the ancient gods. The iron-based and quantum civilization of Renamansky. The eternal mother stream elemental system of the moon god season. Speaking of which, other than the system of Buddhism and Daoism, it's purely from oneself. The rest of them borrowed the bloodline from the old Wang next door while they were in the remains. Su Ji's eyes narrowed. It didn't mean that his own evolution wasn't strong. He had too little time. It was just a 10,000-year civilization. Only the Buddhist and Daoist systems appeared. The rest were all inherited from the last wishes of their ancestors. Although they were not as strong as his, they could still be used. If he was given another 10,000 years, he would have the ability to evolve his spores and produce some powerful and heaven-defying bloodlines. The creation era. It's still a little difficult. I don't have enough foundation. After all, what I lack the most is a foundation. I have only developed in the real world for less than a year. Su Ji suddenly thought of something and looked at the 3 beautiful Daoist girls who were pursued by countless people. Speaking of bloodlines, they're so good at longevity, and they talk about breeding every day. Su Ji cupped his cheeks in his hands. For them, having children gives them a chance to make breakthrough, but they don't have the chance to become stronger. If he changed his approach, it wasn't. There's no way to create a new era. However, Genesis. Su Ji suddenly thought of something. In a flash, a bold idea flashed through his mind. If it could really be done, then the days ahead would be much better. It was even possible to carry out another biological explosion. A new era. He suddenly stood up and looked at the few fallen girls behind him. A level 9 civilization. I also want to enter a new era that belongs to the sandpit of civilization. Is it really possible? He was a little hesitant. If he really did this, an unimaginable situation would appear, and he didn't know what it would develop into. However, there's something worth a try. I can take a gamble. Su Ji turned around and looked at the few strangely shaped beauties. In the end, he walked around the dog-headed man and the jelly-shaped girl and landed on Nysera. Perhaps, she is more suitable. It's not a bad idea to send her to Earth and let her experience an unimaginable and mind-blowing adventure. A fortuitous encounter. For Su Ji, this was a gamble. According to his aesthetic standards, he should choose the jello-shaped beautiful girl, Miyadura. After all, they were cute and humanoid, and their life structure was the same. However, he did not have too many thoughts. He only chose his combat strength and the candidates for his plan according to his aesthetics. That would be the stupidest. This beautiful girl of the giant spider was actually very much in line with Su Ji's expectations, which was why he had such an idea. This was because she had the qualifications to have a perfect Dao foundation. She had only reached this level after starting from scratch and going through many hardships. They were similar to the giant venomous snake in that they both had 3.5 Geno points. They had the chance to reforge perfect Dao foundation like the giant venomous snake. That was why she had many suitors. Although she looked like she was joking, there was a kind of cold-blooded cruelty in her. However, in fact, many deists were like this. After all, they were high-dimensional creatures. They were no longer a life form for low-dimensional creatures. They were not a species. Just like humans, they could kill countless bacteria that could only live for a few minutes with a clench of their hands. Would they find bacteria pitiful? Even if he didn't kill it, the bacteria would only live for a few minutes. What was the difference? Secondly, he had heard her demonstrate bloodline solidification once about her genetic bloodline, which seemed to be a relatively ordinary bloodline talent. It meant that the offspring they gave birth to could be solidified to be one realm lower than themselves, the real. It was born sacred. She was a rank 9, and her offspring could solidify into a rank 8 god. But in reality, it was of little value. It required too many resources to directly reproduce a level 8. However, Nicira did not admit that it was of little value, and he spoke eloquently to the others. Don't think that I'm weak now. However, when I'm weak, this bloodline of mine is extremely useful. Back then, I used my bloodline to rule my world. After all, low-level creatures don't have many resources. I was rank 5 at that time and gave birth to a bunch of rank 4 powerhouses. I plundered, killed soldiers, and little spiders. I immediately occupied the entire world. Until now, I'm still called the Creator Spider Goddess. In fact, this gene was indeed an early gene. The later it was, the weaker it would be. After all, at the 9th grade, how could he burst out an 8th grade weapon? It required too many resources. As for the rank 9, they had already mastered the ability to cover the high-dimensional space. They could directly create a bunch of low-level ordinary creatures that could cover the high-dimensional space and time to allow them to cultivate. The resources required were even less. With a population base of a few underwear, countless gods could be born every 100 years. It was more efficient. Solidified? It's of little value to other life forms, but it's a little different for me. Su Ji opened his eyes silently and looked at the human-headed spider beauty who was still giggling in the shop. In that case, I can really give it try. Hwalala. They had already been flying for several days, which was equivalent to a few minutes in reality. Nicira chuckled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's continue copying, but we're already 1/10 of the way. Let's check our Crimson Star. Although it's a semi-finished product, it's still an important trump card." They nodded and split up to check. After all, every single mechanical component and gear was a supreme 9th grade Deo artifact that distorted the laws. Any random chain or nail that fell into an ordinary transcendent world would be worshipped by peerless divine objects on the spot. They had the terrifying power to kill a god. Nicira looked at Medusa and said seriously, "Go and check it out. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask us. Let's work hard together and live on together." After saying that, they dispersed. Su Ji looked at Medusa and little Shiji, then went to study them with great interest. He integrated into them with ease and learned their civilization system. On the other hand, he still looked bored as he sat on the spot, but his heart was slightly tense. I should be able to do it. After all, the 3 pillar gods had created another 7 examiners and converted them to Buddhism. My overall power of my race has been greatly enhanced. There might be a problem in isolating and sealing off an existence with a perfect Deo foundation. However, if it's an incomplete Deo foundation. At this very moment, among a pile of black and sophisticated mechanical structures, Spider Beauty Nicira hummed a strange tune with a relaxed expression. Her 6 spider legs were holding strange equipment and checking the structure of the power furnace. Suddenly, her body froze slightly. It was as if it was wrapped in something. At this moment, being sealed in amber was like being stuck in mud, unable to move at all. Enemy attack! Her expression changed drastically, and she let out a low roar. However, nothing could be passed on. She could not struggle or resist. She was in complete despair. It's over. I'm finished. It was definitely an existence above the rank of a patrol envoy. We're so weak, what's there to covet? My genes and bloodline aren't strong either. As expected, he is drooling over my beauty. She was like a statue, wrapped up and unable to move. He was filled with despair and unwillingness. She was still very talented and qualified to have a stable and perfect Deo foundation. However, because of the solidification of her own clan's bloodline, it was too weak. It was not a battle-type bloodline, and the other 3 bloodlines that she had integrated were not very good. As a result, her combat power was very weak, and she could not collect resources. That's why he's in such a sorry state. After all, the bloodline of the race was innate. Even if one's aptitude was strong, it would be difficult to escape from the framework of one's own race, resulting in extremely weak combat power. Solidification was completely useless. As expected, it still happened. However, he did not even have the chance to go to the front line and die on the battlefield. He had already. If I fall, the others will also. She vaguely knew that she had fallen into the hands of the existence with terrifying fetishes, and what a miserable end it would be. Hwalala! All of a sudden, the space trembled. Her frozen statue was instantly transported to a bustling street. A busy street for ordinary people. Many ordinary humanoid creatures were walking. There were shops on both sides with cumbersome square characters written on them. This place. Where is it? Chapter 1038. It's the god of destruction. At this very moment, the spider beauty, Nysera, curled up her 8 legs into a ball in her lower abdomen, lying on the ground in despair and waiting for death. Even the thought of suicide flashed through her mind. It could be said that she was mentally prepared to be tortured and played with. But now, he was completely at a loss. Where was this place? What kind of mysterious existence had sent her here? Aren't you drooling over my beauty? Although she was trapped in a mysterious barrier and had lost all her power, she could still see the strange square and complicated words on the 2 sides of the street. It was bustling with activity. It was summer. On the streets, girls wearing short skirts and tights, showing off their beautiful long legs, walked in groups of 2 or 3, carrying small bags, holding a cup of milk tea, and holding on to their boyfriends. On the side, part-time students were distributing flyers, and delivery boys were driving cars through. Small cars passed by. Further away, under the bridge, there were people singing, attracting the flow of people. An ordinary low-leveled civilization. In the hot summer, the earth was baked into a small furnace. She saw the mortals walking slowly like statues in the lower dimension. As she listened to these bustling words, she instinctively entered a high-speed sorting and learning process. For an existence at her level, it was easy for her to learn a language after visiting various civilized planets all year round. She gathered the entire city's speech, demeanor, movements, and the information flow of countless conversations at all times and used it to organize the big data. She soon understood what they were saying. Have you heard? The shopping mall next door has lowered their prices. I'm free. I have to go to Dobeo and buy a figurine of my goddess, Caroline. There's an exam tomorrow. We got a figurine of Daiki in our dormitory and it's burning incense. May the great God bless us and bless the straight-A student from the next dormitory, little note, to help us get through this exam. Worship Emperor Qi, the god of learning? Stop fooling around, are you worshipping the god of cheat sheets? Hehe, both meanings. The figurines of the 3 pillars have been selling very well recently. It's said that many people have bought one at home to worship it. It's golden and resplendent. Only then can you be safe. Get lost. Do you really think I don't shop on Dobeo? The image of all living beings, the image of all living beings formed by heads, happy, angry, sad, happy, looking at you. It's so scary that you'll have nightmares at night. It's said that the war is very intense now. Buddhism and Daoism are still rising again. Right, the spore evolution, can we enter now? Have there been no big shots who have developed a species that can target the mother stream civilization and enter the universe to revive our ancient Chinese civilization? Spider Beauty Nysera stood on the street, her 8 spider legs lightly landing on the tiles. She listened to the strange conversation, feeling a little baffled. He looked very ordinary. However, their conversation was a little strange. Her sharp ears picked up a unique word, Buddha. At this moment, she broke out in a cold sweat and her expression changed. Buddhism. Buddhism was the terrifying ancient civilization that they were planning to go to war to act as the logistics and encircle. They had already killed 7 terrifying forbidden existences at the inspector level. They actually know each other here? Such an ordinary and mediocre low-leveled civilization actually knew each other? Hwalala. She moved slightly. He entered an ordinary family and began to look at the internet here. He learned all kinds of information, the structure and framework of this civilization, and the distant history. After learning some knowledge, she quickly found the extremely popular game on this planet, Spore Evolution. The horrifying information made the concept of the god of creation appear in her mind for the first time. This. Nysera could not believe it. The entire great cosmos was filled with such an existence. Created? Was it the origin of chaos at the beginning of the universe? Was it the primordial chaos, the very beginning of all laws? Dao Yi? The great Dao, the source of truth? Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as she stared at the computer. This point had completely subverted her three views on life. It was as if her entire life of tens of thousands of years had collapsed. Then, she saw an even more terrifying scene. The dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. According to the description, this was a courtyard with a vague concept. Countless living things in the universe were evolving in it. It formed a kind of illusion. And the god of creation was adjusting the civilization and strength of the species. In the end, it would be projected to various places to determine the future of civilization on each planet. An unimaginable thought appeared in her mind. In other words, our Zumu clan seems to have spent hundreds of millions of years on our own mother planet to naturally evolve and crawl out of the ocean. We thought that we were naturally born. In fact, it's already a foregone conclusion. Our race has already evolved, been observed and adjusted here. Is this the result of calculating the future and determining the future civilizations of the universe? It had first appeared here as a vague concept. Then, it would appear on a natural planet. This was equivalent to having an effect before having a cause. This involved the law of causality. That dimensional courtyard had mysteriously confirmed the birth of all life and foresaw the future of all life in the entire great universe. Dimensional courtyard. Nisra's entire body felt weak. The concept of law in the universe. The past and the future. 4 Daoist existences at their level, which one of them didn't have a stable Dao heart and couldn't cause their mind to lose control. However, the Dao in front of him had been subverted, so his mind was naturally uneasy. Then, she continued to check. Alchemy Monarch, Green Vine Mother Earth. All kinds of ancient historical processes could be seen at a glance. Soon, she saw the ancient origin of Buddhism, the revival of ancient civilization, and the ancient gods. And the main character they were facing. The three pillar gods. The entire civilization was very vague about the background of this Buddhist sect, but she was now more aware of it than those investigators and even the mysterious existences that were weaker than level 10. When she thought of this, she felt an excitement that made her want to confide in him. After all, he had been too weak in the past, and his inferiority had always lingered in his heart. This is its origin. The origin of the Buddhist civilization. Moon God Season, Ancient God, Renamansky. She had just calmed down for a while when she saw all kinds of terrifying information pouring in. Only by observing and understanding can the God of creation exist and be discovered. This kind of conceptual end of the universe. Back then, the Buddhist civilization was created by Super Ancient God. He discovered the records and concept of the God of creation in an ancient ruin, which allowed this existence to be remembered by the world. However, the entire Buddhist civilization had also advanced to its peak because of this. The peak period of this weak level 10 civilization had probably far surpassed the current Blue Abyss divine territory. Yueshenji sensed all of this and began to fight for the opportunity, so the war has erupted. The information recorded in it was too terrifying. The amount of information was so huge that it subverted her entire world. Based on this situation, even the Azure Abyss divine territory and the fallen civilization didn't know about this concept. Even the ultimate existences in the legends of the universe might not know about it. Perhaps the Buddhist and Daoist civilizations were the only creators in the entire universe who still remembered the ancient history from the primordial era, as well as people like Moon God Ji. Only by knowing his existence and understanding his concept could one bypass all the fake and see such an existence. And I found out the big secret. It made her feel like her head was about to explode. She felt a mixture of excitement, fear, and excitement. According to the records, this seemingly backward planet is probably the land of origin. All the living beings here had the blood of eternal life. It was in this ruined civilization that the ancient gods learned of the existence of the God of creation. She frantically organized her thoughts. This was a place that was so mysterious that it was taboo. It was a place of unimaginable opportunities. They had fought for the territory of countless wars. The blood of eternal life could be seen everywhere. It was a pity that she had maxed out her genes and could not integrate with it. In that case, even the ancient god, moon god Ji, was fighting for it, but he still couldn't get into this secret realm and was restricted. Me? Who was the one who was brought in? She had goosebumps all over her body. She was a little scared after thinking about it, as if her fate was being controlled. She continued reading. The next scene was the Cosmos Garden, the true sound of the great Dao, and that terrifying evil god. He was actually going to create a new era and call for a mysterious existence. She began to sigh. This evil god was unimaginably terrifying. His life structure was too unique. He had actually fused and mastered tens of thousands of great Dao laws, bloodline genes, and genes. He was going to reverse the laws of the entire universe, collapse and return, gathering them together to form the primordial origin that created the world. In the end, they opened the magic box and observed a certain terrifying existence in the future. She quickly browsed through the screenshots. Her 8 limbs were trembling because her soul was trembling. In the end, they saw him. He had seen the final moment of the universe. The god of destruction. The world was about to be destroyed. She had never thought that such a thing would happen in secret. No one knew about this. A shocking calamity had already happened, and the entire universe was about to welcome an unprecedented catastrophe. This era of the universe was about to end early. She had to admit that the conversation and the true sound of the great Dao made her extremely excited and afraid. This was too exciting. It was a pity that the recording was too blurry and he could not hear the true sound of the great Dao of the universe. Otherwise, this kind of opportunity was simply like a dream. After all, it recorded the order and truth of all the laws of the universe. This planet is too mysterious and terrifying. Even those terrifying overlords could hardly enter such a secret realm and had to pay a great price. Who sent me here? She was getting more and more afraid. The more she understood, the more she felt that there was an incredible power controlling everything. To be able to bring me here. Don't tell me. Her face suddenly changed, and her voice became hoarse as she mumbled to herself, only by observing and understanding the concept of such an existence. That's why the collapse became an established fact. The collapse is set in stone. She suddenly thought of something and turned around, only to see an unforgettable scene. There was a faint shadow of black destruction that she had seen in the picture earlier. It seemed to be standing in a distant, unknown space and time, looking at her quietly. This made her, a powerful Dao cultivator, feel a strong fear in her heart, which grabbed her beating red heart. She couldn't help but cry out. Break! The god of destruction.